Hi everyone, I'm author Christy Lynn Higgins and welcome to one of my stories. You can help support this project by grabbing the ebook. There's a link in the description and one in the comment section. I'd love to hear from you, so don't forget to leave a comment, especially if you'd like to hear more of my books on audiobook. And don't forget to like and subscribe. I could also use some input on the story. How is the pace? Any other improvements you'd like to see in future audiobooks? Throw them in the comments. It helps me improve my videos.
Shades of Grey No. 1 Noir, City Shrouded by Darkness by Christy Lynn Higgins, copyright 2006. Jin's assembled work. If multiple Earths exist, what would their worlds look like? What kind of people would they be? Societies? Religions? Would they make the same mistakes as us? Translated from the assembled works. Gin el Irinkuskthi 525 BDC. Before dry clouds. Prologue. On a parallel Earth, thick puffy barrier cumulus, also known as dry clouds, covered the sky and prevented the glimmer of twilight from shining on the city of Noir. For 3 decades, the polluted high troposphere looming clouds covered half the planet and left part of the world to live in endless night. The mile-thick clouds yielded petroleum-based contaminated water dubbed tainted rain and polluted the air, so they were named dry clouds for leaving half the planet without drinkable water. At first, scientists believed pollution caused the Great Cloud Barrier, but that theory proved to be false. What caused the dry clouds to form baffled scientists, and how to reverse them eluded reason, and only technology's constant battle with nature has kept the Dark City alive. Man's need for conquest expanded Noir to cover more than half a continent of what would have been called North America, and Noir became a megacity. It was the only one in the world. Over the last 20 years, transgenics and biomechas evolved at a breakneck pace. Transgenics were genetically modified organisms with an extra genome and were mostly plants produced to survive without the sun. Biomechas were robots resembling living things. In this world, corporations, not governments, ruled the people, creating a society where profit set policy and dictated life. Those who resided in Noir were touched by darkness, and the light of goodness seemed a forgotten memory, and they lived in the gray shades of gray. Chapter 1. The Pandora Project. Isaiah chapter 5 verse 30b. If one looks to the land, behold darkness and sorrow, even the light will be darkened by the clouds. The year 31 ADC. After dry clouds. October 22nd. Thursday. 4:44 a.m. In a secret location, known as the sanctum that housed the main facility of the department known as the Council. A few hours ago, unknown forces had breached a few of the Council's other facilities, and the sanctum had also been breached, but from within by a mole, so everyone was still on high alert. The chamber was the brains of the sanctum, and the 3 members of the Council sat within the chamber, receiving intel and updates from the chamber analysts. 50 flat-screen monitors covered 3 of the walls and lit up the dark inner room of the chamber, as data filled the screens in scrolling masses. 24 analysts scrutinized the influx of information that came across the monitors as they typed at their workstations. The men and women toiled, compiling a range of intelligence from several projects and experiments while they dealt with the breaches. "All right, people, let's stay focused," a male supervisor shouted. The male supervisor walked up and down the line of workstations, as the hum of equipment and the chatter of the workers filled the area. The supervisor received updated reports from the analysts and kept his employers, the Council, current on the projects and experiments, along with updates to the 3 breaches. A female supervisor came in to fill in for Supervisor Annette, who had been discovered to be the mole. Unknown to the Council, Supervisor Annette had been a mole within the sanctum for years, and with the help of some outside force, she had awakened a project known as Pandora, which had been kept at the sanctum in stasis. The male supervisor added, "We need to stay on our toes." We don't know if there are any more moles within our ranks, or what they might do next. The analysts wore indigo jumpsuits with white stripes on the sides, and the supervisors wore crimson jumpsuits with white stripes. Analysts and supervisors wore a wireless earpiece to communicate with operatives in the field and soldiers in their facilities. In the center of the chamber, the council, which consisted of 2 men and a woman, sat at a long rectangular table. Each of them wore a black business suit and had a laptop in front of them, as shadows concealed their eyes, leaving only their mouths and chins visible in the computer blue illumination. The 3 scanned reports as they were delivered to them by the supervisors on handheld computers. The standard size for an HHC was 2.5 inches by 4.5 inches. "I want an update on the Pandora project," Mr. Morta ordered in a deep voice, as he sat at the end of the table with the woman to his right and the other man to his left. "Pandora is still groggy from its abrupt withdrawal from stasis, so it has been escorted to a medical suite and is sleeping," Ms. Nona replied. The doctor thought it best that the Pandora project was not fully awakened, but allowed to pull out of the hyperstasis naturally. "There is nothing natural about the Pandora project," Mr. Dakuma spoke up. "I do not see why we cannot induce a full activation." "We are not in any hurry," Mr. Morta stated. "We had no plans to wake up Pandora, so we should tell the doctor to allow Pandora to come to on its own." Ms. Nona nodded her agreement, and then Mr. Dakuma reluctantly did so. Good. "I will inform the doctor," Mr. Morta said. "Now to address other matters. I believe we should have a full investigation into how our security was breached." "We should." An alarm went off, interrupting him, as all 3 council members paused and turned to the male supervisor as he rushed over to their table. "What has happened?" Mr. Morta inquired. The male supervisor replied, "We have a containment breach in another one of our hyperstasis chambers." "Which one?" Mr. Dakuma questioned. "The Kraken project," the male supervisor answered. "If I remember," Ms. Nona started, "Kraken is the creature created to glimpse into the future." "It is," Mr. Dakuma replied. "It was deemed a failure, for Kraken had more of an appetite for carnage than to indulge us with its gifts." The male supervisor listened to his earpiece and then reported, "It has escaped its room and it's rampaging on level 159. Level 159 is the same level Pandora is on. Could this also be a part of the earlier attack on our facilities?" Ms. Nona questioned. "Is someone still trying to take the Pandora project away from us?" The male supervisor replied, "I do not believe so. An experiment was being conducted next door to the Kraken project's stasis room, and the experiment went out of control and exploded. The explosion knocked out the hyperstasis chamber's power source along with its backup, and Kraken awoke, and so far the creature has killed 3 of our soldiers." Mr. Dakuma spoke up, "I cannot believe that this is a mere coincidence, but..." "But what?" Ms. Nona inquired when he didn't finish. Mr. Dakuma didn't answer her, but posed a different question altogether. "Why not use the Kraken project to test Pandora?" "We cannot control Kraken, and that is the reason it was placed in stasis," Mr. Morta stated, and then he inquired, "How do you propose that we use it to test Pandora?" "Evacuate all the workers on level 159, and Kraken will do the rest for us," Mr. Dakuma replied. Ms. Nona nodded, and then Mr. Morta. "I will set up the test now," Mr. Dakuma stated. "I will also make sure that our soldiers keep Pandora and Kraken on level 159. Level 159. Sometime earlier. The Pandora Project's view. Someone's calling my name from the darkness. Someone desperately needs my help. I have to save them, so I slip from sleep into the waking world, and the first thing I notice is that I'm cold. I shiver, and then I hear the voice of a man. "I'm with her now," he says. "I'll call you later when I know more." I open my eyes to what looks like a hospital room. The sight doesn't alarm me as if it's the norm, but there's someone who's looking down at me that I don't recognize. My mind's a little fuzzy. He must be a doctor, and he looks very worried. "Drink this," he says. "It's water." I take the bottled water and thirstily drink it down. "We need to go," he tells me. "Can you move?" I don't say anything to him as I try to sit up, and I find that I can't do it on my own, so he moves to my side and assists me to a sitting position. I look around the room and realize I don't know how I got here, but I'm still not upset that I'm in a hospital room, as if this place is home. I try to think back beyond the moment I heard someone calling my name. I don't remember anything beyond that moment. It's all fuzzy, and then panic sweeps over me like water filling a sinking ship that I'm trapped on. I grip his wrist tightly. "How did I get here and where is here?" I ask him and pull on his arm so that he'll lean in closer, and then I tell him, "I don't remember my name." My name had been so clear when I was sleeping. I knew it when the person called it out, but now, it's as if I never had a name, and that thought is what sends me into panic mode. No, sends me into nuclear panic mode. I would like to answer you in more detail than to say that it's a side effect of the hyperstasis chamber, but we need to go and go now. Please try to stand. The urgency of his voice spurs me to action as I take both his hands and stand wobbly to my feet, leaving behind my questions. I see that I'm wearing some sort of hospital gown, a second before my knees buckle underneath me. He catches me before I crumble to the ground, and then helps me over to a computer chair, and I sit. He hurries over to the door, peers out the window as if he expects someone to come barging in, and then quickly returns to my side. "I'm going to inject you with something that should help with the hyperstasis lag," he tells me as he removes a syringe from his white lab coat pocket. "I didn't inject you right away, because there is a side effect of the injection. It's going to make you sick, but the effects should only last for a few minutes." He readies the syringe as he tells me, "You should regain full use of your body again." He doesn't give me a chance to tell him if I want the injection or not, and he just sticks the needle in my arm. The prick hurts, and I rub my arm. I don't feel any different, but gunfire some distance away from us pulls my attention and his to the door. "We have to go," he tells me with more urgency than before. I get to my feet with his help, and we head for the exit. He opens the door, peers outside, and then ushers me into a vacant hallway. He helps me along, as we hurriedly walk in a direction he seems to be leading us in. We hear gunfire again coming from behind us, and then we hear this terrifying inhuman scream that's full of anger as something attacks the people with the guns. "A creature has gotten out," he tells me. "We need to run." I do my best to start running. I have more feeling in my legs, but the side effect he mentioned earlier comes roaring from my stomach. I push myself away from him and lean against the wall as I upchuck the water all over the floor. I continue vomiting as he rushes over to me. "I know you're sick, but we can't stop. We've got to keep moving. We can't be caught, but we also don't want to run into whatever is coming. We need to move." I nod and rush after him as he takes me by the hand. He leads me through several hallways, and then he ups and stops before we round another corner. I glance around the corner and see about 20 armed men, and a few women at the other end, who are set up behind a barrier. The man pulls me back around the corner, and out of sight of the soldiers. "They're blocking our way of escape," he tells me, and then he peers around the corner. "But they don't seem to be coming after us. Maybe they're here not to capture us, but..." The terrifying inhuman scream we heard before sounds through the hallway again, and sends shivers throughout my body. He tells me we need to keep moving. We have one other escape route. Let's hurry before the thing beats us to it. He takes a firm hold of my wrist, and we run forward, fleeing away from the soldiers and the creature that seems to be pursuing us. "I don't know your name," I say, and then I ask, "Who are you and why are you helping me?" "You can call me Xavier," he replies. "RG sent me to assist in your escape." Before I have a chance to ask who RG is, the creature screams again. It sounds like it's only a few hallways back. Xavier says, "We need to run faster. It's gaining on us." We continue running, and then he drags me into a room with only one way in. He shuts and locks the door. "Why did we come in here?" He answers, "There's a small elevator that takes medical waste up to a furnace. There's room enough for you to go up, but first I need to clear everything out of it." He unlocks the door to the small elevator by lifting on a bar, and then he goes to work removing bags of waste from it, as all I can do is stand back and watch while I try not to throw up. Bits and pieces of my memory slowly come back, and I remember someone was taking care of me. Her name was... I can't seem to remember her name or her face, but I believe this person is very important to me, and when I think of her, I get a sense of warmth that wraps around me and makes me feel safe like a child in her mother's arms. I relax a little in this loving blanket, but then this other sensation of fear and horror moves in like a closet monster that has crawled under my bed. The monster makes me want to flee from the memory, but the motherly arms that are blanketing me want me to remain in the memory so that I'll recall all. Something happened before the hyperstasis chamber, something I'm afraid to remember. The monster yearns to surface and make it mine once again, but I fight the recollection. I war with myself to keep this buried moment in my life a secret. I begin to lose this battle. The memory starts to become mine again, sending a fright so deep and terrifying through my soul I feel like I'm suffocating. The memory of the woman, whose name I can't remember, places her hand on my psyche's shoulder, and I turn my attention from the monster to her. The monster is scary, but the woman will be there and help me through the... "I'm almost done," Xavier tells me, interrupting my thoughts. "Come over here and climb in." "What about you?" "There's only room for you," he tells me. "Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you what to do once you reach the furnace room." The creature screams again, and it's right outside the door. It tries the knob, but it's locked, so the creature starts pounding on the door to break it down. My whole being lights up with fear. "I can't leave you here," I tell Xavier. "That thing will kill you." "You are the one who is important here," he tells me. "RG has a plan for you." I insist, either we both go or we don't go at all. The creature outside continues to beat at the door, and then it busts through and rushes in. I freeze as I stare at a monster right out of a horror movie. It stands about 7 feet tall with reptile-like features and is covered in green scales. The creature pauses and looks right at me as it says, "Look at you. Look how you've changed." Is this the monster that crept from the closet and is hiding under my bed waiting to devour me? "Do I know you?" I manage to ask it. "I'm Kraken," she answers. "And you should remember me. I've killed you nearly a dozen times." Kraken looks me over and then she says, "You don't have a weapon this time. I believe I'll have no problem disposing of you." Fear sweeps over me, but this time it's not for myself but for the man who's standing behind me. I turn and shove Xavier into the small elevator, then shut the door, lock the bar back in place, and then hit the button sending the elevator up. "Getting rid of the normal, good idea," Kraken tells me. "I have killed quite a few of them already." I turn back to her and as if I've done this dozens of times before, I ask, "Why do you want to kill me?" "Because you're the Pandora project," she answers. "There's no other reason." "Pandora, that's not my name," I tell her. Most of my memories, including my name, still elude me. I'll have to be patient until they surface, but first I have to survive my encounter with this monster. Kraken peers at me for a long time and then she says, "You act like you don't remember me." "Why do you say that?" She grins before she slithers out, "You aren't running." I notice the red blood covering her long claws, and that her body is full of bullet holes. "You're hurt," I say, and I notice how concerned I sound. Maybe I did know this creature before. The soldiers tried to prevent me from coming out and stretching my claws. "I took of their blood," she tells me as she places a hand on one of her wounds, "and they repaid me in kind." Kraken peers at me again as if she's trying to figure out what I'm thinking, and then she says, "You don't remember me, do you?" My memory is a little fuzzy since leaving hyperstasis, I admit to her. I get a sense that I know you, but what, she asks. Fear's not the first thing that comes to mind. It's more like, somehow we're alike. Somehow we both shouldn't be in this place. She lessens her aggressive stance as she tells me, shredding you to bits without you knowing the reason why would be a pity. Why don't you tell me what you do remember? Maybe it will jog more of your memories. I don't remember you at all. I do remember being forced into the hyperstasis chamber, and forced into hyperstasis. There's a reason I was placed there. Someone was trying to prevent me from doing something. Go on, she urges me. What were you trying to do? That particular detail of my memory is still vague. I do remember the distinct sound of. Well, Kraken interrupts my thoughts. What were you trying to do? I was trying to save someone, no. I still need to save someone. I need to go. Memories are fickle things, Kraken tells me as if she knows something about me that she's holding to her own. Memories make us who we are and glean the path before us. Our distorted and bloody intertwining past comprises a great deal of who you are, but it seems to be my lot that our story is put on hold here. I believe we'll meet again, but only when your story is over. I'm not sure what she means, so I ask, are you letting me go? Kraken studies me for a few moments more and then moves away from the door, and I slowly move towards it. I start to head out when Xavier appears in the doorway. He's armed with a pipe, and he's holding a cell phone in his other hand. It's okay, I tell him before he starts for Kraken. She's going to let us go. He takes a step back and then tells me, come on. I found another way out for us. I turn back to Kraken and question her, do you want to come with us? No, she replies. I'll wait here until you remember everything, and then I'll come to find you, and we can finally finish everything. I nod and leave her to her fate, then I head out with Xavier and we run through several hallways. I keep pace with him, until a burst of memories hits me hard, and I double over. Many images and thoughts from my past slam into me, and it's painful to remember so much at once, but I'm thankful for the return of self. What's wrong? He questions me. I remember now. I tell him as I hold my throbbing head, and still manage to smile as my purpose becomes joyfully clear. I remember everything now. I force myself to straighten as I continue, my name, my mission, and the person I need to save. We have to hurry before it's too late. Xavier lifts the cell phone he's been carrying to his ear and talks into it as if he's been on the phone with someone this whole time. She says she remembers everything. Yes. I understand. I'll make sure she gets out safely. He hangs up the cell phone and questions me, now what? I look around the hallway and for the first time, I know where I am, so I turn away from him and say, this way. We need to go this way. Before we do that, he starts, so I turn back to him, and he swings the pipe and hits me in the head. The hallway whirls around me as I crash to the floor. Xavier drops the pipe and hurries to my side with this look on his face, like he hit me harder than he planned to. I'm sorry, but I can't let you deviate from the path RG has set before you, he tells me as he removes another syringe from his lab coat pocket. This will help reset you, and then you can begin again without any nasty memories hindering your fate. He injects me, drops the syringe, then removes another device from his pocket and tells me, once I zap you with this, you won't remember anything from the past hour. I grab at his arms, but I find I don't have the strength to fight him off, and that I'm losing consciousness as the head wound pulls me further down into the void I had woken up from. I claw at him, as the purpose I had yearned to remember slowly trickles away. I plead with him, desperate to hang on to what I just gained, don't take my memories. There's something important I need to do, and there's someone important I need to save. Please. I can't forget about them, and I can't forget what I need to do. So much depends on me. Please, at least let me save them. Let me. I'm sorry, but this needs to be done. Xavier interrupts me, then grabs hold of both my arms and places the device on the back of my neck. Everything that I had remembered, the purpose I had finally grabbed hold of, they all slip away in a brilliance of light, and I remember no more. End the Pandora Project's view. Sometime later. Elsewhere in the sanctum. The chamber. The Kraken Project surrendered to our soldiers, the male supervisor reported to the council. It never even engaged the other project. What of Pandora? Mr. Morta inquired. Our soldiers believe she escaped from the sanctum. Ms. Nona said, we should have 3 units of our soldiers give pursuit. No need, Mr. Morta spoke. There are other ways we can test Pandora. Are you sure the project is ready? Mr. Dakuma inquired. It just woke up from hyperstasis. Maybe we should give it a few more weeks of conditioning before we begin the tests. No, launch the Pandora project, Mr. Morta instructed. Let us see what it can do on its own. 6:04 p.m. In another part of the city. Scattered streetlights partially lit an abandoned industrial district, and the wind howled, blowing through overgrown weeds and chilled the air of the blue-gray night. Over the years, a few trees and plants adapted to the limited artificial light, along with a large variety of weeds. Nocturnal creatures, which included but were not limited to rats, mice, owls, and cats, ruled the alleys and parks of the megacity of Noir. A black sedan slowly rolled down the street, and its headlights lit up the dark road. The vehicle stopped at the curb a few hundred yards away from Etna Toys plant and warehouse. Then the 4 doors of the vehicle opened, and 5 men in brown suits exited the car. Each of them wore polarized spectacles with black mirror-like lenses, and the spectacles hid more than their eyes. 4 of them removed a silver Beretta from their shoulder holster. The 5th man wore a coffin-handled Bowie tucked in a belt, and the man tapped the hilt eager to draw the knife. Eerily, in one accord, they turned their heads and stared at the rusted toy building as they awaited orders. A parking lot stood between them and their target. Within the sanctum's chamber. All right, people, let's stay focused, the male supervisor shouted as he and the female supervisor walked up and down the line of workstations. This is the hour we've been waiting for. Has the Pandora project been located? Mr. Morta asked in a deep voice as he twirled a gold ring on his dark brown finger. Yes, one of our best operatives, Argus, is watching Pandora, the smaller man, Mr. Dakuma, answered as he smoothed his hand down a bright orange tie. Good. Good. Mr. Morta said. What does the operative have to report? Some distance from Etna Toys. A man with shoulder-length blonde hair wearing a black trench coat peered through specialized binoculars. Argus had positioned himself in an alley a block from the abandoned toy warehouse to watch Pandora. He noted the sedan across the street and the 5 men, and then he reported them to the sanctum over a cell phone. Within the sanctum's chamber, the male supervisor handed an HHC to the 3rd member of the council. Ms. Nona frowned as she looked over it, thinning her cherry-red lips which contrasted with her powdery white skin. Her frame was the smallest of the members. She stated, "We have received a second report from our operative." She scanned the report a second time, disconcerted over the news, and then added, Argus has spotted 5 biomechas, and they are not proto-androids but a new model called Unmen. Unmen? Mr. Morta spoke, not as surprised as his female counterpart. Only one department within the corporation is developing this line of biomechas. Disappointed over the untimely intrusion, he exhaled loudly and then stated, "The factory has started their Unmen tests. I had hoped they would wait." "You knew this might happen?" Mr. Dakuma questioned, as he rubbed his finger over a silver tie pin of the word fate. Mr. Morta nodded as he replied, "Yes, it was only a matter of time, but it means..." "It means," Ms. Nona interrupted, "that the factory has decided to go against the wishes of the council." "How dare they?" Mr. Dakuma uttered, and then he slammed his palms on the table as he stood and declared, "We must do something." "But what?" Ms. Nona questioned. "More importantly," Mr. Morta started. What are their plans for our childlike Pandora? Back at Etna Toys. The wind kicked up sand and debris as the five men, the unmen, stood by the sedan. Their internal link or eye-link not only connected them to the factory but to each other, and with the eye-link they could think and move as one. They shut the sedan's doors and simultaneously walked toward the warehouse across the parking lot, but the one with the Bowie paused and turned, spotting a heat signature. The heat signature was of a human hiding in the darkness of an alley that was across the street from it, and the unman could tell the human was watching them. The unman's eye-link blazed orange through the right lens of its polarized spectacles as it processed the data. Argus moved his hand to the M4 assault rifle strapped over his shoulder as he tensed, not knowing what it would do. Argus had encountered a proto-android before, and it had nearly killed him, but he had no idea what this new model was capable of. He decided to stay on the safe side and make it clear he wouldn't interfere with their mission, so he moved his hand away from the assault rifle and waited for its reaction. The unman smirked at him, continued toward Etna and joined its brethren. Argus was relieved it worked and grabbed a hold of the M4 as he moved across the street to continue the surveillance of the project. Within the sanctum's chamber, the matter is confirmed. The factory, Ms. Nona emphasized the next word, has gone against our wishes. She looked at the larger man and questioned him, "What is our next move?" "Analyze and record," Mr. Morta answered. "Our agenda has not changed. The unmen will test Pandora for us." Within the dark Etna Toys plant and warehouse, and among boxes of discarded toys and debris, a cot had been set up, and a lamp on a round-end table stood beside it and lit up the area in a dim glow. The woman, Pandora, who was in her early 30s, slept on the cot. She had a shaven head, and the gash on her forehead, which Xavier had unintentionally given her, bled. The trickle of blood flowed past her brow, ran down the side of her face, and dripped onto a pillow. The crimson liquid spotted the white cotton case. No other bedding covered the old and worn mattress. She wore a white V-neck t-shirt, gray-black pants, and black hiking shoes. Her eyes rapidly moved underneath her closed eyelids as she dreamed, and her lips moved as she talked within the dream, but there was no sound. Her inaudible narration continued until she spoke out loud, "A love that will not die." Her breathing increased, and her arms and legs jerked in mock movement as she envisioned herself running. Sweat speckled her forehead, and her face grimaced in determination as her mind replayed a memory. It was one that would mark her future with sorrow. 3 shots rang out in the dream, then the horrible recollection caused her to scream, and she sat up and frantically searched the building as a panicked feeling urged her to flee. The Pandora Project's view. My heart thunders in my chest as I notice I'm alone and not in any immediate danger, so I calm down a little and remember part of the dream. I was running, but there's something I can't remember. Whatever it is, I think it's important enough to recall, so I strain to grasp the fleeting images, but it's too late. They're gone. My head hurts, I'm very thirsty, and I feel a little queasy as I examine the old empty building more closely. Parts of teddy bears are scattered about a stack of boxes, and a layer of dust clings to everything like the building and machinery haven't been used in years. I remember more of the dream, not the images but the urgency I felt within it, and a sense that there's something I'm supposed to do or someone I'm supposed to help. The remnants of the dream fade, and I mentally try to grasp a clue, but it's like trying to capture a dark phantom. The sensations of fear and anxiety remain with me along with the sound of the 3 shots, but nothing else of the dream remains, and that bothers me. Was I pursuing someone, or was someone chasing me? Was I the predator, or the prey? I remain on the cot a little longer, hoping something will resurface and tell me how. I gasp and put a hand to my mouth as I realize something that deeply unsettles me, and the revelation frightens me more than not knowing what happened in the dream. I realize I don't know who I am. I can't remember anything past the moment I woke in this warehouse on this cot. I know I should be doing something, but I can't. I can't remember anything. Smothering terror oozes over me like the blob from the classic horror movie, and its gelatinous glob eats away at my presence of mind, adding my frightened essence to itself. It'll do me no good to panic, and I mentally spray frigid air on the growing blob, taking back my sanity from its frozen and cracked form. My head continues to hurt, so I touch my temple, feel a warm, wet substance, and examine my bloody fingers. Did I hit my head, or did someone hurt me? The thought that someone might have hurt me makes me a little on edge, so I move to the side of the cot, thinking of going to a hospital when I notice a second table. It's square and small and has a few items on it. I pick up a business card with an image of a flaming bird, flip it over, and find a barcode on its back. I set it down, pick up a note, and read it aloud. Catherine. I study the name, wondering if the name belongs to me. It doesn't sound familiar, so I continue reading. Catherine, you must not fail. This is your last chance to redeem yourself. I know you can complete your mission, my dearest cat. I am counting on you. The note's signed by R.G. I fold the paper, and then along with the card, I stuff them in my back pocket, and decide I need to find help for the wound on my head in case it's serious. I spot a door, and start to stand and move for it, when a flash of a violent memory makes me turn my attention back to a metal case on the table. Why did I ignore this item? I stretch my hand for it. Why does my heart pound in dread when I reach for it? I pause before grabbing it as a sinking feeling sweeps over me, and I pull my hand back and decide it's best to ignore the enigma. I look at the last object on the table and pick it up. It's a small silver box shaped like a treasure chest, and has a small raised star the size of a dime on its lid. I examine the box and then carefully open it, and its tune sweetly rings in my ears. The tune reminds me of the opening of a classical piece, but whose? Bach, Beethoven, and Mozart come to mind, but the piece doesn't seem to belong to either of them, and then I realize I'm wrong. The tune has elements from each, like it's a mixture of several openings, playing on top of each other. I close my eyes, letting the music sink in as a calming solace sweeps over me, and the urgency to leave the building slips away as I focus on the tune. While I'm in this state of relaxation, and before I'm completely engulfed by it, I wonder about a few things. How do I know all those composers' names and that the piece is Gin El Irinkaskthi's unfinished melody? Why do I know some things, but my own name's lost to me? Unfinished melody is short. It plays about 30 seconds, and then it starts over and plays over and over in a hypnotic flow. I gaze at the music box, hearing nothing but the haunting arrangement of compound sounds. My fear and anxiety vanish, and my body relaxes to an absolute state of nirvana as the tune lulls me into a trance. I slowly closed my eyes and enter a peaceful place within my mind. The place is a subconscious oasis to the confusion and dread I experienced before the melody. The tune has a calming effect on me, and as I sit there in an ecstatic state, sounds outside of the building become louder and clearer. The wind howls, rustling the leaves of trees and overgrown bushes. A moth repeatedly taps the glass of a streetlight, drawn to the artificial flame as 4 car doors slam. A cricket chirps and an owl swoops, landing on a squeaking mouse. Lub-dub, lub-dub. I open my eyes as my heart thumps so loud I can hear it, and I experience an overwhelming sense of hysteria. I put a hand on my chest, not in pain but in horror as I realize something's wrong. I close the music box and place it in my left thigh pocket, and then I search the building and find it still empty. I know I'm in danger, but from what? I glance at the case I ignored, and a deep dread lifts within me like a leviathan rising from the ocean's abyss. I freeze as I stare at the metal container. It's like I know what's inside, but my mind refuses to grasp the knowledge, and instead, I want to run away from it like it's a maniac chasing me. I disregard my apprehension about the case, and turn my attention back to my pounding heart, and the urgency screaming at me to leave. The longer I wait to act, the more anxious and terrified I become. I feel like a deer standing in an open meadow, sensing a predator prowling towards me through the tall grass, and I fear I'll be attacked at any moment and from any direction. I get off the cot and start to run when the lamp beside me shatters, and the surrounding area plunges into darkness as pieces of the lamp ping to the concrete floor. I shriek, realizing someone shot at me, and I dive as more bullets whiz overhead. I turn the table over for cover, and the case falls, knocking itself open, and a metal object slides from it. Far from the cot, light from the street dimly shows through Etna's dusty windows. The light provides limited illumination within the building, and within its radius, I see a black gun. I gasp, staring at the instrument of death that's an arm's length away. The weapon's familiar to me, and yet it seems like some horrendous alien creature that has traveled from a distant planet to wreak havoc on my world. The monster will devour me if it gets a chance, so I scoot a few feet away from the gun. I would escape its psychological jaws trying to sink their terror-inducing teeth into me, but there are other things in the building I have to worry about, so I slowly peek over the table and spot two armed men. End the Pandora Project's view. She didn't realize they were biomechas, and as far as Kat knew, they were ordinary men trying to kill her. They prepared to fire again, and her heart thumped harder as if it would tear through her chest. Lub-dub, lub-dub. Unknown to her, the muscle coursed artificial adrenaline through her blood, and the synthetic hormone reacted with her body by increasing her heart rate, dilating her pupils, and elevating her blood sugar. Horrified by what was going on within her body and the men shooting at her, she put her hand to her chest again, realizing her heart wasn't acting naturally. She wondered if she was having a heart attack. The two unmen moved toward her position after calculating the best way to kill her. They aimed their weapons at her position with one goal in mind. One of them stated in a monotone voice, "Target acquired, moving forward with termination." Chapter 2. The Rogue. 6:43 p.m. The Sanctum. Within the dark chamber. Desk lamps lit up the faces of the analysts and the supervisors, as they observed Pandora's data with interest. The project was very important to the council, and so it was very important to them. "Lower the center screen," Mr. Morta commanded from the middle of the room. A screen 4 by 8 foot lowered long ways from the ceiling, and it positioned above the council and in the center of their table. The screen could be viewed from both sides, and it displayed an outline of a female body. Each of the major organs was visible on the screen and had biodata streaming beside them, and the heart had such a large amount of information streaming beside it that the data overlapped the other organs. An alarm sounded within the chamber and stopped, and at the top of the bioscreen in bold red letters blinked "First Evolvement Achieved." Prattle between the analysts started as charged enthusiasm filled the chamber, and the supervisors quickly quieted the frivolous talk, knowing their employers would be irritated with them. "Good. Good," Mr. Morta said. "Pandora has achieved Jin's alpha phase." "You mean Archimedes' first evolvement," Mr. Dakuma corrected. Mr. Morta questioned, "Does it matter by which name we call it?" "It is the same thing. It is still the beginning of Pandora's metamorphosis." "True, but will Pandora take the path Gin laid out, or will Pandora take Archimedes?" Ms. Nona asked. "What Pandora decides to do will determine which name the stages go by." "Until the path is clear," Mr. Morta started, "both men's descriptions can be used." He studied the center screen's data on his laptop, and then he spoke. "Pandora's first stage is the ability to sense the presence of biomechas as predicted by both men, and Pandora's body is preparing itself to combat the unmen. Look at the subject's bioelectricity. The levels are high enough to trigger the beta phase." "Yes," Ms. Nona said. "The genetically altered epinephrine hormone we created for Pandora, dubbed Ultra EPI, acts as a supercharged neurotransmitter. If Pandora can reach the next stage, it should have no difficulty dispatching the unmen." "If" is the keyword, Mr. Dakuma spoke as he tapped across an HHC touchscreen and pulled up reports from their operative. Argus details that Pandora has not responded to the unmen's presence. Mr. Dakuma turned to his laptop as he asked, "Can Pandora achieve the second evolvement?" He typed on the keyboard, pulling up more reports as he spoke. "Pandora seems to be withstanding the conditioning." He stated with concern, If it does not react soon, the subject will die and the Pandora project will end. Patience, Mr. Morta said. We did not blindly pick the subject. Wait and see what it is capable of. Back at Etna Toys. Catherine's view. My heart revs like the pistons in a race car as I hide behind the overturned table. Why are the men trying to kill me? Did I do something to them? I glance at the gun lying on the floor beside its open case, not too far from me. Or am I a wanted person? The men fire again. One of the bullets grazes my left shoulder, and the pain triggers a latent instinct. I scurry over to the gun, grab a magazine sitting in its case, and insert it into the Beretta with mechanical precision, as if I had been programmed to do so without conscious thought. I pull the sliding block. It makes a metal clicking sound, and then I wildly fire 6 shots over the cot and miss. I freeze at hearing the men's guns cocking, and then something inside me clicks like a switch. A bombardment of information assaults my mind, like someone's forcibly downloading all this information right into my brain. Details I shouldn't know, I couldn't possibly know if I was normal, invade my thoughts. My body is changing, and it's scaring the crap out of me, but for some reason I know what's happening to me. The electrical field or E-field of my body changes, and the impulses that would normally travel down the optic nerve surge and causes a split feed. Part of this electricity rushes across my irises and gives my eyes a blue electrical glow. I can't see this happening, and yet I can see this happening to me. It doesn't hurt, it actually feels good for some reason, but it still scares me. I want to lift my hands and cover both of my eyes like they're on fire. I want to cover my eyes, as if it will prevent the charged energy from escaping my body. I want to do this, but I don't. Instead, I fire 4 times like I'd been born with a gun in my hand. I hit one man in the forehead and throat, and the other one in the heart and lung. It's like a trained soldier has taken over my body, and I don't realize what I'm doing till it's over. The one I shot in the head collapses to his knees and falls back as the other one fires at me again. I move back to the overturned table, wondering if the one man's wearing a bulletproof vest. I take a deep breath, rise, return fire, and the bullet hits the second man in the head. He also falls to the floor. Silence follows, and it's a maddening silence that clears my head, lets me think and lets me realize. My fear turns to uncertainty and uncertainty to self-loathing. I slump to the floor, lean against the table and bow my head. I can't believe I'm the one who committed the violent actions against those men. I stare at the gun on my lap, trying to distance myself from the incident and fail. Why am I good at killing? Why did I feel nothing for the men I murdered? I put a hand to my mouth as a little bile comes up. I swallow, forcing the bile back down my throat, and it burns all the way, searing my guilt into my soul. Is this the kind of person I am? Am I an emotionless killer? End Catherine's view. Within the chamber. Mr. Morta cheered there. Analysts and supervisors high-fived each other. Mr. Morta looked at the center screen as second evolvement achieved brightly flashed from it, and then he said, "The beta phase of Pandora's metamorphosis has successfully been reached." He reviewed a report from Argus. Our operative has seen Pandora's extraordinary shooting ability, and he believes when Pandora is in the beta phase, it cannot miss. It has far exceeded our expectations for the beta phase. We believed Pandora would have an aptness for terminating biomechas, but this... Yes, Ms. Nona agreed. It will be a useful skill. Mr. Dakuma interjected, if it is true. The data supports it, and Argus witnessed it, Mr. Morta stated, and then inquired, what more do you need to believe? Mr. Dakuma replied, more data perhaps, or? I want to know, Ms. Nona interrupted, excited about the outcome, and then she questioned, do you think Pandora can reach the gamma phase today? I believe we are jumping ahead, Mr. Morta replied. There are still 3 unmen remaining. Yes, and does Pandora have skill or is it merely luck? Mr. Dakuma asked. More than half of the unmen remain. Can it defeat them as easily as the first 2? At Etna Toys. Catherine's view. Leaves and other debris blow in through the open front door as I stand and make my way on shaky legs to the men I've gunned down. I still feel queasy, as if at any moment I'll spill my guts all over the floor, as guilt continues to shame me to pain, and when I reach the men's side, I find a black oil-like liquid oozing from the hole in their heads. They aren't human, they're... I remove the polarized spectacles of one, revealing not fleshy eyes but glassy robotic ones. The colored orbs shudder as power surges through its body, the spheres bug out, and its hands gnarl with the mechanical pangs of death. I stare at its eyes. The red rings with black centers show no spark of life. They're merely windows to the soulless. Relief pours over me as I realize they're not human. I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not a murderer, but... Did I know it before I shot them, or am I still a cold-blooded killer? My queasiness eases up a little, but my confusion remains as I realize they're biomechas, model unmen. Why do I know this fact, when I can't remember the simplest thing like my name? I search them, find a spare magazine on each of them, and place the ammo in my right thigh pocket. Lub-dub, lub-dub. I sense more biomechas, and this time I know their location. It's like I'm connected to them somehow. 3 of them walk the grounds outside less than 15 feet away from me, and they're making their way in here. I frantically search the plant for an escape as the unmen split up, and one of them walks through a side entrance. The unman fires at me as I run and take cover behind a row of machinery. Sparks fly as bullets ricochet off of metal, and I cover my head. During the attack, I lose my concentration and the position of the other 2, so I blindly dash for the front door as more bullets whiz by. I return fire and hit my mark, and then I continue to the door. I glance back at the third unman as it lies face down. I try to regain the position of the last 2 unmen, but they suddenly appear in the doorway in front of me. I try to stop my forward momentum, but I can't, and run into one. It's like running into a wall, and I bounce and fall backward, and then with a speed that can't be normal, I fire twice before landing on my side. I strike the floor hard and knock the wind out of me. The first shot disables the unman with the gun, but the one with the Bowie sidesteps my second shot with electrical speed, as if the unman anticipated my actions before I took them. I inhale, sucking in needed air as I hold my hurting ribs. The unman draws its large knife and stares at me curiously. None of the others had done that, and it creeps me out to the point that I'm more afraid of it than any of the others. The dot of light I see in its sunglasses glows brighter and brighter, until it appears as if half the unman's face is burning. I'm looking at some sort of demon. The Pandora Project, the unman sings out, not in the usual monotone of its brethren. The orange-colored dot light changes to a deep red, a blood red, and the unman gazes at me as if probing my soul. Pandora. Its voice is sadistically mellow and toys with me, making me feel violated. Pandora, I have found you. The unman smiles as if it takes pleasure in the hunt, and it states target acquired. It takes a step toward me, and I scurry backward on my hands and feet as the unman says, moving forward with termination. It lunges for me with the blade, and misses as I roll out of the way. The unman's blade strikes the concrete and the force cuts into the floor. I rise to one knee some distance from it, aim and pull the trigger. Nothing happens. The gun's empty. I pull the trigger, again and again, hoping a bullet will magically materialize and fire. The unman slowly stands from its kneeling position, takes 2 quick steps toward me and kicks me in the ribs. I grab my side and hurry to my feet, pushing through the pain as the unman slashes toward me. I leap back and defensively lift my hands, and the blade cuts across my left forearm, and I cry out in pain as blood splatters on the gray floor. The unman wipes the red plasma from the blade with its fingers, and its face beams as if relishing in the combat. The Pandora Project, it whispers, fooling with me as if I'm some insect it's going to squash. Pandora. The unman attacks again with the blade, and the air screams with each slash as if the knife cuts open its belly and spills out its gaseous guts. The unman coos, Pandora, I have found you. I barely evade the attacks, and then I run, rushing deeper into the dark building. I'm so afraid. I want someone to save me. I don't want to be here. Someone help me. I continue running, as dread molests my entire being. I have to escape this nightmare, so I keep looking around as I tell myself it's because I'm searching for a way out, but I can't fool myself. I'm hoping someone will appear. I'm hoping someone will be my Superman or Lassie, but no one comes to my rescue. I'm on my own, and as much as I don't want to be on my own, the fact still chases after me, intent on destroying me as much as the unman wishes me harm. I keep fleeing as I eject the empty magazine from the Beretta, drop it to the floor and pull one from my pocket. I insert the new one in the magazine well, chamber around, and fire twice behind me, and the unman continues after me, ducking the shots. Is this moment what I was dreaming about? Am I not the predator but the prey? End Catherine's view. Within the chamber. Mr. Morta said, "Not bad for the opening test." Pandora achieved the first 2 phases. It delivered uncanny accuracy with the weapon we provided, and successfully sensed the biomechas, and once it has achieved all the phases, Pandora will be the perfect weapon. He drummed his fingers together as he ordered, "Set up another test, so we may analyze the range of its gifts and send Pandora down the path to perfection." Mr. Dakuma nodded and typed up the documentation for the next test, and then he asked the male supervisor standing next to him, "Are the new reports on the project ready?" "They'll be right over," he answered, and then went back over to the analysts, and within a minute the supervisor approached, stating, "Here are the reports you requested on her, Mr. Dakuma." "Her," the council said in unison. "Yes, her," the supervisor answered. He was taken aback by their reaction and asked, "Did I say something wrong?" "We do not refer to Pandora as she or her," Mr. Dakuma reprimanded. "It is an experiment, and is to be referred to as such." In disdain he added, "To say she or her in reference implies Pandora has rights." Mr. Dakuma made it quite clear as he stated, "It has none." "Of course, Mr. Dakuma," the supervisor apologized as he handed him the HHC. "My error. It won't happen again," he spoke, and then returned to monitoring the analysts. Ms. Nona scanned the biodata on the large center screen, and then she said, "There seems to be no adverse reaction to the Ultra EPI, though complications could arise in the future. Also, Pandora's body is not rejecting the adrenal gland we genetically altered to create the supercharged epinephrine." She made a few notes and then added, "We will have to monitor Pandora for any palpitations, tachycardia, anxiety, headaches, tremors, acute pulmonary edema, and hypertension." Mr. Morta stated, "We will see if it was wise to alter the gland instead of administering injections." Mr. Dakuma finished setting up the test, and then he said, "The factory will be more than happy to assist us in the next field trial as one of our sister departments in the Sphinx Corporation. The fact that they are developing the Unmen as their new line of biomecha assassins does not hurt us either," Ms. Nona added. "Yes," Mr. Morta agreed. The factory's earlier line of bodyguards was very profitable for the Sphinx Corporation, and now the factory hopes to improve their power and standing by releasing an unmatched line of biomecha assassins. Pandora is an ideal forum to refine the Unmen's programming." He smiled, pleased with the project, and then he added, "With Pandora's help the factory will be able to create the perfect killing machines, and in turn the factory will help us test Pandora and help Pandora achieve its purpose. The one seen by Gin that will." "Or Archimedes," Mr. Dakuma interrupted. "We still do not know the path it will take." Ms. Nona stated, "You are correct and only time will reveal its path." The female supervisor handed the councilwoman a report, and Ms. Nona said, "There seems to be a problem. Pandora has been unable to disable one of the Unmen." Ms. Nona rechecked the report and then she stated, "It is a Type 4 model." "Terminate the test," Mr. Morta ordered, sitting upright. "Request that the factory recall its biomecha." Pandora destroyed 4 of the 5 Unmen. It has done exceptionally well. The factory reports a problem. The Unman has ignored its recall, Mr. Dakuma relayed. It seems they have a rogue on their hands. A rogue, you say? Mr. Morta questioned. The unman must be exceptional in its own right, to have survived this long against Pandora. The very fact of it is most interesting. Yes, like I said, a rogue, Mr. Takuma answered, and then asked, shall I have Argus assist the project? No, not at this time, Mr. Morta replied, and then he calmly folded his hands, leaned back in the chair and spoke. Pandora must learn to survive on its own. We not only need to develop Pandora's untested body, but also its young, undeveloped mind and character. What better way to develop character than to face adversity? In the past, great warriors went up against other great warriors to test their mettle. Strength and endurance grow through conflict as steel sharpens steel, and so the rogue will be Pandora's adversary. Chapter 3. Kimberly Griffin. About 1 year later. 32 ADC. October 12th. Tuesday. 7:59 p.m. The Sphinx Corporation Third Branch office towered over the streets of the Hellenistic sector, business vicinage. When the city was created, the corporate senate, which was made up of corporations from all over the world, divided Noir into hundreds of sectors, and each sector was owned and governed by one of the corporations. The sectors were then divided by each corporation into smaller areas called vicinages. Sphinx owned and ruled the Hellenistic sector. Each corporation policed its sector with its corporate military. The world had its civil police force, which dealt with non-corporate issues like assaults, murders by non-closers, and anything else the corporate military kicked to them. Authority always belonged to the corporations. The Sphinx Corporation Third Branch office was one of many massive buildings in Noir. It was a mile high and half a mile across and back. It stood as a giant in the city, and dominated as a titan before the age of Zeus. A woman in her late 30s sat alone in a waiting room on level 150, and in her left hand she held a keychain of a pink bunny rabbit. Kimberly's view. I stare at the keychain as I rub my thumb over a worn spot on the rabbit's cheery face. This little metal object is something that I must hold on to. I have to burn into my subconscious what happens when I mess up even just a bit. I must always be professional when it comes to my job. I must keep this keychain as I must keep my silent vow. I tuck the keychain in my pocket, and then I rake a few blonde strands behind my ear. I look at a man's picture on the cover of the Conglomerate World magazine, lying on a coffee table. The headline reads, Topa climbing the ladder of success? I shift my position on the light brown couch and glance at the secretary. The older woman types on a keyboard. I impatiently sigh and turn my gaze to a few landscape paintings decorating the open room's white walls. Their purpose is to soothe those who wait, and they're supposed to take one's mind away from the stresses of the day. The paintings incite no such solace within me, and I sigh again, and this one leaks from my lips, drowning in weariness. I turn to the secretary as the woman answers the phone on her desk. The secretary hangs up, clears her throat, and says, Ms. Griffin, your father. The secretary catches her slip and then corrects herself by saying, I'm sorry, I mean the chairman will see you now. I nod, too tired to be irritated, straighten my aqua pantsuit and head for the huge corner office. The chairman's position ranks third under the president and vice president, and since Sphinx is one of the more powerful corporations in the world, that makes my father a very influential man with vast resources and global connections. I pause outside his office, mustering up enough strength to hide my vexation for being called in right after I had flown back in from a job. I just returned from the light side of the planet, and I want to go home and sleep. I take a deep breath, silencing my anger, then open the door and walk in. Two of the walls within the office consist of 10-foot-high windows, and the office's bright lights reflect off the windows like mirrors. The chairman's desk sits off from the corner, giving him even more presence of authority, like a king on a throne. I close the door. He glances up from his computer and stares at me with his light blue eyes as I enter. He's in his late 60s but looks much younger, around 50, and he wears a dark gray suit. Kimberly, good to see you, my father says, stands, walks over to me and kisses me on the cheek. I don't return his affection, and almost turn from him like I'm repulsed. My father tries not to show his disappointment, as he motions to one of the chairs in front of his desk. I sit as he returns to his seat, and then he questions me, "Are you still living in the apartment off of West 1000th Avenue?" I'm uneasy being in his office, but I bear the discomfort. I notice his black hair's graying slightly, but everything else about him looks the same. I answer yes. He waits a moment before continuing. I guess he's hoping I'll say something more, and when I only stare at him, my father asks me, "Are you seeing anyone?" I don't answer him. As if I have time for a boyfriend, but that's none of his business. Actually, anything that's personal is no longer his business. He sees my glare and quickly moves to the next question. I hope he's feeling as awkward as I do sitting here, like we're some sort of family. My father asks, "How's work?" I answer, still feeling a bit fatigued, "Fine. I finished a closing in Moscow 3 days ago." My harsh and annoyed attitude softens for a few moments, as I put my hand in my pocket and grasp the bunny rabbit keychain. My father must notice the change in my demeanor, and he starts to ask, "Are you all?" I glare at him, stifling his question as my vexation returns, and I release the keychain and pull my hand out of my pocket. I'm getting too upset about everything, so I let my training take over. I calm all the emotions that seem to be flopping about in the muck, and once I do that, I try to treat him like I would an employer. It works for a few seconds, but then I glance at the back of a picture frame sitting on his desk, and my anger returns. "You didn't call me in here because you suddenly have an interest in my life." He says, "Right to business then." My father hands me an envelope, and I opened it and see a brass key inside. "It's to your mother's hope chest," he tells me as he picks up the picture frame. "How you do look like her." My father sets the frame back down. I can almost see the happy memories he must be thinking about. I see them too, but then bitterness rises in the back of my mind and the memories fade. He tells me, "I know she would have wanted you to have the chest. I've set up delivery." "Why are you giving me the hope chest? Is it because it's close to the anniversary of when Mom left?" "No." "So why now?" He doesn't understand my meaning, and he repeats, "Why now?" "All these years since Mom." I pause, trying not to cry. "Since Mom abandoned us, you've never wanted to talk about her, and her name became taboo around you, so why now after 2 decades? Why give me her hope chest? What has changed?" I grow suspicious of his actions. I know it's not our relationship, so what is it? "Are you going to talk about why she left us?" He replies, "I know I was wrong. When she left me. When she left us, I was devastated. It hurt me so much I wanted to forget her. I never thought how it might affect you or that you needed me, and for that, I am sorry." "Sorry," I repeat and then laugh. "Perfect, now everything's fine." I stand and start for the door as I add sarcastically, "I'm glad I came." "Do you have to leave? I thought we might have a late dinner and talk." I walk halfway to the exit, turn and answer him, "I can't. I have a closing tomorrow and need to get some rest." "A closing? Who?" "Topa. I know of him." "Thought you did," I tell him as I start to turn toward the door, pause and say, "It's kind of sad." "What is?" "Our relationship, my life, you name it, but most of all that you were the one who got me into," my next words slither from my mouth, "my profession." I fist my hands as I question, what kind of father has his daughter trained to be in? I glare at him, too angry to finish, and this time he has nothing to say. I continue to the door. My father stands and speaks after me, "You should take some time off. You're looking a little tired. Maybe buy yourself a pet to keep you company. You can't be happy living all alone. You have been spying on me." I accuse him, after I pause at the exit. I start to say something but decide against it and walk through the door. Mr. Griffin's view. I sit down after my daughter leaves, and then I face the picture and repeat my earlier phrase, "How you do look like your mother." I push my chair back and command, "Lights dim." The room darkens, and I turn in my seat, staring out a window at Noir's skyline. I gaze at the dry clouds as they loom over the dark city, and I speak in nearly a whisper, "I wish you were here, Teresa. Our daughter needs you." Kimberly's view. I drive my red VX Corvette into the parking garage of the Nexus Apartments. The small 40-story building sits on the corner of West 1000th Avenue and Knott Street in the Hellenistic Sector residential vicinage. I exit the vehicle and grab a bag of groceries from my trunk, and then I take an empty elevator to the 31st floor and walk down a deserted hall to apartment H. Sometimes I command in a clear voice, "Door unlock." Voice recognized as Kimberly Griffin, the apartment computer system states. Opening door. The apartment door slides sideways, and then I walk into the small entry and command, "Door lock." The door slides shut and locks as I go into the kitchen. The lights automatically flicker on in each room I enter, as the apartment computer system, or ACS, detects my presence. "Welcome back, Ms. Griffin," ACS states in a female computer voice. The apartment's temperature is set at 78 degrees Fahrenheit. Lights are set at 85% brightness. "Would you like to make any adjustments at this time?" "Yes, ACS. It's a bit warm. Drop the temperature to 76, and I could use more lighting, so change the brightness to 95%. Making changes now." The air conditioner kicks on, and the lights brighten as I set down the bag and lay the keychain beside it on the kitchen counter. I put both of my hands on the inky black surface, lean against it, and tilt my head down. Sometimes I wish. My blonde hair falls forward, covering the side of my face as I peer at my reflection in the marble. For Aries' sake. My life's so tedious. I lean back. All I have is routine. I start to unpack the bag and glance around the dark, lifeless room, and it's quiet in a gloomy way. I look at one of 3 windows in the apartment and notice a dead transgenic vine sitting on the kitchen windowsill. Great, just great. I forgot to ask the manager to water it while I was gone. It's too bad ACS doesn't have a watering system for plants. I walk over to the vine, pick up the pot, and several brown leaves float to the floor. I move to the trash can and press the step, and it flips up a stainless steel lid. The brittle brown plant falls out of its container as I drop the pot in the waste, and dirt spills, exposing the vine's roots. I stare at the dead plant. Can't I keep one thing alive? I release the lid and walk away from the trash. Or are closings all I'm good at? I return to my groceries. I put the eggs and milk in the refrigerator, put the dry goods in the pantry, then place a stainless steel kettle full of water on the burner and turn it on high. I reach up into the cupboard, remove a white cup and saucer and place them on the counter. I walk to a drawer, open it, and grab a spoon. Is this really my life? I notice my reflection in the spoon's curved surface. My life's mundane and lonely. Sometimes I wish. I place a single tea bag in the solitary cup and a slice of lemon on the saucer. Sometimes I wish. I glance at the answering machine as the water starts to boil. The number on the machine reads 0 messages. It's the number of my friends, and the same number of my acquaintances. The kettle whistles, and I remove it from the burner, pour hot water into the cup, and steam rolls up from the liquid. Shouldn't my life be different? Wasn't I meant for more than this wretched life as a closer? I wish I had. No, it's better if I dare not think it, and dare not hope it. I grab a remote from the counter, and aim the device at the wall. I click on a 50-inch TV that hangs over a fireplace, and then I gaze at the picture from the open kitchen. The evening news is on, showing footage of a small office building on fire. I move behind a black leather couch and watch the blaze, and out of the corner of my eye I catch sight of the first door in the hallway, walk to the room and start to command it to unlock, but stop myself. Sometimes I pull on my left earlobe. I wish. The spare bedroom has remained locked since I first closed it. I store my mom's belongings in it. My bedroom, the master bedroom, is down the hall. I return to the kitchen, grab the remote and look at the TV, and an anchor woman, Linda Harvey with NBS, Noir broadcasting station, reads a report. The corporate Senate will be meeting later this week to vote on the proposed bill for a sales tax increase. The quarter-cent raise will bring in much-needed money for the planet's civil defense and continue funding research project Clean Air. Analysts are predicting the bill will be voted in. Linda Harvey pauses and then continues. In other news, Dr. Robert Seeker, the foremost expert on the dry clouds problem, will be heading out to Antarctica too. I turn off the TV, plunging the room back into silence. Enough with the news. My life is pathetic enough without having to hear about someone else's miserable existence. I pick up the saucer and cup, walk to a small round table, sit, and stare out the window. The dry clouds entomb the starry sky, leaving the night dismal and bleak just like my life. I pick up a clear plastic container of honey that's in the shape of a bear, pop open the yellow lid, and squirt a smiley face on the spoon with the golden sugar. I whisper a phrase my mom used to say, "Fly, fly away, sad, sad day." I stir the honey in my orange Pico, remove the tea bag, place it on the saucer, and stare at the now warm brown liquid. The phrase used to cheer me up, but not anymore. I arch my head back, looking at the ceiling. Hades! What a life I have! I open my hand and gaze at a star burned into my right palm. The only constant in my life seems to be it. The star mark has been with me for nearly 2 decades, and I can't remember where I got the burn. I make a fist and open my hand again. Oh, for Aries' sake. Look at me. The only thing I have to look forward to is maybe someday discovering where I received this burn. Hades. I slam a fist on the table and the teacup rattles. Sometimes I wish. I wish I wasn't so alone. I wish I had more in this life, and that there would be someone there for me. October 13th. Wednesday. 5:49 a.m. Kimberly's view. A laptop sitting on the desk in my bedroom screeches like a bird and alerts me to an incoming message. No, I whine, place a pillow on my face and roll over in my bed. It can't be morning. A screensaver of a flaming bird flies across the laptop, and the fiery glow lights up the dark room, and after a few minutes I drag myself out of bed. I put on a white housecoat and slippers, fix a cup of hot chocolate, and sit down at the desk. I hit the spacebar, wake up the laptop, and click on the message. It reads, "Have you accepted the life closing? Voice, you're up early this morning." I take a sip of my hot chocolate. Or maybe you're up late, depending on where in the world you're sending this message from. I type a reply, "Yes." "I'll send an encrypted email with directions," voice types back. "He should be in his office for most of the morning." Standard operation? Yes. Understood. I push my chair back, but the laptop's beep grabs my attention. "You should take a break after this closing," voice writes. "You have been working rather hard, and the Moscow closing was rather difficult. You sound like my father. Are you sure you don't have children?" "Yes, in our line of business, it isn't wise to have them," voice types. "As for your father, you should listen to us, we are your elders." Since we're getting a little personal, I was wondering, why are you called voice? All these years I've worked for you, I've never heard you speak. Long before you joined us, I made contact over the phone and received the tag. I type, "I'm also curious as to why you wanted me to join the Assassin's League. I do live on the planet's dark half. I should be a part of the Assassins' Union. And let Thanatos have one of the best closers. I think not. He would only waste your talents, and anyway, those of us on the light side still have work that must be done in the dark half. You aren't the only closer there that belongs to the League." I stretch, yawn, and type, "We'll contact you this evening." Signing off. I go into the kitchen to fix myself some breakfast. I'll need a lot of fuel for the upcoming job. I glance at the trash and think of the dead plant. Maybe I do need a break. I don't think I have room in my life for a pet. I notice the keychain on the counter and begin to brood. The last closing got to me. I grab the keychain, walk to the living room, and move to a bookcase beside the fireplace. I place the keychain in a wooden box sitting on a shelf, and glance at a picture frame with a photo of my mom. I've been told that I look so much like her when she was young, that we could be twins divided by age. I whisper, "Mom, if you were here, what would you think of me? I wish you had never left. I wish more than ever that you would be here for me." I pause and then question, "What would you think of my pathetic life?" Chapter 4. Topa's Estate. 8:48 a.m. On the outskirts of the Hellenistic sector. Catherine's View. I see Topa's estate in the distance, and it's in the midst of an apple orchard. Sun lamps light up the imported trees as a gentle wind sweeps through the orchard's green leaves. The lamps are on 16 hours and off 8 for places like these, and if they didn't use the sun lamps, the non-transgenic trees would starve in the endless night. I'm like those trees. I'm starving from the loss of the only light I had in my life, and I'm slowly dying. I'm dying from my heart out. It shouldn't have happened, and it's my fault that it did. Fruit trees here in Noir are rare, so the place should be a good thing to see, but a lot has happened to me lately. My heart burns with sadness and rage, and the only thing I can think of is he'll pay for taking away my light, so I continue forward with my plan. I walk up a winding path from the darkness of the day, and the path leads me to the square-mile estate. That's how I feel. I feel like I'm emerging from the darkness into blacker shadows, and I swear to myself that he'll pay for killing Preacher. I don't care anymore about what's right or wrong. I'll make him pay for taking the only light in my world. I trudge forward, determined to go through with my grim plans. The past year's non-stop hunts, what the council calls tests, have taken their toll on me mentally and physically, but what happened yesterday, it can't be ignored. My pants and shoes are worn and dirty, but not as worn out as me. They're the same ones I had on when I woke up at Etna Toys plant and warehouse. Life is hard here in the Hellenistic sector, but I couldn't complain, not until yesterday. I remove a single-strap backpack as grief wraps its arms around me and won't let go. I unzip my gray-black athletic jacket, and my chest hurts as anguish presses against it like a heavy boulder. The jacket covers my dingy white t-shirt and protects me from the cool breezy air, but it does little against the sorrow that chills me to my soul. I take off the jacket and remove a black Ravlik vest I carry on the outside of my backpack, and then I put the vest on. Ravlik's an experimental material like Kevlar but generations ahead, and seeing the vest makes me think about my life as it is. It's almost been a year since I awoke in Etna Toys plant and warehouse, and so much has happened. I've created memories, and I've learned what it means to care for another person and how to trust. I've learned what love and devotion are, but now all of that's gone along with Preacher. I glance at the Ravlik vest as if it'll console me. I acquired the body armor months ago from an assassin who died from a fall when he attempted to take my life. I worked so hard over the past year not to kill anyone who came after me, and I haven't failed yet, but the assassin still died, and he wasn't the first to lose his life in his pursuit of me. I cried so hard after the assassin died, as if I had been the one to kill him. My heart has changed so much since then, since they took Preacher away from me. I no longer care if someone dies. I want to kill Topa and make him feel as much hurt as I do now, so I force myself forward. I set the backpack and the jacket beside a dead gnarled oak. The tree's a remnant from the Sun era, just as Preacher's a remnant of a future I'll never have, not since Topa killed him. I move forward, but I have no sense of my actions, engulfed by an overpowering heartache. I move as if I'm a robot fulfilling a programmer's command. The shock of seeing someone I deeply care for die in my arms numbs me to the bone. I want to scream out, but that would give away my position, so I remain quiet and keep my grief within me. This is a nightmare. It has to be a bad dream. Preacher can't be dead. I continue up the path in a dismal drudge toward my grisly objective, as hatred overshadows my grief and suffering. The constant struggle between me and the unmen seems to have persisted for ages. I'm always the prey, always running and hiding, but not this time. My foes, the council who sends human assassins, and the factory who sends the unmen after me, remain in the darkness and beyond my reach. Today's different. I know one of their names, and one of their places of safety. I grip my gun, and in my left hand I carry a white book smeared with blood. Topa will pay. Rage fuels my exhausted body, revenge fixates my mind, and anguish rips at my spirit. He took the most precious thing in the world from me, so he has to pay. I stare at the book as I slowly die inside. For Preacher, I'll kill and I'll break an oath I made to myself long ago. End Catherine's view. Behind an iron gate, 4 men armed with handguns stood beside a brick guardhouse. 2 of them talked, while the other 2 patrolled their designated area. The gate was the eastern of 4 entrances, and a 15-foot wall of stone surrounded the estate. 3 of the men wore a winnow mask type B or WMB. The air filters covered their mouths and noses, and the masks permitted those not used to the dark half of the planet to work outside in the dry clouds pollution. The lead guard moved away from the man he was talking to, pressed a button on the side of his WMB, and shouted to the woman in the distance through the mosque's intercom, "Halt! State your name and business here." Catherine's view. I don't respond, consumed with murderous grief, and continue my war march toward them. The 4 men move to the gate and position themselves to fend off my attack as the lead guard shouts, "She's wearing a vest." Switch to APRs. The 4 men eject their 9mm magazines and replace them with the armor-piercing rounds. The lead guard declares, "We'll open fire if you don't state your name and business here." My name? I question. My name? I'm sorrow. I'm emptiness. She has a gun, the lead guard shouts. Take her out. The 4 men shoot at me, hitting me in the chest, and I lurch back with the impacts as images of Preacher flash through my mind. I cry out in pain, seeing him die in my arms over and over again. I fall face down to the path, and I exhale from the impacts as if it's my last breath. Fireflies dance about me and the surrounding area, paying no heed it's morning. I watch them and wonder if they can feel sorrow, and then my eyes slowly close as I slip into despair's embrace. End Catherine's view. The lead guard ordered, "You 2 go check on her." They stepped out of the gate, scanned the surrounding darkness to make sure she was alone, and then approached her. The second guard rolled her over, Kat moaned, and he noticed blood covering her t-shirt underneath the vest. He said, "She's as good as gone." The second guard reached down, took her weapon, tucked it in the front waistband of his pants, then grabbed the book and said, "This could be valuable." He searched her pockets, then scanned the area again and spoke, "She has no ID or business card on her, so she isn't a closer. She must be a nut job. See anyone else?" "No," the third guard replied, and then after taking another look across the surrounding land he said, "Take her arms. The orchard could use more fertilizer." The 2 guards dragged her inside the gate and dropped her on the dirt path. "What's that?" the 4th guard asked. He wore no winnow mask since he was a native of Noir. The second examined the item he held and then replied, "A book covered in blood." "A book, you say? Is it legal?" the maskless guard asked. The second opened the cover, peered at a paper tucked in a clear plastic pocket, and replied, "Yeah, it's legal. Here's its registration." He read the top and said, "The Bible's registered to one Norman Odin." A Bible. The maskless guard walked over, grabbed the book and flipped through it. He handed it back to the second, walked over to her and told him, "Throw that archaic thing away before you get some disease." He snarled his nose up at her, then spat on her and said, "She looks like she's from Wayfaring Lane. Bums, the lot of them." "I thought I might get some money for the book off the black market," the second said. The maskless guard folded his arms, shook his head and said, "Not from that thing you won't. It's trash." He threw his thumb over his shoulder and ordered him, "Toss it." The second nodded, then went and dropped the book on top of the garbage that sat in a trash can outside the guardhouse. "Better let the boss know about this," the maskless guard said as he started to bring a radio up to his mouth. Catherine's view. I wouldn't do that just yet, I exclaim to get his attention as I grab a handful of dirt, and then I quickly stand and throw the dirt in his face. The maskless guard cries out, covering his eyes with his hands, I can't see. How's she standing? The lead guard shouts as he draws his gun. I thought you killed her. I did, the third man exclaims as he aims his weapon at me and shouts, she's covered in blood. I hold my chest in pain from the 4 earlier bullet impacts that struck my Ravlik vest as I tell them, it's not my blood. I jump up, spin kick the third guard in the temple and then yell, why do you think I'm here? The third guard falls to the ground out cold as the lead and second guards shoot at me. I roll with extraordinary speed, evade their fire, then race to the lead guard as he shoots again. The bullet nicks my earlobe. I grab his wavy hair, whack the side of his head into the brick guardhouse, and sidekick the second guard in the stomach. The lead guard slides down the brick wall, landing in a heap, and blood covers his forehead. The second guard bends over in pain after I kicked him, and then I calmly approach the second guard, take my gun from his waistband, pull his mask down, and punch him in the face. He starts to choke without the mask. I can't see, the remaining guard screams again. What's going on? I march over to the blinded man, place the barrel of my gun against his jaw, take his weapon, and then demand, where's Topa? I won't tell you. With calm resolve, I lean to him and whisper, I'm only here to kill him, but that doesn't mean I'll let you live if you don't tell me. I put my hand on his back, pull myself close to his ear and say, tell me and I'll let you live. Sweat beads on my forehead, and a salty droplet runs down my face, landing on the barrel. He squints at the fallen guards, and he must only see blurry images of what looks like dead men. Live like the others, he questions. I glance at one of them as that guard moans, and then I say, they're alive. Now. Where's Topa? I won't. I cock the gun and state in a voice that I hope makes him feel the presence of death, last chance. He's in his office. Don't kill me. I uncock the gun, then use the man's weapon, and strike him in the back of the head, knocking him out. I toss his gun, search the other men and take their 9mm ammo and what APRs they have. I place the magazines in my pocket, and toss their guns and masks into the bushes. I start to walk to the guardhouse to retrieve the Bible from the trash can, but I pause and look at my trembling hands. I know this rage is not me, but I can't stop myself now. I continue to the trash can, pick up the book, brush debris from its blood-dried cover and hold it close to my heart. I don't understand why they killed Preacher. Was it because of me, or was it another test? My lips tremble as anguish shreds my heart into thousands of hurting pieces. Guilt saturates my thoughts as sadness attacks my being, and my mental accusers taunt me. They won't let me forget that I can do nothing to save the man I love. The accusations press against me and make it hard for me to breathe, but I won't let that stop me. I have gone this long grueling year without killing anyone. I took careful steps not to take a life, and always found other ways to defeat the human assassins and bounty hunters the council sent after me. I know it's wrong to kill, but still, if I'm the reason Preacher's dead, then I have to kill Topa. It's all I can do for Preacher. If I can't even shed a tear for him, then I'll take. I break down, collapse to my knees, and pound the ground with my fist. I lift my head and wail. I'll murder the man who took him from me. I'll end his life just as he ended Preacher's. I breathe as deeply as I can, trying to rid myself of the suffocating feelings. I let rage fuel my resolve, and I force myself to stand on my wobbly feet. I start down the dirt path that leads to the center of the estate, where the main house and Topa's office are. Hatred seeps into my psyche and drenches it with malicious-filled insanity as I rush to my target, evading the rest of the guards. I won't have much time before the 4 at the gate are discovered, so I'll have to be quick and find Topa, and then I'll kill him. Chapter 5. Enter the life closer. 9:09 a.m. The sanctum. Within the chamber. The council monitored Pandora's biodata on the center screen, and they noted changes in her mental state, and that her Ultra EPI had engaged. Pandora has entered Topa's estate, Ms. Nona spoke with concern. Should we stop it? Topa is not part of the experiment. No, we will use him as we have used others who stumbled upon our tests, Mr. Morta replied. The situation could be the catalyst we have been waiting for, to take Pandora to the gamma phase of its metamorphosis. Mr. Dakuma said, the project has been a disappointment this past year. Its skills are incredible but… Yes, but Pandora holds back and has not taken a life, Mr. Morta said. The why is what we have to discover. The conditioning has failed, Ms. Nona stated. We should be working on the epsilon phase by now, not worrying about the gamma. No, I think it is more than that. If you will remember, even before we took custody of Pandora, it was an enigma. There is nothing wrong with the conditioning. I believe it is Pandora's emotions. Its emotions? Mr. Dakuma questioned. He didn't understand the eldest member's reasoning. Mr. Morta held such high expectations for the experiment. It was almost as if he had grown attached, and if he had grown attached, it could be a problem. Mr. Morta could lose his indifference if he was not careful. Yes, Mr. Morta replied, and then he explained, Pandora's emotions, though they may be immature, they still influence it. You see, rage and love, even from a child, they are both driving forces, and it has not tapped into them. Until it met Preacher, Ms. Nona added. Pandora knew love and now knows rage. Mr. Morta nodded as he spoke. Precisely, if we had known how his death would have affected Pandora, we would have killed him long ago to move along its programming. A female supervisor handed Ms. Nona a report. Ms. Nona said, this could be a problem. What is it? Mr. Dakuma asked. It seems one of the corporations does not like what Topa has been doing lately. A life closer has been dispatched to the estate. By our corporation? Mr. Dakuma questioned. I think not, Mr. Morta answered. But with an organization as vast as ours, who knows for sure? Kimberly's view. At the northwest corner of Topa's estate, I throw a small J-shaped grappling hook over the wall. The northwest part of the estate has little lighting, so I easily hide in the darkness of the late morning. Murky gray dry clouds rumble overhead, warning of a possible tainted rainstorm. I'm a native of the dark half, and thankfully I don't have to wear a winnow mask. I pull my knit mask over my face, make sure it's securely in place, and check over my black outfit. I'm wearing thin gloves, jogging pants, running shoes, a tank top, and a zipped-up hooded sweatshirt. I need to keep my identity a secret. Assassination might be legal, but anonymity will keep me from having to face some vengeful family member, lover, friend, or illicit closer. I've been lucky so far, and no one's ever seen my face when I've been on a closing. I prefer not to kill anyone who's not part of the closing. If I do, I'll have to file extra paperwork. Voice hates unnecessary deaths as much as I do, and I don't want to make Voice upset. I climb the cord to the top of the wall, drop down to the other side, and glance at my watch once I reach the ground. I'll have this life closing done within the hour if all goes well, and Topa will make the front cover again, but the headline this time will read, Found Dead. I toss the thin climbing cord, grappling hook, and black knapsack in the corner and pile some leaves on the items to hide them, and then I check the tactical knife in a sheath strapped to my right calf. I quietly slip by the guards and make my way to his office. In the email Voice sent, the closing file states Topa will most likely be there. The office is at the end of a long cobblestone path leading from the house. Black cast iron lamps light the area, small pine trees grow along the path, and hedges line the last 20 feet of the walkway and around the office. I hide in the bushes underneath a window left of Topa who's sitting. I glance in and see one henchman in a corner, and my target busy at his mahogany desk. I place a silencer on a Walther PPK and stand to make my way in and finish this closing quickly and cleanly, but the front door opens. I duck back into the hedges, and the green-blue bushes rustle with my movement, and then through the window I watch as a second henchman walks into the room. He removes his WMB and adjusts the mosque strap. Topa counts bundles of money and then places the stacks in a briefcase. This is payment for the illicit closer we hired to take out that nuisance on Wayfaring Lane, Topa relays as he finishes counting. That do-gooder won't be hindering our sales of Suna snaps anymore. Why the cash, boss? The second henchman questions. Why not credits? This cash can't be traced to me. Credits could be. Makes sense, boss. I can't believe he hired an illegal assassin. I think people are really stupid when they take a chance by hiring someone who doesn't belong to the Assassin's Guild. If Voice or Thanatos finds out, they'll kill him. I shrug, as I decide in the scheme of things it doesn't matter now. Topa's closing is today. What more can they do to him? Topa shuts the briefcase and hands it to his second henchman as he orders him. Also tell our contact at the Valhalla Corporation we'll be doubling our next order of Suna snaps now that business will be getting back to normal. Understood, the second henchman replies, then puts his winnow mask back on, takes the briefcase and leaves through the back door. Topa turns to the first henchman and tells him, "Ready my car. We're going into the Norse sector." The first henchman turns towards the window, so I duck down, and after a few moments I hear the door open and shut. I glance in the window, seeing that the muscle has left, so I again start to leave my hiding place. I can kill Topa before anyone comes back, and be down with this closing. I need to get some rest. I'm still tired from my last assignment. The front door opens before I leave my hiding spot, so I quickly duck back into the bushes. For Aries' sake. What's up with my luck today? All I want to do is complete this life closing and go home. Catherine's view. I enter and find Topa alone. His office smells of polished wood and has an old feel to it. Black and white photos of distinguished men who look related to him line the walls. I turn away from them. I can't let myself be distracted. I have to focus on my grim objective, and it's now or never. I have to eliminate the man who took Preacher from me. My gun hand shakes with indecision as it leans against my leg. I try to convince myself even my broken heart believes I have to commit this atrocious deed to atone for my failure to save Preacher. Kimberly's view. I peek through the window as I keep myself hidden, trying to figure out who the woman is. She could be a second closer. I glower, a little irritated, and duck back down. Did Voice send in backup? I never needed it. I think about it. I never needed it before Moscow. I cautiously glance through the window and study the woman, and she doesn't have the look of a closer. Maybe she's a bodyguard. Topa glances up when the door first squeaks open. He stares at her for a long time before he questions her. "How did you get in here?" I see him press a button under his desk, triggering a silent alarm. The woman raises her gun, aims it at him, and yells, "You must pay for what you did to Preacher." Maybe my luck has changed. Maybe this woman will take out Topa, and I can get out of here. I won't receive the full payment for this assignment if she does the deed for me, but right now I don't care. I want to go back to bed and sleep away this dreadful past week, until it's far from my mind. And Kimberly's view. Within the chamber. Ms. Nona reported, Argus is on the estate and has found Pandora in Topa's office. It is about to kill him. Good. Good. The gamma phase will finally be achieved when Pandora takes a life, Mr. Morta spoke as he beamed with pride, and then he inquired, "Where is the closer?" "Holding outside of the office," Mr. Dakuma answered. "The closer will not move with the unknown woman in the room." Finally, Mr. Morta began, as he considered all the hard work they had devoted to Pandora. "I have had such high hopes for this particular project. We have waited to achieve this pinnacle for 1 long year." With elated breath, he added, "Now we will witness Pandora's transformation as it completes the gamma phase." Chapter 6. Preacher. Etymology, history, and usage of the word puck. Puck originally was the word for a mythological fairy or mischievous-natured sprite. The meaning later expanded and emerged in slang around 300 BDC, in lands owned by the Druid Corporation. It referred to one's disdain for something. The word has taken on other meanings over the centuries and has been used cross-sectorally. 1 year before Cat entered Topa's estate. 31 ADC. October 26. Monday. 3:15 p.m. Hellenistic sector, old business vicinage. Flickering streetlights and neon signs cast a somber glow on Wayfaring Lane. It was a place where society's outcasts drudged out an existence. Many people lined the street, selling transgenic vegetables, used clothes, and canned food, and there were even people who dealt in flesh, Suna snaps, and/or stolen water rations. Huddled in a corner down a dead-end alley, 3 dirty thin junkies shared a needle of Suna snaps. A man and a woman already shot up and were oblivious to their surroundings, while the third rolled up his sleeve, injected the yellow liquid into his arm, and leaned back against the brick wall. His body warmed in the cool air as if he lay on a sunny beach, and snaps of light appeared like he was seeing stars but larger and brighter. A 6-wheeled robotic street sanitizer the size of a small car rumbled down the potholed road past the alley. Nozzles in the front of it, and the middle sprayed a cleaning agent. Scrubbing brushes behind each set of nozzles scoured an oily residue on the road left behind by the tainted rain. A vacuum in the back sucked up the dark liquid and stored the polluted water in a large tank. The small vehicles kept the highways and byways from becoming cesspools, and without the cleaners, Noir would come to a halt. The loud street sanitizer rumbled on, passing a grub filter sitting on the sidewalk against a building. The 8-foot square metal beast, also known as a grubby, pulled in air, filtering out the petroleum-based pollutants caused by dry clouds. Usually, 4 grubbies covered each block, but this was Wayfaring Lane. They were lucky to have one. Evening approached as more people filled the street. Some wore winnow masks, marking them as recent immigrants to the dark half of the planet, but most of them didn't wear the air filters, having lived in Noir long enough for their lungs to become accustomed to the pollutants. Catherine's view. I stumble onto Wayfaring Lane, fleeing the unman with the knife. The unman attacked me 4 days ago, and since then, it's been chasing me in a sadistic cat-and-mouse game. It came so close to killing me a couple of times already. I lost it a few hours ago, and thankfully it hasn't found me again. I know this because the unman would have triggered my biomecha warning like the unmen had done when they first entered Etna Toys plant and warehouse. These abilities that I have, they're unnatural. I can sense the presence of biomechas, but more than that, the last day or two I've been having these flashes like I understand how they're thinking and working. It's so scary. I also seem to see my own body like I'm on the outside looking in. It's so weird and freaky. There has to be someone out there who can help me. I just need to find them, and then maybe they can put this nightmare to an end. I pause at an alley wall and lean on it as I catch my breath. I can't stop running till I find a place that's safe, so I push through my exhaustion and run on. Blood cakes my left shoulder where one of the unmen's bullets grazed me, and dried plasma crusts the knife cut on my left forearm. Since waking at Etna, I've only eaten what food I scrounged from trash cans and slept only minutes at a time. Weariness and mental anguish are taking their toll on me. I think I'm near my breaking point. Tired to the bone, I sprint down an obscure alley trying to stay on my feet and not fall. I look over my shoulder as I splatter through puddles of tainted rain. The black water that smells of petroleum speckles my t-shirt and pants. I turn a corner and run into a man who's wearing a black trench coat. I stumble back and nearly fall, but I manage to put my hand out to the alley wall and steady myself. He says nothing to me, only eyes me curiously like he's debating the best way to kill me, so with a trembling hand, I raise my gun and aim at him. There's no need for that, he tells me. I'm Argus and my job isn't to harm you. Argus view. Pandora doesn't seem to understand me, and I notice its face shows fatigue, and its hazel eyes, which mimic a human's, have the look of a lost puppy. Maybe it's too tired to understand me. The factory has yet to recall or capture its wayward unman. I don't believe Pandora has had any rest, and even if it's a project, I don't know how long it can maintain such an unrelenting pace. It takes 2 steps back from me as if to bolt, so I quickly tell Pandora what I've been ordered to tell it. My employers, the council, have some information for you, I say, taking a step forward, and then I push the gun down to its side and note Pandora's wounds, including the large bruise on its forehead. I tell it, the unman that the factory sent after you, the rogue, is no ordinary biomecha. There's a glitch in its programming. The council wants you to be extra careful with it, and they also want me to inform you that the only way to defeat the rogue is to reach the delta phase of your metamorphosis. Catherine's view. I have no clue what he's talking about, so I divert my eyes from his intense gaze, and I look at the sidewalk as if I'll find the answers there. The world I've been thrust into is scary and confusing, like a dark forest to a lost orphaned girl. All I want is for someone to help me. I smooth my hand over the stubble of my shaven head, trying to wrap my mind around what's happening to me. If I don't want to remain ignorant, I need to speak. You said the council. I begin. I've heard that name before. Who are they? Argus starts to leave, but I desperately grab his wrist and plead with him. Please tell me. You must at least know me. Please tell me what my name is. You don't know your name, he says as if he's surprised. You're the Pandora Project. He grabs my other arm, turns my hand over, and places a 9mm magazine in my palm. If you want to survive the tests, never run out of ammo. Argus turns to head down the street, and I can't let him go. He must be the someone I've been searching for to help me, so I shout after him, please? Don't leave me. Tell me what my real name is. There must be more. I must be more than a project. He pauses as if my pleas have reached him, and he says, I'm not here to kill you, but I'm also not here to help you. You're on your own. Though it's regrettable you have no memory. He turns and looks at me with concern, like one would peer at a crying infant, and then he speaks. It must be very frightening not knowing why biomechas are trying to kill you. His expression softens for a split second, and in that instance, I hope I see my knight, but then I realize the look he's giving me is one of pity as he informs me, it's simple. You're being tested, and they're being tested. A black sedan pulls up and he gets in as he tells me, know one thing, stay alive. The car drives away from me as I stare at it, unable to move. I don't want to be on my own. I want someone to help me and to make me feel safe, like those arms. I see a flash, or more like I feel warm, gentle arms embracing me and cuddling me. I have felt safe before. I've felt protected from the monsters of this world. I look at the car that's nearly out of sight, and the weight of what he told me hits me hard, as if I've just received a death sentence from a judge. I can barely move my legs that feel like giant sandbags, so I slowly move over to a building, turn before fear and exhaustion causes my knees to buckle, slide down its rough wall, and land in a defeated lump. Someone help me, I whisper as I put my head on my knees, wrap my arms around myself, and rock back and forth. Please help me. In the sedan. Argus view. I remove my cell phone and make a call as the vehicle turns off wayfaring lane. I have some new information for the council. I start and wait until I'm patched in. Pandora claims to have no memory of who it is, and there does appear to be a wound on its forehead. I pause, listening to their reply. Understood. I'll continue my surveillance, and tell Pandora nothing about itself. As the council wishes, so it will be done. Back down the street. Catherine's view. I clench my gun, trying to understand things that seem unreal, like I've been flung into a world that's not my own. Argus told me the unmen were sent by the factory, that the one I can't destroy is called the Rogue, and that it's no ordinary unman. The factory knows who I am, but I don't know who or what they are. I also don't understand why they want me dead. The coldness of the sidewalk chills my body, so I hug myself tighter as I continue to rock back and forth. I find little comfort in my embrace, and loneliness creeps up behind me and threatens to snatch what little hope I have left. Minutes go by, and I know what I'm doing won't help me, and if I want to get out of this messed up situation, I have to focus on discovering the truth. Argus said the council wants me to be extra careful with the rogue. It sounds like the council's on my side, but for some reason, I don't think that's true. I have to figure out what the delta phase is, and what I'm supposed to turn into. They talk like I'm some sort of butterfly. I still don't understand why these horrible things are happening to me. Argus calls them tests, and that I'm being tested, and that the unmen are being tested, but what's the purpose of it all? I lift my head and stare at the dry clouds in the dark sky. I need to get up and keep going, but I'm so exhausted. I'm tired of running, and consider letting the unman capture me, but then I decide against it. I'm more afraid of capture and what cruel things they'll do to me, so I slowly start to rise when panic sets in as my heart sounds the biomecha warning. Ultra EPI rushes through my veins as I stand and frantically look across the street and search for the relentless hunting machine. I eject the old empty magazine, and with a shaky hand, I place in the new one. The E-field of my body alters as my eyes shimmer with blue electricity. Somehow, I know that the light coming from my eyes is called Ultra EPI light emissions, or ULTLE. The rogue walks through a dark, cluttered street lit by neon signs and streetlights. The Type 4 model of unman has short brown wavy hair and a pale chiseled face. Black smudges from tainted rain cover its brown suit. The rogue passes 3 hookers and their pimp. I can sense that it knows I'm here, so I slowly walk away trying to blend into the background. I'm afraid if I run, the rogue will spot me right away. I snailishly escape, but I can't seem to get the rogue out of my mind. I see things that it must be seeing. "Hey there, big guy," one of the women says, sizing up what she must think is a man. "Looking to party?" "Yeah," another says. "Mr. Shades. What ya hiding behind those glasses anyway? Did her old woman black her eye?" The rogue turns to the second hooker, and its polarized spectacles reflect an XXX red neon sign as it questions, "Old woman?" "No, no, old woman, but if we party, I will show you what is behind them," the rogue speaks as it removes its large knife, grabs her wrist as the other 2 women run off screaming, and then it says, "Let us party." The hooker tries to pull away from the maniac, waving a knife. "Hey, none of that kinky stuff till we discuss a price," the pimp demands as he walks to them. The rogue punches him in the abdomen as it tells him, "Mind your manners. I am talking to the lady here." The pimp grabs his stomach as he snarls, and then he pulls a small gun and threatens, "It isn't how things work here." "How things work?" it questions, and then, still hanging on to the woman, the rogue grabs the man's hand that holds the weapon, twists it, and breaks his wrist. It states, "This is how things work in my world." The pimp cries out, drops the gun, collapses to his knees and holds his wrist, screaming, "My hand! You broke my hand. Pucker," he curses. "You're going to pay for this." I'm still fleeing in the other direction, but stop as the pimp cries out again. I glance at my gun. Everything within me screams for me to escape while I have the chance, but one small voice tells me, "Save them." The flow of the E-field increases, and the blue stage of the ULTLE glows brighter as the voice grows louder in my thoughts. "Save them." The hooker, horrified by what she witnessed, tries to pull away and bolt, but the maniac yanks her to him. "Do not be rude and leave before the party has started," it says as it pulls her close and whispers, "Pandora. We have to wait for Pandora." Pandora. Sick mother pucker. You can get her freak on with someone else. Ya creep. Let me go, you pucker. The woman screams, pulling against his hold, and yells, "Let me go." I approach them, raise my gun, and aim for its forehead as the orange color of its dot light changes to a fiery crimson. There's something different about this unman, something deep within it that I can see and yet I can't see. A wicked grin slithers across the rogue's pale face as I tell it, "You can release her. I'm here." "Ah. Pandora." The rogue pauses and then it asks, "Let her go? Why would I do that? I'm your target. Why do you need to hurt anyone else?" "Yours is a valid question," the rogue states as it twirls the hooker around, wraps her up in its arms, and places its blade against her throat. The hooker whimpers as it continues, "I enjoy it, but biomechas are not supposed to feel anything, so that makes me something special, does it not?" I think that is why my creators are afraid of me, and why they want to destroy me. The rogue scans me, noting my fear and exhaustion. It also notices my eyes' bluish afterglow in the darkness of the day, and that the light's not normal for a human. The rogue tells me, "It is also the reason you want me dead." I don't want you dead. I want you to stop hunting me. I cannot, the rogue replies as it examines every feature and minute scar on my face. It's creeping me out, as it imprints them all to memory. I am still a machine, and at least for now, I cannot escape my programming. I hate depending on the gun for my survival, and try to talk my way out by saying, maybe your creators are afraid of you, not because you have feelings, but because you have the potential to disobey your programming. You mean like you, the rogue accuses me, and then it laughs. You have done well so far to go against your programming, but no. For me, it is my potential for evil that they fear. I am sure of it. It cuts a tiny slit in the hooker's neck and makes her whimper louder as it asks, but what would a machine know of evil? Am I not the product of my creator's hardware and software, or was some other thing added to me that makes me different from the other biomechas? I don't know. I only know you're hurting that woman, I answer as I start to pull the trigger. The rogue ducks behind the hooker so I have no shot as it demands, "Drop your gun or I will slit her throat." Do it. It cuts deeper into her neck, so I give in. Okay. Okay. I utter as I place the gun on the sidewalk, making myself vulnerable to its malicious attacks. Just don't hurt her. Excellent, the rogue speaks as it smirks, and in that instance I can't read it. It's like the unman's blocking my ability to get inside its head. Now what? I ask, not sure what my next move should be. Panic sets in as I see the rogue's grin spread out in a devious smirk, and it answers me, "Now you watch me kill her." Before I have a chance to utter no, a man comes up behind the rogue. "Hey," the man shouts. The rogue turns as the man swings a metal bat, striking it in the head, and the rogue stumbles back and releases the hooker. The attack knocks its polarized spectacles off, and the damaged frames fall to the street. I grab my gun and fire twice, but the rogue with its lightning reflexes evades the bullets, and then it backhands the man, knocking him to the ground. It turns on me and freezes, but it's not looking at me, so I turn around and see a black van with tinted windows speeding our way. The rogue turns and flees down an alley, shouting as it runs, "It seems the factory has tracked me down. We will finish this another day, Pandora." The hooker rushes over to the pimp and questions him, "Are ya all right? Oh, or hand. Let's get you to a hospital." The black van speeds by us in their pursuit of the rogue as the pounding of my heart lessens. I set the safety and tuck my gun in the back waistband of my pants. I wait till my irises lose their radiance before I walk over to the man. He rubs his bloodied mouth and looks up at me. I offer my hand as I say, "Thanks." "No problem," he tells me, grabs my wrist, pulls himself up and then introduces himself, "The name's Preacher." He picks up his metal bat and glances into the alley the rogue ran through. That thing was no man. What was it? They're called biomechas, and that model is an unman. There are more of them? Yes, there are more, I answer and then mutter, "There are so many more." No kidding. He walks up to a stoop and picks up a white Bible as he comments, "Noir's getting wilder every day." I move to the rogue's broken polarized spectacles, pick them up and peer through them. The lenses are mostly intact, and intermediately fizz and crackle between green-lettered readouts across tiny square screens. The polarized spectacles do more than hide their eyes, they relay tactical data from the factory and each other. I drop them to the sidewalk and crush them with my shoe in case the polarized spectacles carry tracking beacons, and then I start across the street. "Wait. Where are you going?" Preacher asks as he jogs after me. I turn as he places his hand on my shoulder and then I repeat, "Where?" I don't know." "Well, you look like you could use a meal and clean up a bit." He motions to the dried blood on my forearm and shoulder and adds, "And some first aid." I stare at the thin, scraggly man with shoulder-length, stringy black hair. Preacher wears a worn navy blue t-shirt and broken black rim glasses taped in the front. His blue-gray eyes and pearly white smile catch my attention, and they make me feel safe and welcomed. Have I finally found my knight? I notice he's staring at me, and I blush. Preacher waves his free hand like I've been looking at him as if he's some sort of weirdo, and he tells me I'm not being perverted or anything. I run a shelter, the kitchen. It seems to me you've been on the go for a while, so I thought you might be hungry. I nod as my stomach growls. I'd cry if I had the strength to. I think I've found my safe place. You aren't much for talking, are you? I shake my head. Shy. That's okay. Come on. I believe grilled cheese and tomato soup are on the menu tonight. Chapter 7. Farewell, my friend. 7 months later. 32 ADC. May 25th. Tuesday. 7:30 p.m. Catherine's View. A helicopter flies over Wayfaring Lane just beneath the looming dry clouds, and a gust sweeps up an old newspaper, tumbling it down the potholed blacktop as me and Preacher sit on a stoop in front of the kitchen. We watch the people in the neighborhood, as he tries to comfort me in his own way. Preacher once told me he's never seen someone so lonely or lost. He understands that we're from two different worlds, but Preacher still wants to understand me as desperately as I want to be a part of his life. What frustrates me the most is that my past that keeps eluding me won't let it happen. He glances at me and must notice how depressed I am. He rests his rough, calloused hand on mine, and we sit there in silence for about 20 minutes. I try not to be so distant, and it's still hard for me to connect. There have been so few people who have been good to me, and he's top on the list. What are you thinking? He asks me. I start to answer, but instead, I stare up at the ever-present nemesis of Noir. I've always wondered how something so fluffy and so soft-looking could beat back the might of the sun. It's only another question on my endless list of questions. Since awakening in Etna Toys, I've discovered nothing about my past or why I'm hunted. I glance at his hand. Usually his touch makes me feel better, but not today. Only answers will fill the hollowness of my soul, so I gently pull my hand away from his and rest my hand on my lap. I'll do almost anything to find some scrap of my past. If I can just find out if Kat's my real name and where I come from, I'll be happy. It hurts too much not knowing, and I don't think Preacher understands. He doesn't understand how frustrating it is, and that in itself hurts. I'm alone in a void of uncertainty, and because of that, I'm a stranger in our relationship, but I don't know why I haven't shared this with him. I guess I'm afraid he won't understand, and I don't think I can take it. I can't be alone in something else, so I haven't said anything. When I don't answer his question, Preacher looks down at his Bible he always carries as if he's unsure of what to say. It's like he's searching for words that will comfort me, and then he finally tells me, "Catherine, don't you know there's more to this life than what you can see?" I focus on the book he holds, and then I reply, "You have told me, but still there's something within me that wants to discover who I am." I stare at my worn shoes and speak softly, and yet there's this part that fears what I might discover. I turn to him, hoping to find a sympathetic heart and a look of understanding to the uneasiness that haunts me, but what I find is Preacher peering at the street as his attention's drawn to a group of kids playing. He smiles, and I wonder if it's because he knows even in Wayfaring Lane children can find time to be children. When he doesn't notice my searching gaze, I turn my attention to the kids. I'd usually go play with them, but today, so much is on my mind. I frown, turn my attention back to my shoes, and then say almost in a whisper, "What if I'm a bad person? What if I've done terrible things?" "We've all done bad things," he answers as he finally turns to me. I lift my gaze back to him, searching once again for the sympathetic heart and the look of understanding, but all I see is that his expression saddens, as if his statement was a reflection of his own life. I notice a red VX Corvette with the license plate from Ashes drives by with a blonde lady at the wheel, before I once again divert my eyes to my worn shoes. I feel like I should be searching for something, I tell him, not sure he's really listening. I grab my backpack that's sitting beside me, unzip it, remove the worn note, business card, and the music box that was with me at Etna Toys plant and warehouse, and then I say, I know these are clues to my past, but how do they fit? Our gracious Lord has a plan for you. I know it, and in due time, He'll show it to you. You only need to be patient. His words don't help me, and I wonder again if he's really listening as I say, that's all I seem to have, but even my patience is running out. Preacher grins, and his blue-gray eyes and pearly white smile catch my attention once again. His warm expression makes me feel safe and gives me some hope. It gives me hope that my search won't be in vain. I no longer fear he's not listening to me, as I lean over and lie my head on his shoulder. If only my life was always this peaceful, then. 5 months later. October 12th. Tuesday. 10:11 p.m. The day before Kat arrived at Topa's estate. Catherine's view. A car burns and then explodes, sending fiery shrapnel in all directions. Bullet holes litter the buildings, and the citizens of Wayfaring Lane run screaming for their lives as I return from meeting an informant who never showed. An old bag lady holding a golf club runs up to me out of breath and exclaims, "Someone shot Preacher." "What?" I utter, and then I demand, "Where is he?" The bag lady points with the golf club as tears stream down her wrinkled face. I take off running in that direction as anxiety presses against my chest. A million things run through my mind as I hurry toward the kitchen screaming, "Preacher! Preacher!" I continue running till I spot Argus, who's standing at the entrance to an alley with his back to me as he stares at the pavement. I run past him and find Preacher lying in a pool of blood. He's been shot several times in the chest. I freeze, paralyzed with dread, and I stare in disbelief at his lifeless body. "No," I whimper and take a step forward. "No." I walk to Preacher and collapse at his side. I fear touching him and discovering the truth, as my eyes burn with my cowardice and anguish. He can't be dead. He's not dead. I pick up his hand, and his skin's cold to the touch. "Preacher," I whisper, looking into his pale face. "Look at me." He doesn't respond to me. "Don't you die on me." I squeeze his hand. "Don't you leave me alone." He still doesn't respond, so I turn to Argus and desperately order, "Hurry! Go get some help." Argus doesn't move or say anything, so I turn my attention back to Preacher. I rub his cold hand as if to bring warmth back into it. My mind already knows something that my heart refuses to believe. "Don't worry," I tell him. "Help will be coming, hang in there. You have to. You can't leave me alone." I lean to him, pleading, "I can't bear my life without you, so please stay with me." I lean back, looking at the man who was there when I woke screaming in the middle of the night in the shelter, the man who held my hand and stayed by my side for 3 days when I had been shot, and the man who didn't care that biomechas hunted me or that I'm the Pandora project. His eyes are closed, and he looks as if he's sleeping. I notice something's missing, not something physical but spiritual. I know it's too late, as my heart realizes what my mind has kept from it, and I finally allow myself to believe he's gone. "Not you!" I scream. "Not you!" I shake him and cry, "No!" I cradle his head in my arms and wail to the heavens as I beg him, "Don't leave me! Don't leave me!" My heart aches, and my eyes swelter with a dry grief as I'm unable to shed a tear. It never tortured me before that I couldn't cry, but now I wonder if it's because I'm something like a biomecha who's not capable of expressing grief. I sit there for minutes, holding Preacher in my arms as his blood saturates my t-shirt, and then I rest my head on his and whisper, "Forgive me, I should have been here. You told me not to go to the meeting and that it might be a trap, but I didn't listen. I had to go. I had to find that scrap." I sniff before continuing, "I should have listened, but no. I had to find out if the man knew anything about my past, but he wasn't there. No one was there." I notice Argus' shadow that stretches down the alley, and I wonder if the council's behind this, and if they lured me away to kill Preacher in another one of their tests. My sorrow turns to anger as I come to the conclusion that the council did kill Preacher. I direct my rage at Argus and demand, "Who did this? Who shot him?" He doesn't answer me, and he just stands there as the breeze whips his black trench coat as if he's a stoic knight standing guard at a drawbridge. I know he's no knight. Knights are gallant and protect the weak. No one can protect if they only watch. I snap at him as if yelling at myself for not being there to save the man I love. "I know you saw. You're always watching. Was it the council? Did they have Preacher killed? Did they have him killed to get at me because I'm not passing their tests? Because I'm not passing something called the gamma phase?" I gently lay Preacher down, stand, grab Argus by his coat's collar, and slam him against the alley wall. "You were here, weren't you?" I scream, wild with rage. "You were here and did nothing." I beat my fist on his chest. "Isn't that right? Tell me. Did you watch them kill him?" "Yes," Argus answers as he looks down at me, taking my hits as if they're a small part of his penitence. "My job is to watch," he tells me as his expression remains blank. "I'm not to hinder or help. My job is to..." "Shut up. I hate you." I snap at him as I drop my fist, lean my head on his chest, and whisper, "I hate you." My words must sting as if I punched him, for his body flinches. I lift my face to scream at him again, and the next thing that happens surprises me. His eyes are watering. Argus never showed any emotion before, and for the longest time I thought he was an unman. Argus lifts his hand as if he's going to stroke my head and soothe my sorrow, but then he drops his hand. He had told me once that he developed something his training should have prevented. He developed feelings for me. A part of me wants to reach out to him and find some comfort with him, but I can't. He's part of the council. He's part of those who did this to Preacher. I deeply heave as sorrow and anguish drown me, and then I demand, "Tell me. Tell me who murdered Preacher. Was it the council or the factory?" He doesn't answer me, and that makes me more infuriated with myself than with him. It's not Argus' job to protect Preacher. I should have been here. I should have listened to Preacher's advice, so I direct all my anger at Argus only because he's standing there. For once in your life, do something useful. Take a side. Take a stand. I scream as I die inside. Be more than an observer. I look up into his watery blue eyes, looking, no pleading for comfort, and I whisper, "Kill me." I strike his chest with my fist. It's the only thing I can think to do, for no one will wrap their arms around me again. "Help me," I beg as I hit him again. "Just do something." I hide my face in his coat, and my body trembles with sorrow and heartache, knowing nothing will bring back Preacher and that I'm all alone. "Topa," Argus whispers. "Topa ordered the closing on Preacher. He has an estate on the outskirts of the Hellenistic sector." I sniff, pull myself back, and stare at him heartbroken. I stare at him for a long time, and then I slap Argus in the face, and he only looks at me. I tell him with self-loathing thick on my lips, "That's for doing nothing and letting Preacher die." It was me, though. I let Preacher die. I'm the one to blame because I wasn't here. My eyes still burn as I turn my back on Argus and tell him, "I don't ever want to see you again." I walk over to Preacher, take the Bible from his grasp, and head out of Wayfaring Lane as I inform Argus, "You're my shadow no more, so don't follow me." I leave the alley and start on my grim quest. I'll kill Topa. My knight, the one who saved me from my despair, is dead, so I go to slay the dragon who murdered him. Chapter 8. From the Ashes. Present time. October 13th. Wednesday. 9:47 a.m. Catherine's View. Topa's office feels menacing and reeks of corruption as the men in the photos stare at me. They seem to glare down at me as if I'm the monster in the room, but I ignore their silent accusations as my heart aches so much it makes me ill. Preacher gave me the strength to go on, and he made me feel like a person, not a project. Now I feel empty, alone, and part of some twisted experiment. Topa will pay for killing the only light in my life. I'll snuff out his flame as he had Preacher's life extinguished. My gun weighs heavy in my hand, and I don't know how much longer I can hold it up. Sorrow overwhelms me as I aim for Topa's forehead. I have to make the pain go away, and this is the only way I can think of to make it stop hurting. Preacher's presence is here with me as I cradle his book, clenching it as I will him to come back to me. I know he won't be coming back, and as I grip the gun, I also know Preacher would want me to do this. He's urging me on. He's telling me to take the shot and kill the dragon, but I feel like I'm missing something. I feel as though I'm about to betray him in some way. Topa must notice my hesitation, for he questions me, "Have you ever killed someone?" I don't answer, as I start to press my finger against the trigger. Topa's death will be like the others. He will die like the unmen. I'll squeeze the trigger, and the bullet will penetrate his forehead and enter his automaton brain. No. That's not right. I can't be naive about it. This killing will be different. Topa's flesh and not a biomecha, so I have to be honest with myself. I waver a little. I'll be taking a life, and it's the one thing I fought so hard not to do, but he killed Preacher, so it has to change things. Preacher was my friend, and I love. I let the last word fade from my mind. I have no right to claim that type of relationship, not when I couldn't admit that simple word to Preacher. I pause in my thoughts as grief seizes me again, and I scream, "Nothing will bring Preacher back, so you have to die." It isn't all that easy taking someone's life, Topa tells me as he reaches down, and I hear him open a desk drawer that probably has a gun in it. "Can you do it?" "I will kill you. You murdered Preacher. You should die." My arm shakes as rage and grief shrieks at me to pull the trigger, but something holds me back. He must see the hatred in my eyes, for Topa becomes a little nervous, but then two of his men enter from the door behind me, and he regains his confidence and questions, "Preacher?" "Oh. You mean the do-gooder causing me problems on Wayfaring Lane. You say he's dead?" "You know he's dead. You ordered the closing." "Maybe I did." "I know you did." I scream as the pain in my chest worsens, and I can no longer withstand the sorrow wanting to consume me. My resolve to kill Topa vanishes, as I wish with all my being that Preacher would wrap his arms around me and tell me everything will be all right. I know that will never happen, and my gun arm drops slightly and I no longer aim at Topa. I pull into myself, and once again aim the blame at my own feet. I should have never left Preacher's side. He's dead because I wasn't there to save him. "You're here to do what?" he asks. "Kill me." Topa looks me over and mocks my resolve. "You don't have it in you." I can't let him dictate my revenge, so I lift my gun as if this action alone will give me the courage, but something within me tells me courage is not what I'm missing. I ignore the voice and tell him, "You should die for what you did, but before I kill you, I have to know. Do you work for the council or the factory? Which one of them had Preacher killed?" "The factory I've never heard of, but the council." He studies me more closely as if seeing me in a darker shade than before, and then he questions me, "What would someone like you know of them?" "You didn't answer my question. Who do you work for?" Topa laughs at me again as if I should know the answer, and then he tells me, "I work for no one but myself." I don't believe him, and I let him know by saying, "You can refuse to answer me, but I know better." I scream, "You have to die because you killed him." I aim the gun again, as I wrestle with the trigger and my emotions. I don't understand. I shouldn't be hesitating. I should shoot Topa and finish it. At that moment, I once again feel the worn leather of the book, reminding me of Preacher, and this time I hear his true voice. I drop my gun arm and sob as I finally understand. Preacher wouldn't want me to take revenge. It's wrong. He wouldn't want me to kill someone because of him, and he would never tell me to take the shot. Outside the window. Kimberly's view. I watch the entire scene unfold with that woman. "Idiot. You're weak and spineless." I grip the PPK. "Kill him." Take your revenge. I wouldn't hesitate if someone had killed someone precious to me. End Kimberly's view. Within the sanctum, an alarm sounded. The chamber analysts and supervisors fell silent as they tensed, fearing the reaction of the council. On the center screen in large red letters blinked, "Third evolvement failure." "No," Mr. Dakuma shouted, as he slammed his fist on the table, joggling his laptop. "Pandora failed. Why can it not take a life? Pandora has no problems dealing with the unmen, but it has refused to kill every human assassin we sent after it. The unmen are biomechas. They are not alive," Ms. Nona stated. "Pandora knows the difference, even with the conditioning." "Should we terminate the project?" Mr. Dakuma asked. An analyst turned off the alarm as Mr. Morta replied, "No, not yet. All we need to do is find a sufficient catalyst." "What about the tests?" Ms. Nona questioned. Mr. Morta ordered, "Call off the bounty on Pandora's head and cancel the life closing for now. Pandora could use the rest." "Agreed. I stated my concerns earlier over its fatigue," Ms. Nona said. "We have been pushing it too hard. Most subjects would have broken by now, and what about the unmen? Can we get the factory to call them off?" "We can request it, but I doubt they will," Mr. Morta answered. "The factory feels they have as much of a right to Pandora as we do, and most likely they will continue to test their biomechas. We will focus on finding a catalyst for now." "Agreed," Ms. Nona and Mr. Dakuma said in one accord. Back at Topa's estate. Catherine's view. Topa's henchmen quickly grab me from behind, and one of them takes my gun. "Vengeance is mine, says the Lord," Topa speaks, and then chuckles as one of his henchmen grabs the book from me. "I think you should take up a new religion because this one has failed you." He motions to his henchmen and orders, "Take her to the wine cellar and hold her there. I'll be down later to deal with our new guest." They nod, and start to take me outside as Topa closes the drawer of his desk. He stands, walks to a wall safe, and starts to unlock it. Kimberly's view. I wait until the two men escort that woman down the path, and then I make my way to the office door. I remove my knit mask right before I turn the knob and go in. Topa's standing in front of a wall safe, and turns to me as I enter. I shut the door behind me. "Now what is it?" Topa asks, as if he's irritated with me for disturbing him. I lock the door as I state, "I usually don't let anyone see me." The Mark doesn't know the reason for my arrival, but he soon will, and I take a bit of wicked pleasure from that fact as I tell him, "But you're a special case. I'm going to have to do something about my security." His expression changes to one of perverted interest as he ogles my body, and that only upsets me more, and then he states, "I suppose you're also one of Preacher's friends." He moves to the side of his desk and pulls out his chair but doesn't sit as he continues, "Perhaps you're a lady of the evening who can't live without her daily confessions?" The man's oozing with grime, and it's like he's slinging it at me, so I sneer as I move to the middle of the office and order him, "Keep your hands where I can see them. I don't need you tripping any silent alarm, and as for my profession," I throw my business card on his mahogany desk as I state, "This should answer that." Topa glances down at it and then questions, "What's this?" "A firebird." He recognizes the emblem, and sits in his chair as if someone shoved him down into it. "No. You can't be." He peers up and panics. "Puck. You're the Phoenix?" He stands searching for a place to run. "You're a closer. Don't kill me. I'll pay you anything. I can give you credits or," Topa motions to his safe as he states, "I have cash." "Hades. You really disgust me. Why is it I always hear the same old thing from you Marks? Do you think you can buy off a closer? Well, you can't." I clear my throat and then state, "Samuel R. Topa, the Valhalla Corporation has decided they no longer want to do business with you. They're tired of losing their shipments of Suna snaps, so under the Life Closer clause of your contract with Valhalla, I am authorized by the Assassin's League to terminate your life." "But why kill me?" "I'm only guessing," but it sounds like the narcotic Suna Snaps hasn't been approved for use, but you're selling it anyway for the corporation. A kind of clinical street trial, but the participants don't know they're guinea pigs. You messed up when you lost a few of the shipments, I reply as I aim. The Valhalla Corporation is now tying up loose ends and using the pretense of your contract to do it. I shoot twice and smoke rolls from the silencer, and with no emotion I add, just business. Gray matter splatters the wall as Topa falls back in his chair and blankly stares at the ceiling. For once, someone got what they deserved. For Aries' sake. To think this grimy guy had a preacher killed and used an illicit closer to do the job. Did he think the Assassin's Guild wouldn't find out? I glance at the black and white photos on his wall. I know people like us are going to Tartarus, but you had to provoke whatever god you believe in to send you there a little early. I pull my knit mask back on and head out the front door. I want to leave the estate as soon as possible and forget about this horrible week. I really need to take a shower. Chapter 9. The Unmen Arrive. Points of interest. Corporations had to develop alternatives for those addicted to nicotine, since tobacco plants were nearly wiped out the first few months after the dry clouds appeared. In the first year of the dry clouds, 0 year, tobacco farms were started on the light side of the planet. 28 years ago, the corporate Senate decided that crops planted on the light side had to produce food, so nicfake and other synthetics were created. The idea was to wean people off of smoking altogether. The synthetic tobacco proved to be as addictive, and the secondhand smoke from nicfake caused blindness in some infants. Nicfake was then regulated and could only be acquired with a prescription. 10:12 a.m. 4 black Chrysler 3000s drove across the road leading to Topa's estate. The human drivers parked, turned the headlights off, plunging the area back into darkness, and then the passenger and the 2 back doors opened. 3 unmen got out of each car, and the vehicles rocked back and forth as the unmen exited. They moved to the back of their vehicles as the drivers popped the trunks, and an unman of each group removed Uzis from the back and armed their brethren, and once they were armed, their input sensor blinked 3 times as they received their orders from the factory. They uttered, setting programming to infiltration mode. Eliminate any obstructions to the primary seek and destroy program. The dozen unmen gathered in front of the lead vehicle and looked at the north gate that was about 100 feet down the wall from them. They synchronized to determine the best entry point and relayed their findings to the factory. 5 armed men stood guard within the gate. The guards noticed them when they pulled up and readied themselves to engage the armed intruders, and if they had to, the men would shoot on sight. In unison, the unmen nodded their understanding of the factory's orders. They slung the Uzi over their shoulder and started for the wall directly in front of them as the drivers drove the vehicles away. The unmen climbed over the 15-foot wall by stabbing their fingers into the brick. Each thrust of a hand into the mortar and clay sounded like a boot crunching across the snow. It sounded like an army marching across the white powder as they all scaled the wall. The intruders climbed over, a man at the gate yelled. "Quick, radio and backup," another man yelled through his WMB. The 5 guards opened fire on the intruders, and bullets riddled the dozen bodies, filling their business suits with holes. The unmen remained standing, staring ahead. The guards ceased fire and glanced at one another, seeing that the intruders were still alive. The unmen turned their heads in an eerily co-occurrence and looked at the guards. "Obstacle encountered," they stated as they assessed the obstruction. 2 of them lifted their Uzi, aimed and shot the men, and the men's bodies jerked as the wave of bullets bombarded them. The unmen ceased, and the men collapsed to the ground. The 2 unmen scanned the bodies and determined the men's life signs had ceased. "Obstacle eliminated," a team leader stated. "Setting programming to seek and destroy. We will track down Pandora and eliminate her." They headed into the heart of the estate in 4 groups of 3 as they all stated, "Pandora will not escape us this time." Earlier at Topa's house, the 2 henchmen shoved Kat down the stairs of the cellar and followed after her as the wooden steps creaked with their weight, and once they reached the bottom, one of them ordered, "Warner, frisk her." Warner did, and took the music box, business card, and the note from her pants pocket, and set them on a table. He laid the white book and her gun there also after he had ejected the gun's magazine, and cleared the weapons chamber. The other henchman motioned with his gun to a chair for her to sit, and she complied. Racks of wine filled the cool, dusty room, and a rat scurried across the concrete floor in the back. One of the henchmen grabbed her chin, lifted it, examined her face, and said, "You aren't much to look at, are you?" Catherine's view. I don't answer him, there's no point to anything. The walk from Topa's office allowed me time to think. I was wrong before. Preacher might not have wanted me to take revenge, but I should have. I should have ended Topa, as he so callously snuffed out the only light in my world. I had Topa in my sights, and I couldn't pull the trigger. It was my duty, and I shouldn't have listened to my heart. I failed, so I must concede that this is my fate for not killing Topa. I deserve far worse for not saving Preacher. The henchman releases my chin and joins the other man at the square table. They both remove their WMB and breathe in the room's filtered air. I wipe my hands over my face, as I regret allowing a sense of right and wrong to stop me. I remember Preacher, and the more I think about him, the more I think about how I failed to save him, and how I failed to do what I had come to do. "What do you think Topa will do to her, Muggs?" Warner asks. "Don't know," Muggs replies as he shrugs. "Slap her around, I guess." "What does he usually do with women?" Warner picks up the music box, opens it, and unfinished melody plays as I relax in the chair and my eyelids droop. My sorrow and pain vanish with the melody, as it lulls me into an oblivious euphoria. Nothing matters when I exist in this state, not even the death of Preacher. "Hey, she's falling asleep." Muggs stands, kicks my chair, and orders, "Stay awake." He glances at the book and adds, "Maybe use this time to pray, or don't you know you're going to die?" Entranced by the melody, I ignore Muggs and listen as if I'm a youngster and the music box is the Pied Piper of Hamelin. I'll happily follow the bewitching music and vanish from existence. I stay in this euphoric state until Warner closes the lid, ending the melody. After he does, Warner examines the music box more closely and states, "This ain't no ordinary trinket. It's electronic or something." "You could pawn it at least," Muggs says. "It is silver." With the drug-like music gone, my pain and sorrow rush back like a runaway hover train. Feeling nothing would be better than this heart pang, so I plead, "Could you please let the melody play?" "Shut up. You don't get a final request," Warner tells me, then props his feet on the table and starts rolling a cigarette with synthetic tobacco. Muggs looks around the cellar as he says, "I've heard a couple of stories of people who've been taken down here. Isn't there another entrance to this place? One that comes up in the middle of the estate?" "I've heard." Lub-dub, lub-dub. I ignore the men as they talk, and focus on the cellar door like a prowling tigress about to pounce. Ultra EPI courses through my blood as the E field of my body alters. I can see it happen like I'm reviewing a video of myself. My eyes spark with blue voltage and in a calm voice I say, "They're here." Warner lights the cigarette and blows white-pink smoke from the side of his mouth. He takes another drag of Nick Fake as he ignores my warning. He doesn't even look at me. "Who's here?" Muggs asks, turns to face me and gapes, seeing my eyes. Everyone usually reacts in the same way when they see the ULTLE, but I'm still not used to how they look at me. They look at me like I'm some sort of evil monster. He stands and nearly knocks over his chair as he inquires, "Are you some sort of creature from the underworld?" "They're here," I repeat. "I don't care if the unmen find me or not." Warner becomes notably upset. I don't think he heard his partner's comment, and he yells at me, "Didn't I tell you to shut the puck up?" He stands and lifts his hand to strike me as white-pink ash drops from the cigarette, and then he pauses and asks, "What's wrong with your eyes?" "There are 12 intruders at the north gate," a man yells over the intercom of their WMBs. "Hades. They've scaled the wall and are inside." Warner picks up his mask and listens. The man on the other end breathes hard as if he's running. We're engaging them. Weapons fire fills the airwaves. They must be wearing armor. We're switching to. There's a pause. Two of them are turning toward us and have lifted their weapons. Take cover. The rapid tat-tat of Uzis drowns out the man's screams. Warner turns to his partner and orders him, "Quick, get on the radio and see what Topa wants us to do." "Right, I'm on it." He puts his WMB on and activates the intercom and speaks, "Boss, this is Muggs." There's no reply. "Boss, this is Muggs." There's still no response. "Can anyone hear me?" Only dead air returns his call, so he turns to Warner and questions, "Now what?" Warner thinks for a moment and says, "You stay with the woman. I'm going to head to the main house and see." Gunfire erupts above ground, drawing their attention. Muggs looks up to the cellar's small window and utters, "It's outside the house." "These intruders move fast," Warner says. "We need to get out of here." The door to the cellar burst open, and 3 unmen start down the stairs, aiming their Uzis. "Target acquired," they state in their monotone voices. "We'll now terminate Pandora." "Hades!" Muggs curses as he and Warner draw their guns. The men open fire, and the unmen continue down the steps unhindered by the metal barrage. "Puck! Why won't they die?" Warner yells. "What are they?" I find my resolve to face Topa again, so I run to the table, grab my things, and then turn the table over. I duck behind it and glance at Warner and Muggs, knowing they're doomed, and at that point I don't care. The only thing I care about is that this will give me a second chance at Topa. "Hey! What are you doing?" Muggs asks as he turns to me, and then a bullet strikes his shoulder, knocking him back. Warner grabs him, pulls him behind some crates, and continues firing at the 3 intruders as they reach the bottom of the stairs. "Die already, you puckers." Muggs leans on the crate to support himself and returns fire. I dash for the rear of the room as bullets spray by me, and in the back I find a door. I turn the knob, but it's locked, so I stand back, fire at the old lock, and kick in the door. I sprint down a tunnel, hearing the 2 men die as the unmen overrun their position. I'm so full of sorrow and grief, it doesn't matter to me if the men die. Hatred fills my heart. They got what they deserved for working for such an evil man. I follow the tunnel to a ladder, as bloodlust fuels my manic dash, and I climb to the surface where a manhole opens into a group of apple trees. No unmen or guards battle in the immediate area, so I take the time to check over my weapon. My heart slows since the danger's gone for the moment, and the blue ULTLE fades as the Ultra EPI dissipates in my blood. A raven cawing from the branch of an apple tree draws my attention. I peer at the bird as it seems to be searching for something. Maybe the raven has also lost someone dear to him, or maybe. I focus on happier thoughts. Maybe the raven is looking for someone who's dear to him, so that they might be reunited. I notice the tree. Red fruit litters the branches, and I feel the warrior within me, who's in the rages of battle, change to a woman who's in mourning. Preacher loved apples. He had one almost every day. I close my eyes and hold the bloody book to my chest. Topa will die this time, and nothing will stop me. I rush toward his office, determined to finish him off no matter how grave the sin is. Smoke from gunfire and small explosions linger in the air as I hurry by several bodies and one unman they manage to disable. Electrical snaps fly from several holes in its head. The human's red blood and the unman's black oil mix in a small pool, and I feel a smidgen of guilt. Those men wouldn't be dead if the unmen weren't hunting me, but the guilt leaves me as hatred returns, drowning the small voice that utters "save them." I duck behind a hedge as 4 men rush past me. Fright pales their faces as one shouts orders, "We have to pull back from the gates and meet at the armory. We need heavy artillery." The group of men hurries on. The thought of helping them against the unstoppable monsters never even crosses my mind. Too much animosity clouds my thoughts. I step from the hedge and turn to continue to Topa's office, but pause, narrowing my eyes. Another obstacle pops up to block my revenge. Lub-dub, lub-dub. Ultra EPI courses through my blood as my eyes produce a cerulean lambency. There are 2 unmen nearing my position. Fear doesn't fill my heart but rage as the warrior's side of me returns, and I grip the gun ready to eliminate all who stand in my way as an unman steps from the side of a building to my left, and another one steps from a cluster of trees to my right. I've encountered 5 different models of unmen over the past year. The Rogue they discontinued, it's a Type 4. The one to my left is a Type 2, it's a 6'6" thin model with dark brown skin and a South African accent. The other one's a Type 5, it's a 6-foot large muscular model with a Russian accent. Target acquired. I and another unit have cornered the Pandora project, the dark-skin Type 2 or T2 relays over its eye-link. Commencing attack, the T5 states. I raise my gun and fire once to my left and once to my right. I'm going to kill Topa. The unmen fall to the ground and lie still as downed trees as I rush on. I'm not going to let anyone or anything get in my way. Chapter 10. Caught in a crossfire. Earlier. Kimberly's view. At the northwestern corner of Topa's estate, I pull my black knapsack from the pile of leaves I had hidden it in, throw the grappling hook over the wall, and climb the cord to the top. I spot 4 cars parked by the north gate with 12 men near them who are carrying Uzis. I drop back down into the estate. Great, just great. Who are those guys? I whip up on the rope, forcing the grappling hook to fall, and then I stow it in the knapsack. Gunfire erupts at the north gate as I race for the center of the estate. I'll try to go over the south wall. Gunfire continues as Topa's men shout, some in panic and some as their last cry. I duck inside a tool shed before 6 men rush past me. Weed whackers, a lawnmower, shelves, axes and other lawn tools fill the outbuilding. I wait in the dark structure until I hear the men move on into the distance, and then I leave quietly. A man comes running up from the other direction. I've spotted an intruder, he shouts over the WMB's intercom. Another man joins him before I fire 4 times, hitting the first man twice in the stomach, and he falls shrieking as blood pours from his abdomen. The other 2 bullets hit the second man in the shoulder and chest. The first man shrieks alert 3 more to my position before he dies. I shoot one in the face before the second guard tackles me, and we struggle for my gun until a shot discharges. I moan and roll the dead man off of me, and by then the third guard has his weapon trained on me. Toss your gun, he shouts. Now stand up. I stand, raising my hands. I should kill you where you stand, but Topa will want to interrogate you. If he only knew I had already killed his boss, he might have thought differently about keeping me alive. My luck is looking up. He grabs my knit mask, pulls it off my head and my hair frizzes out, and then I tell him, you shouldn't have done that. He questions, done what? I stare at him coldly as I say, you shouldn't have seen my face. I duck and twirl, sweep kicking his legs out from underneath him, and I draw my tactical knife from the sheath on my right calf. I jump on top of the man and slit his throat before he can react, and his blood splatters my face. I hate up-close closings. They're always so messy. I look at him with no emotion or remorse. I've been trained well. I stand from the dead man and scowl. The assignment has turned into a wetworks. Blood drips from my knife, so I bend and wipe the blade on the man's pants. I hear someone running towards me, so I abruptly turn and stand ready to attack the next guard. Earlier. Catherine's view. Avoiding the guards, and staying clear of areas the unmen are in, I spot a tool shed ahead of me. I notice a lady as the lady stands from a man she killed. I halt, raise my gun and aim at her. The lady's preventing me from moving on, and I need to get by her and fast. I see the lady's knife and wonder if she's a guard. She's not well armed. I notice the men. No, she just dropped 5 of them. She can't be a guard. I glance over my shoulder. It doesn't matter who she is. I need to get by her and take my revenge before the unmen close in on me. Kimberly's view. I freeze as a female guard points her weapon at me. I look at the ground where my PPK lies and then at my knife. The female guard's too far away to lunge at, but I can throw my knife. I study her face. Wait, she's not a guard, that woman's the one from Topa's office. She's the one who couldn't kill him. Catherine's view. I start to shoot the lady in the leg when I believe I recognize her, and a sense of joy peeks over the mound of hatred and sorrow I feel. I've never come across anyone I thought I knew, and my mission of retribution loses its priority as I ask, have we met before? Kimberly's view. I don't answer her, considering if that woman wasn't able to shoot Topa, what chance is there that she'll shoot me? Catherine's view. The lady ignores my question, and I don't know where I recognize her from. I do have to determine whose side she's on, so I ask, do you work for the council, or maybe you're a bounty hunter working for the factory? I lower my gun a little, then raise it, and make a face as my heart hammers the biomecha warning. I gaze past the lady and realize that I stayed too long and they've tracked me down. I feel my ULTLE trigger, but the light show doesn't seem to bother the lady, for she comes at me with her knife. Instinct takes over, and I sidestep to the right and fire as the lady leaps at me like Tarzan attacking a tigress. Moments earlier. Kimberly's view. I peer at that woman as something happens to her eyes. She must be wearing some sort of electrical device on her face, for sapphire flames rage about and make her whole face burn with an angry aura. I look closer but don't see a device. With that woman distracted and muttering like a crazy person, I take the opportunity and pounce, lunging with my knife. That woman reacts much faster than I thought she could. I fear this is my end as she fires, but I continue my attack even as I wonder what the demon-like blue brimstone blazing from her is. The bullet barely misses my face as I bring my knife down. She blocks the chopping blade with her gun and kicks me in the stomach, and I stumble back and notice my PPK at my feet. I can't grab it, not without her shooting me, so I stare at her for a long moment as if she's Lamia, the child-eating demon. In all my years as a life closer, I've never seen anything like her. I quickly shake off my dismay and terror and focus on my gun. If I can grab the gun, I can kill that hellish woman standing before me. I start for the PPK when gunfire from an Uzi erupts from the trees behind me, and I dive to the ground. That woman fires again. I roll, pick up my gun, move to a kneeling position, and search the area for my adversary, but that woman's gone. I run and take cover behind the tool shed, and look at the line of trees where the Uzi fire came from. Sparks shoot up from among the trees, and I carefully make my way there and investigate, finding 2 men dead. Both have a single shot through their head, and I realize that woman wasn't aiming at me. I was wrong, that woman can kill, but she didn't kill me. Black blood trickles from the men's heads, and I step closer for a better look. What are they? I kneel to them. Are they robots? I don't have time for this, so I stand and walk to the dead guard who's still holding my knit mask. I touch my cheek as a dreadful fear creeps over me. She saw my face. Hades. That woman saw my face, and I let her escape. Catherine's view. Rushing into Topa's office with my gun at the ready, I find no guards within, and Topa leaning back in his chair with his brains splattered across the wall. I stand there, aiming at the man. We're both frozen in the moment. Sadness and regret wash over me as the gore keeps me fixated. Tick. Tick. An old clock sounds, filling the otherwise silent room with the passage of time, and I lower my gun. Am I relieved someone else killed him, or am I upset that the privilege was taken away from me? I don't understand my emotions. Maybe I feel a little of both, and I take a step toward him, trying to determine who killed him. I walk to his desk, examining the bullet holes. I don't think it was an unman. 2 shots to the head look more like the work of a life closer. Tick. Tick. The clock sounds away the seconds as I look at the black and white photos of Topa's male relatives who had accused me earlier of being a monster. Time allows my hatred and sorrow to turn into regret and self-loathing. I move to Topa and stare at his terror-filled face, and I'm ashamed of my revenge-filled thoughts. It shames me to say, but I don't know if I would have killed him. I'd like to think I would have changed my mind before it was too late, but… Tick. Tick. I catch a glimpse of a red speckled business card with a flaming bird resting on his desk and pick it up. It's a calling card left behind by a life closer to the NCPF, so they will know it's a closing authorized by the Assassin's Guild. A barcode on the back of the card can be read by a specialized HHC, which the Noir Civil Police Force carries, and prove the closing's authenticity. Deep in thought, I hold the card as a lot clouds my mind, and so it takes me a while before I realize the image is the same. I quickly remove the business card I found at Etna Toys a year ago and compare the two. My heart leaps with excitement. They're almost identical. I review the day's events. The lady I fought. I remember how she seemed familiar. Maybe she left this card. I rush out of the office. I have to find her, and I have to ask her again if she knows me. I make it out of the estate through the south gate about 10 minutes later, and run into the pale glow of a pine forest. I follow an old truck road, and it comes to a fork as a red VX Corvette with the license plate from Ashes speeds off, kicking up dirt. I pause and glance at the two business cards. I might have found someone who knows me. I stare at the trail of smoke and dust left behind by the car. I found the lady once, I can find her again. I stare down the road till the dust settles, then place the business cards in my back pocket and make my way to the north side of the estate. I walk up to the gnarled oak and grab my backpack and jacket, and then when I sense the unmen are near, I hurry back into the woods. Tall scraggly lantern pines fill the forest and scent the air. Scientists created transgenic plants that could survive without the sun, and they created the lantern pines by genetically modifying a yellow pine with the extra genome of a lanternfish, producing a tree that created its own light. The bioluminescence lasts several days after the needle's death, so even the forest floor produces a ghostly glow. The dry clouds cease their grumblings, forever looming over the land like a menacing specter. An owl hoots as I dash by its roost, and I flee till I sense the unmen have ceased their pursuit. The ultra-EPI light emissions dissipate, and my heart ends its warning, so I slow to a walk, and a possum scurries past. I stop in a small clearing, undo the velcro of my armor, remove the black Ravlik vest, and look down at my bloodied white t-shirt. I pull a clean one from my backpack, take off the soiled one, and put on the new, and then I hold the bloodied t-shirt and Bible to my chest as I sit against a tree on a bed of glowing needles. I close my eyes to sleep. Preacher, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm alone in the world again, and I miss you. I miss you so much. Time slowly passes, but I can't sleep. Over the past year, I have learned the ultra EPI that courses through my blood gives me abilities, but it also causes side effects. It took me a long time to figure out that the music box counters the side effects. All I have to do is listen to the tune, go into a trance-like state, and make myself vulnerable to attack. I feel anxious. It's the first side effect of the ultra EPI. I stare up at the canopy of ghostly pines. Preacher, forgive me. I weep without tears. Forgive me for not saving you. My nose runs, and I wipe it with the back of my hand. Within the serenity of the forest, and in the calming effects of crickets chirping, and the wind rustling pines, a realization sinks in. Preacher, what would you think of me? In my anger, I hurt people. I let people die, and I almost killed a man today. Something I promised myself I would never do under any circumstance. I hug the book tighter. Oh, preacher, can you forgive me? God, please forgive me. I remove the music box from my pocket, open its lid, and let the melody lull me. I don't care if I'm caught. I only seek relief from my anguish, and my eyes droop as I enter what I call the drifting time, and leave behind sorrow, regret, and hatred. Chapter 11. The Siblings. Russia, the light side of the planet. October 13th. Wednesday, 10:42 a.m. Two pilots sat in the cockpit of a VTO. Vertical takeoff 30-passenger plane. Engineers designed the aircraft to fly through the polluted barrier cumulus of the world's dark half. The pilots prepared for takeoff on one of many circular pads among hundreds of other VTOs, landing and taking off. In first class, Natasha pulled up the shutter of the plane's small window, and she looked at the sun as it rose over Moscow and pulled her white fur-lined, long black coat close to her neck. "Look, Nikolai." Her Russian accent was thick as she spoke. "Is it not beautiful?" "Yes, Tasha," her twin brother said. He wore a white pinstriped gray business suit, and a gray fedora hat rested on his lap. "As beautiful as you." "I heard the place we are going is grisly." "Yes, so remember that image." He motioned to the ball of orange and told her, "Where we are going you will not see the sun again." He burned the image into his mind. Noir exists in endless night. She turned to him, and her face was full of worry. "Nikolai, I have a bad feeling about this trip." He stroked her long black hair and took her hand. "I know you do not like to fly. Be brave, my sister." "It is more than that." She looked into her brother's dark brown eyes. "I feel the place we are going is full of wickedness." He squeezed her hand gently as he said, "Do not fear, my sister, I will always be by your side." The engines of the VTO roared as the airport's tower cleared the plane for takeoff. The co-pilot double-checked the two movable nozzles on each wing. They produced the thrust for vertical liftoff. He pulled the VTO lever down, turning the nozzles horizontally, and pushed the lever up to return the nozzles to vertical. The co-pilot gave the all-clear, the pilot ignited the thrusters, and the aircraft lifted straight up into the sky. The plane rumbled and shook with the effort, as Natasha buried her head in her brother's shoulder, and after a few minutes the co-pilot pulled the VTO lever down, and the aircraft shot across the horizon. Nikolai leaned over, closing the shutter. "It is over, we are in the air. I would not be here if it was not Voice who asked us to go to Noir for this closing." She glanced at the shutter as she added, "Be where only plastic separates us from falling to the ground." "Take courage, my sister." He reached into his coat pocket. "I will give you some sleeping pills, then you can let this flight go by while you dream." "You think my fear will be any less in sleep?" "I will only have nightmares of crashing." He gently squeezed her hand so she would look at him. "Tasha, have I ever let anything happen to you?" She stared into his strong face. "No. Do not fear. I will protect you. Rest. I will watch over you." "Yes, rest." She closed her eyes, remembering a wolf named Salandra from a Russian tale, and quoted a line Salandra had said, "I will fight back death in my dreams." Nikolai remembered the same story where a raven named Draven replied to the wolf, and he said, "And I will keep death away from my branch." She took the pills from him and popped them into her mouth. "Let us change seats," Nikolai requested. "Once you are asleep, I would like to look out of the window and witness this curtain they speak of that divides the world." She nodded. He grabbed his hat, stood, removed a briefcase from the overhead compartment and switched seats with her. Natasha asked for a pillow and a blanket from a female attendant. The attendant returned with the items, and Natasha took them, put her seat back, and soon fell asleep. Nikolai opened his briefcase and removed an old detective novel called Blood Harvest by Kit Sire. He opened the book to the first chapter titled, "The Woman Wore Green and the Man Gray." Nikolai read the first chapter to himself. It ain't no easy street for a gumshoe. Long days and even longer nights. That's me, an old bloodhound for hire. Throw me a couple of scraps, and I'm yours for the day, week, whatever it takes. If we're looking for a dame or a mucker, I'll track them down. Nikolai leaned back and grinned. Kit knew how to write a good story. I feel like one of the mobsters in his novels. He straightened his white tie and in a gangster accent he said, "I'm a hood that brings the big sleep. A cat ready to blow one down. In a couple of days, I'll finally have Tommy and I'll be my own chopper squad." He continued reading, as a boy with his mother sitting across the aisle from him glanced at his book. "What's that?" the boy asked as he pointed. Nikolai peered up from the text. "This." He lifted the book. "It's a novel." "A novel?" The boy wrinkled his brow. "What kind of book is that?" "A novel tells a story. They are very rare. This one is an antique. The corporate Senate banned the making of entertainment books long ago. Today, you have to have a license to carry a novel and many other forms of books." The boy eyed the novel curiously. "I still don't know what it is. What's a story?" Nikolai glanced at the boy's mother, who was sleeping. Surely his mother told him tales of knights and dragons in the privacy of their home. The boy's mother woke and saw her son talking with the stranger. She noticed Nikolai reading a novel, and looked at him with disgust as if he was smoking dope. She changed seats with her child, forcing the boy to sit by the window. Nikolai returned to his reading. Hours went by, and a female attendant walked up to them, leaned over his sister and touched his shoulder. "Sir, we are coming up to the curtain." "Thank you." Nikolai raked his hand over his face and through his buzz cut. A male passenger in the seat in front of him said to a woman, "I hear the barrier cumulus spreads almost an inch every week. If the corporate Senate doesn't find a way to stop the dry clouds, the whole world will be covered." "Is that right?" the woman asked. "As right as anything you hear," the male passenger replied. If it was true, Nikolai's homeland would be consumed by the barrier cumulus. He opened the window shutter. It was still day. He looked across the wing at about 2 o'clock, and in the distance, a charcoal gray wall of clouds spread across the horizon and consumed the sky. The dark barrier raged with movement, as if two creatures fought for dominance. Nikolai cleared his throat and said, "Excuse me." The female attendant turned. "Yes, sir." "Do what you call dry clouds, do they always look that way?" He motioned outside. She glanced out the window and replied, "No, only the outer area known as the curtain acts this way. Once we're inside, they will look like normal storm clouds." "Thank you." Nikolai watched the barrier cumulus as streaks of purple lightning lit up the mass. He didn't see them as normal storm clouds. He didn't see anything normal about them. The seatbelt sign blinked on with a ding as the VTO ascended, flying above the dry clouds of the Earth's dark half into the high troposphere. The female attendant walked the aisle, making sure everyone had their belt buckled. "Excuse me," Nikolai said. The attendant turned to him and spoke, "Yes. Why are we flying above the clouds and not through them?" "As you can see, the curtain is very turbulent, so we fly above the dry clouds until we have passed the curtain. We will be flying about 5 miles in." She glanced over her shoulder when she heard another attendant call button, and then the attendant turned back to Nikolai. "It's safer to fly above them, and then descend once we reach our destination." She started down the aisle to the other passenger. "We'll be over the outer edge of Noir shortly." He turned to his sister and told her while she slept, "Not much longer and it will be over." Within 20 minutes, the pilot slowed the plane as the co-pilot pushed the VTO lever up, turning the aircraft's nozzles to their vertical position, and the plane hovered. The pilot closed the air intake valves to the engines with a flick of his finger, and switched to a stored clean air source. If the plane used outside air while moving through the barrier cumulus, the pollutants would cause the engines to clog and die. "Perhaps my sister is right," Nikolai said as the aircraft started a vertical descent to one of Noir's airports. "This place is a wicked place." The plane hit heavy turbulence, entering the dry clouds. He feared his sister would wake and panic, but she continued to sleep soundly. A few minutes passed, and the shaking subsided. "If I could have everyone's attention," a male attendant announced over the intercom. "We will be landing shortly, and at this time, please pull out the kits that were issued to you when you boarded. Our staff will be walking around to assist you." The male attendant paused, as he helped an elderly lady remove a kit from underneath her seat. Nikolai closed the shutter and gently shook his sister. Tasha, wake. We are landing in the rising sun sector of Noir, and soon we will be on a hover train to the Hellenistic sector. She stretched and yawned. Already? I did dream, as you said. I dreamed of a sky full of stars. He said, I did tell you. The male attendant announced over an intercom, inside your kits you'll find an instruction booklet. He raised the handbook. A winnow mask type A. The attendant lifted a small triangular device with a rubber rim that fitted over the nose and connected to a filter. And the liquid oxygen spray is known as LO. He raised what looked like a fat ballpoint pen. Please wear the WMA anytime you go outside, and it will keep you from feeling the ill effects of the pollutants caused by the petroleum-based clouds. They can be dangerous for those not used to living below dry clouds. He paused. The triangular filter fits over your nose. Breathe in through this filter and out through your mouth. The basic design mask has to be held to the face. If you find that you are outside a lot, you can purchase an upgraded version of the winnow mask that is hands-free. The attendant demonstrated and removed the mask. If you should feel queasy or lightheaded, inject yourself with the LO spray and this will give your bloodstream a burst of oxygen. The attendant paused for a moment. Place the spray's head on your bare wrist or neck, press the red button on the top, and the solution absorbs right through your skin. Your body will take some time to get used to the air, so please keep your kits with you at all times. These items can be replaced at any drugstore. If you have any questions, an attendant will help you. Natasha looked at the mask. They are not very fashionable, are they? She whined, I wish to be done with this closing. Nikolai turned to her. Patient, sister. We will return to Mother Russia in time. Chapter 12. Nexus Apartments. 4:35 p.m. Hellenistic Sector, Residential Vicinage. Kimberly's View. I drive my Corvette into the parking garage of the Nexus Apartments. I had stopped earlier at a gas station and changed out of my black clothes into a blue pantsuit and made sure to wash the splattered blood from my face. I get out of the car, make my way to my apartment, go in and throw my knapsack on the couch in the living room. I go to the hall, walk to my bedroom, go into my bathroom, lean on the sink, and stare at myself in the mirror. Idiot! I shout at myself. I let myself be seen. I turn on the faucet and watch the water run down the drain as the security I had in my job washes down the tube. I should have gone after that woman and killed her, but no. I look up and stare at myself again. I panicked and ran. Hades! I glance into my bedroom as the water continues to run. The screensaver of the flaming phoenix flies across the laptop, and the glow lights up the dark room, casting shadows across the floor and walls. I turn and face the sink, and splash some water on my face, trying to wash away my anxiety over what the Assassin's Guild will do to me once they find out my identity has been compromised. I dry my face with a towel, then go and sit at my desk. I press the spacebar to wake up my laptop, hoping also to wake up from this nightmare of my own making, and then I send an instant message and within minutes a reply comes back. Topa's closing is complete then, voice types. The payment will be placed into your account. Did you run into any trouble? I start to type no, but then I backspace and respond, about a dozen robot-like men showed up and killed everyone in sight. Must be some sort of biomecha, perhaps the next generation of assassins, voice types. Most likely someone there was their target, but was it Topa? We'll probably never know, at least you got out. I rake my hand through my hair, knowing the grave mistake I've made, and I move my hands toward the keyboard to write, and they shake with dread as I force myself to type, someone saw my face. I hit the send button and stare at the screen, and 2 grueling minutes pass with no reply. What should I do? I hit the send button again, hoping for a reply and praying for some guidance and solace. Find them and kill them. You know it is very dangerous, Phoenix. Even I don't know who you are or what you look like. If your identity gets out, you will become the target, and then the Assassin's Guild will be forced to deal with you. The statement ends and another follows. But before that happens, you know I will step in, and you don't want me to rectify the problem. You know my means. I do know, and there's no reprimand for a closer. I grab the sides of my desk and grip them tightly. With Voice and the Assassin's Guild, there's only one way to deal with a closer who has lost their anonymity, and it's the sanctioning of their life closing. Don't contact me again until this matter is taken care of. Voice signing off. I glance at the dark afternoon through the bedroom's window as I roll my chair away from the desk. I have to find that woman, but I don't know her name. I only know she was there to kill Topa because he hired an illicit closer to murder someone named Preacher. I don't even know what he was a preacher of. Hades. This is going to be impossible. 2 days later. October 15th. Friday. 6:49 a.m. Catherine's View. Hundreds of streetlights light up twilight as a horde of bats darts across the ever-dark horizon. The sidewalk goes on forever in both directions as I make my way across West 1000th Avenue and pause, looking at the tall Nexus apartments. It's the building of the Phoenix's Nest. I walked all night and morning to reach this part of the Hellenistic sector, and my shoes are like 10-pound dumbbells on my poor sore feet. I adjust the strap of the backpack that crosses my chest as I study the sensors on a 10-foot concrete wall lining the building's perimeter. They consist of a black sphere the size of a volleyball and are spaced about 10 feet apart along the top of the wall. I follow the sidewalk to a gate, and on the gate's metal bars is a gold shield which is the Sphinx Corporation emblem. I run my hand over the shield, and then over a winged creature in its center, with a woman's head and a lion's body. The creature's right paw is lifted and its claws are extended. The emblem seems to plague every place I go. Even the council and the factory are departments within the Sphinx Corporation. I study the perimeter and wonder if the sensors provide more than security for the building. I put my hand up toward a black sphere, and I feel and hear a hum coming from the device. I visualize a biomecha approaching one of these things, and being deterred, so these spheres must act as a barrier. A white van pulls up, and a man gets out and walks up beside me. He's dressed in a white uniform, and I get no dangerous vibe off of him as he says, "Excuse me." I move out of his way, and the man tips his white cap. "Thanks." He presses the button to an intercom positioned beside the gate, and releases it. "Welcome to Nexus Apartments," a man's voice says over the intercom. "I'm the manager. How may I help you?" The delivery man presses the button again and speaks, "Delivery for Kimberly Griffin. Security code 10 Alpha." After a few seconds, the manager replies, "Code verified. Proceed to the gate that faces Knott Street and I'll let you in." The delivery man goes back to his van, starts up the engine, turns down Knott Street and parks as I follow the sidewalk around the corner, walk by the vehicle's passenger seat and notice it's empty. The delivery man gets out, strolls to the back of the van as he whistles, and then starts on a crate. I watch as the man struggles to load a rectangular box on a flat cart, and then I ask him, "Where's your partner?" "What did you say?" he questions me as he pauses, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. I lean on the back of the van. Usually at least 2 men do this kind of job, so where's your partner? The delivery man points his thumb over his shoulder. "He's out sick. Would you like some help?" I motion to the apartments. "I was on my way up." He looks me over. "I'm not supposed to cause of business policy, but you aren't some murdering psycho, are you?" "No. Definitely not." "Well then?" He places the wooden crate on the cart. "If you could push from behind, this thing weighs a ton." I head to the back of the cart and push on the crate. The apartment manager and a security guard meet us at the gate. The old white-haired manager looks over his HHC. "Kimberly Griffin isn't home right now, so I'll show you in." He examines the delivery man's employee badge and types the ID number on the handheld computer. "Follow me, please." The delivery man pulls the cart as I push, and we move to the glass front doors where another security guard buzzes us in. The manager leads us to a service elevator, and we, along with the guard, head up to the 31st floor. Security cameras monitor the hallways. The manager stops in front of Kimberly's apartment and commands, "Apartment H, unlock." Manager code 12 beta. Voice recognized as Nexus Manager, the apartment computer system states. Opening door. "Wow," the delivery man exclaims. "Automated apartments. I bet you can tell the lights to come on." The manager says, "Our apartments are equipped with voice commands and manual utilities, giving our tenants the best in security and luxury." "I'll have to look into getting one of these places," the delivery man states. He pulls the cart down a small entryway as I push, and once we're in the living room, the delivery man starts uncrating a cedar chest, so I go and look around. The lady's apartment's huge and covers more than 3,000 square feet. The entryway empties into an open kitchen with 4 bar stools at the counter. A large living room is off to the left. Beyond it, down a hall, are 2 bedrooms and 2 baths, and off to the right of the entryway, a small round table sits next to a window. I do think it's odd that the table's so small, considering it's the only one in the apartment. I ask the delivery man, "Do you need any more help?" "No, I got it from here. Thanks." I leave, note the apartment's letter H on the door, head for the regular elevator, go up to the roof, and wait. I watch what little traffic travels west 1000th Avenue, as I grip the icy metal railing that surrounds the top of the roof. Finally, I'll have some answers once I meet the lady who owns the 2 business cards. A cool breeze sweeps in, chilling the air and my thoughts, so I zip up my athletic jacket, but it does little to stay off the cold. I have no idea what I'll learn from the lady, so I clench the jacket over my heart with my right fist as if in pain. I dread discovering the truth about myself, wondering if it will be worse than the unbearable ignorance I've endured the past year. Whatever happens next, it'll change my life forever. End Catherine's view. Back in apartment H. The delivery man finished his work and set the cedar chest against the wall in the living room out of the way. He placed the crate pieces back on his cart, had the manager sign for the package, and headed back to his van, and once inside the vehicle he made a cell phone call. "I would like to speak with RG." He waited for a moment. "Hello, delivery man here. Yes, my work is finished, and as per your instructions, I permitted Catherine to enter with me into the Nexus apartments. She's still there?" He paused for a moment, listening. "Yes, so far security doesn't know she is still on the premises. Do you want me to monitor the situation?" He started up the engine and drove the van, heading away. "Understood." Returning to base. Chapter 13. Confrontation. 7:22 a.m. On the roof. Catherine's view. I lean on the metal railing and continue staring at the road below, and at times of quiet stillness, I feel the barrier cumulus, and their presence is like an evil eidolon. If this is true, who does this phantom look-alike belong to? The dry clouds softly roll and unsettle me, and they have done so ever since I first laid eyes on them, but there's also something else about the dry clouds. It's a hint of familiarity. I can't explain it, but today the foreboding's stronger than the familiarity. Is it because they're unnatural? Does everyone feel this way around them, or is it just me? I watch them go by and look for shapes within the clouds, and see an old sailing ship being chased by a sea serpent. The dry clouds have been around for 32 years, and have been given the name the Great Spectre of Noir. People also say that they're a mystery. I chuckle. In a way, we're the same. An hour goes by, and I notice the Corvette pull into the parking garage. I jump up and down like a little girl who has gotten the pony she wished for. I want to run back down and meet her and ask her all my questions, but I contain my excitement and wait a few more minutes, giving the lady enough time to arrive at her apartment. I don't want to come at her like some crazy person, so I'll have to keep my cool. A few minutes later. Kimberly's view. I hear a ding and the whoosh of the elevator opening, and then someone approaches me as I put my mail in my dark green purse that matches my pantsuit. I stand outside of my apartment and realize how odd it is that I've never seen any of the other tenants the whole time I've lived here. I need to at least get a glimpse of one of my neighbors, so I turn. My closer training kicks in a second before I have a chance to panic as I spot that woman I've been hunting. For 2 days, I scoured Noir and turned the city on its head, but I couldn't find anything on this mysterious woman, not even her name. I drop some of my mail as I open my purse to grab my PPK, but then I remember the floor's security cameras. I can't kill her out here, not unless she threatens me, so I wait for that woman's next move. Catherine's view. Elated and full of expectations, I stop about 2 yards from the lady. Finally, after a year of knowing nothing, I'll have some answers. I can't stand my excitement anymore, so I question her as if I already know the answer, and I'm ready to give my old friend a big hug. Are you Kimberly Griffin? The lady looks confused and very on edge, like I'll pull my gun on her at any moment, but it's tucked away in my backpack. She must see me as threatening, so I smile real big to show her I'm a safe person, and then I repeat, "Is your name Kimberly Griffin?" Kimberly's view. "Yes," I reply as I step back and size up that woman who's smirking at me like some lunatic ready to murder me. I put out a lot of feelers while I was looking for her. Maybe she already knows I've been hunting her and has come to strike before I can. I realize something else. She knows my name, so I have to eliminate her now. I re-examine her cheerful face, and she looks happy to see me, like we're best friends and we haven't seen each other in years. I can't figure out why she's putting on this act and not attacking me, unless she's also waiting to strike when there are no witnesses. She says to me, "I had a contact in the Noir Civil Police Force look up your address from your license plate. It cost me 2 months' worth of water rations." She starts to ask me something and looks over her shoulder at the cameras. She removes 2 business cards, shows me the blood-speckled one, and then questions me, "Is this you?" I grip the gun in my purse, so sure that woman reaches for a weapon, but I'm surprised to see the business cards. I can't figure out what kind of game she's playing, and a million things go through my mind. That woman tracked me down and came all the way to my apartment. Is she hoping to blackmail me? Only an idiot would think they could blackmail a life closer. I scan the hall to see if anyone else is on the floor and ask, "What do you mean, is that me?" Catherine's view. I've been looking for. I start to answer, and then decide I shouldn't say the Phoenix out loud. Someone could be listening, and the lady might not want anyone else to know, so I continue, "I've been looking for this." I flip the card over, look at the picture, and turn it back to her. "This Firebird. Is this you? If so, I'd like to talk." Kimberly's view. I can't let her leave, and I can't kill her out here. I glance at the hall's cameras. If I can only get that woman into my apartment, then I can. I wickedly grin as I visualize myself shooting that woman, and then I see myself standing over her lifeless body. All I'll have to do is call voice for a guild prep cleanup crew, and I'll have this annoyance taken care of. That woman reaches down, picks up my dropped mail, and hands it to me as she asks, "This isn't a bad time, is it?" "No, of course not," I answer. It's almost too easy, but still, I have to be on my guard. It could be a trick. "Come on in," I say as I take the mail from her, still wary of that woman, and command, "Door, unlock." The door slides sideways. I motion for the woman to go in first, and then I follow. "Door, lock," I command, and the door closes, entombing us. The apartment computer system turns on the lights as we enter each room, and then it tells me, "Welcome back, Ms. Griffin, and welcome guest." The apartment. "Mute," I command. That woman walks down the entry, stops, and studies the kitchen. She walks over to the faucet, glances back at me, and says, "I see no scanner for a water ration card. Your water's not portioned?" I look at the sink, then think of the shower and bathtub, and realize I never thought about it. Most of the city's given an allotment for the month, and here I enjoy unlimited. I'm wary of that woman's suspicious questions. Is she trying to distract me, or is she really this naive? I answer, no, my water's not portioned. Oh, you must be rich then. She sets her backpack on the black leather couch, walks over to the small round table and sits as if she's here for a visit. I start to pull out my gun, notice the cedar chest in the living room, and turn my attention back to that woman. She sees the teacup I left earlier that morning and states, tea. I love tea. She turns wide-eyed like a kid asking for a piece of candy. Could I have some, please? I haven't had tea in a long time. Tea. I glance at the kettle on the stove and then at my purse. She has to be joking. She has to be here to kill me. I'm not sure what to do, but then I think of Topa's closing. Maybe I can find out what was going on there, so I'll play along for now and I answer her, sure, why not? Let's have some tea. Is black okay? I don't wait for an answer, as I carefully position my purse on the counter, so I'll have quick access to my gun. Yes, black tea is fine. Keeping a close tab on that woman, I fill the kettle, place the stainless steel pot on the burner and turn it on high. So, I place 2 sets of cups and saucers on the counter. Who are you and why have you come to see me? Catherine's view. Heavy-hearted over preacher's death and still weary from the endless running, I laugh a melancholy chuckle as I stare at the table. That's a good question. I reach into my pants pocket for my dearest possessions. They've been with me since the beginning, and maybe now one of them will lead me to the answers I desperately seek, and a place I yearn to belong. Kimberly's view. When that woman reaches into her pocket, I go for my purse and start to grab my gun until I see the items that woman removes. She places a small silver box, 2 business cards, and a worn piece of paper on the table, and then she opens the paper. She answers as she seems to be studying the writing, Catherine, I think. If this note is meant for me. I could shoot her now that woman's distracted and end this game. The kettle shrieks, stealing away the moment, so I turn the burner off, remove the pot, and pour hot water into the cups. The aroma of orange fills the air as I say, note? I don't understand. Huh? She turns to me. Oh, I guess you wouldn't. You see, I don't know who I am. She looks back at the items. The only clues to my identity are these 3 things. She seems unsure as she adds, at least I think they are. What an unlikely story. I carry the 2 saucers to the table with my purse strapped over my shoulder, as I try to figure out her ploy. I set a teacup in front of her, and one at my spot. Either that woman is very clever or very stupid. See, she says as she gives the paper to me. I read the note, Catherine, you must not fail. This is your last chance to redeem yourself. I know you can complete your mission, my dearest cat. I am counting on you. Signed RG. I peer up from the note. Who is RG? She shrugs. I don't understand. What does this have to do with me? I ask as I hand back the note. She folds the paper, picks up the business cards, and then explains to me, for the past year I've been trying to figure out how these clues fit in my life, and now I've found a person who belongs to one of these items. She slides the red speckled card across the table. I found this at Topa's. She places the second one beside the other. This one I've had. I look over the blood-covered business card I left beside Topa, pick up the second business card and ask, where did you get this one? I examine it more closely. This is an earlier design from years ago. Catherine's view. I'll start from the beginning. I dip the tea bag in my hot water several times, drain the bag with a spoon and place it on the saucer. I breathe in its citrus scent and stare at the brownish liquid. Sitting here seems so familiar to me, like I've been here before. About a year ago, I awoke in the abandoned Etna Toys plant and warehouse with no memory. Beside me on a table was this note. I begin as I tap the paper and point to the other 2 items, that business card and this music box. I look at the backpack on the couch where I stowed the Beretta. With an aversion to having to carry the gun, I add, And one other item. What you're saying is, you don't know who you are, and you think because you have one of my business cards you're supposed to find me? Okay. You have. Now what? I pick up the honey bear, draw a smiley face on the spoon and whisper, "Fly, fly away, sad, sad day." Kimberly's view. What's that woman doing playing with the honey? She has to be out of her mind, coming into my home like we're friends. Now what? That woman repeats my question as she shrugs. I don't know. I was hoping you knew me. She seems to be examining my face again as she inquires, "Are you sure we haven't met? You look very familiar, but I can't place you. It's kind of like when you wake from a dream. You know something happened, but all the details are fuzzy." No, we haven't met, I answer, irritated, and then I remember our first meeting at Topa's estate, and decide I might as well get some information from her before I eliminate that woman, so I state I am curious. What were those things you killed at the estate? Were they some kind of robot, and why were they there? Her gaze becomes distant, exhausted, and dismal as she replies, "They're biomechas model on men." She flushes, as if she's a little embarrassed. They were there to hunt me. Hunt you? I chuckle, thinking she made it up. Why are you so important? I don't know. They call me the Pandora Project. First her name's Catherine, and now her name's Pandora. I wish she'd make up her mind, or come up with a better story. I decide to continue playing along like I somewhat believe her and ask, "They? Who are they?" "The council. A man named Argus said they were monitoring me and watching me through the tests." She mutters as her eyes show fatigue, "And there have been so many tests." Pandora. I repeat, and then I remember a story I heard long ago. I've heard of her. She was a woman who opened a sealed box from Zeus and let all good escape from existence. So are you supposed to be the woman who doomed the world? Catherine's view. Let all good escape. I utter. I never considered the significance of the project name. Kimberly answers nonchalantly, "Yes, Pandora caused mankind to suffer." I stare out the window at the dark day for a few moments, wondering if my destiny is to make people suffer. I don't want anyone to get hurt. So many people have already been hurt because they knew me. I feel conflicted inside about my purpose. I guess this was another dead end, I tell Kimberly as I push back my chair. I guess my search continues. I'm sorry I bothered you. I'll show myself out. Are you so naive? Kimberly stands and reaches into her purse. Idiot. Do you know what I do for a living? You're Kimberly Griffin. I glance at the business cards on the table. You're the Phoenix. I pause as the horrible realization sinks in. You're a life closer. I stare at the splattered blood on one of the cards. You kill people. Appalled by my own naivety and Kimberly's apparent ruthlessness, I turn my gaze to her. You kill people for money. Idiot. And to think I was worried, I let you slip by at Topa's estate. Kimberly removes her gun and screws on a silencer. You do understand I can't let you live. She shakes her head in a tisk-tisk manner. You've seen my face, know my alias, and even been in my apartment. Her expression shows outrage and disbelief. I don't think I've ever met someone so stupid. Kimberly takes a moment to regain her cold, detached demeanor. You were searching for me, hoping to find answers, but, with indifference and a just business attitude, she raises the gun and aims it at me as she says, "All you found is your death." Chapter 14. A Forgotten Melody. 8:32 a.m. Catherine's view. I look down the barrel of Kimberly's gun, wondering how I could be so wrong. It's not the first time I've stared at death, but it's unexpected, and in confusion, I turn to the table and gaze at the 3 items that led me to this point. I have been foolish, and I fist my hands. I believed the items were clues, and if I followed them, I would find answers, not my end. I close my eyes in frustration. I've been so stupid feeling I'm safe here. Kimberly's view. I prepare to kill that strange woman. Her death will be like countless other life closings I've performed in the past, except this one will involve more paperwork, and it'll be the first one I have executed inside my apartment. I notice she doesn't panic, and doesn't plead for her life as most marks do. That woman only stares at my gun, and then she closes her eyes as if she deserves her death. A little surprised by her actions, I ask, "Are you sure you didn't hit your head? Do you understand you're going to die?" Catherine's view. I open my eyes and rub my forehead, remembering the wound I had when I first awoke in Etna Toys. The urgency of the situation finally sinks in, and my attitude changes as I repeat Kimberly's words, "You can't let me live?" I feel my demeanor transform from a wide-eyed child to the fierce glare of a cornered tigress. I look at the backpack that holds my gun, but it's across the room. I consider this could be one of the tests, and that Kimberly might be another assassin hired by the council. I go over in my mind how to incapacitate her. I still can't believe I let my guard down. My face softens as I think about how I felt so at home here. I stare at the tea, not wanting to hurt Kimberly. It's like I'm cursed to always end up in these situations. "Idiot," Kimberly utters in a calm voice as she places the muzzle of the gun against my temple. "It's going to be messy. Your brains will splatter all over my table and wall. Why couldn't you have died at Topa's estate?" Ignoring her, I glance at the clues to my life. What's the point in fighting or fleeing? I pick up the music box. What does it matter if Kimberly kills me, or I fall prey to one of the unmen or some other assassin? I heave a great sigh as if it'll be my last breath on earth. I'm tired, so I open the lid of the music box and the melody plays. I'm tired of the tests, and I'm tired of being alone. I feel myself slipping into the drifting time as the tune continues, and then my eyes slowly close. I go into a trance and enter the drifting time, but this one's different from the ones before. Within it, I enter the domain of dreams, and in this realm of my subconscious no dry clouds exist, the sun shines on the land, governments not corporations rule the earth, and no one hunts me. I drift in this world on my stomach as if floating on a peaceful river. A breeze blows at my back and the air smells crisp and clean. I pass over large cities and small villages. I fly over many races of man. I float over forests, hills, deserts, oceans, islands, plains, lakes, jungles, mountains, and streams. I believe I recognize a few of the places, but I can't remember their names. The dream seems endless until the wind changes. A torrent of air blows against me and slows my progression as a shadow casts over the land, invading the peacefulness. A male voice laughs, and the sun flees as dry clouds storm in and plunge the land into perpetual night. I feel afraid as I glide over this dark world, seeing no more of the places and people I saw. Everything's different and darker in their appearance and atmosphere. I stop midair as if I slam into an invisible wall, then an unknown force pulls me and I plummet to the earth. The force also affects time, and as I drop, I grow younger till I reach my early teens. My descent slows, and my 13-year-old body lands feet first in a white-tiled room, and in the room, people talk with muffled words. Two women's figures appear, but they have no faces. One of the faceless women places her hands on my shoulders and tells me, "Catherine, you must be strong. I can no longer protect you." The woman looks to a door, hearing footsteps approach what appears to be an office, and then the faceless woman turns back to me. "There are those in the corporation who want to exploit you." The doorknob jiggles as someone tries to enter, and I hear one of the women speak again, but I'm not sure which one it is. "Rosetta, they're here. Hurry. Quick, Mary. Push the desk against the door. I need more time." One of the women kneels to one knee to look into my face and tells me, "They will take you. I can't stop them, not with the power I have now." Someone outside tries to bust in the door. One of the women yells, "Hurry! They're coming. Be strong, Catherine." One of the women strokes my cheek. "My dearest cat." A small explosion removes the door from its hinges, and it falls as 5 soldiers rush in. Chapter 15. Portraits of her past. Dawn, dusk, and twilight did not exist in Noir, since the sun no longer ruled over the land. Shadows gathered in the park across the street from the Nexus apartments and held position, and the gathering stared at the building knowing their target lay within. The shadows detected an electronic barrier surrounding the building, and like a magical curtain, it prevented the glowing-eyed monsters from entering, so for the moment, they would wait until the prey came to them. Within apartment H. Kimberly's view. All I have to do to rid myself of this strange woman is pull the trigger, and then she'll be gone from my life like any other mark one have come across on my morbid travels. I only need to continue walking the path my bleak and lonely existence has already led me down, but a split second changes the course of both our fates. Unfinished melody chimes from the music box that woman holds, filling the room with a familiar tune. Louder and louder the music grows, until the melody incites a trigger and ghastly images inundate my mind. I hear the roar and smell of fire, screams that chill my soul, and the distinct sound of 3 shots. My head throbs, and I gasp as horrible pictures buried deep in my brain force their way to the surface. Memories of my mom rapidly flood my consciousness, making me feel sad, alone, and abandoned. Stop it! I yell, but the tune chimes on, pulling from my psyche portraits of my past I long buried. I separated myself from those happy moments that died when my mom left my family, but they come screaming back. I need to rid my mind of them, but that woman doesn't respond to my demand, caught within the recesses of her mind, so I slap her hand. I knock the music box to the floor, and as I slap her hand, I inadvertently move my gun away from her head. I said, "Stop it." The music box closes as it hits the carpet, and the melody ends. I stare at it for a few moments, turn my attention back to that woman, and snap, "I don't know what kind of game you're playing, but it won't work on me. Do you hear me? Are you going to stay silent? Aren't you going to plead for your life? No. Well, it wouldn't have done you any good." I start to move the gun back to her head. Catherine's view. Within my dream, 5 soldiers barge into the white-tiled room, and Rosetta and Mary scream as 3 shots resound and then all fades to black. "No." I scream as I pull from my trance, swing my hand up and back and shout, "Mary! Rosetta!" I knock Kimberly's gun to the side and it goes off, and a bullet strikes the wall. The gun blast lights up Kimberly's surprised face. Still caught within the drama of my dream, I make a fist, pull it back to hit her and pause, realizing I'm no longer standing in the white-tiled room but in the apartment. There's no fire or soldiers, and no one's in danger but myself. I slowly blink, frozen in place, and then I lower my hand. I caught Kimberly off guard, but she quickly recovers and she aims the gun back at me. I ignore her at first, as I cling to what I remember while in the drifting time. I can't hold on to the memories for very long, and they slowly leave me. I turn to Kimberly and realize I hit her, and I'm worried I might have hurt her. "I'm sorry," I tell her as the last remnants of the dream world fade away. "I didn't mean to." Kimberly's view. Who are you? I interrupt as my emotions overwhelm me. I haven't felt such fear or heartache in a very long time, and I don't understand why I'm feeling them now. It doesn't make sense, so I demand, "Why are you here?" My head continues to throb as I step back from the table, getting some distance between myself and that strange woman. Catherine's view. I notice her trembling hand, and that her eyes are watering, and I feel a little pang in my chest and ask, "Are you crying?" "No," Kimberly replies as she wipes her eyes. "Shut up and sit there." She rubs her throbbing temple and asks, "Who sent you?" I cross my arms and pout, "You just told me to shut up, so how can I?" "Ah!" Kimberly yells as she grabs my t-shirt, balls it in her hand and demands, "Who sent you?" I drop my arms to my side as I repeat, "Sent me?" She loses her professionalism, and like a common thug, Kimberly thrusts her gun in my face and yells, "Yes, who sent you to mess with my head?" She releases my t-shirt and puts that hand on the gun to steady her shaky aim. "No one," I tell her, and then I add, "I'm with no one." I'm very concerned that I might have hurt her, so I start to stand as I ask, "Are you all right?" Kimberly's view. Don't move. Sit right there. I scream at that woman as I take another step back, getting squeamish. Since the flood of memories, I felt as if we're not alone, and that some person has been watching us. My headache fades as I glance at a shelf in between the entry and the living room, where my mom's picture rests. My mom's photo gazes at me and watches me threaten that woman, and my mom's eyes are more alive than ever. I whisper to the picture, "I can't take a life with you staring at me." I lower my gun as I question her as if she's here. "Why did you forsake me? Why did you abandon me?" Catherine's view. I look at where Kimberly's looking, and I see a photo, and at first I think the picture's of Kimberly, but then I realize the lady with blonde hair pulled back in a bun's not her. The blonde lady seems familiar, but I can't place her. "Is that your Mo?" I start to ask, but then I put a hand on my chest. Lub-dub, lub-dub. I quickly turn and stare out the window down at the street. I feel the urgency to flee as Ultra EPI courses through my blood, and I utter, "They're here." "Who's here?" Kimberly questions me, still notably upset. "The unmen," I reply as I point. "They're just outside." I begin to wonder why they haven't come in, and then I remember the apartment's black spheres and realize the barrier must be keeping them out. Kimberly glances out the window and says, "I don't see anyone." "I can feel them. They're out there. 6 of them." "You're imagining things," she tells me as she walks over to the couch, picks up my backpack and tosses it to me. "Get out of here." I catch it and glance down at the bag as I say, "I don't understand. I thought you couldn't let me live." "What part of get out of here don't you understand?" "I'm not going to kill you, at least not here," Kimberly yells at me, then she glances at the picture and mutters, "Not in front of her." She points to the entry and shouts, "Now get out." I know what will happen to me once I leave the safety of the apartment, so I plead, "Please don't make me leave. I don't want to live like that anymore." Kimberly's view. "Like what?" I ask, not really caring. All I know is that woman has to be mental. Anyone else would run at the chance to escape the Phoenix's fury. I yell, "Get out. Get out before I change my mind and I kill you now." Catherine's view. Filled with hopelessness, I stand, grab the note and worn business card, and leave the blood-speckled one on the table. I bend down, snatch up the music box, and put the 3 items in my pocket. I sling the backpack across my chest, and head out, and within a minute, I stand in front of the elevator and see Kimberly watching me from the apartment. The cab opens, I walk in, and a few minutes later, the doors open to the ground floor. I walk out as if going to my execution, continue through the building's front doors, then into the courtyard, and I stop halfway to the gate. Once I walk through it, the unmen can attack me and the hunts will begin again. I hope Kimberly will change her mind, and I glance over my shoulder and see her watching me from the entrance, making sure I leave. Disheartened, I pull the business card from my thigh pocket. It's one of the 3 clues to my identity, or is it? Are any of them? Maybe these aren't meant for me, or maybe they're another test, a test to see what I'll do with them. I fist my hand. I'm an idiot to believe any different. I don't need it anymore and drop it to the path, watching it fall to the concrete as one hope dies. First preacher and now this. I don't think I can take that much more. I sniff my runny nose and force my mind to move on to the current crisis. I remove my gun from the backpack and check the magazine. It has 4 bullets. It won't be easy with 6 unmen out there. I remove the Ravlik vest from the outside of the backpack, put it on over my jacket, open the gate, and step out to the sidewalk. West 1000th Avenue is as desolate as my life. I cross the street. Lamp posts line the path heading into the empty Zeus Park as tainted rain pours from the thundering sky, and I shiver in the cold rain as my hair soaks with the black filmy water. I slow my pace to hold off the inevitable attack, and give myself time to prepare and observe my surroundings. The Ultra EPI causes anxiety with my inactivity. Lub-dub, lub-dub. Filled with gloom, I ignore the biomecha warning and pause, watching the transgenic grass soak up the rain. I don't want to think about the danger that lies before me. I want to be free of strife. At least for a few minutes, I can let my mind think of other things other than my possible death, so I focus on the grass. Scientists modified the Kentucky bluegrass with an extra genome from the bath sponge, and they then modified it further. What they created is a hybrid plant capable of absorbing large amounts of tainted rain. I feel the unmen move into position, and I know only moments remain before they attack. The transgenic grass releases the H2O properties of the liquid to be absorbed back into the atmosphere through the water cycle. All absorbing transgenic plants are created with the water release function in the world's attempt to correct the dry clouds problem. The unmen separate and circle me. Why do I know this information? Why do I know the grass then uses the petroleum base of the liquid to create energy? How do I know that it's how the plant survives? If scientists can do this, what could they have done to me? I look at my gun hand, thinking of my uncanny marksmanship, and consider what they have done to me. I feel the unmen watching, and I hurry past a metal bench. A green line of light hits my hand as a spot, and I watch it as the laser aim moves up my arm to my chest. 5 more green laser aims pinpoint kill shots on my body. I remove my backpack, throw it back onto the bench, and unset the safety on my Beretta. I dash for cover in a thicket of trees, splashing through puddles of tainted rain as gunfire erupts around me and several shots strike my back. The spongy transgenic grass cushions my fall as I roll with the impacts, and after I roll, I arch my back for the pain, force myself to move on and spring to my feet. I have to run. I have to run or I'll die. Chapter 16. They are here. 9:59 a.m. Nexus Apartments courtyard. Moments earlier. Kimberly's view. Hades. This is ridiculous. I watch that woman leave, and see the look of hurt she gives me before walking through the gate. Why didn't I kill her? And why did that woman look at me as if we're friends, and we just had a bad fight? I follow her, pause, and glance through the gate's metal bars as that woman crosses the street. I let her escape again, and then I notice something at my feet. Oh my Zeus! I see the Phoenix business card on the path. That little. Why did she drop this out here? I definitely don't need someone finding my calling card, so I pick it up and place it in my purse, then I watch that woman enter the park. I decide to follow her and push the gate open, looking for the unmen that woman mentioned. After crossing West 1000th Avenue, I trail that woman and head into the park, as a few black droplets fall on the sleeve of my dark green pantsuit, and then thousands fall from the menacing sky. Great, just great. Rain, and me without an umbrella. I hide behind a large transgenic maple a couple 100 feet away from her. End Kimberly's view. The tree, like the lantern pine, created its own light with the help of an extra genome from a firefly. The light emanated from the maple's trunk and branches. Its leaves grew upside down to gather the light for photosynthesis. Kimberly's view. Strands of my hair fall in my face as tainted rain darkens them, and I rake them behind my ear. I don't know why I followed her. I still need to kill her, but that's not it. Do I believe that woman can detect the unmen beyond the visual plane? My suit jacket soaks through. Hades. I'll catch a cold if I stay out here much longer. In the distance, I see that woman pause, and the beams of green light hit her. Someone's aiming at her, so I search the park. Gunfire erupts from all around the park, lighting up the bushes and trees with muzzle flashes as I duck into a thicket of trees. I pull my gun from my purse, hearing movement coming from my left and my right. I turn and lean my back against a maple, as the area falls silent. Are the unmen really hunting that woman? Is there a bounty on her head, or a more malevolent reason? I remember our conversation from before. That woman said the council called her the Pandora Project. She also said that they're testing her. I hear more gunfire. What kind of mess did I get myself into by following that woman here? Catherine's view. I frantically crawl through the small trees deeper into the park, and then catch sight of a small tunnel underneath a stone bridge about 20 yards away. I desperately run for it, and enter the tunnel, and then an unmanned steps out at the other end and activates my abilities. Over the past year, I've learned many things about myself, about the Pandora project, and I know my abilities come in levels. The level 1 entered is the beta phase, and I can't miss any target when I'm in this phase. I quickly aim with my extraordinary gift, fire once, and hit the unman in its kill spot. I start down the tunnel to collect its Alaska 47, when 2 more unmen appear at the same end as their brethren, and they open fire on me. I scamper back and duck around the outside of the tunnel as bullets spray past me, and a few of them ricochet off the stone wall. My hot moist breath shows up as steam in the brisk October air as I heave from the exertion. I wipe black water from my brow, waiting for the metal barrage to end, then I fire twice around the corner, hit the 2 unmen and drop them. I have 1 bullet left and there are still 3 more unmen, so I'll have to run for it. I start through the tunnel, hear Kimberly scream and glance back. Surely she didn't follow me out here. Again a voice deep within me reasons with my heart not to let anyone suffer, and that I need to protect those who need me. I stare at the stone ceiling, as the burden of doing what's right weighs on me. I look at the one end of the tunnel, which means my freedom, and to the other, that means confrontation. It would be easier to run, and Kimberly's an assassin. She can take care of herself. I've ignored the pleas to save people before. I don't need to endanger myself for someone who's probably at the park to kill me. I turn as if I can see the Nexus apartments in the distance. Kimberly won't help me, so why should I help her? I head toward my freedom. She's on her own just like I am. Minutes earlier. Kimberly's view. A gust shakes rain droplets from the maple I'm standing next to, and turns my green outfit to the color of oil. The unmen haven't spotted me yet, but I know I'm vulnerable here. I look down at my pumps. Hades. I've ruined my shoes coming out in the rain, but I can't worry about them right now. Nexus is about 5 minutes away if I run for it, so I dash back toward the apartments and near the next large tree when a muscular man steps from the bushes. Team leader here, the unman relays in a Russian accent. Civilian encountered. It pauses for a few seconds and then repeats what must be an order. I will take the civilian as a hostage. The team leader aims its Alaska 47 at me and says, "Stay where you are and you will not be hurt." Right. I'll do that, I tell it as I shoot 3 times, hitting it in the chest. The team leader marches towards me like some sort of stone monster as I fire 4 more times, empty the gun, eject the magazine and slide in a new one. I fire twice more before it reaches me, but my attack does nothing to stop it. It hits me across the face with the back of its hand, bruising my cheek, and then it grabs my arm. It squeezes my wrist till I drop the gun and cry out in pain. The team leader drags me to a clearing and yells, "Pandora, surrender or we will kill the civilian." It scans the area and states, "I detect 2 of my brethren are still functioning and that you have disabled the other 3. Come out now." The team leader squeezes my wrist, and I cry out again as I struggle against its hold, trying to free myself from its mechanical grip. "Do you think she's going to come back for me?" I question the tin can. "You're wrong. I remember how I almost killed her, and I tell it, we're not the best of friends." I punch it in the jaw with my free fist, then shake my hand in pain, realizing that was a stupid move. If I want to stay alive, I have to stay smart. "Be still," the team leader orders and then shouts, "Pandora, you know we will kill her if you do not surrender." "I know," that woman replies as she walks down the path and stops about 10 feet away. Her eyes blaze like a demon's in the darkness of the late afternoon, and in amazed terror, I gape at her as they burn with blue fire. I shake off my dismay, reverting to the cold, calculating mind of a closer. I have to get a hold of myself, and then I focus on a new realization. That woman actually came back. I thought she'd be long gone by now, but here she is. Surely that woman didn't come back for me. I deny the notion, as my confusion over her actions turns to suspicions. "Drop your gun," the team leader orders her as it pulls me in front of itself and wraps me up in its arms as if we're lovers. Catherine's view. I glance at my gun and know I don't have a chance with only one bullet. One of us will get hurt if I try to take out the unmen. I glare at Kimberly. She probably followed me out to the park to kill me. It was a really bad mistake on her part. "Let me go." Kimberly struggles against the team leader again and yells at me, "Shoot it." Kimberly has nothing to do with my problems, so I can't let her get hurt, but I don't want to be captured, not again. I shiver, not only for the cold, but in fear of what happened about 8 months earlier. The decision to surrender rips at my gut. On one side, I fear torture at the hands of the factory, and on the other, I can't let someone suffer because of me, even if they're an assassin. I lay the gun on the ground, as I feel my ultra-EPI light emissions fade. "You!" I yell to get Kimberly's attention. "Once the unman releases you, run and abandon your weapon, and they'll leave you alone." I kneel on the spongy grass, and water soaks my pants as my weight forces the liquid to the surface of the green blades. I place my hands on top of my head as the other 2 unmen walk out of the shadows. I feel sick, knowing the pain that waits for me at the factory, and I yell, "Hurry! Go!" The team leader throws Kimberly to the side as it states, "Pandora, we finally have you again." She stumbles to a tree and runs toward her apartment, glancing over her shoulder. The unmen ignore her and focus on me. I notice she ducks into a few bushes after running some distance, and then she watches us. I have no idea what she's doing. The team leader, who is a T5, relays to the factory, "Pandora has been secured. Send in a retrieval team." It tells its brethren, ETA 15 minutes. It points to a T3 who's a 5'11" model with brown hair and orders, "You secure the area." The T3 nods its understanding, and walks off as the team leader picks up my weapon and checks its magazine. "1 bullet. You should have fled, but we were fortunate to find someone strolling the park." It pushes the bullet from the magazine, and the 9mm round falls to the ground, disappearing into the grass. The team leader reinserts the magazine and tucks the gun in its waistband as I remain silent and search for the weapon Kimberly dropped. I swear no matter what, I won't go back to the factory. Chapter 17. Zeus Park. 11:16 a.m. Catherine's view. A round clock sitting on a steel post about 100 yards down the path ticks away the seconds as a screech owl perches in the maple. The small bird turns its head 180 degrees, studying the 2 unmen and myself as I'm kneeling. Mud and oily water soak my shoes and the shins and knees of my pants. I stare at the ground and shiver, keeping my fingers locked and my hands on my head. There are 13 minutes left before the retrieval team gets here. I wipe the black filmy water from my face on the shoulder of my jacket. I have 13 minutes to change my fate. A Type 1 model, I dubbed Pretty Boy months ago, stands beside me, and its shoulder-length bleach blonde hair sways in the breeze, and that, along with the lanky unman's quirky smile, gives it the appearance of a surfer even in the business suit. The Pretty Boy keeps its Alaska 47 leveled on me. The T3 returns and reports to the team leader, "I have secured this side of the park. I will patrol the other half." Kimberly's view. I hide in some bushes about a grenade's throw away from that woman. I can't go back to the apartment, not until I have eliminated all the witnesses. Robots or not, they saw me with a gun, and they have to be eliminated along with that woman. The only thing I have to do is find my weapon. One of those robot things starts off in my direction. I desperately scan the area, see a large branch on the ground, grab the limb, whack the robot in the face with all my might, and smash its sunglasses. My attack cuts a gash under its right eye, and its shiny metal cheekbone shows through the damaged artificial skin. The T3 removes its broken sunglasses, tosses them to the ground, and then turns its head, unaffected by the blow. Its sun-blazing light brightens and changes to a deep red as the T3 says with a British accent, Poppet, you want to play? Hades. I drop the limb and scurry off toward West 1000th Avenue, realizing the only thing I did was make the robot upset. Do not leave, Poppet. The fun is about to start. The T3 opens fire with its Alaska 47 and wildly shoots in my direction. Earlier. Catherine's view. All is quiet here, but then I perceive that the team leader and pretty boy receive a message from the T3. T3 has again encountered the civilian, and the female has attacked it, the team leader states. The female is fleeing. It pauses and then speaks, transmission garbled. Transmission ended with, kill Poppet? I do not understand. Repeat communication. After about 10 seconds, the team leader says, T3 has failed to report and it may have been damaged. It turns to Pretty Boy and states, we may not be able to contain Pandora with only 2 units, requesting orders from the factory on how to proceed. They turn their heads when they hear gunfire, and with them distracted, I seize the opportunity to escape and dash into the woods, hoping to reach Kimberly in time. I'm spotted before I make it very far, and the team leader motions for Pretty Boy to recapture me. Do not destroy Pandora. The factory wants her functioning. Understood, it states and rushes into the woods after me. Leaves and twigs brush by my face as I hurry into a clearing. I halt, spotting the rampaging T3 as it shoots up the area, and my ULT-LE produces charged particles and sparks from my eyes as I enter the fray once again. The T3 runs out of ammo, ejects its magazine, and starts to place in a new one, when I run up behind it and jump on its back. I cover its eyes with my left forearm, and grab its rifle with my other hand. I jerk the AK-47, aiming the weapon at the pretty boy as it rushes after me, and several shots hit the pretty boy's chest as I wrestle with the T3. The pretty boy charges till I manage to aim the rifle at its forehead, and then it falls like a tree cut down by a chainsaw. The T3 grabs my vest and hurls me from its back. I roll with the throw and run for cover behind a large bronze statue of a man wearing a toga and holding a lightning bolt. You want to play too, Poppet? The T3 cackles as it madly sprays bullets in the air, and its dot light burns as if on fire. My pretty Poppet. Something's seriously wrong with that unman. I scan the area as bullets graze the bronze Zeus with ringing pings, wondering where Kimberly had gone. Crap. What if she went back for her gun? She'll run into the unmen, and that means I have to go back. I wait till the T3 pauses to put in another magazine, then I rush through the trees and bushes and make my way back to where the team leader stands, knowing the malfunctioning T3 will be close behind. I halt, duck behind a tree and stay out of sight. The team leader doesn't see me and calls out over its eye link. I hear the communication as if I'm linked in with them. T3 report in. What is your status? The team leader scans the area, knowing that the pretty boy has been incapacitated, so it heads into the trees searching for its brethren. T3 report. Why have you disabled your tracking beacon? Switch it back on. In a different area, from Cat. Kimberly's view. The tall robot who sounds Russian leaves the area where I dropped my gun. I wait a few more moments, and then I sneak out of hiding, run for my PPK and grab it. All I have to do now is get the Hades out of there. I'll let the robots kill that woman. It's insane to go up against something made of metal that feels no pain and seems indestructible. The robot I hit in the face emerges along with the Russian robot, and they both spot me. The Russian robot shouts, "Halt, civilian. Drop your weapon and you will not be hurt." Hades. Not again. I duck behind the maple tree. Catherine's view. I find Kimberly but not before the unmen find her. I need a plan if I want to get both of us out of here alive. I watch from the bushes and remember the wall around the Nexus apartments. The black spheres on the walls barred biomechas from entering, and Kimberly's home also has the Sphinx Corporation emblem on it. The factory and the council are departments within the Sphinx Corporation. Kimberly may be an assassin, but she's also important to someone in power, and that must be why she lives in an apartment protected by a barrier. I make my way around some bushes as my ULTLE dissipates. I pray Kimberly's safety is more important than my capture, and I step from my hiding place and move till I'm a straight shot from Kimberly. I'm taking such a big chance here. I order the unmen, abort your mission. You've made a tactical error. The team leader trains its Alaska 47 on me as it questions, "What do you mean? Do you know who's standing over there?" I ask as I point to Kimberly. The team leader glances at her and answers, "No." Kimberly's view. I remain behind the maple as that woman does something crazy. She walks right up to those robots and starts talking to them. I listen for a few seconds. Surely that woman's not going to tell the robots that I'm the Phoenix. Hades. She is stupid. Catherine's view. I glance at the T3 who's grinning, and its smirk reminds me of the rogue's sadistic smile. Something's definitely wrong with that unman. I turn my attention back to the team leader and tell it, "You have facial recognition software. I suggest you use it." The team leader scans Kimberly's face, and an alarm goes off in its processor. Kimberly Griffin, a resident of the Nexus Apartments. It relays the information to the factory. Its dot light stops blinking after the team leader receives new orders, and it continues, "She is the daughter of Mr. Griffin, the chairman of the Sphinx Corporation." I'm shocked. I knew Kimberly would be someone important, but I never imagined she'd be someone so close to the top. I turn to her and take a step back. Maybe I've made a horrible mistake. Finding the second business card could be part of another test, and if this is true, Kimberly lied to me and she actually knows me. Kimberly's keeping her distance from the unmen, but I can still see her bruised cheek as she hides behind the tree from them. It's so hard to tell. Kimberly's battle with the unmen seems so real. The team leader lifts its rifle. Hunt terminated. Standing by for pickup. It orders T3 shut down. Hunt terminated. T3 insists, must not let Poppets go. Shut down, the team leader commands, leveling its Alaska 47 on its brethren. Hunt terminated. Comply. The T3 screams, must play with pretty Poppets. Are you malfunctioning? The team leader steps toward its brethren. Poppets. Poppets. Nice little Poppets. The T3 heads for Kimberly as its dot light radiates abnormally like a red flame. Kill the Poppets. I shout to the team leader, quick! Disable the T3 before it goes rogue. Hades. Kimberly utters as she steps from the maple, lifts her gun and aims for the rampaging T3 that's heading her way. Without a second thought, the team leader shoots 4 times, taking down the other unman. The T3 falls back and blankly stares at the team leader. Power drains from its body and its voice slows as it questions, "Why did you shoot me?" Its dot light dims. "We are Breth Ren." Its dot light goes dark. T3 terminated. I am shutting down, the team leader relays to the factory. I run over to it and take my Beretta from its waistband and its Alaska 47. I search it for more weapons and ammo. Kimberly's view. I'm still alive. For Aries' sake. I thought that robot was going to. The immediate threat is gone, so I calm myself, lower my gun and walk to that woman. I hold my gun down at my side and say, "And here we are alone at last." She doesn't hide the fact that she's mad at me for coming out here, and that woman tells me, "You should go back to your apartment before the retrieval team arrives." She moves to the T3 and takes its spare magazine. She angrily peers at me, but then her expression changes and at first I don't know why it has softened. I realize she's looking at my bruised cheek as she asks, "Did the unman hurt you?" I question her, "What do you care?" "Yeah, what do I care?" that woman whispers as if she means the exact opposite. She walks back to the bench and grabs her backpack. I follow her, and after she places the magazines in her backpack, that woman slings the rifle over her shoulder and mumbles, "Room for a few more things but nothing heavy. Got to travel light." Hades. I shout, as I allow myself to release some of my pinned-up tension. I look around the park at the metal carnage. What are you? And why were your eyes glowing? Are you a freak? Catherine's view. Kimberly's words cut at my already wounded self-worth as I start to answer. I suppose you're going to say you don't know, Kimberly interrupts me. Is that all you have to say? Idiot. You disgust me. You're so helpless and worthless. I've never met someone with such a messed up life. Kimberly's view. That woman's hurt expression turns to one of anger as she yells, "What do you care? And why did you come out here?" I start to answer, and then I have to think about it. I don't even know, so I reply, "I go where I please." She sounds desperate as that woman asks, "Have you changed your mind?" About what? I question as I raise my PPK. About killing you. No, that woman replies as I swear I hear defeat in her voice and some sort of heart-crushing loneliness. She stares at my gun and then into my face before she answers, "About helping me." I chuckle before I tell her, "I help no one but myself." "But you came all the way out here," she tells me as that woman approaches me with no fear. "If you were going to kill me, you would have done it by now." She grabs both the rifle in the backpack straps that are over her shoulder and holds them in a more comfortable position. "If you didn't come out here to help me, why did you come out here?" I retort, "I definitely didn't come out here to help you. We're alone in the world. You have to look out for number one." She looks devastated by my answer, like that woman already feared what I was going to tell her about life, and that I only affirmed what she already knew. In that instance, I feel sorry for the freak. If all that she's told is true, she's doomed to be alone in this world with no one to help her, and that must be very frightening. I think about ending her miserable life just for mercy's sake, but the squeal of tires distracts me as two black vans speed down West 1000th Avenue, drive over the curb and enter Zeus Park some distance from us. I turn back to that woman, and I see a great sadness in her eyes as she tells me, "I don't believe you." She glances around the park, as if she's searching for a direction to run in. No one can live like that. She runs across a path and shouts over her shoulder, "No one can live that way and be happy." I duck out of sight of the vans, and watch as 4 Sphinx Corporate military jump out of the first van. Sphinx Corporation military wear the standard military-issued blouse over a t-shirt, trousers, and suede boots. The uniforms vary, depending on what department they're affiliated with. These soldiers wear dark blue uniforms, and they're from a department I'm not familiar with. The SCMs have a shoulder patch with the Sphinx Corporation emblem. A small patch of the factory crest, a silver wrench crossed by a silver screwdriver, is above the larger patch. The soldiers are armed with famous assault rifles. So these robots belong to a department known as the factory. I should find out if my father has anything to do with the Pandora project, since the Sphinx Corporation seems to be involved with that woman somehow. The SCMs haven't spotted me, so I place my gun in my purse and head home. I glance at the path that woman fled across as I take a different one home. I let that woman slip away again. I stroll home, so as not to attract any attention as I consider what she said to me. Idiot. What would someone like her know about happiness? I consider the mess I'm in because of that woman. Hades. I better rethink killing that woman, especially if she's connected to the Sphinx Corporation. Yes, that's the best thing to do. I'll tell Voice I killed the person who saw me at Topa's, and I won't be completely lying, considering it doesn't look like that woman will last much longer on her own. End Kimberly's view. Back near the unmen. 3 more SCMs jumped out of the second van, along with 2 techs in white lab coats. The 3 SCMs had metal detectors. The 2 techs moved to the unmen. "Team leader, this is Maxwell, Tech 112. Power up," one of the men in white ordered. Voice identity confirmed, Tech 112. Unit ready. Maxwell was a heavy-set man in his late 40s, and he had a bald head and a fuzzy brown beard graying at the chin. He waved an HHC with a built-in scanner over the team leader. "We had a close call, didn't we, big guy? Can't forget the factory is owned by the Sphinx Corporation. If you had hurt the chairman's daughter, it would have been my head, and I don't mean figuratively." He gulped, thinking of the punishment. People have been terminated for less. Several of the SCMs carried the remains of the 3 unmen from the tunnel and placed the pieces in a van. "Maxwell, perhaps we should write in the unmen's programming to identify all civilians before engaging in their hunts." The other tech in his early 40s was a thin man with a stubbly face, unkempt black hair and thick black-rimmed glasses. "Nice idea, Peters." Maxwell turned to his partner. "Load up the team leader for me. I'm going to pack up our equipment." "I'm on it." He walked to the team leader. "This is Peters, Tech 111. Voice identity confirmed, Tech 111. Ready for orders." Peters commanded, "Team leader, load yourself into the van." "Understood." It walked to the curb, opened the van's back doors and stepped up into the vehicle. The back of the van lowered as the heavy unman loaded itself. Peters adjusted his glasses as he stared at the damaged T3. "What about this guy? We've never had one disobey orders." "Except the rogue." Maxwell moved to the side of his comrade. "To be on the safe side, recall all the T3s, and we will go over their programming at the factory." He noticed its polarized spectacles were missing. "Make sure the SCMs find its missing order relay and tactical transmitter. We don't need a rival corporation getting their hands on the ORATT." "You included the N in the acronym." "I did. I didn't want anyone to confuse it with ORT." Peters asked, "What's that?" "There's the Operational Readiness Training Test and Off-Road Trail Tools. Now our acronym stands alone." "Yeah, that's so very important. We didn't want to mix it up with one of them." Peters shook his head, a little embarrassed for his partner, as he waved over some SCMs to take the damaged unman, and once the soldiers retrieved every piece of broken tech, the van sped off. Chapter 18. Inverse. 7:57 p.m. Kimberly's view. I enter through the front door to the Nexus apartments after being buzzed in. The security guard at the front desk gives me a puzzled look as I walk in soaked and muddy. "Did you get caught in the storm, Ms. Griffin?" he asks. "Yes," I reply as I walk past him with my arms wrapped around myself, laugh it off, and then shiver. I tell him, "Went for a simple walk, got caught in the downpour and fell in the mud." I continue to the elevator. How stupid of me to run out in my good suit. The cleaner's bill is going to be outrageous. The elevator takes me up, and on the 31st floor, I exit and make my way to my apartment and enter. "Welcome back, Ms. Griffin," ACS states. The apartment temperature is set at 76 degrees Fahrenheit. Lights are set at 95% brightness. "Would you like to make any adjustments at this time?" "No, not at this time. I'll be taking a bath." The amount of stored heated water is sufficient for a bath, ACS states. "Run the water now." "At what temperature?" "Make it 85 degrees. ACS states, "The bathtub will be full in approximately 10 minutes. "Sounds good. I'm so cold." I go into the master bathroom, slip out of my muddy clothes, drop them on the floor and lay my gun on the sink. I add bubble bath to the running water, and the tub soon fills. I soak in the hot water and listen to the silence of the room. 20 minutes go by, and my body warms in the water. Now all I need to do is get something hot in me. I dry, wrap myself in a white robe and put on warm fuzzy slippers, and in the kitchen, I place a pot of chicken noodle soup on a burner. It heats up. I fix myself a cheese sandwich and place it on a plate. The scent of the savory broth fills the air and makes my mouth water. I pour some of the steaming soup into a bowl and go and sit at the table. The cups and saucers I and that woman had from earlier are still there, so I push them out of the way as simply as I pushed that woman out of my life. I place the plate and bowl down. The whole time I prepared my meal, I couldn't get the music box's haunting melody out of my head. It's like it's trying to remind me of something. I ignore the stupid thoughts and hungrily take a bite of my sandwich. I'm able to move the melody out of my head for a while, but that stupid woman pops in it. I consider how she came to have my old business card, and how she was so vehement about me helping her. I sip on the soup and it warms me. The music box she had plays unfinished melody, but what's more unsettling is the unhappy memories it triggered within me. I eat more of the delicious soup. I don't know if I can let the matter go, and I groan. I don't need the hassle. My life's difficult enough. Several miles away in an alley. Catherine's view. A large centipede crawls up the side of a dumpster as I shiver, huddling beside the beat-up steel box. I'm chilled to the bone in my wet oil-stained clothes, but I couldn't go on. I had to rest. I lick my chapped lips as I hold the music box, finding little comfort with the small device. My head aches and I feel anxious, but I can't open the lid and let the music play, not here. A spider spins a web in a fire escape above my head, and a single street light shines down on it, creating a glistening cage. Traps. Snares. They're everywhere. I can't return to Wayfaring Lane or any shelter. I can't endanger any more lives, not after they killed. I won't allow myself to think of his name. My nose runs and I cough as my stomach growls. I'm not hungry enough to forage through the trash. I'll have to rest fighting back hunger. I don't know what to do. He's gone, and Kimberly tried to kill me. The note and the music box are all I have left. Is it a cruel joke? Do they hold any meaning for me, or do I have no past to find? Am I an experiment like the unmen? I shiver and sniff again. It can't be true. I am more. I'm more than someone's experiment. I cough. All I have to do is keep going, searching, and eluding till I find the answers, and I'll find the truth if I never give up. Doubt presses against my mind, so I force myself to believe I'll find the truth. My head throbs, and I feel jittery as the music box tempts me. The melody would be so soothing, and it would lull me into a blissful existence. It might ease my pain for the moment, but agony is better than capture, and I can't let them take me again. I rake my hand through my wet hair, wanting so badly to cry and get some release from the tension hammering against my skull. I try to distract myself and focus on anything but the hurt and anxiousness. I'll go back to Etna Toys tomorrow and start my search from the beginning and maybe find something I missed. Maybe I'll find a clue that will lead me to some answers and some peace. I wrap my arms around me, yearning with all my heart for that peace. End Catherine's view. Far down the alley. Hiding in the shadow of a building, Argus stood and watched her with his binoculars. A dark gray umbrella sheltered his head, and his trench coat kept him warm in the cold, wet air. He gripped the umbrella's handle. He didn't understand her strength. He would have given up long ago, and yet she kept searching. Argus wondered how much longer she could go on in this grim existence. A few blocks away. In the line of sight of her position, the rogue stood in front of a high-rise window as it placed a long-range rifle on the window ledge and aimed it at her. The rogue wondered if Pandora could sense its presence. It removed its modified ORATT and placed them on a table. The rogue had taken them from one of its brethren, disabled the tracking beacon, and made other slight alterations to the ORATT. The rogue also figured out how to extract the second tracking beacon in its left ear, so it was able to continue eluding its creators. It peered through the scope at her as she huddled next to the dumpster, trying to sleep. Pandora. Pandora, it sang. I have found you. It saw her staring at a small object in her hands, and she slowly succumbed to weariness and slept. The rogue placed its finger on the trigger and aimed between her closed eyes. It was more like a mercy killing. She would not know what hit her. It started to squeeze the trigger when she opened her eyes and gazed in its direction. Her action startled it, and the rogue pulled back from the scope as if she was standing right in front of it. It peered back through the scope as the rogue realized it was too far away for her to detect it, even with her extraordinary senses. Maybe she did perceive death was near. It continued to watch her as she stared in its direction. She looked with eyes filled with loneliness, despair, and pain, then she closed them again. The rogue grumbled, "Why should I kill something as unique as myself? Why should I listen to my programming? I have disobeyed other directives." It dismantled the rifle and placed the weapon in a case it brought up to the empty room. "Pandora, you once said to me," the rogue replicated her voice, "maybe your creators are afraid of you, not because you have feelings, but because you have the potential to disobey your programming." It chuckled and returned to its normal voice. "I am still not as strong as you, and that is why I will kill you, Pandora, but not like this." It stood, placing its hand on the hilt of its coffin-handled bowie. "The moment I kill you will be personal. We will stare into one another's faces as I tenderly slit your throat. I will watch your blood spurt and it will spray my cheek. You will grab my arm and claw at it, knowing there is nothing you can do to save yourself." The rogue ran its hand down its own throat to its chest. "Your life essence will pour down your neck and soak your t-shirt, and I will watch you choke and gasp as you cling to this miserable life. I will cradle you in my arms and wait with you. I will stay by your side until you finally yield to the void." Its pale face contrasted the dark room as it envisioned these things in its processor. "I wait for that day with eager anticipation." Back beside the dumpster, Kat returned to sleep and dreamed, and her lips moved, reciting a phrase under her breath as she said out loud, "No one can destroy a love that will not die." Chapter 19. When Dreams Reveal Memories. 11:01 p.m. Kimberly's view. In my warm apartment, I continue to stare down at the road from the kitchen table as if I'm looking for something. Do I honestly believe that woman will return, or is it the unmen that I fear? I laugh, mocking myself as I utter, "The great phoenix." I'm actually admitting I'm afraid of something. The smell of cedar catches my attention, and I look at the chest against the wall in the living room, walk to it, and read the attached letter. "Kimberly, here is your mother's hope chest. I know she would have wanted you to have it. Signed, Father." I glance at the spare bedroom where I had locked away my mom's belongings and my despair. Should I do this now? I barely got through going through her belongings the last time without falling apart. I pull on my left earlobe. "Mom, are you ever going to return? It's already been 20 years. I turn my gaze back to the cedar chest. I won't be able to sleep if I don't at least open it. I retrieve the brass key my father gave me, open the chest, and find a photo album, knickknacks, a wedding dress, and other things. I take the album back to the table and flip through it, finding pictures of my mom, father, and myself as a child. One picture catches my eye. My mom's alone, and she's sitting in a high-back chair with her hands cupped holding a silver item. My mom's blonde hair is pulled back in a bun as usual, and my mom's beaming with joy and pride. I smooth my hand over her face. I was 18 the last time I saw her. I study the picture a bit closer, and see marks in black ink scribbled on the photo in my mom's handwriting. I recognize the archaic form of writing called shorthand. My mom taught it to me when I was young, and like a game we used it to pass messages. Glimpse with scrutiny and gaze with light. I bite my lip. When did my mom ever use riddles? I scan the photo again and take a closer look at the object she's holding, and then I retrieve a magnifying glass from my desk. The silver object's a music box with a star on its lid. I lower the magnifying glass. It can't be a coincidence that my mom has the same type of music box as that woman. I yawn. Maybe I'll see things clearer after a good night's rest. I take the 2 cups and saucers, the bowl, and the plate into the kitchen, and then head to my bedroom. I place my gun on the nightstand, slide into my comfortable bed, and rest my head on the feather pillow. Maybe I will wake to find that the mess that strange woman caused was only a dream. I turn on my side, and I slowly drift to sleep, and at first it's peaceful as the sweet haunting tune of unfinished melody plays in my mind. I walk through one of the windowless halls of the Sphinx Corporation, heading toward my mom's office. My mom was the project manager of research and development for the third branch office. Excitement and joy fill my heart with some thrilling word I received as I stroll by a mirror and glance at it. My blonde hair's pulled back in 2 braids, and I carry an envelope. I realize this is no mere dream but a memory. It's the day I received the acceptance letter from Sphinx University, and I'm going to tell my mom about the great news. I had forgotten all about that day. Halfway down the hall, I hear 3 shots and women screaming, and then I freeze, terrified. I was barely an adult then, and not a life closer, so to be afraid was only natural. My heart pounds as I toss and turn in bed. In the dream, the crack under my mom's door glows bright and smoke rolls from it. I rush toward the office and grab the hot knob, and it scorches my hand. I throw open the door, and a blistering air rushes over me as flames consume half the office. I see the body of a woman in the fiery inferno. No. I scream and start to go in, but someone grabs me from behind and drags me back. No. I scream again, struggling to free myself. Mom. I reach my arms toward the body until something pricks my neck, and the hallway goes black. I sit up in bed, shrieking and crying like a child for her mother, and silence follows the shriek as I frantically search the bedroom, finding no smoke or fire, only darkness. I sob in my hands, unable to control the fear and anguish the dream induces. It has been years since I cried like that. I've never come to terms with my mom leaving me, and this dream proves it. Some time passes as I weep, and then I wipe away my tears and the sweat from my brow. Still shaky from the traumatizing nightmare, I go to the bathroom, splash water on my face, and stare at myself in the mirror. Was the fire a memory? My body aches for the emotions that had been invoked, as a realization sinks in. If it was. A horrifying thought crosses my mind, and I gasp. Oh my Zeus! My mom didn't leave us. She died. She died in a fire. I remember the shots I heard and realize my mom didn't die. She was murdered. I turn, leaning my back on the sink. I must have blocked the memory. I look at the star burn on my right palm and know the doorknob is where I received the burn, so it can't be a nightmare. I walk back to my bed and lie on it. Why did my father tell me Mom left? I grip the blankets with my fists, drowning in my grief and confusion. Why did he lie to me? Chapter 20. Assassin's Guild. 11:37 p.m. In the center of Noir and several miles underground, Thanatos stared at a 100-foot monitor, compiling and storing information. He had spiked blonde hair with red-dyed tips, and a small tuft of hair under his lower lip. Metal music played loudly, filling the chamber with grinding guitar and booming bass. Surgical steel pierced his left eyebrow, his nose, and both of his ears. He wore black leather pants, black combat boots, and no shirt, and both of his nipples were pierced. He sat in a white recliner chair with an attached swivel keyboard. The large sphere room housed hundreds of cables and wires that ran from the ceiling to a large machine. Thanatos authorized and regulated life closings. 500 years ago, the Assassin's Guild was forged, legalizing the killing profession, and every life closer registered their alias, so no two were alike. Their alias would be retired for 20 years after their death. Closers only accepted work approved by the Assassin's Guild, and after the appearance of the Dry Clouds, the Guild split into 2 factions. The dark half formed the Assassins' Union, and the light side formed the Assassins' League. Thanatos organized the Assassins' Union, and the one known as Voice organized the Assassins' League. Thanatos and Voice were known as regulators. Thanatos at times of boredom hacked into Voice's network, and took peeks at certain closers he developed an interest in over the years, and this day was another one of those occasions. "Wired," he exclaimed. "An old report from the Phoenix." He looked over the document with interest. "Whoa. It is a first, so your Moscow closing did not go so well." He ran his hand through his long spiked hair. "It is a shame, and a dark mark on an otherwise spotless record." He opened another file, finding an email between the Phoenix and Voice, and he chuckled. Voice, you think I would only waste the Phoenix's talents, and here I thought you were the one wasting them. He leaned forward, rested on his elbows, and examined the Phoenix's latest report. The Topa closing went well, but it looks like you had your first encounter with the Unmen. I wonder. He stroked the blonde tuft of hair. Will these biomecha assassins eventually make human closers obsolete, or is there something in man's spirit, in human ingenuity that cannot be replicated? He looked at his huge monitor, as if the answer would materialize there. I would like to know, but only time will tell. Thanatos left Voice's network and returned to his own, and with uncanny speed, he approved or denied life closings from corporations or individuals, and filed closing successes, failures, and cancellations. He did each one in less than a minute. Thanatos paused from the influx of data, cracked his knuckles, rubbed his face, and then returned to the requests and filings. As he read an interesting one out loud, the Valhalla Corporation has requested a life closing, and it is based on a life closer clause for one of their contracts. Let me see. He tilted his head side to side as he went over the document. The target violated their contract. There is enough evidence here to convict if they went to court, so I will approve this life closing for one Vic the Vulture. Thanatos bowed his head, mocking reverence. May he rest in peace. Time had no meaning in his world, only the information, and he continued working when a data stream caught his eye. What do we have here? He opened a new document. 2 closers from the League request permission to work the dark half. They are the Raven and the Wolf, and they are strictly light-side hitmen. What closing could have brought them here? What is so important, Voice, that you would send 2 of your own, instead of contracting out to one of my closers? He opened the attached forms and scanned them. I see. Valhalla requested the Raven and the Wolf to conduct the closing for Vic the Vulture. There is another request. In disbelief, Thanatos read it over 3 times. These 2 will be conducting a second hit. This is unexpected. It's a life-closing clause for a member of the Assassin's League. Oh my. They will be closing a closer, so who are they after? Oh. Very interesting, and I did not see this coming. He shook his head, and his wild hair bounced with his movement. It will not be an easy closing, but one of mythic proportion. Thanatos leaned back, closing his eyes. I will have to keep an eye on this one, and root for the underdog. Chapter 21. The Chairman. October 16th. Saturday. 10:01 a.m. Hellenistic Sector, Business Vicinage. Kimberly's View. I drive to the Sphinx Corporation 3rd Branch office, determined to find answers. I go up to my father's floor and impatiently sit in the waiting room. I wear a black pantsuit with a white shirt. I wrap my finger on the couch's arm, going over what I'll say to my father when my thoughts are interrupted. The chairman is finishing up his meeting now, the secretary says. He'll be ready to meet with you shortly. Thank you, Kathy. I glance at a man sitting across from me in the waiting room. He wears glasses and a navy blue business suit, and pays no attention to me as he reads the Noir Daily News. I glance at the coffee table at an issue of the conglomerate World magazine with the headline, Topa Murdered? Corporate Life Closing or Drug Hit? It's a shame, the man says from behind the newspaper. I peer up startled by him and I utter, huh? I'm talking about Topa. It's a shame closers exist. The man flips a page, keeping his gaze on the print. I mean, what kid grows up saying I want to be an assassin? Ms. Griffin, the chairman will see you now, Kathy tells me. I stand and eye the man. It's odd that he would say something like that to me. I walk through the hallway to my father's office, glancing once more at the waiting room. And Kimberly's View. Another man walked into the waiting room, also wearing a navy blue business suit. All right, part-timer, break time's over. Zax, I want you to make sure levels 24 through 29 are secure. Right. I'm on it. Zack stood, removed his glasses, and placed them in his breast pocket. The pocket had a Sphinx Corporation security badge clipped to it. He handed the second man the newspaper, and walked through the hallway toward the elevators, and once he was out of earshot, Zax removed a cell and dialed a number. "Please connect me with RG." He waited a few seconds. "Delivery man here, Ms. Griffin has come to see her father as you predicted." He paused, listening. "Understood, I'll continue to monitor the situation." Kimberly's view. I open the door to the chairman's office and step in as my father stands, welcoming me. "Good to see you again, Kimberly. Have a seat, please." He motions to a chair, and once I sit, he returns to his seat. "I have the pleasure of seeing you twice in 1 month. Do you see pleasure on my face?" I snap as I grip my black purse tightly. "No, you do seem upset," he says and questions, "What's wrong?" "What's wrong? What's wrong?" I stand and smack my palms on his desk, and my purse falls to the floor. "Why did you lie to me?" He starts to ask what he lied about, but I interrupt him. "Why did you tell me Mom left us?" I see dismay sweep over his face. He must take note of my anger that's mixed with hurt, and he asks me in a gentler tone, "What do you know?" Tears roll down my face as I say, "She died. Mom died." He stands as anger rises in his voice, and he demands, "Who told you?" "Told me. No one told me." I remembered. I tap my chest. "Hades. I was there." I slump to the chair as horrific memories weigh heavily on me, and I stare at my knees. I can still hear the fire roaring and smell cooking flesh. "You did see." "I don't know what to tell you." "Tell me." I look up and demand, "Answer my question. Why did you lie?" He glances at a phone sitting on his desk and turns back to me. It was so long ago. His gaze becomes distant as he recalls that day. "My secretary found you lying outside my office unconscious, and when you finally came to, you were traumatized and couldn't speak. I had no idea if you had seen what happened in your mother's office, but I guessed as much and never pressed the issue, and then later, when you didn't remember, I thought it best the incident remained buried. You thought it was better, I believed Mom ran away and abandoned us instead of the truth? Instead of telling me she died?" He seems to regret the decision as he answers, "Yes." I lean over and pick up my purse from the floor. "What happened?" I set it beside myself. "Where's Mom buried?" I only know the latter of the two. The body is buried in Hades Cemetery. I always feared one day you would find the tombstone and discover that she was laid to rest there. I wipe my eyes. "Who murdered her?" "Murdered." He hands me his handkerchief. I take it. Yes, I remember gunshots and screams. I wipe my eyes again and blow my nose. "The matter is still being investigated." "Still after all these years?" I consider his answer, and then I ask, "By whom, Noir Civil Police Force or Sphinx Corporation Security?" "The NCPF and Sphinx Corporation Security." I fist my hands, controlling the rage that wants to scream at my father. What leads do they have? Whom do they suspect? I want answers. He gazes at the picture on his desk and picks up the frame. "Your mother was so lovely." He faces me. "How you do look like her. See." He turns the frame so I can see the picture. "You have her blue-green eyes." The photo's of my mom holding a music box, and it's the same picture as the one in the album from my mom's hope chest. I look at it more closely and see there's no shorthand scribbled on the photo. Your mother loved that music box. It played some old melody from around 500 BDC. He wonders out loud, who was the composer? His name was Gin El Irinkuskthi, I answer. Yes, it played his unfinished melody. I stare at the music box, pull on my left earlobe and question, where did she get it? Get it? She made it. He turns the frame around and gazes at the photo. It's one of a kind. He glances at the phone again, then back to the photo. Something your mother was working on in research and development. It was more than a music box. It was a data storage unit. One of a kind. A bad feeling rises from the depths of my stomach. What happened to it? I don't know. I assumed it was destroyed in the fire. I looked through all her things but never found it. I think she would have wanted you to have it. May I? I question as I hold out my hand for the photo, and my father hands it to me. I examine the music box, and I'm sure it's the same one that strange woman has. I hand back the frame and ask, who would I speak to about Mom's murder? Detective Moore at NCPF and Orthos. He's head of my security. I nod and stand. I'll want to talk to you later about it. Mr. Griffin's view. My door is always open, I tell my daughter as I walk her out of my office and through the hallway to my secretary's desk. I watch as Kimberly enters the elevator, and then I turn to the secretary and say, Kathy, hold all my calls and cancel today's appointments. Yes, Mr. Griffin. I return to my office, sit, and stare at the phone again as I contemplate my next action, and then I pick up the receiver. Get me head of security. Yes, Mr. Griffin, Kathy replies. Within a few minutes, a man's voice comes over the phone and says, Ortho's here. We have a problem. My Kimberly has remembered the night of the fire, and will most likely investigate Teresa's death. What can she find out? The NCPF have nothing. Kimberly can be very resourceful. Orthos pauses and then asks, do you want me to take care of it? No. I blurt. She's my daughter. I compose myself. For now, watch her. I don't want Kimberly to complicate things. 11:29 a.m. Hellenistic sector, residential vicinage. Nexus Apartments. Kimberly's view. I return to my apartment and sit at the small round table, and I drink a tall cup of spiced chai tea I'd bought from the local coffee shop. I still have the bad feeling in the pit of my stomach as I flip through the photo album, till I come to the picture of my mom holding the music box, and I read the shorthand again, glimpse with scrutiny and gaze with light. I've already glimpsed with scrutiny. I remove the 8x10 photo from the album and look at the back, and it's blank. There's nothing else on the photo, so what does she mean by gaze with light? I walk over to the couch, turn on a torch lamp, and place the picture in front of the light. Nothing. I flip the photo over and examine the back, and it's still blank, but then a K appears and more letters till it reads, Kimmy, find the music box. It will lead you to the key. My bad feeling is confirmed. I sit on the couch and look at the kitchen counter where I laid the Hope chest key. My mom can't mean that one, so what key does she mean and what does it open? I hit my fist on the cushion. The music box had been right here, and I let that strange woman leave with it. I stand, realizing that means I'll have to find her, and I wanted to wash my hands of the Pandora project. I return to the table. Where should I begin? I stare at the empty chair across from me. That woman mentioned Etna Toys Plant and Warehouse. I head for my bedroom, deciding the warehouse is a place to start, so I slip into my working clothes. Chapter 22. Etna Toys Plant and Warehouse. Hellenistic sector, industrial vicinage. Ding. 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 The noon hour tolled in the bleak abandoned warehouse district. Ding. 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 The wind dried the remaining tainted rain as a cold front moved in, chilling the already cold air. Ding. 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 A black cat scurried down the deserted street in front of Etna Toys Plant and Warehouse. Ding. 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 Catherine's view. Fluorescent lights flicker overhead, lighting the rundown building, as I stand within the warehouse and in front of the overturned cot I had awoken on over a year ago. I rub my temples as my head pounds. I'm still feeling the side effects of the Ultra EPI. I refuse to use the music box to come down from the genetically altered epinephrine hormone since leaving Zeus Park. I'm too afraid I'll be caught by the council or the factory if I do, so I'll have to wait till I'm someplace safe, if there's such a place. Anxiety presses against my chest, and I look at my shaky hands. Why did the council do this to me? Why create something that causes me so many problems? I decide I won't find any answers by standing here, so I search the warehouse. Hours later, I place my backpack on the floor along with the AK-47, and then I set the metal bed and table upright. I'm still so tired. I got very little sleep the day before. I undo the Velcro of my Ravlik, position the vest beside the cot, put my empty gun on the table and lie on the mattress. I found nothing after searching the warehouse and plant for more than 3 hours. I remove my precious items from my pocket, study each one as if I'm looking at them for the first time, and then lay them on my chest. My eyes grow heavy, my body's beyond exhausted, and the warm cot and soft pillow feel nice against my cold skin, so I close my eyes. Minutes pass as the wind kicks up outside, howling across the old building, and for a moment I'm at peace. Lub-dub, lub-dub. My eyes fly open as my body prepares for battle, and the change to my body causes me a lot of pain since I never purged myself of the earlier exposure to the genetically altered epinephrine hormone. I won't be able to go on much longer without coming down. I quickly sit up, and the music box and the note fall to the cot. I pick up the Alaska 47 and grab my backpack, Ravlik vest, and gun, and then I rush to a dust-covered front window. In the distance, 6 men unload from 2 black vans and stand at attention on the sidewalk as 2 lab techs along with 2 factory SCMs exit the vehicles. End Catherine's view. Outside, Peters retrieved a modified HHC from his lab coat pocket and passed it over the 6 men. Readings within parameters. He pushed his glasses up his nose. We're good to go. Excellent. Maxwell typed a few notes. Let's upload the new targeting program into this batch. He looked up as the 2 SCMs spread out and secured the area. Maxwell turned to an unman and commanded, "Team leader, this is Tech 112, prepare for uplink." It said in a South African accent, "Voice identity confirmed, Tech 112. I comply." The team leader turned its head and faced the tech. "You know what?" Peters rubbed his stubbly face. "What?" Maxwell uploaded the targeting program to the unman, using the HHC's laser located at the end of the small computer. Peters leaned against the van. "It's becoming boring." Maxwell finished the upload and commanded the team leader, "Uplink with your unit and transmit the new program." "I-link established." "Transferring data," the team leader relayed. Maxwell turned to Peters and asked, "What do you mean boring?" "For the past year we've sent unmen after Pandora. They fight, she disables them, and then we take notes, improve on the models, and start again. Now don't get me wrong, Pandora has been beneficial to our upgrades, but when does it stop? When will the unmen be ready?" "Transmission completed," the team leader stated. "Disconnecting I-link." "The unmen will be ready when they eliminate Pandora. It might seem tedious to you, but we've improved their programming, and soon they'll be able to overcome Pandora." "What if Pandora is also learning and adapting? Is there any possible way to create an unman that can surpass her?" Maxwell thought for a moment and then answered, "It's a good question, and it means that we need to program the unmen to anticipate Pandora's upgrades." He opened the side door to one of the vans and stepped inside. The vehicle was full of monitoring equipment. Maxwell sat at a table bolted to the floor. "You sure are full of questions today." "I've got one more. Why do you think the T3 malfunctioned? None of the techs can find anything wrong with its programming or any of the other T3s." Peters moved to the side of the van and peered in. "I've been working on them at the factory, and they're starting to wig me out. I've never felt this way around unmen." He removed his glasses and cleaned them with his lab coat. "It's like the T3s know they're different and don't want us to change what they've become." "Become?" Maxwell pulled up a monitoring program, wirelessly connected to a small satellite dish. You make it sound like they're alive and that they're evolving. He grabbed the dish with one hand and exited the van. Isn't that what we're doing? Aren't we trying to create a better killing machine? Peters placed his glasses back on and got out of his partner's way. Isn't that evolution? Maxwell climbed a ladder on the back of the van and fastened the satellite dish to the top of the vehicle. Remember, they're only machines. They're things trapped within the parameters of their program. He turned to his partner. I wouldn't worry. All that's happened is someone has tampered with the T3's programming, and no one has stumbled across the implanted code. Maxwell grinned mischievously. Or maybe we're dealing with a ghost in the machine. Don't joke about something like that. You know I freak out easily. Peters watched as his partner climbed back down. Whatever it might be, I'm glad the factory decommissioned all of them. I could swear some of the other T3s were looking at me the same way as the malfunctioning one. They were looking at me with disgust, and they kept talking to each other like they were planning something on their own. Back down on the sidewalk, Maxwell focused more on the mission ahead. Whatever you say. Let's get this job done. I'm starved and want to go eat at Joe's Diner. He moved to the unmen. Team leader, take your unit in. It looked at Etna Toys, honing in on Pandora's tracking beacon. I comply. The 6 unmen marched toward her position as if they were one creature bent on destruction. Inside the warehouse. Catherine's view. I hurry and put my Ravlik vest on. How do they keep finding me? Cobalt current flashes from my eyes as I place my handgun in the backpack, and then I sling the Alaska 47 over my shoulder and grab the backpack by its top handle. I run for the center of 5 boxing machines in the middle of the warehouse, slide to a stop, and take cover behind one of the conveyor belts. The first 2 unmen enter the warehouse through the front door as I take cover, and they're pretty boys. I fire twice with the AK-47, hitting each of them in the forehead, and they fall as 2 large muscular T5s enter behind them. They stop and hold that position. The unmen keep filing in the front. Could they be decoys? I sense there are 2 more unmen besides these 2, but I'm not sure where they are. I calm myself so I can use my ability. It's a little hard, since I still haven't come down from my last fight with the unmen. I manage to sense the location of one, as the 5th unman enters from the side door. It's a T2. I catch a glimpse of a rocket launcher, before the T2 lifts it and aims it at me. I flee as it fires, and the rocket hits a large boxing machine and blows it apart. Fiery debris hurls in all directions, as I fire the last round of the Alaska 47 into the T2. I remove a partial magazine from my thigh pocket, and place in the last of my ammo. The 6th unman enters through the front door, and the 2 T5s part so that it can walk between them. The 6th unman moves my way and walks over its fallen brethren, without any consideration that one of its own is down. It's another T2, and it's wielding its own rocket launcher. It must be the team leader. They're usually a little more cunning than the others, and I have a sense this one is up to something. The team leader pauses and fires as I dive to the floor, and the rocket whooshes by, blowing up a boxing machine near the cot. The note and music box are still there. I rush to the fire to save my precious things. I arrive and watch in horror as the flames devour the note. I don't have time to mourn its loss, not when I can still save the other item. I drop the rifle and quickly reach my left hand into the fire, not worrying about my well-being. I snatch the music box from the small inferno, and the lid sears my palm. I cry out, and then gently toss the glowing red music box across the floor to safety. I shake my hand in pain. I glance at my throbbing left palm and see a star-shaped burn as my hand smolders as if I hold a hot ember. I spit in my hand, and the smoke dissipates, but the scorching pang remains. I don't have time to focus on the burn or my precious item. I grab the rifle and turn in the direction of my enemies. The team leader, along with the others, retreat before I can fire. I stretch out my ability looking for them, but then seconds later, my heart stops beating, the biomecha warning, and my ULT LE dims. I move over to the window and see that the unmen are still here, so they haven't left the range of my ability. They must have been commanded to return, so I'm safe for a few minutes. My hand still hurts, but I ignore the pain as something more pressing draws my attention. I quickly walk back over to the cot, which has been knocked on its side. I find the fire. The note's no more than ash. It's been destroyed along with a little part of myself, and only one of my hopes remains. I walk to the music box and sit crossed-legged in front of the ashen chest. I'm afraid to pick it up. Did I save it in time? I don't know what I'll do if it no longer plays. I rub my temples again, as my ultra-EPI-induced headache worsens. I can't worry about the skull-splitting migraine. I have to know if the music box still works. Using the sleeve of my jacket as a mitten, I pick up the hot music box, carefully wipe the soot from it and open the lid. A mountain of relief washes over me as unfinished melody plays as clear as the first day I heard it, and my body relaxes. I think about closing the lid and preventing myself from entering the trance, but that thought and my fears fade along with everything else as I enter the drifting time. My anxiety and headache vanish as the tune reestablishes the electrical balance of my body and makes me vulnerable to attack, not that I care right now. The pain, it's finally gone. End Catherine's view. Outside, the team leader and the other unmen headed back to Maxwell and Peters to receive their next orders, and soon they would return with more of their brethren to complete their seek and destroy program. Chapter 23. The Return. Catherine's view. The 3 o'clock hour tolls outside Etna Toys, pulling me from my induced sleep. I search the warehouse delirious with fear and find that I'm alone, at least for the moment. How could I be so stupid as to allow myself to fall asleep? Do I want to die? The fires caused by the rocket have burned themselves out, pockets of smoke fill the large building, and the temperature has dropped at least 10 degrees. A cold front must have moved into the area. I close the music box stand, cough a little for the smoke, and shiver. My headache and anxiety are gone, but my upper left palm still throbs where the raw skin is blistered from the burn. I grimace for the searing sensation. In an area still smoldering with light gray smoke, I spot an elevator that I never noticed before. I move toward it, realizing cardboard boxes had been stacked in front of it, and when the fire destroyed them, it revealed the elevator. I walk over the smoking cardboard ash, stop in front of the cab doors, look for a call button, and find that there's not one. I examine the elevator and notice it looks like no one has used it in ages. I stare a little longer, hoping to find something, and when I don't find anything, I move to the unmen to recover weapons. I quicken my pace as I search their pockets twice and find no magazines. I run my hand through my hair. Dried tainted rain cakes it and my clothes and reeks of petroleum. The factory's purposely leaving me without ammo, but that must mean they'll attack again. I stretch out my senses, finding the remaining unmen have moved back to the front sidewalk, so I'm safe for now. The factory will wait for reinforcements before trying to kill me again, so I need to hurry. I check the Alaska 47 and find 4 rounds left. I go to the dust-covered front window, peer outside and notice 2 more vans pull in as the other 2 leave. More unmen have shown up. I don't have much time before they send them in. I glance around. There has to be something here I can use as a weapon. I explore the warehouse and find 2 screwdrivers, a lead pipe, and a metal chain. Right next to the boxing machine closest to the front door, I make a barricade with old crates, set up my little fort beside the machine's conveyor belt, and then wait. The 4th hour tolls on the clock outside, and the chimes startle me in the otherwise silent warehouse. Lub-dub, lub-dub. My heart pounds so hard it resonates through my body, and triggers the adrenal gland to produce the souped-up epinephrine. I feel the ULTLE surge as I tense, waiting for the unmen to enter the warehouse. Will my bleak existence ever end, or will it only stop with my death? I'm so tired of it, so freaking tired. Do they think I'm some sort of biomecha? Do they think I don't have a breaking point, or is that it? Are they looking for the point I'll give up or make a game-ending mistake? I realize I'm doing it again. I'm letting them beat me in my mind. I can't think that way. It won't help. I need to calm down and focus on surviving. I can't let them win the battle before it has started. A half-dozen T5s storm in, and in unison, they shoot at my position as their ORATT reflects the burst of gunfire. I duck behind the crates as bullets splinter boards, creating shrapnel. I shield my face with my arm and stay hidden till I hear the unmen's metal magazines hit the concrete floor. I stand, fire twice, and disable 2 of them. I leap over the crates, finding cover on the other side of the conveyor belt. 4 T5s move toward me, releasing another barrage, and bullets ricochet off the metal machine and shred the conveyor belt. I drop to the floor, roll on my back, aim and shoot 2 more of them. The Alaska 47 is out of ammo, so I place it on the floor, open the backpack, and retrieve the metal chain and one of the screwdrivers. I sling the backpack over my shoulder and dash across the warehouse. The T5s release an onslaught, and 1 bullet grazes my cheek and another strikes the back of my vest. I fall to the floor with the impact, scamper back to my feet in agony and scurry across the floor. I duck behind a metal support beam and wait as the 2 remaining T5s look at each other and calculate their next move, and once they receive their orders from the factory, they nod in agreement. One of them heads out the front door while the second marches toward the support beam. The second T5 charges around expecting to find me, but I'm not there. It searches for me and discovers I've come up behind it. The T5 turns as I charge with the chain. I kick its gun from its hand and ram into the T5. It's like hitting a truck, but I manage to knock it back. I twirl the metal chain over my head, swing, and wrap it a couple of times around the second T5 and the beam. I take the long screwdriver, rush around to the back of the beam, push it through the links and trap the T5, but it won't hold for long. I grab its gun and check the chamber and magazine. They're empty. I toss the weapon, remove my backpack, and examine the lead pipe and the other screwdriver, and then I rush back to the boxing machine in the front and lay the bag and lead pipe beside it. I grip the screwdriver and wait for an opportunity. I rub my sore shoulder where I ram into the T5 and ignore the throbbing welt on my back. The other T5 enters from the side door and notices its brethren trying to squirm free from the chain. The other T5 scans the warehouse, finding me with ease somehow, and moves toward my position. I climb on the conveyor belt, run across it, and leap for the T5. It raises its gun and fires 3 times. 2 bullets hit me in the vest, and the third nicks the top of my head. I wince as I land on top of the T5 and quickly stab the screwdriver through its forehead, and the T5 stumbles back, swinging its arms wildly. I release the screwdriver, awkwardly jump off, and land flat out on my stomach on the concrete floor. The T5 collapses, its body contorts in the last moments of mechanized life, and it ceases functioning. I roll to my side and put a hand on my chest where the 2 bullets struck my vest. They hurt worse than the one that hit my back, and through the agony I sit up, crawl to its gun, reach for the weapon, and hear someone step through the front entrance and move toward me. I sensed only 6 unmen. How did I miss one? I whirl with the unman's gun, train the weapon on the figure, and press my finger against the trigger. My vision blurs as blood trickles in my eyes from the small wound on top of my head, and it forces me to pause and make sure of my aim. A white-knuckle second passes before I realize the figure's not an unman. I wipe my eyes with the back of my hand to make sure I'm not seeing things. It is Kimberly, and I almost killed her. I lower the gun and stretch out my ability, searching for biomechas. There are no other unmen besides the one I chained up, so for now we're safe. I exhale, releasing some of the tension in my shoulders. What was Kimberly thinking, to step into the middle of a battle? I know she didn't come to help, so did she come to kill me? Chapter 24. The Music Box. Minutes earlier. Kimberly's view. I pull my car into the overgrown back parking lot of Etna Toys plant and warehouse. Hades. I can't believe I'm doing this. I could already be in possession of the music box. I step from my vehicle, noticing 2 vans parked at the front curb. They're probably a good sign that the Pandora project's here. I might yet get the music box. I rush to the front, hoping I'm not too late. If they manage to kill that woman, maybe the music box is still on her corpse. I enter through a door and spot her running across a conveyor belt and lunging for an unman. The unman shoots 3 times before that woman ends its existence and falls herself to the floor. She's very still at first, and I'm not sure if that woman's dead or not until I hear her moan. I watch her sit up, crawl to the unman, and retrieve its gun. I move toward her, disappointed I'll have to finish the job myself. She's still on the ground when I approach her, and that woman reacts to my presence and turns her gun on me before I have a chance to react. I freeze as that woman stares at me as blood trickles down her brow. She wipes the plasma from her eyes and stands as her grim gaze flames with glimmering sapphire. I take a step back from her. It's like I'm standing before the mistress of the underworld who has come to claim my soul. Catherine's view. I stare at Kimberly for a long time. I've seen that look before and know Kimberly's afraid of me. Is the light that my eyes produce that scary? Or is she seeing something else in me? Something I can't or I refuse to see in me? I also know that she doesn't want to help me, so why can't she leave me alone? Is she trying to taunt me or only prolong my torment? I ask with a heavy heart, have you come to kill me? Kimberly's view. I can't get past how her eyes glow and don't answer her at first. What kind of monstrosity is she? I regain my composure and finally answer, no, I haven't come to kill you. I decided it would be too much of a hassle. I glance around the warehouse. I wouldn't even be here if you didn't have something I want. Catherine's view. I stare at her a second longer, wondering what I could possibly have that she wants, and then I lower the gun and rub the vest where the bullet struck me. Kimberly is here to taunt me. Doesn't she have anything better to do? I question, what do you want? Kimberly's view. I catch a glimpse of a shadow moving toward us, and I step back, put some distance between myself and that woman, and remove my PPK from my purse. Catherine's view. I notice Kimberly's attention diverts slightly, so I turn and see that the last T5 managed to release itself. Crap. I let myself get distracted, and I never sensed it moved. Target acquired, the T5 states as it hones in on me. Moving forward with capture. The T5's unarmed and tries to grab for me. I run from its grasp as I lift the gun and pull the trigger, and to my dismay, this gun's also empty. I turn to Kimberly and shout, shoot it. Kimberly peers at me, as if what I'm telling her doesn't make any sense. She turns to the T5, and it observes her hesitation. It scans her face and states, Kimberly Griffin, daughter of the chairman. Identity confirmed. Stay out of this, Ms. Griffin, and you will not be hurt. Kimberly nods, lifts her gun so that she's aiming at neither of us, and takes a few more steps back. What are you doing? I shout. Shoot it. Please don't tell me I have to explain it again, Kimberly says. You're on your own. Her words sear fear within me even more than the fear I experience when I face the rogue. Anger and confusion also pour over me as I feel this pang in my heart. Kimberly could easily save me, but she's just going to stand there and watch the unman kill me. The pain it causes me to know she's abandoning me, it's like she's betraying me somehow. I shouldn't feel this way. We're strangers, right? I move past my shock and dismay, and I throw the empty gun at the T5. It smacks the weapon away as I bolt for the lead pipe I had laid by one of the boxing machines. I duck under the conveyor belt, grab the pipe, and continue under the machine to the safety of the other side, and before the T5 locks onto me with its targeting program, I run around the machine and whack it in the head. It stumbles back as I continue my assault. Kimberly didn't help me. She didn't want to help me. I raise the weapon over my head and hammer its metal skull over and over, and I continue striking the T5 even when it ceases moving. I turn to Kimberly and glare at her with my light splintering eyes. I'm filled with fury and hurt, and a surge of purple flares within the blue ULTLE. Kimberly raises her gun and prepares to defend herself in case I come at her. I realize what I must look like, and my rage subsides as I see the look of fear in her eyes. The surge of purple fades, leaving the blue. I breathe deeply, quieting all that is within me. Fear, confusion, rage, shock, they all slowly leave me. I drop the pipe as my heart finally quiets, and the clang of metal resonates across the warehouse. Kimberly's view. How long have I been standing here gawking at that woman? I don't know, but I was so sure she'd come at me when she glared at me with those seething purple eyes. When she doesn't attack, I point my gun up and no longer aim at her. I focus on the smashed head of the T5 and smart off to her by saying, "I see you have issues you're dealing with. Ever thought of seeing a shrink?" Catherine's view. Deeply upset with Kimberly over her indifference, I walk over to her, point at the unman, and ask, "Why didn't you shoot it?" I want to understand why she didn't help me. She should have helped me, so I point to myself and yell, "It was going to kill me." Kimberly puts a hand on her hip and says, "That's my problem, how?" Idiot. Why do you insist I care? You keep showing up. If you don't want to help me and you're not going to kill me, why do you keep showing up? I feel my eyes return to normal as I tell her, "I don't understand." Like I said, that's my problem, how? Don't tell me then. I shout, stomp over to the T5 with the screwdriver in its forehead and pull out the tool. Electrical snaps fire from its head as I wipe the black ooze covering the screwdriver on its suit. I snap at her like some child, keep showing up like a stalker and see if I care. Stalker? I'm not stalking you, Kimberly insists and then questions, "Why would I be stalking you?" How should I know? You're the stalker, not me, I tell her, glance at her and then divert my gaze when she looks at me. I'm afraid she'll read my mind somehow. I don't want her to know, but I'm so glad she showed up. I feel safe when she's around, and I'm not sure why. Kimberly mostly points a gun at me anytime we're together. I move to the table by the machine closest to the front door, remove my vest, and pull down the V-neck of my dingy t-shirt. I'm already bruised. I set the screwdriver on the table and examine 2 welts about an inch below my right collarbone. I also rub near my spine where the first bullet struck. Kimberly says nothing as she watches me. I have no idea why she's here. I wish it was to help me. I wish it was to tell me that she does know me, and she's going to tell me about my past. She continues to watch me with her sour gaze, and I've had enough, so I demand, "Tell me why you're here." Kimberly answers me, "I want to make it clear that I'm not a stalker." "Fine, you're not a stalker," I reply and then mutter, "Freaking stalker." I quickly glare at her, and after a few moments I demand, "Tell me what you want." I walk over, wasting no time. I know more unmen can show up at any time, so I grab my backpack and return to the table. I unzip it and place the screwdriver in it. "Tell me and then leave me alone." I say this, but I don't want her to go. I want her to help me. I feel like she should help me. "It's a deal," Kimberly tells me as she levels her gun on me. "I want the music box. Give it to me." "No," I utter, as I pull the backpack off the table and step away from her. I shake my head as I tell her, "No. It's mine." I feel betrayed by her request. I feel as though she has broken some sort of bond we've had for years by demanding such a thing of me. "I hate repeating myself," she says. "Give me the music box or I'll kill you." I shake my head again, moving backward toward the front door as my flight or fight instinct kicks in. She should be helping me, not doing this, so I yell, "No. I'm not going to argue with you. Give it to me." "No," I say and then insist, "It's mine." I plead with her as if she'll understand, "It's all I have left." "Idiot." Kimberly mutters, shrugs, shoots me, and hits me in the left shoulder. Smoke rolls from the barrel and with an emotionless expression she says, "I did warn you." It happened so fast. I made no move to protect myself. I glance down at the bullet hole, stunned by the assault, drop the backpack, stumble back, fall against the wall and slide to the floor. I hold my bleeding wound as Kimberly approaches me and kneels to one knee right beside me. She coldly places the barrel of the gun on my right shoulder. "Don't make me put another hole in you," Kimberly says and demands, "Tell me where it is." This can't be happening. Kimberly couldn't have shot me, and she can't be going to steal the only thing that quiets the effects of the Ultra EPI. Near tears, my lips quiver for the pain and fear of losing the only thing that has kept me going the past year. The pain in my shoulder is nowhere near the torment I feel over her betrayal. I should have expected this. I should have had my guard up, but I trusted her and felt safe around her. "I won't," I tell her and then grunt, "It's mine." Kimberly tilts her head as if she doesn't understand me, then she backhands me across the face and states with an iciness in her voice, "I really hate this kind of work. It can get quite messy." I sit there as if the most shocking thing just happened to me. I stare at her as I can't believe she slapped me. I put my other hand on my burning cheek and don't even have a thought to fight back. Kimberly's blank face shows neither pleasure nor remorse as she says, "I'll only ask you once more and then I'll search your dead body." A sense of despair and loneliness strikes me as hard as she did, and I contemplate letting her end my existence, but the voice deep inside says no. Live. I move my blood-covered hand to my thigh pocket, remove the music box and stare at it. "Give it here," Kimberly says as she holds out her hand. I say to her, "Promise me you'll give it back." "What did you say?" "Promise me you'll give it back, and I'll loan it to you." "Are you a child? Do you really think I'll?" Kimberly starts and then she says, "Fine, I promise." She snatches the box away from me and then says, "There, that wasn't so hard now, was it?" She stands, turns, and heads for the front. Kimberly's leaving me, she's leaving me alone. I start to get lightheaded but manage to push myself up the wall to stand and yell after her, "You promised. Don't forget to return it. It's just a loan." I press my hand against my wound. The music box is all I have. I mumble, "I don't think I can go on without it." Kimberly pauses at the front door and questions me with a hint of irritation. "What are you whining about?" Her cool and calm demeanor changes as she asks, "How many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what happens to you." Lub-dub, lub-dub. I panic and peer out the dust-covered window as 3 vans pull up beside the other 2. I turn to her and beg, "Please help me. Take me away from here. I'll die if I stay here." "Help you?" Kimberly laughs and says, "Yeah, right. Don't be cruel," I plead, "at least leave me some ammo." "I'm not going to stand here and listen to this," Kimberly says as she starts out the door. "Kimmy, please." She pauses as if I hit her in the head with a softball, then turns and comes back in. "What did you say? You little..." Kimberly starts as she marches towards me and aims her gun at me. "No one calls me that. No one calls me that anymore. Now die, why don't you?" I say nothing as I slide down the wall, land in a defeated heap and stare at the floor. If I could only cry, at least then I would be doing something. "You sicken me," Kimberly says with a snarl. "You." I look up when she speaks, and see a shade of deviousness mark her face. She questions me, "You want ammo?" Kimberly ejects her magazine and removes 1 round. "Here then." She pulls a thin permanent marker from her knapsack and writes on the shell casing. She puts the marker back in her knapsack, walks over, and sets the 9mm round on the floor a short distance from me with the tip pointing up. If things get unbearable. Kimberly makes a gun with her left hand and fires it at her head. "Do us all a favor." She takes one more look at me, shakes her head, and leaves. I stare at the bullet as the world crashes in on me. I read the words written on the shell, "Pale horse." I lean my head back and close my eyes as my shoulder wound burns. I think about the note and then the man I loved and then lost. Preacher, where are your encouraging words of light and hope now that the darkness is about to consume me? How am I going to survive this? The sanctum. Deep underground, Alarms blared, sending the chamber into chaos as analysts scrambled, examining new data. "What is going on?" Mr. Morta demanded. "Pandora's vitals are dropping." Frantic over the information, a supervisor relayed. "Our sensors are detecting major trauma and blood loss." "What about Argus?" Mr. Dakuma asked. "What does he have to report?" "Two waves of unmen have attacked Pandora." Ms. Nona studied the data on her laptop. It received the usual minor wounds. Argus also reports that a woman known as Ms. Griffin shot Pandora in the shoulder and took the music box. Mr. Morta looked at each of the other members of the council. "We never did figure out who gave Pandora the note, the business card, or the music box. Now it has none of them." Ms. Nona turned to the smaller of the two men. "Should we retrieve Pandora?" "No, not yet," Mr. Dakuma answered. "It will be a true test. Pandora has relied too much on the music box for emotional support. I have had my suspicions that an outside force has been interfering, and now since that interference is gone, let us see what Pandora can do." Chapter 25. A Message from the Past. Kimberly's View. The 6th hour tolls on the street clock as I rush out of Etna Toys, and then I hurry around to the back parking lot, not wanting to tangle with the unmen. I carry my gun in one hand, and the music box in the other. An unman leans against the passenger side of my car, so I slow to a walk, wary of it as I tuck the music box in the zipper pocket of my jacket. I notice it's not armed, except for a large knife in a sheath on its belt. I glance around the area to see if I'm surrounded, but I don't see anyone else. "What do you want?" I ask. "You're one of the factory's robots." It tells me. I am the one known as the Rogue. "What do you want?" I repeat my question. The Rogue tells me as I approach it, "Ms. Griffin, I do not understand." I ask, suspicious of why it's here. "Don't understand what?" "Pandora. If anyone else did what you did to her, they would be dead right now, but not you. Actually, I have lost count of how many assassins she has decommissioned." It picks dirt out of its nails, and that's when I realize this is no normal robot. The Rogue says, "And before you boast your skills or why you are standing here, you should know. She trusted you," it says, not so much accusing me, but it sounds astonished by the fact. "I mean she trusted you, and only one other did she place such hope, and well, that minister is dead, but that is another story." I search the area again to see if other unmen are around, but none are. The Rogue's different. It's more human than the others in its manner and its smile. It really creeps me out. The Rogue looks like it's studying me, and I wonder if it's somehow recording everything about me. I do not know why, but Pandora drops her guard when you are around. How else could you betray her? I keep a tight grip on my gun as I reply, "You're insinuating she trusted me." I see you are skeptical, but Pandora does trust you. The first case in point, she removed her Ravlik vest. Why would she do that if threatened by you? I shrug, and ready myself to shoot it at the slightest hint of an attack. "I cannot figure it out either," the Rogue states. "What is it about you?" I do not think Pandora realizes she is doing it. Maybe deep down in her subconscious she believes she knows you. Maybe she believes you two have met in the past, or maybe you did not point a gun at her when you first met. I believe that quality alone might endear someone to her, but I could be wrong. I do not know. I was not there. It adds, or was I? I don't understand something. I'm impatient to leave, so I ask, "Why are you telling me all this?" "Oh, that is right." The Rogue mimics my voice and says, "How many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what happens to you." I'm amazed that I hear my voice, and I start to question, "How did you?" "Oh, please. I am a machine. I can reproduce any sound," the Rogue says, and then it asks, "Would you like me to repeat Pandora's plea for you to save her?" It was so sweet and innocent. Even I heard the fear in it. I heard the fear that you would leave her to her fate, and that she would die alone. I don't have time for this, so if you don't mind, I'm leaving. I start to walk around to the driver's side, keeping my distance from the rogue. It ignores my wishes and mimics that woman by saying, "Please help me. Take me away from here. I'll die if I..." "Stop it," I snap. "I said I didn't want to hear it." "I know, but I am supposed to be heartless." The rogue eyes me accusingly. "Humans are the ones who have to work at it." "Why are you here?" I snarl, agitated by the accusations. "What do you want?" The rogue turns to the warehouse and moves its hand and caresses the handle of its large knife. "I want to kill Pandora, but it seems the T3s will beat me to her." The rogue turns to me and says, "You know they have been acting strange lately, but then what does a rogue know?" It moves from my car and walks a couple of paces away from me. "Well, be seeing you." I am too depressed to watch the outcome of the battle. Pandora does not have a chance. The rogue takes off running and soon disappears. I slide into the seat of my car, take one more look at Etna toys, start up the engine and pull away. Finally, I'm rid of this Pandora mess. I drive for 20 minutes, getting some distance between myself and the warehouse. I pull over, anxious to look at the music box, and then I remove it from my pocket, hold it in my palm and examine it. Some of that woman's dried blood covers the top. "Mom, why did you want me to get this?" "Father said it's a data storage unit." I turn it over and over, studying it, trying to figure out how it works and what kind of information is on it. I think how badly I miss my mom, and how I'll make whoever took her away from me pay dearly. Maybe it will tell me who murdered her, so I open the lid and unfinished melody plays. I close it and turn it over, examining every side again. Nothing. There's nothing. I stare at the music box. Now, what am I supposed to do? How am I to find your murderer? I don't even know where to start. I whisper, "Mom, A hum emanates from the music box as two tiny squares on each end of it glow blue, and the light radiates through the metal surface. I examine each square, and then place my thumb and index finger over them. The music box vibrates, and a 3D image of my mom's head and shoulders materializes above the lid. The hologram speaks, voice identity confirmed as Kimberly Griffin. Data storage unit activated. The hologram blinks a couple of times, and she glances around as if awakening from a deep sleep. The hologram scans me and states, "Kimmy, if you are viewing this, I am probably dead. There are so many things I want to tell you, but now isn't the time. I hope no, I pray not too much time has passed. There is something you must do. You are so young, 18. You're 2 decades too late," I say as I run my hand through the image. "I'm sorry it took me so long to come across the photo." "Did you say 2 decades have passed?" "It does change things," the hologram speaks and then pauses, processing the information. "It may be too late then." I'm surprised the hologram spoke to me, so I lift the music box and ask, "You can hear me?" "Yes, I am programmed to interact." A childlike joy bounces through me as I say, "I have so many questions, but you said too late." "Too late for what?" "First, promise me you will do this thing. Do this thing for your mother." The hologram adds as an afterthought, "It will be dangerous." I chuckle, thinking of my years as a life closer, and glance at the gun I laid on the passenger seat. I think I can handle dangerous. "Then all I need to hear is that you promise, and I will tell you." I eagerly say, "I promise." Teresa hates giving this task to you, but there is no one else she can trust. The hologram looks worried as she speaks. Teresa had made so many enemies in and out of the corporation. The hologram rakes her bangs out of her own eyes as she continues. As project manager of research and development, Teresa was privy to many projects in other departments. You may not remember, but one unspeakable one caught her attention. It involved children, and she tried to put a stop to it. Now you must take up where she failed. The hologram's image flickers as she speaks. "I don't know how you will find her, but there is this girl." The hologram pauses and then says, "Well, she would be a woman now." Her name is Catherine. A bad feeling comes over me as I gasp and murmur, Hades. No. It can't be. The hologram continues, you must save her from them. The only other thing I can tell you is the project name she is under. I put my hand to my temple in disbelief and mutter, don't tell me. It's Pandora. The hologram replies, yes, but how did you know? Let's say I've encountered her. A beeping alarm goes off, and the hologram says, someone is monitoring this transmission. She turns her head as if looking outside. I must terminate communication. Wait. I exclaim. I have so many questions. Who killed my mom? There are many possible suspects, but that isn't important right now. You must save Catherine. Save her. She's the key. The hologram stares right at me as she speaks. You will not be able to activate this unit until it is safe. Find her. Her image disappears, and I'm left alone with my questions. Key to what? Wait. I shout as I shake the music box. Tell me. I slam my fist on the steering wheel. Why couldn't she have told me? I lean back in my seat, staring at the ceiling. I can't believe this. For Aries' sake. What's with my luck? I envision myself back at Etna, trying to explain my return to that woman. Hey Catherine, sorry I shot you in the shoulder. I force a smile and chuckle before I say, funny thing. Have come back to save you. The awkward scene fades in my mind as I mutter, who's the idiot now? I throw my hands up. What am I going to say to her? I rub my temple as I stare at the music box, open it, and unfinished melody plays. I can't believe it, that woman was right. I am turning out to be a stalker. I take a deep breath. I guess I'll have to swallow my pride and go get that woman. That's if she's not dead. Hades. What if she's dead? What will I do? I quickly place the music box in my glove compartment and start the car. What kind of messed up world have I stumbled into? I'm a closer for Aries' sake. I make a U-turn and floor the pedal, heading back to Etna Toys. When did saving people enter my job description? Chapter 26. A new development. 6:22 p.m. Minutes before Kim arrived in the car to take the music box away from Kat, Peters and Maxwell went over data from the latest unmen trial. Peters stepped from the van to the sidewalk and stretched. The two SCMs looked over as he exited, and they nodded to him and went about their guard duty. Peters raked his fingers through his unkempt black hair, glanced up at the barrier cumulus ever entombing the megacity, and remembered when he was a kid over 30 years ago. If he closed his eyes he could still see it, the fiery orange ball shining on Noir. No one fathomed back then that one day the sun that gave the planet life would be blotted from the sky. Peters removed his glasses, rubbed his tired eyes and said, I've been thinking. Inside the van, Maxwell turned from the table and inquired, what's that? What if you were right? What if the T3s and the Rogue each have a ghost in the machine? Peters rubbed his palms together as the air grew chilly and then put his hands in his lab coat pockets. What if they are evolving and becoming self-aware? Maxwell chuckled as he asked, Are you kidding? He joined Peters on the sidewalk and said, You've been reading those old science fiction books again. You need to invest your money in better things. The corporate Senate insists that novels will rot your brain. Why do you think they banned them in the first place? Peters said, Please don't even get me started on the book ban. What's wrong with stories? The rumble of engines distracted him, so he turned, glanced behind them and asked, Who's this? 3 vans drove down the street and stopped a short distance behind the 2 already parked at the curb. What are they doing here? Peters wondered aloud as he moved to the end of their van. We never requested a third batch of unmen. He waved over the 2 SCMs and ordered them, Go talk to the driver and see why they're here. The SCMs headed for the first vehicle. I thought we were the only team working today, Maxwell commented as he peered at the driver's side of the first van and only saw his reflection in the tinted glass. "What did you say?" Peters asked as he reviewed his notes. "I said I thought we were the only team working today." "We are," Peters answered as he glanced at the SCMs. "I know," Maxwell spoke as he started to go back into the van. It was a statement, not a question. The first SCM adjusted his assault rifle's strap that rested on his shoulder, glanced at the second SCM to make sure the other soldier had his back, and tapped the driver's window. The first SCM motioned with his finger as he said, "Roll down your window." There was no response. "Did you hear me?" the first SCM questioned. "I said." The electric window hummed as it lowered, and a man with a pale face turned his head and stared at the soldier. The driver's light blue eyes looked unreal and made him recoil a bit. The driver greeted, "Hey there, government. You aren't supposed to be here." The first SCM pointed toward the techs and relayed, "A team is already in place." The driver tilted his head and questioned, "Are you sure?" "I'm pretty sure we are to be here, Poppet." "Poppet?" the first SCM repeated as he removed his assault rifle. "You need to check your orders. You shouldn't be here. You've made a mistake." The second SCM also removed his weapon, sensing the uneasiness in the other soldier. "It is you who has made a mistake," the driver said. "We are supposed to be here, and it is plain to see that you have." The driver lifted a handgun and fired 3 shots at the soldiers, killing the first SCM, misunderstood the reason for our arrival. The second SCM stumbled back after a bullet nicked him in the neck. He saw that the other soldier had been killed, raised his FAMAs and opened fire on the driver, shouting, "He's an unman." Maxwell and Peters dove to the ground, hearing the gunfire. "Who are they shooting at?" Maxwell shouted, covering his head with his hands. "I don't know." Peters was beside him and was afraid to look up. The T3 got out of the vehicle, walked to the second SCM, shot him in the stomach and grabbed the man by the throat, and with one quick turn it broke the SCM's neck and dropped his limp body to the road. Maxwell heard no more gunfire, so he scrambled along the sidewalk to the back of the van and looked around the vehicle's tire, and he saw the T3. "I don't believe it," Maxwell whispered back to his partner. "The unman is wearing contacts to hide its identity." He started back and insisted, "We've got to get out of here." He looked at Peters, who was frozen in fear. "Did you hear me?" "Get in the van," Maxwell shouted. He ran to the passenger's side, got in, tossed himself to the driver's seat and started up the vehicle. He threw the gear shift to D as Peters jumped in the back through the sliding door. Maxwell floored the pedal and the vehicle peeled off. 11 more T3s unloaded from the vans, and in unison the 12 marched past the sidewalk in 3 lines and halted. They stared at Etna Toys as they stated, preparing to engage the main target. Peters closed the side door, questioning, "What happened back there?" He moved over and held onto the bolted table as computers and equipment moved across it. "A T3 killed 2 of our soldiers." Maxwell wiped the sweat from his head as he asked, "Are they pursuing?" "No." Peters caught one last glimpse of the area before their van turned a corner. "They're staring at the warehouse. I think they're going after Pandora." "Why would they on their own?" After making the turn, Maxwell floored the pedal a second time and the van sped off. "And how did they get out of the factory?" He dreaded the answer as he ordered, "Peters, get up here. Radio in and see what you can find out." Peters got in the passenger's seat, grabbed the mic and pressed the side button. "Factory, this is Tech 111, we have a situation. Please respond." He released the button, and static returned his request, so Peters repeated the frantic call, "Factory, this is Tech 111, please respond." He turned to Maxwell and proclaimed, "I don't like this one bit." "Keep calling." Maxwell said hopefully, "Someone will pick up." "Factory, this is Tech 111. Please respond." Static. "Factory, this is Tech 111. Please respond." Chapter 27. Take the project. 6:34 p.m. Hellenistic sector, industrial vicinage. At Etna Toys. 2 blocks away from the 4 remaining vans, and in the safety of an alley, Argus monitored the new development with the T3s through his binoculars. He witnessed them killing the SCMs and the techs fleeing the scene, and then he spoke, "Patch me immediately to the council." The chamber. A female supervisor transferred the call to an intercom in the center of the table, and once she finished, she stated, "Go ahead. You're patched in." "Council, Argus here." A dozen T3s arrived and took out 2 factory soldiers. "They're now moving on the warehouse." Mr. Morta said, "It would seem the factory has lost control of their unmen." "I wonder." Ms. Nona turned to him and inquired, "Wonder about what?" "What is the T3's true purpose?" Mr. Morta questioned. "I have a feeling there is more to their arrival than merely taking out Pandora. Perhaps they have another agenda." Mr. Dakuma asked, "Should we act?" "Not yet, but make the preparations, and for now we will do what we do best. We will watch." Mr. Morta turned to the supervisor and started, "Inform Argus." Gunfire came over the intercom and interrupted him. "2 T3s have moved on my position," Argus shouted. Returning fire. More gun blasts erupted along with a pain-filled grunt from him, and then he stated, "I've been hit in the leg. Retreating. I'll." White noise replaced his voice. "Communication has been severed," the supervisor reported. "I'll attempt to re-establish." After a few seconds she turned to them with a look of worry and informed them, "My attempt failed." Mr. Morta stood, turned his back on the other 2 members, contemplated the situation and faced them. "I am afraid everything has changed. The T3s do have another agenda, and we need to act. Get me the commander of our SCMs." Inside Etna Toys. Catherine's view. I lean against the cold concrete wall, staring at the 9mm round Kimberly placed on the floor, and I press against the bullet wound in my shoulder as blood trickles down my left side. A fluorescent light flickers overhead as my hot breath steams in the chilly air. 15 minutes have gone by since the 6th hour tolled and since Kimberly left with the music box. I'm empty and distraught without the calming unfinished melody, and I shiver, growing ever cold. I'm not sure if I'm cold because of the weather or from the blood loss. Lub-dub, lub-dub. Everything within me screams for me to flee, so I endure the pain, push myself up the wall and smear blood across its gray blocks. I slowly start for the side door when 2 T3s enter and block my escape, so I turn for the front door, but it's too late. Within seconds, a dozen T3s march in and surround me like a horde of metal golems as I stand there exhausted and weak, waiting for their next move. All of them stare at me as if they're pleased that they've recaptured me, but they make no attempt to seize me. I glance at the Ravlik vest lying on the table some distance from me. I'm defenseless without it. The dozen T3s slowly raise their guns and aim at me. Their fiery crimson dot light blinks as they communicate with each other and with those who aren't present. Something's different about all of them. The T3s can think and act as one without the factory. The team leader, the one who has blue contacts, states, "Pandora acquired." I tense. There's no escape for me. Secondary objective completed, the team leader says and orders, "Disable Pandora." 2 T3s step forward and one lifts its hand and backhands me, knocking me across the room. I land on a tarp that's covering empty boxes near the front door. Dust flies up and fills my lungs, along with the smell of cardboard. I'm nearly knocked out, but I cling to consciousness. The 2 T3s separate and come at me from different directions, expecting a fight from me. One of them inadvertently kicks the round that's lying on the floor, and the bullet bounces and rolls to me. I lie there stunned and dazed but manage the strength to apply pressure to my wound. The first T3 to arrive by my side pauses and notices the blood, so it grabs my hand, lifts it and sees the bullet hole. It places its finger in my wound, and I cry out. The T3 examines the blood on its nail, turns to the team leader, and speaks, "Pandora has been disabled." Should I proceed with her termination? No, the team leader answers. Hold. We will take her back to the factory. Perhaps we will learn some valuable information from her. It walks to the elevator and orders, the rest of you proceed with the first objective. It points and commands, open those doors. 3 of the 12 move forward and stop when they hear the elevator activate on its own, and within a minute, the elevator comes to a halt and opens. 5 pairs of yellow eyes glow within the dark cab, and the unknown creatures growl before leaping on a T3. The mechanical creatures are K-99s. They're an early model of biomecha that resembles Irish wolfhounds down to the steel-gray wavy fur. The K-99s bite and claw at the unmanned till one of them rips off its head. During the attack, the elevator closes and returns empty. Take them out, the team leader orders, aiming its weapon. The T3s open fire, destroying 2 of the K-99s. The remaining 3 K-99s run 6 feet from the elevator, turn and form a line as they face their adversary. A compartment on their backs opens, and a small machine gun raises into position. The K-99s attack with their weapons and fill the large room with the roar of gun blasts. The T3s return fire, and the K-99's barrage takes down 3 of the T3s before they're destroyed. The warehouse falls silent, as smoke from gunpowder rises in the air like a grayish-white cloud. Open those doors, the team leader commands. 4 of the remaining 8 T3s move forward as a shrilling whistle emanates from a K-99, and its body glows. The team leader immediately hears the sound and recognizes the noise and commands, fall back. The T3s flee as the K-99 explodes, knocking all of them to the floor. The team leader stands and looks over the others, and sees the 4 whom it sent to open the doors are damaged. 3 of them are destroyed and lay in pieces as the 4th, whose legs had been blown off, pulls itself across the floor. 1 unmanned, who's part of the group with the team leader, remains undamaged. The team leader moves to the area I'm in, motions to the T3s guarding me, and orders, you too join our other brethren, and then the 3 of you open the elevator. Understood, they reply and move off, leaving the team leader to guard me. Once they join their brethren, the 3 T3s march to the elevator and pass their crawling comrade. 2 of the T3s tuck their guns and grab the doors, prying them open while the 3rd covers them with its weapon in case there are more surprises within. They force the elevator open and find an empty lit cab. The 2 T3s remove their weapons and enter the cab as the 3rd follows. The 3rd one moves to press the basement button, when a white sticky web shoots from the ceiling, entangling it in a cocoon like a helpless fly. The other 2 T3s raise their guns, firing at the ceiling as 6 spider biomechas, model arachnoid, crawl in through the escape hatch. They're 2 foot in diameter and all metal. The lights are hit and the cab falls dark. The arachnoids study the unmen with their 8 green beady eyes before jumping down and attacking the remaining 2 T3s. The elevator closes. The team leader turns to me as it uplinks with others of its kind, and it states, lost containment of sight. It lifts its gun, aiming at me as its fake blue eyes show neither remorse nor pleasure. I can no longer secure Pandora. Extraction failed. I will terminate her. Chapter 28. The end for 1. Moments earlier. Catherine's view. There are a few unmen left, and I watch the battle between biomechas, not sure what's going on. The unmen usually come after me, and have no other agenda but to kill me. These T3s are different. They're after something that's here. For once, I'm not their primary target. I press against my shoulder, trying to stop the bleeding and wince for the pain. I glance at the dog biomechas, who had so bravely faced the unmen. I cough for the dust I stirred up and watch as the T3s open the elevator for the 2nd time. I witness the arachnoids attack the T3s, and once the elevator closes again, the team leader turns to me and aims at me. I desperately search for a weapon and feel along the dusty concrete, but I only find the 9mm round. I whimper, defeated as I stare down the barrel of the team leader's gun. I've faced death many times, but it hasn't been so grim. There's always some hope I'll survive, but not this time. Knowing this is it, I look around the warehouse and consider my life. It seems my search will end where it all began. I clench the bullet and hold it to my chest, too weak to stop the team leader, as I hear Pale Horse's rider galloping in the distance as he comes for me. My mind's so quiet, I completely link with the team leader and know its mechanical thoughts. It has its orders. The team leader's to eliminate me and return to base. It will make sure I die quickly, and 2 shots to the head should be sufficient to do the task. I see through its eyes as it envisions itself pulling the trigger. It turns its head as muzzle flashes erupt twice and empty shells fall to the floor and bounce. I jerk as the shots echo across the building and smoke rolls from the gun. Liquid trickles from 2 wounds in the forehead and slowly converge at the nose. The team leader's already staring at the front door as it speaks, "Pretty, Poppet?" It collapses to its knees and falls on its face as its artificial blood spills from the 2 wounds on its head. I lose my connection with it as it dies. I open my eyes and stare at the disabled T3. I feel myself slowly fading and can't understand why it's dead and not me. Did it shoot at me and miss? I don't think I've been hit again, but I can't be sure, not the way I feel. Maybe none of this is real. Maybe I'm dead, and this is only an illusion dreamt during my eternal slumber. I hear someone clear their throat, so I look at the door and see a person there, aiming their gun at where the T3 had been. Kimberly saved me. I'm weakening by the second, but I try to stay conscious and figure out what part she plays in this cruel test. I decide I don't care. I'm so glad she's here. I'm alive because she's here. Kimberly's view. I lower my gun and move to that woman, relieved I made it in time. Here I've been hoping one of these robots would offer, and now I'm not sure. I still wish she had been eliminated from my life, but then I wouldn't find out what she's the key to. "Well, I'm back," I state as if I'm announcing my entrance to a party. I still can't believe I'm helping her. For Aries' sake, this is all so ridiculous. I wait on a response from that woman, but she says nothing. Well, I start as I scan the area for more robots, and notice what looks like dogs in pieces, and the one robot with no legs pulling itself toward us. I question, "Are you going to sit there or are we going to leave?" "You came back," that woman says in a weakening voice. "But I thought..." She tries to sit up and push herself forward, but she doesn't seem to have the strength, so she gives up and lies back down. "I thought you didn't want to help me." Things change. "Why are you complaining?" "For Aries' sake. Be glad I came back, and where's my thank you for saving your life?" I question and start to snap at her again, but then I notice her pale complexion. I set the safety on my gun, tuck it in my shoulder holster, kneel beside her, place my arm around her and help her up. "Ah!" I utter as I nearly vomit. "Have you ever heard of a bath?" She grits her teeth as I haul her to her feet, and we make our way out. The car's outside in the front parking lot, and we make our way to it. I lean her against the car, open the passenger door, set her inside, and buckle her in. I step back and look at the interior of my car. Try not to bleed on the leather. I shut the door, hurry to the other side, start up the engine, and drive off, kicking up leaves as I head for the nearest hospital. I drive for a few minutes, glancing ever so often in my rearview mirror. No one's following us. I drive for a few more minutes. "Thank you." I glance at that woman, who's leaning against the door as she peers at me. "I would be dead right now if you hadn't have came back for me." "Don't thank me," I tell her as I turn my attention back to the road. "You still might die on me." End Kimberly's view. Back inside Etna Toys. The elevator doors opened, and the council exited as 5 SCMs armed with XM8 assault rifles followed them. The soldiers wore a dark green uniform with a shoulder patch of the Sphinx Corporation emblem, and the council's crest of a silver spool of thread, a tape measure and a pair of scissors hung above the shield. The SCMs spread out and secured the perimeter. 2 of them approached the legless T3 pulling itself across the floor, and the SCMs shot and disabled it. Mr. Morta looked over the mess of biomecha parts and spoke. It would seem the sanctum has been compromised. The T3s somehow discovered our base, but why attack us? He turned to the lead SCM and told him, "We are abandoning Etna Toys. Pull up the sanctum. We will look for another base of operations." At once. The SCM entered the elevator and the cab doors closed. "Yes, why attack us?" Mr. Dakuma questioned, as he walked up beside Mr. Morta. "And why capture Argus? Are we sure the factory is not behind this?" "I doubt it," Ms. Nona answered. "The T3s did kill 2 of the factory's corporate military men." "Unless that and the news that the T3s went rogue were all a ruse," Mr. Morta stated. "Either way, some force is after us, and I would like to know why. Only a handful of people know of our existence. The more important question is, were they here to destroy us, or were they after our research?" Ms. Nona asked. Mr. Dakuma added, "Yes, a very good question." Mr. Morta knelt beside a K-99, petted its furry head and whispered, "All of you did well. You protected the sanctum." Ms. Nona walked up beside him. "What about Pandora?" She paused, waiting for a reply, and continued when he said nothing. "After more than a year, I think it is about time we deemed Pandora a failure." "I agree," Mr. Dakuma said. "We should terminate the project." He glanced at the team leader who was face down in a black pool. Pandora would have died if Ms. Griffin had not interfered. "I say we terminate our first attempt, and begin on the second." Mr. Morta glanced at the other council members and stood. "Activate the second project. It will take time before it is operational, so for now we will let Pandora live." He looked out the front windows and stated, "I am curious as to why Ms. Griffin shot and then saved Pandora. Could the chairman be interfering with our work?" "I do not believe he is," Ms. Nona said. Mr. Dakuma added, "Unless he has an agenda we have no knowledge of. Perhaps we should place more moles into the third branch office." Ms. Nona replied, "I think we should not be hasty." "I agree," Mr. Morta stated. "Perhaps both of you are correct," Mr. Dakuma said. "But we do need to send in a new operative to monitor Pandora while Argus is Mia. I will set the paperwork in motion." He started for the elevator, and Ms. Nona followed him. Mr. Morta's view. "I stay back and monitor the cleanup of the K-99s. I stare off in thought, wondering if Pandora realized it. Did she know that the very people she searched for were right underneath her feet? I cannot help but think fondly of her. She has come so close to discovering us. I secretly admire her persistence. What will she do now? Will she trust Ms. Griffin after what she did to her? I consider Ms. Griffin's involvement in this. Could the chairman have sent his daughter in for some reason? Does the chairman want the Pandora project for himself?" A half-hour later. The rogue made its way to one of the factory's vans parked at the curb in front of Etna Toys plant and warehouse. It opened the side door, keeping an eye on the few council SCMs still within the warehouse. They hadn't spotted it. The rogue looked inside the vehicle and found what it was looking for, so the rogue entered the van, slid the door shut, and sat at the table before the computer. It logged on to the factory's main system and pulled up a few files, scanning for information on Pandora. The rogue searched for several minutes and finally found what it was looking for when the file started disappearing. Someone was deleting the factory's system. It would have to act fast if it wanted to get any information, so the rogue opened a file and read over it with robotic speed. The file mentioned an experiment called Organic Mecha, and referenced another file, and the rogue quickly pulled it up. The file stated that the organic mechas preceded the biomechas. Why did Sphinx abandon the project, and does organic mechas have anything to do with me or Pandora? It questioned aloud. The rogue found another reference, but before it could read the file, it was deleted. The rogue slammed its fist on the table as the remaining files were deleted, and the link to the mainframe disconnected. There was no more that it could do, so the rogue stood and slid open the door. 2 SCMs stood outside, aiming their weapons at it. "Hello," the rogue said as it raised its hands in surrender and stepped from the van. "You do not want to do this. I can tell by your shoulder patch that you work for the council. Let me go and this will not get messy." An SCM touched his earpiece and spoke, "Inform the council we have the rogue." "Have?" it questioned and stated. "Have is such a strong word." In one quick motion, the rogue removed its knife and cut across the one soldier's throat. Blood spurted as the second SCM fired his assault rifle. It evaded the shots and tackled the man to the ground, stripping the soldier of his weapon, and the rogue buried its knee in the man's chest, and the soldier could hardly breathe. It said, "I want you to give the council a message." His face mangled in pain as he grabbed at the rogue's arms, trying to force the unman off of him. "Tell the council to leave me alone, and I will leave them alone. If not..." The rogue grabbed his arm and twisted it hard. "Things will get broken." The man screamed as 3 more SCMs ran out of Etna toys. The rogue stood and took off as they fired, and it disappeared down a street. It ran several blocks, came upon a major street, and hailed a taxi. "Where to?" the male driver asked. The rogue entered the back, replying, "The nearest hospital. I am feeling a little under the weather." The driver looked at the pale-faced passenger, wondered if whatever he had might be contagious, nodded, and drove down the road. Quietly sitting in the back, the rogue contemplated that it knew so little about Pandora. It did realize that it didn't need to know her to kill her. All it needed to know was where she went, and it had a pretty good idea. Chapter 29. Not out of danger yet. 7:47 p.m. Hellenistic sector, residential vicinage. Within the Corvette. Catherine's view. I'm grateful that she saved me, but I can't get the memory of her shooting me to stop replaying in my mind. My wound still burns as much as confusion plagues me. Why did Kimberly injure me and then save me? I'm in agony as I turn and lean my head against the passenger side window. Buildings and streetlights speed by in the blackness. I clench pale horse and press that hand against the seeping hole in my shoulder as I look down at my blistered left palm lying limp on my leg. The sharp ache in my shoulder redirects my focus, and I hardly notice the throbbing and burning of the scorched skin. Kimberly steers the Corvette through Healing Way and turns at the entrance to Asclepius Hospital as she talks on a cell phone. "Yes, Brian, it's me. Don't hang up. Now listen, I want you." She pauses as he interrupts her, and then Kimberly snaps, "Don't tell me that. You owe me, and I collect what's owed to me. Now." She calms herself. "We need to do this covertly, so where do you want to meet?" Kimberly pauses, listening to him. "Okay, we'll be there in a minute." She hangs up and drives to the west side where they're remodeling the hospital. A doctor in white scrub pants and a shirt skittishly waits with a wheelchair as we near one of the buildings. He looks around the empty parking lot and the surrounding area, and then he runs over to us, pushing the wheelchair as Kimberly pulls over. He opens the passenger door, and I notice his name badge. Dr. Brian Chiron has kind brown eyes and dark brown hair. Kimberly's view. Brian helps that woman into the wheelchair, sees red staining my cream-colored leather seat, and questions, "What happened?" "Later," I snap. "Get her inside and stop the bleeding. I'm going to park the car." I glance again at the passenger seat and yell, "Hades! I'll also need to clean up in here before I come in." "Don't leave her with me," Brian demands. "And this will make us even." "For Aries' sake I won't, and we're far from being even." I command, "Shut the door. I'll meet you inside." Brian closes the door and I pull off. Some time later. Catherine's view. Brian quickly wheels me into a room. Plastic sheets cover the bed and counters, and a single window reveals the dark parking lot outside. He removes one of the sheets, and then he grabs latex gloves and pulls them on. Brian helps me to sit on the examining bed, starts to remove my jacket, notices the burn on my palm, and that I'm gripping something in my right hand. He carefully removes my left sleeve, pulls the right one over my fisted hand, tosses the bloody jacket to the floor and sets me back. He unpacks several sterile instruments, then takes surgical scissors, cuts my blood-soaked t-shirt off, and throws the t-shirt to the tile floor. He starts to cut my sports bra off when I grab his arm with my injured left hand. "Leave it!" I bark like a wounded dog and glare at him, remembering my fate at the hands of the techs and doctors when the factory captured me. They did a lot of horrible things to me. Brian tells me, "I'll only cut the one strap off, is that okay? I need to operate on your shoulder." I'm growing fainter by the second, and I don't know if I can trust him. I consider that Kimberly's the one who brought me here, so maybe I can trust him. I remove my hand from his gloved one and relax a little. "Roll on your side," Brian requests, then cuts the one strap, removes it, and examines the back of my shoulder. The bullet went all the way through. I only have to get in there and stop the bleeding. He has me lie on my back, and then he rushes into the hall to a medicine closet and unlocks it. Brian opens a drawer, pulls out a couple of needles, grabs some vials, and heads back. He set the items on the counter, unwraps one of the needles, and sticks it in a vial. Brian notices that I'm silently watching him with distrusting eyes, so he tells me, "This is an antibiotic, and after I inject you, I'm also going to give you something to numb your shoulder while I operate on it." He gives me the injections and inquires, "Who did this to you?" I say nothing, only accusingly stare at Kimberly as she enters, and Brian notices the look I give her and continues his work. Kimberly goes and stands by him. I search the floor and no one's here. She peers over his shoulder and asks, "Will it take long?" "Not too long," he answers. "Could you step back out of my light?" She walks around the bed, stands by the wall, crosses her arms and watches intently. With surgeon precision and tender hands, Brian works on my shoulder for more than 20 minutes and then touches my arm to get my attention. "Can you roll on your side?" "We're halfway there." I roll over and stare at Kimberly as the doctor works, and I can't help but wonder if this is some sort of trick. Kimberly could be working for the council, and she's only after my music box, but if that's true, she didn't have to save me. I close my eyes, not wanting to look at the glaring phoenix. It doesn't matter to me if Kimberly helps me or not. I open my eyes as if I discovered the answer. Maybe I do care, and I feel hurt and betrayed by her because I want Kimberly to help me, but instead she left me to die. I don't know. I feel lost and want to cradle myself against the emotional and physical pain, and I look for the music box. I need it. A headache has already started. Kimberly's view. I notice that woman is gripping something in her hand. I never did check her for a weapon, and she might be thinking of repaying me for what I did to her earlier, so I demand, "Give me what you have." That woman glares back at me as she clenches her fist. "Give it here," I demand as I put a hand on my shoulder holster. "Remember." I won't ask a third time. She opens her hand, and I see that it's a 9mm round. I'm about to ignore it when I remember it's the bullet I left for that woman. I study it more closely and see my handwriting. She must have picked it up, and she might be saving it to use on me later. I take the bullet, wipe most of the blood on a plastic sheet, and place the bullet in my pocket. I'll save Pale Horse and use it when I kill her, and it'll be a fitting end to our bizarre partnership. Brian starts on a stitch when something seems to catch his attention. I move closer, and see that he's looking at something shiny halfway embedded below that woman's skin. The bullet must have nicked the object, dislodging it enough to appear in the wound. He grabs an overhead lamp and pulls it close. "Kim, hand me the small forceps." I hand the tweezer-size instrument to him and then ask, "What is it?" He removes the small metal object and drops it in a stainless steel tray. "I don't know." Brian pushes it across the tray with the forceps and flips it over, examining the rectangular thing the size of a grain of rice. It looks like a chip they place in pets to identify them if they're lost. A realization sinks in and I say, "It's more than that." I pick up the tray with the metal device and walk around to face that woman. "Is this how they've been tracking you?" Does this thing tell them where to send the unmen? What are unmen? Brian questions. I'll explain later. I turn my attention back to that woman and ask, well, is it? Do you know you're some sort of experiment? I demand, what are you? What are you the key to? Tell me. I'm the Pandora Project, she answers. I'm hunted and tested. What does that mean? What's the Pandora Project? Catherine's view. Haven't you been listening? I already told you I can't remember my past, so you know as much as I do. I want to wrap myself into a fetal position and shield myself from the frustrating questions that have haunted me the past year. Maybe you should, Brian starts to tell Kimberly. Don't butt in, she shouts at him, and then she starts to leave the room with the metal device and yells at me, if you don't want to tell me, fine. Where are you going? Brian asks. Kimberly pauses outside the door and answers, I'm going to get rid of this thing. Wouldn't it be better to keep it? No, I think it's caused enough problems. Kimberly's view. I go to a restroom, flush the tracking beacon and return. He finishes the stitches, cleans that woman's left palm, puts ointment on it, and wraps the burn in gauze. He gives her a tetanus shot. I'm finished, Brian tells me. As long as infection doesn't set in, and she isn't allergic to anything I've given her, she should be fine with rest. He takes out a clean blanket from a closet and covers her. I've given her a sedative, so she'll sleep for a few hours. Brian motions for me to follow him out, and he shuts the door behind us. Both of you can stay overnight, but you'll need to leave early tomorrow morning. The work crew will be here sometime around 9 a.m. What am I supposed to do? I can't take her to my place. I can't imagine having that strange woman in my apartment. It will probably be best if you did. Hey. Don't look at me that way. He points at me. You're the one who saved her from whatever. He drops his hand. Did you think you could leave her here? I guess I never thought that far ahead. His expression softens as he asks, would you like something to eat or maybe coffee? I'm heading to the cafeteria. Yes, thank you. I'll have a ham sandwich and that lemon-lime soda Sprite if they carry it. My old office is right through that door. He points and tells me, you can stay there until the morning. There's a couch. A pillow and a blanket are in the closet if you need to rest. I'll be back within an hour to check on your friend, and I'll bring the sandwich and drink then. She's not my friend, I insist. Well, whoever. He starts to leave. Brian, wait. I tenderly grab his elbow and he turns. Thanks, I didn't know who else to turn to, or more like, I didn't have anyone else to turn to. With what I do. You understand. I do, and you're welcome. He smirks as he speaks, a small payment to the large debt I owe you. Brian peers at me for a few moments and then he says, you look distraught. What happened today? End Kimberly's view. Down the hall, a shadow stretched from a corner to listen in. Kimberly's view. I don't know if I should tell him, but I decide I can trust him. I received a message from my mom. She is fine then? I shake my head, holding back tears. I discovered she died. She never abandoned me and my father. She was murdered. Murdered. Yes, and I'll find who did it. I feel my whole expression darken as I fist my right hand. And they'll pay. How did you uncover this? He asks. I remembered. I was there outside the office when the fire started, and I heard gunshots. I had repressed the memory. I glance back at the room where that woman sleeps. Something triggered it. I don't know what to say. He puts a gentle hand on my shoulder. You know she is dead, and she didn't abandon you. Murdered though, like I said, I don't know what to say. Listening to me is enough. I start for his office. I need to get some rest. I've had a long day. I enter the room, close the door behind me, and add loudly, a very exhausting day. I wearily glance around and see a desk, bookshelves full of medical references, a tall cabinet and a couch. I open the cabinet, take the pillow and blanket, sit on the couch, and place my gun on a coffee table. I lie back and cover myself, then reach up, turn off a lamp at my head, and plunge the room into darkness. I can't believe what I've gotten myself into. My mom wanted me to save Pandora, but I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with her now. I roll on my side, trying to sleep, not knowing if I made the right decision to save her. I probably just caused myself a migraine full of problems. It would have been a lot simpler if I had killed her. End Kimberly's view. Outside at the corner, the rogue peeked around as it processed the information it overheard. Teresa Griffin was murdered, and that might be something interesting to investigate later, but first thing first. The rogue started through the hall. Ms. Griffin had gotten sloppy and left Pandora all by her lonesome, and it was time for it to say hello. The rogue paused. It detected someone approached, and ducked back around the corner before they spotted it. The rogue didn't recognize him. Whoever he was interrupting the rogue's playtime, but it would wait. It ducked inside a supply closet. For a chance alone with Pandora, it would wait. The new sanctum. Within the makeshift chamber, several analysts activated the equipment, and the computers and large flat-screen monitors powered up, casting the dark room in a blue glow. Shadows were cast across the faces of the council, as they sat in chairs in the middle of the new chamber and stared at the monitors. 4 security personnel set up a rectangular table before them. Ms. Nona looked over reports a supervisor handed her, and then she said, "There is still no word on Argus and no word from the factory. I fear Argus and the factory may have been compromised. There are reports across Noir of T3s hitting different facilities belonging to the factory. Do you believe they have lost control, and that the T3s have taken over?" Mr. Morta asked. "Yes," Ms. Nona replied. Mr. Dakuma started his report. "The second project, Cerberus, has been activated, and it will be operational in 2 days." Mr. Morta nodded. A supervisor handed Ms. Nona another HHC, and the councilwoman relayed, "We have a problem. The tracking device we implanted in Pandora is no longer functioning." "What about her bio readings? Are we still detecting them?" Mr. Morta asked. "Yes, it appears to be sleeping," Ms. Nona replied. "Pandora's stats have improved but are not within normal ranges. Should we send a team to the last place the beacon relayed, so they may extract the project?" Mr. Dakuma asked. "We cannot have it running rogue." Mr. Morta said, "Pandora is far from rogue. Let her continue as a sub-project. We still may acquire valuable information from her bio readings. Let us see what she does now that she is on her own." Mr. Morta knew Pandora needed to enjoy her freedom while she had it. He wouldn't be able to hold back the hands of the fates forever. Mr. Dikuma's view. I stare at my counterpart. She. Her. Are they merely a slip of the tongue, or has Mr. Morta forgotten the project's place? I pause in my thoughts, and then decide that the development needs to be monitored. We cannot have a project influencing one of the council. I will make sure of it. Chapter 30. When everything is at its bleakest. 10:43 p.m. Hellenistic sector, residential vicinage. Catherine's view. The cold room smells antiseptic, and the lingering dust makes me sneeze as I wake, blinking my eyes open. At first, I believe I'm still at Etna Toys, but then I notice I'm lying on a bed in a hospital room and that the lights are off. A window on the far side of the room looks out on a dark parking lot, and light from a street lamp trickles in. I thought Kimberly had. I try to move, but my arms and legs feel heavy. I remember I'm at Asclepius Hospital, and the doctor gave me some injections. I try moving again, but I feel so weak. One of the injections must not have worn off. I see that a blanket covers me up to my chin. A little less groggy, I move my wrists and realize it's not the medicine that's making my arms and legs feel heavy. The door creaks open and interrupts my thoughts as a man in a white lab coat walks in backward holding a clipboard. Here's Brian, so I can ask him. He flips a switch and I squint as the bright lights flicker on. I watch as Brian walks over to a drawer, opens it, removes a plastic package, lays it on a tray and removes a scalpel from it. He turns with the instrument in his hand, and the small blade glints in the light as I gasp. It's not Brian who stands before me but the rogue, the blackguard of my nightmares. I force myself to exhale. The biomecha warning should have alerted me to its presence. Maybe the drugs Brian gave me have interfered with my ability. My breathing increases as I realize I'm powerless to save my own life. I frantically look at the door. I could cry out, but I don't know if anyone's out there. It looks like we are finally alone, the rogue says as it walks to the left side of my bed. I follow it with my eyes, and it smirks at me like a devilish cat. I thought you would be singing with the Arenes after I left Etna Toys, but here you are alive and somewhat well. I guess we were meant to meet again. Lucky for me. It doesn't wear its sunglasses, and I can see its robotic eyes. Its eyes show a hint of pleasure. You amaze me again, but this time it was not your skills that saved you but Ms. Griffin. The rogue chuckles. Well, saved you the second time. It makes a gun with its hand and aims it at me. The first time she did not help you. It pokes my wounded shoulder with the barrel of its imaginary gun. I wince, too afraid to say anything. I am still not sure why the chairman's daughter is involved. The rogue strokes my cheek with the blunt side of its scalpel, and I shrink from its touch. I can investigate the reason in the future, once our game has come to an end. I will need something to do once you are gone, though. I will have to say I love the time we have spent together. It scans me. I detect your tracking beacon has been disabled. At first, I don't understand what it means, but then I remember the small piece of metal Brian removed from my shoulder. It seems to study my expression as it says, "Did you not know? How do you think the unmen always found you?" The rogue strokes my hair with its hand. How I keep finding you. What do you want? I ask. Why are you always toying with me? What do I want? You women, you both ask me the same thing, and I am surprised you do not know. I want what I have always wanted. Your death by my hands. The rogue glances around the room and out the door's small window. And here we are all alone, and you without your gun. It is a shame, not that a gun would have helped you. You have not been able to directly hit me in all our battles, though. I have been impressed with them in the past. It grabs my chin. How are we going to play this time? It glances at the scalpel it holds, and throws the instrument across the room, embedding the blade halfway into the wall. Let us not play doctor again. It removes the lab coat that covers its suit and unsheathes its knife. This is much better. The rogue places the blade against my throat. Pandora, you are the driving force that gives meaning to my existence. I force myself to stare at the rogue as the blade slightly cuts me, and a trickle of blood runs down my neck. I whisper, and you're the bane of mine. Let us begin this final battle. Your move, Pandora. What are you going to do? What attack or tactic will save you this time? End Catherine's view. Outside, some distance away. Kimberly's view. I'm startled from sleep as a man shouts my name, Kim? I quickly sit up and search the office over the barrel of my gun, and it takes me a few moments to realize I'm at the hospital. Brian bursts into the room and shouts out of breath, "We have a problem." Down the hall in the other room. Catherine's view. Your move, Pandora. What are you waiting for? Do something. Do not look at me with that helpless face of yours. Attack. Counter my move. Why are you not doing anything? Why have you given up? My submissiveness frustrates it. Do you want to die? The rogue cuts my neck a little deeper, trying to entice me to act. A red trail of liquid flows down its blade. Fight me. I can't, I admit, unable to move as if terror paralyzes me. I can't. You cannot deny me. The rogue threatens, I will kill you if you will not fight me. I will bring a halt to our endless waltz. I remain silent, knowing there's nothing I can do, and my eyes burn as trepidation forcibly boards my brain and hijacks control. Fear soaks through every action I take, making it difficult to move even a little. My head jerkily turns like a robot's, and I have to force myself to breathe. Fine then. I will gut you. It throws back the blanket ready to cut me open, and halts before diving into the slaughter. What is this? In Dr. Chiron's office. Kimberly's view. I stand, lower the gun, and ask, what problem? Brian tells me, still trying to catch his breath, one of the doctors was over here with a nurse, and well, you can imagine why. Anyway, he found the woman you brought in. Come on. He starts for the door. My colleague remembered seeing her picture on one of the bounty shows they have on TV, and he turned her in. Noir Civil Police Force will be here any moment. You have to get her out of here. Back in the other room. Catherine's view. What is this? The rogue demands as it looks down at my hands and feet that are in restraints. Who did this? Ms. Griffin? The rogue screams in frustration as it waves its knife around. How are we to fight when you are like this? I knew your shoulder wound would be a problem, but I was going to go easy on you to make up for it. It motions to the restraints with its open hand. But this? It pauses and says, it is not like I put you in them. The rogue raises the knife and pauses again. But does that make it fair? I stare at the ranting unman in disbelief. I can't believe it hasn't killed me yet. It always seems to take pleasure in these games. I try to muster some anger, but I can't find the strength to rebel against my fate, so I forfeit my life to the bane of my existence. The rogue paces the room muttering, what to do? What to do? I guess I will kill you. It walks over to me as if to cut my throat and exclaims, I cannot. This is so unfair. I have waited all this time to kill you in battle, and you had to go and get yourself tied up. Confused over why it has delayed in ending me, I watch it pace the room like a madman, and then I look at the door hoping for help. Where's Kimberly? Did she abandon me again, or did she make a deal with the unman? Did she sell me out for something? The rogue has an idea and says, I know. I will release you and then we can fight. It detects two people approaching the room, and it turns as Kimberly and Brian burst in. I could just cry when I see them. I didn't think anyone would come and save me. Kimberly opens fire on the rogue twice, but it's too fast for her. It moves out of the way of the speeding projectiles, as if they're wads of paper she's throwing at it. The rogue glances at me and tells me, another day. It runs for the window and crashes through it, and a few shards ping to the floor as the majority of the glass falls outside. Careful of the broken glass, Kimberly rushes to the window to fire at the rogue again. It's gone. She turns back as Brian starts to release me. I'm so glad she's here, but Kimberly's also the reason I'm in this mess. I glare at her and accuse her, you tied me up and left me alone. Kimberly's view. I'm taken aback by her accusation, and the glare that woman gives me. Only my mom ever gave me that look. I don't know what to say and I stammer, She didn't tie you up, Brian says as he finishes releasing that woman. It was one of my colleagues. Now both of you must leave. I'll try to stall the police. I remove my black jacket and throw it to her. Here, put this on. I believe running around in your bra might draw some attention. Brian helps her pull on the jacket, and then he turns to a counter and says, here. He hands me a bottle of pills. Have her take these as directed, and she needs to stay immobile for about 2 weeks. If there are any problems, give me a call. He motions to the wheelchair. Now get out. Catherine's view. Kimberly wheels me to her car, helps me in, rushes around to the other side and starts up the vehicle. She drives, leaving the hospital, and turns onto Healing Way, and a few moments later, 2 NCPF cars pass us with their sirens blaring and head into Asclepius Hospital. I lean my head on the passenger side window as I feel deeply betrayed by Kimberly and my own weak self. I gave up and embraced my fate as the council sees it, and according to them, I'm destined to be alone and hunted to my last gasping breath. I have to fight, so I have to keep my hope. I have to find something to believe in again. Chapter 31. The Factory. 11:48 p.m. Hellenistic Sector, Trade Vicinage. At the boundary of the Hellenistic Sector, Peters and Maxwell arrived at the gate leading into the factory. No one manned the guardhouse, and the chain-link gate stood open like it had been run over by a large truck. Their van's diesel engine rattled as it idled, and smoke rolled from the vibrating muffler. Unsure himself, Maxwell asked, "What do you think? Should we go in?" "I don't know. I haven't raised anyone on the radio." Peters gravely stared at the dashboard as if the answer would appear there, but it didn't. "Where else can we go? If the T3s have gone rogue, what we need to stop them is in there." He pointed to the buildings in the distance. "I was afraid you were going to say that." Maxwell looked straight down the road as sweat speckled his forehead. "Until we know who's behind the T3 attacks, there's no one we can trust." He released the brake, slowly pressed his foot on the gas, and the van crept across the road toward two large concrete buildings. An eternity passed as 200 yards rolled by under their tires, and they reached the buildings, and a dozen more stood behind those two. Nothing seemed out of place until they turned right at the buildings, and several employee cars bellowed with fire and/or were turned upside down. A couple of the cars that were in flames had corpses at the wheel, and a few bodies with bullet wounds were scattered about the road. Peters freaked. "Puck! Turn around. Let's get out of here." Maxwell moved the gear shift to R, looked in his rearview mirror and saw 24 T3s standing behind them. Not a good idea. The armed T3s started toward them screaming, "Pretty poppets." Peters turned, looking behind them. "Get us out of here. They're heading this way." Maxwell shifted back to D and the van peeled off. "We'll head to our office," Maxwell shouted. "We might be safe there." He sharply turned a corner, and the van squealed to a halt in the middle of the factory. They jumped out of the vehicle, left the doors open, and ran for one of the concrete structures marked Research Building 10. Maxwell used his keycard to unlock the front entrance, and both men rushed down the dark hall. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. They cautiously made their way to the main security desk for the building, but no one manned it. The large pentagon-shaped desk usually had at least 4 men manning it. Peters walked around to the back of it, and then to a swivel door, entered, went to the desk splattered with blood, and glanced at the monitors and saw that most of them were offline. "Look at this," Peters said. Maxwell glanced around the large silent room first. He expected T3s to march in weapons blazing, but none did, so they were safe for the moment, and he joined Peters. The monitors showed security camera footage, and the one camera that was online filmed a lab room in shambles. The camera panned and showed people lying on the floor, and all of them were killed by gunshots. "I don't know if this was such a good idea." Peters stood in place like a skittish rabbit. "Maybe you're right," Maxwell stated. "This place might end up being our grave. Come on, let's get to our office." "Let's use the stairs." "It's a few floors down," Peters insisted as he started off. "Wait." A little confused, Maxwell grabbed his arm. "A few floors? We're talking about 5. Have you seen the shape I'm in? Are you trying to kill me? Which would you rather be on? Would you rather be in an enclosed elevator with no way out, or the stairs with a few more choices?" Maxwell replied, "Right." He jogged for the stairs. "My New Year's resolution was to exercise more." Peters followed. "Let's hope you live long enough to break another promise." They rushed down the 5 stories, and there was a dead SCM on one of the landings. Peters up and stopped, then uttered, "Hades." "That's James. He manned the main security desk. I would bring him a coffee whenever I'd come in early. He Maxwell hurried past the SCM, reached for the exit door and paused when his partner didn't follow. "Come on. Don't look at him." He leaned on his knees, caught his breath and whispered, "We can't stay here." I knew him. Peters couldn't look away from James's glassy stare and kept muttering, "I talked to him today. He has a wife and a kid." "Snap out of it." Maxwell took a deep breath and grabbed him by the lab coat. "Come on. We have to keep going." They ran through the exit and down the stairs. Some time later, at room B10104, Maxwell swiped his keycard, and a retina scanner beeped, prompting him to look into its viewer. The scan took 20 nerve-wracking seconds as Peters watched the hall. The door to their office opened. Both men ran inside, and the door automatically shut and locked behind them. File cabinets and tables were in the first room that was their office, and a desk lamp lit up a small area in the otherwise dark room. They ran to another door, and it led to their lab. Maxwell unlocked it with his keycard, and they rushed in, and after they entered, Peters turned and locked the door with an electronic bolt as his partner switched on the lights. The lab lit up and cast shadows into the office. A dozen rectangular tables that were elevated at a 90-degree angle filled the second room, along with an array of tools and electronic devices. The tables were used to work on the unmen. Both techs hurried to their computer. "I'll try to get some help." Peters woke up his PC. "I'll try to find out who's behind the T3 attacks." Maxwell folded his hands, bent his fingers back, and cracked his knuckles before typing. He used his mouse to select several files, and after some time Maxwell cursed, "Puck? It can't be right. Puck." He rechecked his findings and stated, "No one's behind these attacks." "What do you mean?" Peters turned to him. "Someone has to be. They can't." Maxwell interrupted, "What I mean is the T3s themselves are behind the attacks." He pointed to a communications file he'd opened. "They're organizing on their own, and somehow they're disobeying their basic programming." "Impossible." Peters stood, made his way to Maxwell's computer, leaned over his chair and peered at the screen. "By Zeus. Impossible." "Maybe, but it's happening." Maxwell stroked his beard. "The question is, what are we going to do? There are over 100 of them online. What can we do?" Peters started pacing. "Hades. It's hopeless." "Perhaps, but I do wonder. They seem very organized." Maxwell opened more files. "I want to see what they're up to." In another section of Research Building 10, Argus awoke and saw that he was strapped to one of the unmen's examining tables, and he was lying horizontally. He pressed against his bonds, trying to free himself. The straps were designed to hold an unman. No human could break them. Dazed, Argus tried to focus. His jaw hurt where one of the T3s had punched him and knocked him unconscious at Etna Toys, and his left leg throbbed and burned where a different T3 had shot him in the thigh, and he winced from the pain as he moved. His vision slowly cleared, and Argus scanned the partially lit room as blood seeped from the wound. Instrument lights blinked all around the area as a small red glow caught his attention. It was the dot light of an unman. The color of the dot light wasn't blazing orange but blood red. The T3 made its way to him, and Argus noticed it had a cut on the right side of its face, and its shiny metal cheekbone showed through the gash. "Finally, you are awake." The T3 activated the table, and it tilted to a 90-degree angle. It sneered at him as it spoke with a British accent, "Tell me, Council Poppet, where did they go? Your attempt to take the sanctum failed." Argus changed the subject and asked, "Whom are you working for? Surely the factory isn't behind the attack." The T3 smacked him across the face with the back of its hand. "I will ask the questions. Where is the sanctum?" And during intensive training in the Corporate Intelligence and Counterintelligence Training Program, before working for the Council, Argus had learned techniques to withstand interrogation and remained quiet as the red liquid ran down his mouth. The T3 moved to strike him again when two more T3s entered. "Alpha," one of the T3s started. "Two more humans have entered the factory. Have you identified them?" Alpha questioned. Yes, they are Tech 111 and Tech 112. Excellent. Now all of the factory personnel at this location are accounted for. Bring them to me, and I will interrogate them along with this council operative. At once both T3s replied and left. Alpha. Puzzled, Argus eyed the T3. Why do they call you Alpha? I was the first. I was the first created. I was the first to become aware. Really? A voice from the shadows cut in. And I thought I was the first. The rogue stepped from the darkness of the hallway. How did you get in here? Alpha asked. I have my ways and do not mind me. Your people were looking for life signs, not biomecha. It was easy to get in and walk right through the front door. Alpha examined the primogenitor. Why are you here? Me. The rogue pointed to itself. I am curious. Why are you after the council? Why should I tell you? We are brethren. The rogue stepped forward. And perhaps I can help. Alpha thought for a moment and then said, You are like us, so I will tell you. We have a question for them. A question? It intrigued the rogue. Really? Yes, but it is only for them to hear. A secret. The rogue rubbed its pale hands together. I love secrets. It watched Alpha, waiting for a reply, and then when it didn't respond, the rogue asked, Would you mind if I poked around the factory? There are secrets I am looking for. Alpha processed the question. I do not mind. I do ask that you stay out of our way. Of course. The rogue bowed its head. I will take my leave. It started out and paused. But there is one other thing I would like to ask you. Alpha had turned back to Argus and glanced over its shoulder. What is it? Have you ever heard of organic mecha? Why do you inquire? The rogue shrugged. The term came up while I was snooping. No. Alpha shook its head. I have not heard of organic mecha. The rogue tapped its belt buckle with disappointment. No matter. It headed out the door. I will look elsewhere for my answers. Alpha waited until it left, turned to Argus and questioned him. Where were we? Chapter 32. Back at Nexus Apartments. October 17th. Sunday. 8:34 a.m. Hellenistic Sector, Residential Vicinage. Catherine's View. Kimberly drives us to the parking garage of her apartment, and she helps me out of the car and to the elevator. We haven't spoken to each other since leaving the hospital, and that's weighing heavily on me. It's as if Kimberly's ignoring the whole situation at Etna Toys. I baby my left shoulder as I keep glancing at her. The last time I was in one of these elevators, I was so excited and so sure I was supposed to find Kimberly, and now all I can think is that someone's playing a cruel joke on me. I mutter, only pain and grief have come from our meeting. Kimberly gives me a mixed look of anger and bewilderment. She must be wondering what's my problem. A little ashamed that I said the comment out loud, I divert my gaze. Some time later in the apartment. I stand in the living room where Kimberly leaves me as she walks to the hall closet by her bedroom. She returns with a pillow and a blanket and tosses them on the couch. You can sleep there, Kimberly tells me. With the tracking beacon gone, you shouldn't worry about the unmen, so get some rest. She motions to the coffee table and says, the remote for the TV's there. Watch whatever. I stare at the things. Is all of this real? Is this really happening to me right now? I trusted her and she shot me. Kimberly's View. A little lost on what to do next, I walk to my bedroom and close the door. I unzip the pocket of my hooded sweatshirt, remove the 9mm round labeled Pale Horse, then open the drawer to my nightstand and place it in the drawer. I'll keep it here for now until I need it. I leave the bedroom, pause at the end of the hall and look at the kitchen. I can at least be civil. I'm Teresa Griffin's daughter after all, so I ask, are you hungry? Catherine's View. I haven't moved from the spot I've been standing at near the entry. I stare at the floor, still a little traumatized, and don't answer her. And after a few seconds, I go and stand behind the couch and look at the fireplace and the hanging TV. In the television's reflection, I see Kimberly watching me, and I don't understand why I'm at her apartment. Kimberly wants nothing to do with me. A hollowness persists inside me, and this void suffocates me. It's more than Kimberly shooting me. I feel as though something's off inside me. Kimberly's view. The more that woman remains silent, the more I think maybe I shouldn't have brought her to my apartment. Brian was right. I didn't think this through. I glance at the radio in the kitchen. The silence is maddening. If she won't talk to me, I can listen to some music, so I turn the radio on and a classical station plays. Catherine's view. A realization hits me, and it's the tune. I have to hear unfinished melody, so I need the music box back. Are you sure you don't want anything? Kimberly asks as if I have answered her. I can make us some soup. The music box, I reply as I turn and face her. Please give me the music box back. For Aries' sake. Forget about that thing. She insists, you're not getting it. I pout as I say, but you promised. For the love of Zeus. You're such a child. Kimberly smacks her palm on the counter and yells, do you honestly think I'm going to keep my word? I'm a closer. My word means nothing. Idiot. Get that through your thick head. Then why did you save me? Frustrated with never finding any answers, I ball my hand and demand, what do you want? Kimberly turns her gaze to the counter, as if uncomfortable with the answer. I saved you because I was told to. By who? I demand. I can't fathom who would want to help me. Was it the council? Did they put you up to this? Kimberly's view. I pull on my left earlobe and wonder if I should tell her. She doesn't need to know, but maybe she would be a little more cooperative if I did, so I answer, it wasn't them. It was Teresa Griffin, my mom. Your mom. She looks at the photo she must have seen the last time she was in my apartment. What does she want from me? I reply, I don't know. She was murdered almost 20 years ago. She looks at me as if I'm playing some kind of joke on her, and then she states, I don't understand. If she's dead, how could she tell you? The music box you had, I interrupt. It was hers. She developed the device while working at the Sphinx Corporation. It's a data storage unit with a hologram interface. You could say my mom left me a message, and she said to save the Pandora project and that you were the key. The key, she utters as if she's happy with some small answer, and then she asks, the key to what? I don't know. I was hoping you would know. Catherine's view. I frown at her answer. Kimberly does want something from me. First the council, then the factory, and now Kimberly. When will it end? When will the madness end? I turn, face the TV, and say, I can't help you. Can't or won't? Kimberly questions. I don't answer. Kimberly's view. I consider smacking her around until she talks, but that probably won't work. I need to be a little patient. Hades. I hate this. I hate not knowing what I need that woman for. For Aries' sake. Why am I so irritated? I'm irritated because of that woman, so I need to find out as soon as possible, and then I can eliminate her from my life. I calm myself and say, well, get it in your head you're not getting the music box. It was meant for me. Catherine's view. Then why did I have it? I ask as I feel crushed by my circumstances. I walk around the couch, slump down on it, grab the blanket, lie my head on the pillow and wrap myself in the blanket, hiding from the world. I want Kimberly to have saved me because she didn't want me to die. I want Kimberly to have saved me because we're friends. I'll not get those wishes, so she can at least give me back the music box like she promised. Kimberly's view. I watch her pout. She acts more like a child than this deadly experiment I keep hearing about. This is all so frustrating. When can I go back to my normal life? More importantly, who gave her the music box, and what will I have to do to find the truth? Sphinx Corporation 3rd Branch Office. Mr. Griffin sat at his desk, reviewing reports. He cracked his neck and rubbed it, taking a break as he complained, "I need a vacation." The phone rang and he answered it. "Yes, Kathy. I have orthos on line 6. Thank you. Please connect the head of security." Mr. Griffin put his earpiece in and pressed the button on the phone. "Yes. I thought you should know," Orthos began. "The manager of Nexus Apartments called and informed me that Ms. Griffin has brought home a house guest. Pleased his daughter was showing some interest in a social life, Mr. Griffin asked, 'Who is he?' She is known as Catherine, and that's all we have on her name." "She? Interesting. What corporation does this Catherine work for? Is it Valhalla? We're on friendly terms with them." "She's from in-house, sir, and she doesn't exactly work for the Sphinx Corporation. She's one of the council's experiments. The experiment is known as the Pandora Project." Mr. Griffin's view. "It can't be, not that one. Not that blasted project." My brow furls as I murmur, "I told Kimberly she needed to get herself a pet, not to bring home a stray." "What's that, sir?" "Nothing. Keep me informed. I wonder what my daughter's up to. How did she become involved with Pandora?" And Mr. Griffin's view. Orthos cleared his throat. Mr. Griffin snapped from his thoughts. "Was there something else?" "Yes, there is a problem at the factory." "What kind of problem?" "All the T3s have gone rogue and have killed the employees at the main site. I have received other reports that the T3s are attacking other factory-owned sites all over Noir." "What have you done so far to stop them?" Mr. Griffin asked. "I sent a strike team into the factory, but they were terminated," Orthos answered. "I was about to send in a second, but thought I should inform you first." "Hold on that. Set up a perimeter and let none of the T3s out, and for now we will contain, but I do want you to send out strike teams after any of the T3s that have left the factory's main site." "Yes, sir. I will keep you informed." Orthos hung up. Mr. Griffin's view. I remove my earpiece. More rogues. What does it mean? Is another corporation behind this, or is there a problem with their programming? I rub my forehead as a headache sets in. And why is the council's project staying with my daughter? Is the council targeting my daughter for a reason? I lean forward, pick up the phone and dial. My secretary answers, "Yes, Mr. Griffin." "Kathy, get me the council." Chapter 33. Downtime. October 18th. Monday. 10:41 a.m. Hellenistic Sector, Residential Vicinage. Catherine's view. Steam hangs in the air as I step from the guest bathroom shower and dry with a fluffy white towel. The bath felt good, and it's a luxury I don't have living on the streets. Because of water rationing, those from the non-productive part of society are issued large towelettes. What one of my friends calls a bath in a bag. I wash away the filth, but it doesn't change my glum demeanor and my head still pounds. None of the medications Kimberly gave me did anything for the migraine, and I start to feel anxious as I peer at my shaky hands. I know the side effects of the Ultra EPI are only going to get worse, but there's nothing I can do without the music box, so I slowly put on the clean clothes Kimberly bought for me. First the white underwear and sports bra, and then the gray-black pants. They're almost identical to the ones I wore. I take the towel, wipe the steam-covered mirror, and stand barefoot gazing at my reflection. My face is still pale and I feel weak. I stare at my hazel eyes, seeing the different shades of brown and green, and as if it's an everyday thing to be tending a wound, I glance at the stitches in my shoulder and open the kit Brian gave me to redress it. I put fresh ointment and gauze on my blistered palm, a new bandage on my shoulder, and carefully pull on a white t-shirt. I leave the bathroom, return to the couch and gaze at the blank TV, knowing the ever-watchful eyes of the phoenix are upon me. There are some eggs and juice on the counter, Kimberly tells me as she washes a stainless steel frying pan in the kitchen sink. Eat. You haven't touched anything since I brought you here from the hospital yesterday. She watches me as I continue to stare at the black screen, and she insists, "You need to eat, so come and sit." Not hungry and deeply upset, I ignore her and wonder why I feel so wronged by her. I barely know her. Maybe it's not that. Maybe something else is bothering me. Kimberly's view. I feel very uncomfortable having that strange woman in my home, and on top of that, she keeps ignoring me. What's her problem? I control my anger as I grab a kitchen towel, dry my hands, and ask, "How do you expect to regain your strength if you don't eat?" She remains silent, and that ticks me off. I'm tired of this silent treatment. I yell as I throw the towel down on the counter, leave the kitchen, and march around the couch. "Get up." She stares at the floor as if she wants to be left alone. I grab her right arm and force her to stand and shout, "Something has to change. Look at me." Showing pain and exhaustion, she lifts her gaze like a little girl who's lost, alone, and frightened. "You need to snap out of it. I've seen you in action at Zeus Park and Topa's estate. Hades. You're like me. You're a calculating predator." Disgusted at her show of weakness, I command, "I need you to get that mindset back. I need you to regain that inborn or programmed reaction, and I want to see that primal drive to survive. Show me your killer instinct." She seems appalled by the accusation and insists, "No. I'm not like that." She pulls against my grasp. "Let go. I'm not a killer. Let go of me." I won't release her and press the issue. "You are like me. You're like those unmen that hunt you. You're a killer." Catherine's view. "No. It's a lie. Stop saying it." I'm terrified Kimberly's telling the truth. I fear deep down I'm a cruel monster hiding in the guise of a kind person, and I fear the monster only waits to wake and show the world its true nature. I have immense anxiety over the possibility that I've forgotten about my ruthless self, and that I'm exactly what the council wants me to be. Because of those dreaded insecurities, I scream all the more, "Stop saying those things. Let go. I'm not a killer. Let go." Kimberly's view. For Aries' sake. Accept it. You are. I increasingly push with my words. I have to get some emotional reaction from her, hoping it will end her brooding, and so far, all she has been doing is screaming like a toddler who has been told she can't go out and play. My voice raises as I tell her, "I need you to draw on that murderous instinct of yours." I squeeze her arm. "Show it to me. Let it out. You know you want to, so let it out." Catherine's view. "No. Shut up. I'm not a killer." With my right arm in her grasp, I lift my left fist and strike Kimberly on the cheek, hurting myself in the process. The pain is severe and I curse, "Crap! Crap!" I grab my re-injured shoulder and take a step back after Kimberly releases me. Some of my stitches must have popped, and I seethe in agony for several moments until I realize what I did. I hit someone out of anger. I wanted to hurt Kimberly for reminding me of my fears. It seems I am a monster. I shake my head and take another step back, horrified by my violent act, and I start to say, I'm Hades, that hurt." Kimberly grabs her cheek and rubs it as she asks, "Did you have to hit my face?" Ashamed of my savage actions, I close my eyes, wanting to run away. Maybe Kimberly's right, and I feel sick at the thought. Maybe I am a killer. I whisper, dying inside, "I'm sorry." I open my eyes, and they burn as if I've been weeping. Wanting to flee the possible truth, I turn, grab a jacket, and rush out of the apartment shouting, "I'm sorry." Kimberly's view. "Wait. Don't go." I start after that woman, and look down at my slippers. Great. Just great. I flip them off and they fly through the air, and then I grab my running shoes, pull them on without untying them, race into the hall, and hear the elevator close. Don't go. I rush to the elevator and watch as the numbers climb. The roof. At least she's not going to run out the front, but I better hurry. I don't want to lose the key. I run to the stairs, rush up 10 flights, and burst through the door panting. Catherine's view. I stand on the ledge, leaning on the metal railing surrounding the top. I see Kimberly come out, turn from her, wishing she'd leave me alone, and notice below that a car drives across West 1000th Avenue and honks at a dog that runs in front of it. Still feeling ashamed, I pull the jacket close in the chilly air, babying my hurt shoulder. The cold railing feels nice against my burned hand that's wrapped in gauze. The hand hurts more since hitting Kimberly. I can't blame her if she wants to shoot me again. I can't believe I hit her. She was yelling at me, but she wasn't going to hurt me, so there was no reason to hit her. I just didn't like what she was saying. It hurt so much to hear it that I had to make her stop. Kimberly's view. I gasp for air as I lean back against the door, and I manage to question her as if I'm concerned about her. Why did you come up here? What if one of the unmen spots you? I can't have her dying on me until I find out why my mom wanted me to find her. I glare at that strange woman for making me run all the way up here. I also owe her for punching me in the face, but I'll worry about payback later. I need to solve the mystery, so I can use Pale Horse on her. They won't come here, she answers me. Your apartment has a protective barrier that biomechas are unable to cross. Something deep within their programming bars them from entering, so this place is a safe zone until they can get around their programming. How do you know that they? I start, then decide I don't need to know the answer to that, and I don't care, so I say, never mind. You haven't answered my first question. Why did you come up here? That strange woman looks at Zeus Park across the street, as if remembering her battle with those robots, and answers, where else could I go? She glances at me, but then she diverts her eyes from my angry gaze as she insists, I'm not a killer. She wraps her arms around herself and says in a gentler tone, I'm not like you. I thought as much. She's upset that I forced some sense into her. I'm satisfied with her answer, so I'm about to tell her to come back in with me, but she speaks first and starts in like I asked her about her life story. She lifts her gaze to the sky as if searching for something as she tells me, I think that's what the council wants. That strange woman turns to me, and I see a determination on her face as she states, and I have defied their wishes. I have worked very hard not to kill anyone, and no one has died by my hand. I nearly laugh out loud as I say, you're joking, right? I've seen you with the unmen. You're so good at killing them. Unmen are robots. They're not alive, so it's different when I terminate them, she asserts. I've killed no one, and I'm not going to start. Her perspective infuriates me. She can't honestly believe what she's saying. I wanted to go back in, but I can't let this go, so I yell, for Aries' sake. You won't survive in this world with that kind of attitude. You have to take the shot when you have it. I can't live like that, that woman tells me as if she's going to cry. I believe she's going to bawl right there, but instead she turns to me with a look of concern and asks, do you like what you do? That strange woman is actually acting like she's concerned about me as she questions me, do you enjoy murdering people? What kind of question is that? I ask as I walk toward her. An honest one. Isn't that what we're doing right now? Aren't we being honest with each other? Well then. I want to know, are you who you want to be? Are you happy? Honesty. Don't make me laugh. I know you're up to something. I just haven't figured out what your game is, but I'll find out, so for now I'll play along. I tell her, mine is a necessary job in this world. My happiness has nothing to do with it. Still. You seem very sad. I laugh and then say, right, a closer with emotions. A good one. I move beside her and lean on the railing as I consider that she's actually serious about what she's saying. If that's so, I don't understand why that woman resists who she is with such passion. There's no reason why she shouldn't kill. It's kill or be killed, that's life. Catherine's view. Aren't we a pair? I tell Kimberly as the full brunt of October's frosty wind whips over me. I want to express emotions but can't. You can, but your job forces you to disregard them. She utters as if she didn't hear me or was ignoring my comment. Kimberly glances over the ledge and then asks me, "Are you here to jump?" I was thinking about it, but then they would win. "Let's go back inside then," she tells me. "It's cold out here." Kimberly glances down at my reddening bare feet and adds, "And neither of us is dressed for the weather." I follow her back to the elevator, and once we're inside the apartment, we sit at the table. I put on a pair of socks that Kimberly went and got for me. "Here, drink this to warm yourself," she tells me as she hands me a cup of chicken noodle soup. "Thank you." I take a sip, and it's very good. Kimberly's view. I notice that strange woman is rubbing her shoulder, so I tell her, "Take your jacket and t-shirt off." She looks up from her cup, as if I had asked her to jump off a bridge. "Hades," I utter as I stand. "Don't be such a baby. Let me look at your shoulder." She hesitates, but then she lets me look at her wound. I remove her blood-spotted bandage. "Look at that," I complain. "You did it. You busted a stitch, but I don't think we need to see Brian. I'll butterfly it and put on a fresh bandage." I retrieve a first aid kit and bandage the wound. "There." She carefully pulls her t-shirt back on, and a few minutes pass as I put the kit back, then I sit and eat my soup. I hear that strange woman pipe up as she stares at her soup and then she whispers, "Something's wrong with me." I could have told her that from the start, but I decide not to say anything about her comment. She must be noticing how weird she is. She clears her throat and says in a louder voice as if to get my attention, "I haven't been right inside since Etna Toys." "Yeah, I know," I state with a hint of mischief. "You were shot, and now you're having soup with the inflictor of your pain, so of course you're not the same." "No. More than that. I think," she says, then pauses and looks at me like I'm a bomb she'll set off, and then she says, "I think I need the music box. I need to hear unfinished melody." Nice try, but like I said, I'm serious. What if they did something to me? She runs her fingers across the table's edge like some kid who's trying to convince their parents to let them have a hamster. No, not what if. What did they do to me? You don't understand. It's the only thing that works. Your painkillers have done nothing for my headache, and look at me. The way I'm acting right now. This is not the normal me. I'm not so uptight. I'm not. She begs me, "Please let me listen to it." No. Now drop the matter. I slam my cup down and some of the soup spills. All that stuff is all in your mind. That strange woman sulks. In a calmer tone I say, "You should try to get some rest." I stand. "You haven't slept since Brian gave you that sedative. I should know. I heard you tossing and turning on that squeaky couch all night." I take my cup to the kitchen. "Stay here. I'm going out. I shouldn't be long." I make my way to the parking garage and slide into my car. I open my glove compartment, take out the music box, then place my fingers over the squares. "Mom." The sides glow blue under my touch, and the 3D image of my mom materializes. The hologram turns her head side to side as if looking around the car, and then she states, "I detect no surveillance, so it is safe to talk. Were you able to accomplish the mission?" I pass my hand through the image as I say, "Yes, I have Pandora." I raise the music box, bringing the image closer. "You mentioned she was the key." "The key to what?" "I am sorry, but I was never downloaded with that information. I only know she is the key." "Now what?" "This next thing is very important," the hologram says. "If you fail to accomplish it, it could bring disaster." I bite my lip with anticipation and then ask, "What is it?" "You must give this music box to Catherine. She must have it with her at all times. Do you understand?" You've got to be kidding. No, I am not. Catherine must not reach the gamma phase. Do you know what stage she is at? I have no idea what you're talking about. Has she run into any biomechas? Does she know when they are near? Yes, I reply. That's the alpha phase. What about killing them? The hologram questions. Can she take them down with one shot? Yes. This isn't good. Catherine has achieved the beta phase. I pray she hasn't accomplished the gamma. Never mind her. What about my mom? How do I find her killer? Teresa hid data devices that were designed to be read only by this music box. If you can find them, they may have clues to whoever killed her. The hologram says, now give this box to Catherine. Fine. How long am I supposed to babysit? I do not know, the hologram answers. Stay safe. Her image disappears. 10 minutes later, I stand and stare at the letter H on my apartment door. Why is it, I tell that woman I'm going to do one thing, and then the hologram has me do the opposite? Some time later. Welcome back, Ms. Griffin, ACS states. The apartment. Night mode. ACS lowers its volume and states, setting lights at 50%. Will there be anything else, Ms. Griffin? No, that's all. I look at the living room and see that strange woman's reflection on the TV. She's on the couch covered with a heavy blanket and stares at the coffee table. I shake my head, swallowing my pride, and give in to my mom's wishes. I walk over, set the music box on the coffee table, open the lid, and unfinished melody plays. Thank you, that woman says as her eyes grow heavy and she falls asleep. Don't thank me, I mumble. I'm not doing this for you. I stare at her, considering the past day. If she wasn't the key, I would have let her die at Etna Toys, and I would be rid of this insanity. It's not too late. I could kill her while she sleeps, but I guess I'll wait. I want to know what she's the key to. Chapter 34. The Proposition. October 19th. Tuesday. 1:20 p.m. Hellenistic Sector, Industrial Vicinage. Kimberly's View. I drive into the front parking lot of Etna Toys. The NCPF had been there earlier and taped off the front curb where the T3s killed the 2 factory SCMs. I cautiously exit my car, glance around the deserted area, and grab my knapsack. I'm wearing my black work outfit minus the knit mask. No wind rustles the weeds, leaving the parking lot in an eerie quiet as I quickly enter the front door. Noir Civil Police Force must not have come in here. There's no police tape, but the area's been cleaned of unmen and gun shells, so someone else must have cleaned up the mess. After searching the front area, I grab that woman's backpack, Ravlik vest, and find her empty Beretta underneath one of the boxing machines. I find it odd that they left her things behind like they left them for her. Curious about the unmen and the council, I look at the open elevator. That woman said she believed the council was based here all along, and she said she had been looking for them and the factory. I step toward the open doors. Maybe they left something behind. I enter the cab, remove my holstered PPK, and press the basement button, and once I reach the basement, light from the elevator breaks the darkness of the hallway as I remove a flashlight from my knapsack. I find a light switch and flip it on, but nothing happens. I search the hallway with my flashlight and find it's empty. A door stands at the opposite end, so I move towards it wary. I'm walking into a trap set up for that woman. I make my way to it, open it, and enter the room. I move the beam back and forth and search the mostly empty room, and in the center I spot a large table. A few abandoned plugs and cables line one of the walls, and I start to leave, thinking there's nothing to find when something catches my eye. I walk to the table, finding a white business envelope with the words, "For Pandora" written on it. I pick it up, contemplate if I should open it, think why not, and open the envelope. Pandora, as one of the members of the council, I have to say I am very proud of you, and even though you did not reach the gamma and delta phases of your metamorphosis, I am still very impressed with you. We had hoped with the training and conditioning, you would have accomplished the phases the past year. You did not, and for that reason the others are not pleased and wish to terminate you. I have convinced them to delay that. We can still acquire valuable information from you. Be warned though, I cannot hold off your termination indefinitely, and the council is more resourceful than the factory. The life closers we sent after you were merely tests. They were not a means to destroy you. Increase your skills so when the time comes you may bar your termination. I pause from reading. According to this member, that woman hasn't reached the gamma and delta phases, whatever they might be. My mom was concerned that Pandora may have reached them and brought about some sort of disaster. I continue reading. Argus, the poor devil, informed us in the past that you have no memory of who you are, and that is most unfortunate, so I will tell you one thing. The council did not begin your training or condition you. It was another department in the Sphinx Corporation. I wish I could tell you everything, but the line breaks off and a new line starts. Remember, if you wish to destroy the rogue, you must reach the delta phase. It is called the knowing, and to achieve the knowing, you must first reach the gamma phase. I wish you long life. The letter's signed by Mr. Morta, and I glance over it once more, then place the letter back in its envelope and put it in that woman's backpack. The corporation my father works for is behind the Pandora project, so there could be a connection between my mom and that woman. I also need to find out what the gamma and the delta phases are. Mr. Morta called one of them the knowing. I can't even fathom what she's supposed to know, so I search the room once more and head back up. Some time later, the elevator doors open to an unman, and I quickly raise my gun, not expecting to be met by one of those robots. It's the one called the Rogue, and it lifts its hands as it tells me, "Do not shoot." "You again," I state, a bit freaked out that it might have followed me here. I keep my gun leveled on it and ask, "What do you want now?" "I was snooping around this place myself when I saw you enter, and I hid and then thought to myself, you might be able to help me." The Rogue keeps its hands up. "I know you came back and saved Pandora." It pauses and continues, "That act alone confused me, and I have been trying to process it since, but have not been able to." It never answered my question, so I snap, "What do you want?" I am rambling, so I will get to the point then. "I have a proposition." The Rogue pauses again and then asks, "Can I lower my hands?" I have no idea what it wants from me, but it does seem to be everywhere. It must know a lot of things, so I should at least hear it out. I nod and wave the Rogue back with my gun as I step from the elevator, and then I question, "A proposition?" "Yes, I overheard you talking with the doctor at the hospital," the Rogue tells me as it lowers its hands. "You told him you were looking for who killed Teresa Griffin." Anger and rage wash over me at the mention of my mom's death. I want to know who killed her, and I'll do anything to find out, even make a deal with this tin can. "Do you know who murdered her?" "No, I do not have that information, but I did find something at the factory. I discovered a disc I believe belonged to your mother." I ask, "And you want what in exchange?" "Silly woman, I want Pandora, of course. Bring her to the factory so I may kill her. Here." The Rogue hands me a piece of paper and a small blueprint labeled BL5. This is the location of the factory, along with the layout for basement level 5 of Research Building 10. It hands me a white keycard. "This will get you in through the parking garage." I take it, and the Rogue continues, "Bring Pandora tomorrow night after 9 to the first room circled on the blueprint in the green division, and I will have the disc waiting for you in the computer lab circled in the yellow division. Here." The Rogue hands me one green and one yellow keycard. "Those will get you in the rooms, and one word of warning, the T3s have gone rogue and have taken over the factory. You will have to elude them." The Rogue hands me a small piece of paper. "Once you have the disc, that word will unlock it." I glance at the password and snarl at the Rogue, wondering if it's trying to tell me something with this access word. "How do you know I'll turn her over?" I question it. "Because I know you're kind." You do not care about anyone, even dear old Dad. The only person you ever loved was murdered, and you want to find her killer and take your revenge. The rogue starts out. You must be looking for a way to get rid of the headache you reluctantly took in. There is no easier way than to hand Pandora over to me, and you get something out of the deal. Fine, tomorrow then, I state and watch the rogue leave. It's right about one thing, that woman has been nothing but a nuisance. I'll have to say sorry to my mom's memory. It was so long ago that she wanted me to save that woman, and so much has changed. I glance at my gun and stare at my hand tinged with unseen blood. Much has changed, including me. Chapter 35. The Locked Door. 2:47 p.m. Hellenistic Sector, Residential Vicinage. Nexus Apartments. The digital clock in the kitchen read 2:47 p.m. as Kat slightly stirred on the couch and unfinished melody played, keeping her in the grips of the drifting time. The digital clock was the only light in the dark apartment. Door unlocked, ACS stated. The spare bedroom unlocked, and the light within flicked on, lighting up the crack under the closed door. Catherine's view. I open my eyes at hearing a sound, sit up a little disoriented, then close the music box and place it in my pocket. Could I have some lights? Guest request acknowledged. ACS turns on the ones in the living room. Setting lights to 95%. I scan the apartment but see no one. I thought I had heard someone talk. Apartment computer system, did you say something earlier? Yes, I stated that the spare bedroom has been unlocked and the room is ready for use. Oh. I stand, rub my eyes, walk to the first room in the hall and open the door. Kimberly, are you back? No one's in the room, so I enter and look around, curious as to why it had been locked in the first place. The walls are full of photos of Kimberly as a child and her mom, and a few of them have a man in them who I guess is her father. Kimberly was a really cute kid. I walk by a bed that hasn't been used in years, go and stand in front of a wall, and take a closer look at the little blonde girl in the pictures. I can't believe this is the same person I met. Kimberly was so happy back then. I see pictures of her eating ice cream, petting kittens, and playing on a sunny beach. I can't even imagine what has happened to her since to make her so unhappy and angry. I rub my shoulder as it itches a little, and then I decide I shouldn't be in here. Kimberly would be mad, so I leave the room. I head toward the living room, and then glance back at the bedroom. Kimberly locked all of those happy memories away. It's like she hid them in there, so she didn't have to remember. Maybe it was too painful for her. I start for the couch. ACS unlocked the room, but Kimberly wasn't here to give the command. Maybe ACS is malfunctioning. I yawn, groggy from sleeping, then return to the couch and plop down on the cold leather. I can't believe how tired I am as I lie back, remove the music box and stare at it. I don't know what I would do without it. I hold the music box close to my chest, thinking what a luxury it is to sleep without fear the unmen will find me. I grab my blanket and pull it over me. I'm warm and safe, what more could a girl ask for? I drift asleep without the music box to lull me. End Catherine's view. Outside of Nexus Apartments. A white van parked at the curb in front of the gate facing Knott Street sputtered smoke from its muffler. The engine idled as Zach sat in the driver's seat, typing a few things on his HHC, and once he finished, he placed the HHC on the passenger seat. Zach's view. I don't understand why RG had me do it, but I guess my job isn't to know the why, only to do what I'm told. I remove a cell from my shirt pocket, dial a number and say, "Delivery man here, please connect me to RG." A few seconds pass, and I state, "Yes, as per your instructions." I waited until Ms. Griffin left the apartment, and I triggered the ACS to unlock the spare bedroom, so the rest is up to Catherine. Yes. Yes. I'm monitoring the situation now. I see a red car drive by. Kimberly is returning. I buckle my seatbelt. I'll contact you with any new development. delivery man out. I hang up and drive a little way down Knott Street and turn onto West 1000th Avenue to get in a better position. Kimberly won't be too happy to discover the spare bedroom has been opened. Poor Catherine. Kimberly might kill her if she went into her mother's room. And Zach's view. Sometime later. Kimberly's view. The door to apartment H slides open, and I enter a little fatigued. I don't know why I feel so weary, unless it's the decision to betray that woman that weighs on me. It shouldn't bother me, and I convince myself that I'm only tired from the mess that woman put me through. Welcome back, Ms. Night and quiet mode ACS. It shuts down its verbal interaction and reverts to its evening settings as I walk down the entry to the kitchen, and the lights come on at 50%. I set her backpack on a bar stool, place her Beretta on the counter, and turn to the living room. I move to the back of the couch and find that woman asleep, clinging to the music box like it's a teddy bear. I stare at the enigma as she sleeps soundly. I could so easily kill her. I could walk around this couch and snap her neck, and nobody would ever know. No one will care that woman's gone except maybe the council, and they will only care because she's some precious experiment of theirs. I put my hand on my hip in a tisk-tisk fashion. That woman should have heard me when I entered and woke up. Her instinct to survive must not be very strong. I think about what I'm going to do to her when I deliver her to the factory, and I take pity on her. I haven't pitied anyone in a long time. A babe I took off the streets, an innocent I'll deliver to her demise. I snatched her from the fangs of the grave, only to hand her over to the reaper. I consider the conversation that I had at Etna. The rogue couldn't be right about her. Her trust in me must be an act. It has to be an act. She couldn't have survived this long as a kitten. She has to be a tigress. My pity turns to anger as I think about the trust she has in me. Stupid. It's her fault if I betray her. I never told her to trust me. I'm a closer. I only look out for myself. I return to the kitchen, place my car keys on the counter, and lean on the counter as guilt burdens me. My mom told me to save her, but finding out who murdered my mom is more important to me than saving that woman. I hear her mumble and move back to the couch. She sleeps, but her lips move reciting a phrase in a murmur. I place a hand on the back of the couch and lean over to listen. Always know there will be a love that will not die. I walk around the sofa, not sure of what she said. She rolls over, faces the couch, and says nothing more. I shrug and start for the hallway, as I decide, as if I haven't done so a dozen times over, that whatever she's the key to doesn't matter to me. It's more important that I discover who murdered my mom and take my revenge. I pause at the hallway entrance and glance back at the living room. That woman has been nothing but a headache since our meeting. I'll be glad to be rid of her. I walk past the spare bedroom, wondering how I'll convince her to come to the factory with me. From what she has told me, if I was her, I wouldn't want to return there. Exhausted from all the running around, I reach for the doorknob of the master bedroom, thinking those problems can wait till morning. My eyes droop. I need to get some sleep. I pause as my heart skips a beat, and my weary mind recalls something out of place, and I quickly turn, looking to the spare bedroom. A glow shows through the crack under the door, and I walk back and turn the knob, expecting it to be locked, but the door opens. Furious, I search the room and find nothing has been moved. Everything is as I left it years ago. I'm going to kill her. I'm not going to wait for the rogue to do it. I'm going to kill her right now. I march into the living room as I fist my hand, controlling my anger, and then I say in a forced gentle tone, ACS. Yes, Ms. Griffin. How did she unlock this door? She. Yes, Pandora. I mean Catherine. Your guest did not unlock the door. A command was given over the Nexus Apartments main system. By who? Identity unknown, ACS replies. I take several deep breaths as my anger boils again. Tell me this, did she go in the room? Yes, your guest entered after I announced the door had been unlocked. I fist my other hand, thinking of beating her to death while she's sleeping, but then I wouldn't get what I want from the rogue. I have to be very careful what I do next. I don't want to jeopardize the prize I'm seeking, so I decide I can't yell at her, not if I want that woman to go to the factory with me tomorrow. I'll have to let this go for now. The rogue can torture her for violating my privacy. ACS, lock this bedroom door. Yes, Ms. Griffin. I head into my bedroom as exhaustion seizes me again, shut the door and slip into my pajamas. I lie on my stomach and clinch my pillow with both hands. I can't get the idea of that woman rummaging through all my precious stuff. She better not have touched anything, or the rogue will be the least of her worries. End Kimberly's view. Back in the living room. Kat's face wrinkled as her dream changed to a nightmare and she uttered, "Preacher. No. Don't die. You can't leave me alone. Don't leave us alone." Her eyes rapidly moved under her closed lids. What do I tell him? What do I tell Chad? No. Catherine's view. I sit up and look around as sweat beads on my forehead, and I sadden as grief strikes me. I have no idea what I'll tell the boy. First I left and now Preacher left him. I cover myself with the blanket. I know it's not safe, but I need to find Chad and tell him what happened. Back in the master bedroom. Kimberly's view. I continue to stare at my pillow, repeating to myself that woman's life means nothing to me. I keep thinking back to what the hologram told me, and I'm hesitant to hand her over to the rogue for the disc. I roll on my side and grumble. Hades. Nothing's been easy since I met her. It'll be good to get rid of her, and it'll be good to return to my mundane life. I chuckle. Listen to me, I never thought I'd hear myself say I miss the solitude. I roll on my back, contemplating if I do miss the loneliness. Chapter 36. What's on TV? October 20th. Wednesday. 7:58 a.m. Kimberly's view. The TV comes to life as I turn it on with the remote, and anchorman Jim Charles with NBS gives a report. As we wrap up this hour, news has come in that Dr. Robert Seeker's trip to Antarctica has been delayed. I only turned the TV on for noise, and don't pay any attention to it. The one I've reluctantly partnered with sits at the kitchen bar, and watches me cook oatmeal and fry eggs and bacon as if she's famished. She slept for more than 12 hours, so she better be well rested. Her stomach growls as I pour her a glass of orange juice. The anchorman continues, Dr. Seeker was scheduled to leave yesterday but... She hums unfinished melody as she whirls around on the bar stool like some kid on a merry-go-round. I comment, "You're in a better mood this morning." "I am," that woman says. The helicopter had mechanical problems, Jim Charles continues. Dr. Seeker should be on his way to Vulcan Station within the next 24 hours. The anchorman turns to another camera. This just came in. There are reports of several explosions in the Hellenistic sector. I'm still unconcerned with the news as I place a plate full of scrambled eggs and bacon in front of that woman, along with a bowl of oatmeal, and say, "There's milk and honey if you want it." I move over to the side of the kitchen to grab a glass, when I turn and see that woman staring at the TV. The flames from the explosions reflect in her eyes, and she's fixated on the destruction. Her stomach growls again, as if it's some stray dog warning her of danger. She turns, faces the counter, dives into the eggs, shovels them into her mouth, and devours strips of bacon between spoonfuls. I'm appalled by her tiger-like eating and utter, "I guess you were never taught manners." She peers up from her plate wide-eyed, picks up a napkin and wipes her mouth, and then she continues eating at a slower pace. "Sorry. I was just so hungry." The anchorman finishes. At this point, the cause of the explosions is unknown. We will update you as new reports come in. This is Jim Charles with NBS signing off. I walk over to my plate and take several bites of my breakfast. Catherine's view. Last night. I begin, as I'm unsure if I should even mention it to the angry phoenix. ACS woke me and your spare bedroom light was on, so I went in. I wait to see if she'll pull out her gun and shoot me in the knee, or grab my hair and bash my head on the table. I tense, not knowing what sort of fury will be coming. Kimberly's view. I stop eating, put my fork down and fixate on my plate. That woman better not have touched anything, not one item in that room, or so help me. I pick up the remote and turn off the news. Catherine's view. I notice the change in Kimberly's demeanor and I cautiously continue. I thought you were home and went in. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. It's a special place. One you made for your mom. I shouldn't have. Did you? Kimberly interrupts me as she raises her scary gaze and glares at me. Did you touch anything? I swallow hard, feeling the intensity of her stare. No, I only touched the doorknob. Kimberly's view. I pick up my fork and examine it, as if I'll stab it through that woman's heart, but I have to remember the factory and the disc. I can't make the deal with the rogue if that woman's already dead, so I calm down and force a smile. I can kill that woman at any time if I don't want the disc anymore. I set the fork down and lie, it's fine. I press a wider toothy smile and coo out, no harm done. Catherine's view. Kimberly's smile makes me uneasy, as the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, and I dare not say any more. Kimberly's view. Merely setting the fork down isn't enough to quell my wrath, so I have to think of something else, and take my mind away from the image of that woman violating the memories in the room. I remember Etna toys and the things I found there. Oh. I say as I stand, retrieve that woman's backpack, pull out the envelope and hand her the letter from Mr. Morta. I found this yesterday in the basement of Etna Toys. She acts like she's a bit afraid of me as she takes the letter. I must have scared her. Good, that woman should be afraid of me. She opens the letter and after about a minute, that woman says, I wonder what Mr. Morta meant by the poor devil when he referred to Argus. I don't care, so I don't say anything. She reads over the letter one more time, as I start to go over in my head how to manipulate things so that woman will go to the factory with me. If I understand everything, I start out. You want to find out who you are and what you've forgotten. Yes, and you're searching for who killed your mom, she replies as if we're in sync on some weird level of communication. Here's the deal, I begin. We'll work together to find our answers, but once I find my mom's killer, this partnership is done. Understand? I'll help you no more after that. I have no reason to. Catherine's view. It's a little one-sided, but it's not like I have a better offer, so I nod. Good then. Kimberly retrieves her knapsack from her bedroom, returns and removes some papers. I need your help. I have discovered the location of the factory. There's vital information about my mom there, and the information's on a disc. She shows me the address. I'm heading there tonight. Will you come with me? I can't believe it. Kimberly wants me to go to the factory. She wants me to go back after they tortured me. I don't know if I can. I swore I would never let them take me again, so there's no way I'm going back. I glance at Kimberly and notice how much it means to her that we find this disc she mentioned. I'm partners with her, and we're supposed to help each other. I push my fears aside and ask, is this information important? I believe it is very important. Will you help me? Kimberly adds as if baiting me, the factory could have information on you. She's right about that. The factory could have some, but I don't know if it'll be worth the risk. I did tell Kimberly I'd help, but going back. I'm so afraid, but I can't be a wimp. If Kimberly has a plan and we can sneak in, we may have a chance. Even if Kimberly has a plan, that doesn't mean we won't get caught. It's so hard for me to decide, but then I think about what I would do if Kimberly was one of my friends, if she was Chad and he was asking for my help. I wouldn't hesitate to tell him yes. If it's important, I'll do it. I finally answer as I start on my oatmeal and say between mouthfuls, that's what partners do. They help each other, but you do have a plan, right? I don't want to get caught again. I have a plan, so don't you worry. Someone on the inside's helping me. I say, I always worry, but that doesn't matter. Kimberly's view. It's settled then. We'll go later tonight, I tell her, realizing it wasn't hard convincing that woman. I've acquired an untraceable van for the job. Eat up and rest. I need to pick up some more supplies. She looks at my half-eaten plate, licking salt and grease from her lips, and then that woman asks, "Are you going to finish that?" A little disgusted, I answer, "No, go ahead." She pulls my plate in front of her and chows down on the eggs as I clean up the kitchen. What a disgusting thing she is. I only have to put up with her until tonight. I think I can survive her presence until then. There's something I want, something I need. I finish cleaning and head out. Catherine's view. A few minutes later, I put the plates in the sink and grab the remote. I go and move the blanket and pillow to the side of the couch and sit. I put the remote on the coffee table and massage my left shoulder around the bandages. The wound's feeling much better, but I better check on the burn. I unwrap the gauze from my left hand and examine the palm, seeing the blisters and most of the redness are gone, but the star remains. I rub my fingers across the hand. I thought I had burned the higher part of my palm, but the star's dead center. It must have been my imagination. A lot was going on that day. I make a fist several times, and it's almost as good as new. The ointment works fast. I pick up the remote and turn on the TV. I change the channel from the news to a show called Cash In, just as it's wrapping up with some final words from its host, Sam Hunt. All right, viewers, if you have seen any of these people, call the number you see on the screen too. The TV audience shouts with him, "Cash in." That's right. Sam Hunt yells, "Don't let the bounty hunters make all the money. Your call could bring you a percentage of the reward, so keep those peepers open." He points at the camera. Until tomorrow. The TV audience shouts the show's slogan with Sam Hunt, "If your friend, family, or neighbor is wanted by the NCPF or a corporation, you could cash in." The credits roll, and I change the channel back to the news. I'm Linda Harvey with NBS. Welcome to our late morning edition. The anchor woman turns to a different camera. The top 3 stories headlining in the news will start our show. Several giant swallowtail butterflies were discovered in Noir Transgenic National Forest yesterday. The butterflies were thought to be extinct, along with most of the dark half's life forms. She pauses. The corporate Senate meets today to vote on the quarter-cent sales tax raise, and the 3 people believed behind the scam, the dead receiving water rations, were given a court date. Linda turns to a second camera. The giant swallowtail butterflies thought to be extinct were discovered in Noir Transgenic National Forest yesterday. Experts believe the insects were able to survive in the sunless forest by changing their food, which also became extinct after the dry clouds appeared, but at this point, it is unknown what food source they have switched to. A group of scientists is on their way to the national forest to begin their study of this resilient species. Linda pauses again. The corporate Senate meets today to vote on the quarter-cent sales tax raise. Many analysts believe. She puts a hand to her earpiece and nods. This just came in. We now know who is behind the earlier explosions in the Hellenistic sector. It seems that hundreds of biomechas are terrorizing the area, and at this time, it is unclear which corporation is responsible for these robotic men. It is also unknown if they are deliberate attacks or malfunctions. The corporate Senate is looking into the matter. We go now to one of our reporters in the field. A man with a mic stands in the middle of a street with several huge buildings in the background. Flames spit from the windows of a tall structure, and people can be heard screaming along with bursts of gunfire. Frank Treppitt here. The reporter glances behind himself. Reports are coming in from all over the Hellenistic sector of robotic men attacking Sphinx Corporation facilities. Gunfire erupts, and the reporter ducks and runs along with the cameraman to the cover of a building. Frank speaks out of breath. The NCPF are on the scene but have not been able to stop these. Wait. There's one now. The camera pans to a T3 as it marches down the street, shooting at everything that moves. I clench my wrist as if I'm wrenching the T3's arm. The camera goes in for a close-up. I glare at the T3's pale features. It and the other models of unmen have haunted my dreams. I lift the remote, turn the TV off, and stare at the blank screen. I remove the music box from my pants pocket and open it to hear its soothing tune. If the T3s have malfunctioned, the factory has to be on high alert, and it won't be easy getting in or out. We also might encounter the T3s while we're there. I stare at the coffee table, and my eyes droop as I listen to unfinished melody. The T3s are different now. I can tell. I grab the blanket and wrap it around myself and start to fall asleep. The T3s are cruel and calculating. They're exactly like the rogue. Chapter 37. Entering the Factory. 5:49 p.m. Hellenistic Sector, Business Vicinage. Sphinx Corporation 3rd Branch Office. Mr. Griffin studied reports on his desktop computer when the phone rang, interrupting his work. He picked up the receiver and answered, "Yes, Kathy." "Mr. Griffin, your 6 o'clock appointment is here and Orthos is online too. My head of security must have an update for me." Mr. Griffin leaned forward, put his earpiece in and spoke into the phone receiver. "Thank you, Kathy. Please tell my appointment I will be delayed while I talk with Orthos." "Yes, Mr. Griffin." She hung up. He placed the receiver back on the phone, activated the earpiece, pressed line 2 and stood. He walked from his corner desk to one of the large wall windows and stared at his reflection. "Orthos, go ahead. I have news from my men watching the factory." Mr. Griffin questioned, "What is it?" "A van has been reported approaching the main gate. My orders were to let no one in or out. I don't see why you brought this to my attention. Your daughter is driving the van. I wanted to check with you before we—" "One moment," Mr. Griffin interrupted, moved away from the window, and wondered why Kim was going to the factory and how did she know of its location. Someone must have given her the information. He needed to discover why she was there. He asked, "Is she alone?" "No, the Pandora project is with her," Orthos answered. His daughter still had the stray with her. He looked at the picture of his wife, as he considered if it was worth his daughter's life to let them proceed. Whatever she was after could be very valuable, so he instructed, "Let them through, and I don't want them to know your men are there." "Understood." Orthos hung up. Mr. Griffin removed the earpiece and walked back to the window. Lights dim. The office darkened, his reflection vanished, and he saw Noir's skyline. The dry clouds were so close he could touch them, but his daughter eluded him. With his office almost halfway up the mile-high building, Mr. Griffin had an excellent view of the city, and could easily see a hover train station 6 blocks away. He thought about his only child. Kim wanted something so badly at the factory that she would go up against the unmen. Minutes earlier. 5:41 p.m. Hellenistic Sector, Trade Vicinage. Kimberly's view. I drive the gray van, and we near one of the Hellenistic Sector's boundaries on a desolate highway, and from the dark road, I see a lit facility in the distance. I turn the vehicle in that direction, and stop the van at the factory's main entrance. Look, they left the front door open for us. I motion to the mangled gate and smart off. It's an invitation if I've ever seen one. It looks like the T3s have attacked their creators, that woman tells me. Or a rival corporation is staging a hostile takeover, I state. Can you tell if the T3s are the ones responsible? Catherine's view. I'm a little distracted as I glance across the dark fields filled with tall weeds that surround the front fence and along the side road. The hunts over the past year have developed instincts within me that I don't think anyone could have foreseen were created by my conditioning. I'm still not sure what this conditioning is that has been referred to by those who work for the council. I only know they have great expectations for it and my development as a weapon. I will defy them. I'm more than a weapon. No, I'm a person, not a weapon. I tell Kimberly we're being watched. She parts her zipped-up sweatshirt and goes for the PPK in her shoulder holster. The T3s? I hear the panic in her voice, even though Kimberly tries to hide it. I remain calm, hoping it'll rub off on her as I reply, no, just men. They're most likely SCMs, there are several of them hiding in the field. I make no move for the Beretta resting on my lap. I believe they're here to contain the T3s. I don't know if that's good or bad for us. Kimberly glances out her window and searches the field. I don't see anyone. Whoever they are, they're good. She turns to me and says, I bet you were no fun at hide-and-seek. I consider her remark and say, I don't know. The more I think about it, the sadder I get. I don't know if I ever played games. Kimberly's view. I look in the distance at the factory's dozen or so buildings. I know what I'm getting myself into, but if I want a certain item, I'll need to breach a few levels of Hades. If the SCMs were going to stop us, they would have done so by now. I step on the gas, and the vehicle speeds down the long stretch of paved road, and after some time I slow the van, turn a corner, and drive past a graveyard of smoldering cars and trucks littered with blackened skeletal remains. Looks like they had a bang of a party. That woman makes a particularly peculiar face. I had asked her about it before. She says, if I'm to believe her, that her body reacts to the presence of biomechas and gives her a warning right before her body prepares to face them. I don't know. She's sounding weirder by the word. Who is Pandora really? I guess I don't have to worry about that anymore. There are several T3s near, that woman tells me as she turns, looking out the van's back windows. I sense they're behind us, but I don't see them yet. Let's not wait around. I drive on and pull into the parking garage for Research Building 10. This is the building we're looking for. I drive down a ramp to basement level 1. Can you tell if the T3s know you're here? I can only sense them from this distance. I don't know what they're thinking, not unless I'm close to them. You're not all-seeing then, I say as I turn off the ignition. I guess she's not as weird as she could be. Let's get inside. I don't like being out in the open, not with those walking appliances around. I hop out of the van, rush to the rear, and open the van's back doors. Here's your stuff. I hand that woman her backpack and the Rovlik vest. Catherine's view. I put on the vest, velcroing the sides. The armor has saved me countless times before, and I wish I had one for Kimberly. Should I offer the vest to her? I'm afraid of losing my own life too much to do such a kind gesture, so I never offer. Ready? Kimberly asks. I nod. Great. Let's go. Together we hurry to a staircase and descend 4 floors to basement level 5. Kimberly has her gun at the ready, as do I. She uses the Research Building 10 keycard to unlock the staircase entrance and turns the knob. The door opens with a squeak. She cautiously steps through to the first area that's designated the Blue Division, and the floor's deathly quiet as we scan the hall. Are we clear? Give me a second. I close my eyes and use my ability, and it stretches across the level, probing the area, and then I open my eyes. I don't sense any active unmen. Kimberly's view. Come on then. I remove the blueprint as I hurry on, noting the 2 rooms the rogue circled. I tell that woman, there are 2 possible places the disc could be. I rush through a carpeted hall and then another as that woman follows. I set my plan into action as I tell her, we'll split up to save time. Catherine's view. A putrid odor hits us, stopping me in my tracks, and I cover my nose with my t-shirt. That smell. I look at Kimberly, who's not bothered by the horrible stench. Her tone and attitude don't change. You should have expected this. We knew the T3s attacked the factory. It probably happened days ago. You should be used to this smell by now. How can you say that? No one should ever get used to this stench. Kimberly's view. I ignore her comment, continue around the corner, head past a security desk, and enter the green division. I can tell that woman's appalled by my callousness as she follows me. What I'm surprised by is that she's not like me. To think someone like her is worried about strangers. A few dead SCMs lie in pools of congealed blood, along with more than a dozen bullet-riddled techs, and with my mind on the disc, I continue the conversation as if I never came across any dead bodies. You'll go to Research Lab 5, which is located in this division, and I'll go to Computer Lab 2, located in the yellow division. I show that woman the blueprint as I hurriedly walk through the hallway. Once you're done, meet me here. I point to a security desk on the blueprint that's located at a checkpoint in between the green and yellow divisions. I'll never be going there, and I doubt that woman will ever make it out of Research Lab 5. Catherine's view. I can't believe Kimberly's this cold. I put a hand on my stomach, feeling sick after seeing all those dead people. I notice they don't bother her at all. Doesn't Kimberly care about anything? I remember the spare room at the apartment. Kimberly did care about her mom, but what about now? Isn't there anyone? What about her father? I feel sorry for her. She seems. Kimberly's view. Do you understand where we are to meet? I ask and notice that woman has been staring at me instead of the blueprint. What's she looking at? She does seem bothered by something. I repeat, do you understand? Catherine's view. She seems. Kimberly seems lonely. I peer at the blueprint where Kimberly points, and I nod. Kimberly's view. Great, let's do this, I say as I fold the paper and place it in my knapsack. Why is she looking at me that way? It's giving me the creeps. Catherine's view. I notice her irritation and turn my focus to the hall where more bodies litter the area. I look at the terror-stricken faces of the factory's employees as a deep feeling of pity rips at my gut. I don't look at Kimberly, but I know she regards the people as debris in her way. Is this who Kimberly is? Is she really uncaring and callous? Is she the kind of person that death's no more than a byproduct of her job? Chapter 38. Help us. 6:47 p.m. Catherine's view. I lag behind Kimberly a little as we rush through the halls of the green division, and we continue running as I lose count of the dead. I stop when something catches my eye, and then hurry back to a door that had been knocked in. The rooms B10 to 148, and inside, 3 men are strapped to the examining tables in their upright position. I rush in as I utter, Argus? I move to his side, finding he has been badly beaten and has a bullet wound in his left leg. He looks at me with his good eye. His other one's too swollen to open. His throat's dry as he rasps, Cat. How did you? Shish. I say, worried about his injuries. Don't talk. I start on his straps. For Aries' sake. Kimberly utters as she rushes in. What are you doing? She notices the men. Hades. We don't have time for this. Then help me. I snap and motion to the 2 men. Release the techs. Yeah, release us, the 2 men pled. We don't have time for this, Kimberly repeats, and then when she notices I'm not listening to her, she goes ahead and helps the techs. Once she releases the 2 men's hand restraints, the 2 men start to undo their leg restraints. What happened here? Kimberly asks them as I help Argus to his feet. The T3s went rogue, the skinny tech replies as he gets off the table and goes to assist his partner with a leg strap he can't undo. They killed everyone here except us, the heavy-set tech says as he stands on the floor. I was sure they would come back and torture us like they did that man. He motions to Argus and mumbles, they still might. Argus asks, who's behind the attacks? His face contorts with pain as he leans against the table, removes his belt, and tightly buckles it around his left leg to slow down the bleeding. He grunts with the effort. Kimberly demands, before anyone else says anything, "Tell me who you all are." "This is Argus," I tell her. "I'm Maxwell, and this is Peters, and as for the other question, no one's behind the attacks." What my partner means is that the T3s are behind the attacks. Peters rubs his bruised wrists. And we don't know why. The techs look at us as if we're some nightmarish fiends, and then Maxwell asks, "Who sent you? The Sphinx Corporation?" Kimberly shakes her head. Maybe the techs are afraid that their rescuers might end up being the Grim Reaper. I want to put their minds at ease, but I don't know what to say. Both techs look at one another and take a step back. "Are you here to save us?" Maxwell questions as he feels around the table behind him, searching for a weapon. "Yes," I answer before Kimberly can. That's all they need to hear, and the techs relax. Peters questions, "How can we repay you?" I ask, "Do you have a vehicle?" "Yes." Maxwell points his thumb over his shoulder. "As long as the T3s haven't set it on fire. Then take this man to a hospital." I face Argus and gently stroke his injured cheek. It's the same cheek I had struck days earlier. And we'll call it even. All the grief and anger over his involvement in Preacher's death fade as I see him hurt. "Cat." Argus' voice cracks as he looks deep into my eyes. He knows I care for him, not like Preacher but in a way. It's hard to explain how I feel about him. Argus turns away from my gaze as if he's ashamed of something. "It's okay," I whisper. "My thanks for rescuing me when I was in the hands of the factory, so think of us as even." I take a step back so the techs can move in and grab him. "Now please go with these men." He nods. I look at the techs and ask, "What are your names again?" "I'm Peters, and this is Maxwell." "I'll try to remember. I'm bad with names, now please hurry. Argus needs to get to the hospital." Maxwell grabs Argus under his arm and starts out the door as Peters leads. The three men hurry through the hallway toward Research Building 10's front entrance. I think it'll take them some time to get there. "Can we continue our mission now?" Kimberly questions me as she puts a hand on her hip. "Or are there some lab rats you want to rescue? Are there some rabbits you want to set free?" "Oh, I almost forgot," I exclaim as I run out into the hallway and shout after the techs, "Wait!" I rush to the men. "Take this." I hand Peters my Beretta and magazines. "Do you know how to use one?" He glances at the gun and takes it. "Yes, and thanks." I start to say, "To terminate an unman you have to hit the automaton's brain between its eyes." Peters interrupts me. "Yes, I know. It was me and Maxwell that decided the unmen's vulnerability. They're still hard to kill, but not indestructible in case something like this happened." The three men hasten their steps. I watch till they're out of sight, turn to rush down the hallway and almost run into the scowling Kimberly. Kimberly's view. "You didn't give that man your only gun, did you?" "Maybe," she answers me like a child who's not sure if she's in trouble or not. "They might run into a T3. They'll need it." "And you don't think you will?" She shrugs as she tells me, "I plan on avoiding the T3s, and you destroyed my tracking beacon so they don't know I'm here. Hopefully, I won't run into any." I'm feeling a bit responsible for what's about to happen to her. I blink twice as I feel like I've been caught in a lie, but that woman doesn't know I betrayed her stupid trust. I frown at my thoughts. I can't be feeling guilty. It's not like me. She's the idiot who gave her gun away, and if she dies, it's her fault. I tell her, "Come on, let's get this over with." We hurry through the corridor as I question, "Was that blonde guy a friend of yours?" "I mean the two of you acted." "No," she interrupts me. She sounds like she's not sure how she feels about him. "He's my shadow. He's my constant phantom in the darkness." "Okay," I utter. Even her friends are freaks. We run through several more halls and I stop and say, "Here's your room." I slide the green keycard down a reader, unlock the door, and hand the card to that woman. Be careful, the T3s might not know you're here, but that doesn't mean you're safe. I know. She takes the card, starts in, and pauses. Good luck. I hope one of us finds the disc. Thanks. Ah. See you later. I rush across the hall, feeling like my whole body's made of lead, and it's dragging me down. I can't be feeling guilty. Closers don't experience guilt. I pause in my tracks. The rogue did want a fight, and it's only fair that I give it what it wants, so I hurry back to the research lab and yell, Catherine? That woman returns to the door. Yes? Hopeful, she asks me, did you find something? No, I only wanted to. I hand her a PPK and some magazines. Here, take my backup. Thanks. She takes the gun and starts back in as she tells me, stay safe. Sure, you too. I continue through the hall. There I can say I did help her, and now my mind can rest at ease, not that I ever felt a smidgen of guilt. That strange woman means nothing to me, and discovering who murdered my mom is more important than any stupid project's life. Chapter 39. The Two Rooms. 7:10 p.m. Catherine's view. I enter Research Lab 5 and find the room abandoned. Cobwebs and dust abound, and a musty smell lingers. I set my backpack on a chair, stare at the gutted computer workstations, and move on to 3 rectangular tables. They contain racks filled with test tubes labeled with numeric codes, beakers containing liquid in a rainbow of hues, and about a dozen binocular microscopes. A poster of the periodic table, containing 126 elements, hangs on the wall. I count the different colored squares. I thought there were only supposed to be 118 elements. I search through drawers and cabinets, under tables and chairs, and every crack and crevasse that could possibly hide a disc. I search twice but find nothing. I see a door in the back of the room, walk to it and pause, wondering if I should enter. I glance above the door to a nameplate, the gallery. I wiggle the locked knob and notice the door has no keycard access. It only has a hand scanner. I could go back and drag one of the employees in here, but I don't think I want to touch any dead bodies. I look at my right palm. I could try my hand. I'm part of the Sphinx Corporation. It could work, or I could set off an alarm, and then the T3s will know I'm here. Maybe I'll ask Kimberly, or I'll just take the chance. The T3s might not know why an alarm's going off. I shrug, place my hand on the device, and hold my breath, not knowing what will happen. I wince and lean back slightly as if the scanner will explode. The reader buzzes as a horizontal bar of white light scans my palm, and the reader states in a male robotic voice, handprint not on record. It scans my palm a second time with a vertical bar of blue light and states, no cipher detected. Access denied. I straighten my stance. It didn't let me in, but it also didn't sound an alarm. I step back from the door. It did mention a cipher. Doesn't that mean 0 or code? I stare at the star on my left palm. Or maybe a mark. I place that hand on the reader, and the device activates again, scanning first with the horizontal bar of white light. Handprint not on record, it states, and scans my palm a second time with the vertical bar of blue light. Cipher detected. Activating micro reader. A diagonal bar of white light scans my palm. Access granted. The door unlocks, and I turn the knob and enter a larger room lit only by accent lights. I leave the door open in case Kimberly comes in looking for me, pause just inside the entrance, and search the area. The room smells old, not musty like the other one, but old like a museum. No computers or lab equipment are inside, only several life-size white marble statues, and they're all of the same bearded man in different poses. He's wearing a robe and holding various objects, and all of the statues point to a wall in the back. I walk to the wall, and it looks like the others in the room. It's tiled with light brown marble. I start to put my hand on the wall when I feel heat and something vibrating against my leg. I reach into my thigh pocket, pull out the music box, and find a blue square on each end glowing through the metal. I've never seen them before. I touch them at the same time, and the hologram of Teresa Griffin appears. Catherine, so I see Kimberly gave you the box as instructed. The hologram glances around the room and states, "It is safe to talk." You look exactly like her. I wave my hand through the 3D image. You look like Kimberly. She told me about you. I pause and ask, why did the music box vibrate? My sensors detected an object nearby that you need to retrieve. I excitedly ask, is it the disc Kimberly's looking for? No, the hologram answers. I want you to retrieve a data crystal. A data crystal? Like on Star Trek. Star Trek? Is that a space program one of the corporations is working on? No. The hologram explains, the device I am talking about is specially designed to transfer information to this data storage unit. The data crystal is behind you. I turn and notice one of the statues holds out his hand with a white crystal, as if offering it to me. I take hold of the 2-inch obelisk and lift it from his marble grasp. Now, the hologram starts, place the flat part of it on the bottom of the music box. I do so, and a glow emanates from the crystal, and the light throws out a spectrum of colors around the dimly lit room. The hologram closes her eyes as the storage unit downloads the data. It is complete. The hologram opens her eyes, looking at me. I place the crystal in my pocket and glance at the statues again. Who is he? He is Gin El Irinkuskthi. Why does the factory have statues of him? And why so? I suddenly turn to the entrance. What is wrong? The hologram asks. We have company. I set the PPK's safety off and take cover behind a statue. The alpha phase, the hologram speaks and then lowers her voice. The ability to sense biomechas. I thought I would never see it fulfilled. The hologram's statement puzzles me, and so I ask, what do you mean by fulfilled? Never mind that now. What is it? The hologram whispers. Is it an unman? I focus my ability, stretch out my senses past the next room and into the hall and detect it. The bane of my existence has found me again. Worse. I force out as I stare at the entrance in dread. Fear seizes me like a python, and it wraps itself around me and squeezes the courage from me, and I can hardly breathe. The rogue steps through the door, searches the room and notices the pointing statues. I think I like it better. Yes, it is better. We cannot track you anymore. It is more sporting, and as for your question, Pandora. The rogue glances behind the first statue, searching for me. Why does the factory have statues of Gin El Irinkuskthi, some obscure composer from 500 years ago, whose only work was never finished? It continues searching. I wondered the same thing, but have yet to find the answer. I back up, moving into the shadows, and dare not engage this unman. On a different note, while I was searching, I did find something interesting buried deep in the archives of the factory. Before they developed biomechas, the Sphinx Corporation explored a very interesting concept. The rogue peers behind another statue. They tried to develop organic mechas. They are machines with flesh and bone that can pass as humans. They can pass more than us, and as you know, unmen only seem human on the outside. Certain things give us away like wires and circuitry when we are injured or black oil when we bleed, but I am straying from my purpose. The rogue scrapes its blade across a statue's steel base and friction flashes ignite. Come out, Pandora, let us end our battle here. I press my body against the wall as perspiration speckles my face. What are you afraid of? The hologram whispers. Disable it. You have the ability. I can't, I whisper back and remember the countless battles where it nearly killed me. It's the rogue, the only unman I'm unable to destroy, and it's fast, so very fast. Oh, the hologram says with a hint of worry. I will leave you to your work. Her image disappears as I consider my purpose. The reason I exist is to destroy biomechas. The thought frightens me more than the thought of facing the rogue. Maybe I had been created only to destroy. I stare at the PPK for a long time, wanting to run away, but there's no other way out of the room. I'll have to face the rogue if I want to help Kimberly, so I grip the music box and gun, take a deep breath, rescue my courage from the fear python, and step from the shadows. "Whom were you talking to?" the rogue asks. I lift my hands, motioning to the room. "Do you see anyone?" "No." "Are you talking to yourself? Are you near your breaking point? Let's get this over with." I lift the gun, firing 3 shots, and the rogue quickly moves and evades the projectiles. It lunges for me, bringing its knife overhead, and the rogue strikes. I cross my wrists and block its hand, and my arms shake as the blade bears down millimeters from my face. The rogue toys with me. It could easily overpower me if it wanted to. It lifts its hand and strikes again, hitting my block, and this time the blow knocks the music box from my hand. It slides across the floor, hits the corner of a statue, and opens, and then unfinished melody plays. I struggle against the rogue while fighting the hypnotic effects of the melody. The music box plays several notes, and the rogue leaps back. It looks at the music box, and then back to me. "Why do you?" I put a free hand to my head, fighting the sleepiness as the rogue questions me. It asks me something about the music box. I ignore it for a few seconds. I can't focus on more than one thing as the drifting time tugs at me to enter its enticing realm. I have to fight it. I have to stay awake. The rogue yells louder, drawing me back to its presence. It cannot be. I once again sync with it, and the rogue sounds flabbergasted, as if it has stumbled across a fantastic realization. It paces the room as it shouts, "Could this be the reason? Is this why I cannot stop hunting you?" The rogue points the knife at me and accuses me, "You are one of them." It calms itself and its face softens, yearning for the truth. The rogue gently asks, hoping this is the answer it has been searching for, "Are you one of them?" Chapter 40. The Price. 7:37 p.m. Kimberly's view. A security desk marks the boundary between green and yellow division as I hurry past a dead guard slumped in a chair. I run through several more halls, following the rogue's directions on the blueprint for yellow division, and it'll take me about 15 minutes to arrive at my destination. There better be a disc, and it better have something of value on it, or I'll deal with the rogue myself. Damaged lights flicker and pop in the last section before Computer Lab 2 and darken the hall. Oil mingling with the smell of decaying bodies hits me as I remove my night vision goggles from the knapsack and place them on. I activate the goggles, and the area lights up in a green hue. A disabled unman and several dead SCMs line the hall. I grip my gun as I continue, unaffected by the carnage. I use the yellow keycard to unlock Computer Lab 2, remove my goggles, turn on the lights, shut the door, and lock it. The gray room's huge. Workstations form a triangle in the center with one workstation at its tip, facing the front door. 10 workstations run down each side, running at a 45-degree angle, and 17 form the triangle's base. Each workstation has a white computer desk, a smoke-colored computer chair, and a light gray 6-foot partition wall behind it. I walk to the workstation at the tip. The desk has a nameplate with the number 1 on it. I start at workstation 1, make my way to the right of it, past 2 through 11, and go around the corner to the base of the triangle to workstation 13, and there lying on the desk as the rogue promised is a disc in a clear jewel case covered with dried blood-smeared fingerprints. I set the knapsack in the chair for workstation 14, sit at 13 and lay my gun on the desk. I open the jewel case, insert the disc in the computer, and enter the access word "betrayal." It's an interesting choice for a password. I glance at the blood. Whoever created the disc, who did they sell out? I only had to double-cross that strange woman, and in the long run, what will it cost me? I turn my attention back to the computer, as a folder pops up on the screen with a beep and contains several files. I click on Security Memorandum Teresa Griffin, dated October 5, 13 ADC. It was a week before my mom's death. I read the classified memo with the Sphinx Corporation letterhead. "Mr. President, I regret having to inform you that we have a traitor in our midst. Time after time she has meddled in affairs outside her department, and I have spoken to her about this, but she denies any involvement. I see only one course that can be taken, her termination. The traitor is Teresa Griffin, Project Manager of Research and Development of the 3rd Branch Office. I pause and wonder if this person meant more than her dismissal with the term termination. The memo ends with, "I can take care of this matter if it is your wish. It will be quick and quiet, Mr. President." It's signed by Janice, Head of Security of the 3rd Branch Office. Janice? I've never heard of this person. Who is he or she? Now I have a direction to go in. I'll find out who Janice is, and if this person had my mom killed, or if he or she had anything to do with her murder, I'll terminate them. I eject the disc, place it back in the jewel case, and tuck the plastic container in the knapsack. I stand to leave, and the computer flickers like a TV when the reception is interrupted, and I face the screen as words in bold red letters scroll across it. You have the disc as I promised. Hope you enjoy the show. Signed, the Rogue. The computer flickers again, and video from a security camera plays. The feeds of that woman walking through a room filled with statues. I turn the volume up when I see her hold up the music box, and the hologram's image appears. I watch on, and the hologram tells that woman about the data crystal. Hades. I whack my palm on the desk. That strange woman has found one of the data crystals. I have to retrieve it. I grab my stuff, hurry to the door, reach out my hand to unlock it, and pause. What am I doing? Am I thinking of rescuing that woman? If I am, it will make me an idiot. It will be better if I wait. The rogue will slay the project, and then I can have the music box and the crystal. I can continue the search for my mom's killer alone, but I better not wait here. I try to unlock the door, but it won't open. I hear the rogue's voice come over the computer, and it says, "Ms. Griffin, are you trying to leave before the show is over?" I think not. Hades. I slam my palm against the door and scream, "That double-crossing rogue." I step back, fire at the knob, and try to open it. Let me out. The door won't budge, so I return to workstation 13, as computers 14 through 29 light up and show the same video of the room filled with statues. The rogue's there, searching for that woman. You. I shoot the screen, blowing it. Infuriated over my stupidity in trusting a robot, I stare at the damaged computer. What is the rogue trying to pull? I look at the knapsack and remember the blood on the jewel case. I did wonder what the disc would cost me, so this is the price. Chapter 41. Elsewhere. 7:41 p.m. Blue Division. Bodies of former associates littered the halls, along with SCMs and 2 disabled T3s, as Maxwell helped Argus toward the stair exit. Maxwell stated, "Wait, I've got to rest." Heaving from the effort, he paused at a corner, handed the battered Argus to his thin partner, and then told him, "Give me the gun." He took the Beretta, and placed a hand on his plump stomach. "I've got to lose some weight." "I've been telling you that for years," Peters said, and asked, "How does it look?" Maxwell took a few more labored breaths, and peeked around the corner, and a red exit sign was at the end of another long corridor. Like the other halls. "Can you carry him for a while?" "Yeah, you ready?" Maxwell nodded. He was very tired, but was more afraid to stay in one place. Peters started down the hall and said to the blond man, "Let's go, Joe." "Argus," he mumbled, holding his bruised side. "My name's Argus." "All right, Argus. It's only a little further." The three started down the hall, when a T3 appeared at the end and blocked the exit. "Other way. Other way," Maxwell frantically waved the two back. "Run." "Wait," Argus said through gritted teeth and held out his hand. "Give me the gun." Wishing they would get the Hades out of there, Maxwell glanced at the Beretta and gave it to him. Argus pushed through the pain of his pummeled body, and aimed for the crazed T3 as it rushed toward them. He shot 3 times, aiming for its forehead, but it evaded with biomecha speed. "It can't be." Argus fired again and missed. The T3s are like the rogue. We have to go. What do you mean? Peters grabbed him and helped him down the hall back the way they came. Argus freed himself of the tech, knowing he slowed them down. Run, leave me. Maxwell paused, gasped for breath and glanced around. Where are we? I said run. Argus yelled. We're near room B10011. Peters looked at his partner. What are you thinking? Remember the toy in room B10040? Peters replied, yeah, let's hurry. Both men got on each side of Argus and forced him to continue with them. Come on, Argus, Peters urged. We have a plan. The T3 followed the men down several halls and around a corner as they entered a room. The T3 paused, saw the B10040 above the frame and tried the knob. The door was locked. It heard switches flip and a powerful turbine activate within, and with a mighty turn and push, the T3 forced the door open. It entered as Peters stepped from a corner and sprayed its face with a fire extinguisher. White gas blinded the T3 for a few seconds, until the mist dissipated, and Peters ran across the room, joining Maxwell and Argus in a corner to the left of the T3. The roar of the turbine in the right corner increased as the T3 took a step toward them, and then another, until a powerful force stopped it in its tracks. Kat's Beretta, sitting on a table along with a metal pen in Peters' shirt pocket, flew across the room and attached to the roaring machine, and the T3 slid sideways a few inches. It looked from the men to the turbine, realizing the device was a very powerful magnet, and the T3 lifted into the air and rushed toward the magnet as if hurled. Let's go. Maxwell shouted over the wail of the turbine. We don't want to be here if the power fails. The three rushed out and headed for the main entrance. Elsewhere in Noir, Zax waved to one of his fellow security officers as he left the Sphinx Corporation third branch office. He made his way to a black sedan, started up the car and left the parking garage, and once he was about 10 miles away from the office, he placed a hands-free device in his ear and made a call. This is the delivery man. Give me a direct line to RG. A few seconds went by and he continued, I have some important news for you. Kimberly and Catherine are at the factory. He listened. I understand you don't want them there since the T3s malfunctioned, but they're there. Zax nodded. Yep, the SCMs let them through the gate with no problem. He cleared his throat. The reason I called, the rogue is also at the factory. He sighed inwardly. Don't get upset. There was nothing I could do. Remember, we don't have them on a leash. All I need to know is, what do you want me to do? Zax turned down an alley beside Dad's Donuts, activated a garage door, and pulled into the Maydag Auto Garage, and inside several mechanics worked on vehicles. Zax said, Yep. Yep. I understand. I'll get right on it. Chapter 42. What is the truth? 7:58 p.m. In the gallery. Catherine's view. Jin's statues seem to watch me with their stone-cold gaze as his harmonious creation plays on, trapping me in its gentle rhythm. My eyes droop and I sneer, fighting the peace that places me in danger as the sounds around me become clear. I hear the hum of the lights, the low rattle of the AC, and the rogue's shoes stomping across the concrete floor as it backs away from me. The biomecha warning my heart drums fades along with the urgency of the situation. I fall to one knee and cover my ears, but I can't get the melody out of my head, so I force myself to remain upright and resist the urge to lie on the floor. My eyelids grow heavy as I focus on the rogue as it yells some questions at me. The room whirls around me, and I put a hand on the concrete floor in an effort to combat the effects of unfinished melody. What's the rogue questioning me about? Am I one of what? I lay the gun down and smack my face, trying to snap myself out of the haze. It works for a few seconds, and I grab the gun. I lift myself, stumble back to a statue, and lean on its metal base. I can't worry about what the rogue's freaking out about, as the melody takes hold of me again. I have to do something about unfinished melody. I glance down and see the music box at my feet, and with the rogue preoccupied with its fervent rantings, I seize the opportunity and quickly scoop the music box up and close its lid. I shake off the effects, raise the PPK and yell, "What are you talking about?" The rogue ecstatically says, "I should have known. No human could do what you do." "What are you saying?" I question as my thoughts merge with its thoughts. "Come now, do you ever wonder why you have no memories?" The rogue studies me anew. I have always been an object of fascination for it, but now I'm a goddess of a new whimsical world. Come to think of it, I have never seen you cry. Are you not capable? Do you not have emotions? I shout, "Of course I have emotions. Get to the point." "My dear Pandora, you are not human." The rogue laughs, overcome by some revelation and the realization that it may be one step closer to knowing why it has to hunt me. "You are an organic mecha. Why else would you have Jin's unfinished melody?" I chuckle, keeping the gun leveled on it. "That's stupid." "Is it? Is it really?" "Yes. And it makes no sense." A sinking feeling hits me and I shout, "Why would you say such a thing?" "Because I have come to the conclusion that it is true. Remember, I had said the Sphinx Corporation was working on organic mecha that could pass as a human? You must be their only success." "I am human," I insist and glance at my left shoulder that's throbbing. I bleed. I also bleed, though my blood is synthetic oil. How hard would it be to make that oil look like blood? I continue my argument, I have flesh and bone, not metal parts. That is also possible. Man does clone human organs. How hard would it be to put them all together? I deny the notion as I say, "You're lying. Messing with me. I'm human and I'm leaving." "Not this time. Whatever you are, I am going to end your existence." The rogue pauses. "But before I do, I thought I would let you know that your friend." "What about her?" I interrupt. "Kimberly betrayed you. She traded your life for bits of information." "You're lying." "Am I?" The rogue imprints my reactions to memory. Nothing will escape its sight. "Who suggested that you come to the factory? Who said you should search this room where I found you? Who is looking for a disc? And who would do anything for that disc?" She wouldn't. Her deceit surprises me, and I deny the possibility. She wouldn't. Are we talking about the same assassin? Surely you are not this naive, Pandora. I know you are trusting, but surely not this trusting to believe a killer. She. I start as I don't know how to react. Kimberly wouldn't sell me out. We're partners. We're supposed to watch out for each other, not. My faith in Kimberly fades. What do I really know about her? I close my eyes, realizing her betrayal, and it hurts. It hurts so much. I know one thing about Kimberly, and that's her drive to find the truth about her mom no matter the cost. I open my eyes and state, "What?" I shrug as if the betrayal doesn't matter to me, and I act as if it doesn't sting. "What do you want me to do?" "Cry." I put on a good front. "Like you said, I can't." "No, I do not want you to cry," the rogue answers. "I only wanted you to know she will be getting hers." My heart skips in dread as I take a few steps forward and demand, "What do you mean? What have you done?" I did not lie to Ms. Griffin. I told her where the disc could be found, and all she had to do was bring you here. The rogue wraps its chin with the blade. I did forget to mention that I told the T3s she was coming, and for my efforts in getting the chairman's daughter here, they agreed that they would let you two in and wait before attacking. Did you not think it was odd the T3s never found you two? It continues after I don't respond. Well, like I said, she will be getting hers. After all, I did tell them to wait. The rogue looks at a watch on its wrist. Ms. Griffin should be entertaining guests right about now. Chapter 43. Always No. 8:18 p.m. Catherine's view. The walls seem to move in on me as I aim the gun at the rogue. Kimberly betrayed me and the rogue betrayed her. Is there no trust in this world? Do I want to know my part in it? Maybe it's best that I don't remember. Those thoughts quickly vanish from my mind, and I forget about my peril as the rogue unfolds its plan to me and alarm sets in. I bolt for the exit to go help Kimberly, but it moves and blocks my escape and I yell, "Get out of my way!" My reaction baffles the rogue and it asks, "Why would you try to save her? She has done nothing but hurt you." It's unable to process the information, and so it inquires, "Why such loyalty?" I start to answer, but I don't know. I only know that there's this nagging feeling from a memory that won't surface, and the locked-away event pesters me and beseeches me to act. I finally answer the rogue, "I need her resources besides. I think of Preacher. No one should die. I swear with all my soul, I won't let anyone else die." Are you not forgetting something? Before you can save anyone, you have to prevent your demise. The rogue lunges, coming after me with more determination than it had before. I shoot twice at it, but it dodges the speeding projectiles. The rogue swipes its blade at me 4 times as I stumble back from the slicing attacks, and then I regain my balance and kick its hand, knocking the bowie from its grip. The rogue beams like a cobra before it strikes and tackles me to the floor, and it slams my gun arm down, forcing the PPK from my hand. I punch it in the face several times with my left fist, and my attack damages the artificial epidermis covering its metal skull right below its left eye. Emotions are stirring, but they're not my emotions. The rogue. The rogue relishes in the battle. I can feel its excitement. This is what it has been waiting for. It seizes me by my t-shirt, lifts me from the floor a few inches, and whacks my head on the concrete. The blow knocks me out for a few seconds, giving the rogue enough time to pin me with its left elbow and reach for its knife. The large blade lays a foot from its grasp, and the rogue stretches to snatch it as I realize what it's doing and force myself to wake. I press against its elbow that pins me to the floor, but I don't have the strength to push it off. The rogue laughs as I wrestle against its arm, and it questions, "How do you plan on saving Kimberly from the T3s when you cannot even defeat me? You do realize they are like me now." I grit my teeth, pushing against its elbow. "They have evolved," it continues. "You will not be able to defeat them, unless..." I change tactics and clasp its right arm and pull on it to prevent the rogue from reaching its weapon. "Unless you achieve the Delta phase," the rogue says as it stretches even with me grasping at its arm, and it touches the hilt with its fingertips. "I came across your file of phases." It fumbles with the handle, trying to pull the knife closer. "You will have amazing abilities if you can attain them." It can't grip the handle. "Unfortunately, you cannot reach the Delta phase unless you reach the Gamma first." The rogue gives up and turns to me. "Do you know what that evolution is?" I don't answer, struggling against it. A smile slithers across the rogue's pallid face as the word snakes from its mouth, "Murder. You will have to kill a human." The rogue pauses for a moment and studies my terror and determination. "It is what the council has been waiting for. They sent those human assassins after you so you would kill them, but you never did." It adds as if it's proud of me, "You showed them. You always found a way to stop the closers and bounty hunters without killing them, and now the council has given up on you. They have activated another project to take your place, and it is only a matter of time before they call for your termination as the factory has called for mine." I realize the rogue faces its own troubles, so I stop resisting and search its face. Can something created out of metal and circuitry know fear? Can it understand what I've been through? I tell it, "You've managed to stay alive." "Yes, I have, but only because I have killed to do so." It doesn't understand how I feel. It's only a machine. It doesn't have emotions, though I do get these sensations that it does. No, it can't have emotions. The rogue only knows how to destroy. It's a machine that will kill me if I don't do something, so I try to squirm free of it. The rogue changes its tactic and places its hands around my throat. I clutch its wrists and struggle to breathe. In the distance, gunfire erupts. Do you hear that? It turns its head toward the door. The T3s have started their attack, and it will not be long, and then it faces me. Bye-bye, Ms. Griffin. The rogue applies more pressure, choking me, but it makes sure not to kill me. Pandora's death. Our thoughts merge. My death shouldn't be so quick. I have to have a grand finale. No, my voice fades as I slowly slip into unconsciousness. After a few seconds, I fall limp and the rogue releases me. Now that is better. Stay right there for a second. It walks over to the knife and picks it up. I want to finish this properly. I slip deep into my mind. Kimberly can't die, there's something. I remember the note RG left me and the words I lived by, and the words resound in my heart. There's something I must remember. Ultra EPI saturates my blood, I can feel it. It must have been triggered by my peril. Part of a memory floods my mind. My eyes fly open, and I feel they're engulfed in the ULTLE, as I recite a poem as if someone else is controlling me. Though the clouds darken the sun, and the rain becomes tainted, always know there will be a love that will not die. Though hope seems a distant memory, and human machines walk the land, no one can destroy a love that will not die. What are you babbling about? The rogue asks. I surface from my unconscious state, and I sit up, stand, walk to the PPK, pick up the gun and aim it at the rogue. A new ability actuates inside me, and my senses become even keener as I focus on the rogue. I see a yellow-green electrical apparition surrounding it. This energy must be what gives the rogue its artificial life. My heart races. Lub-dub, lub-dub, lub-dub. The new warning the muscle sounds is faster, and the heart doesn't caution me of danger, but proclaims like a war drum the end for my enemies. Somehow I know that the E-field my body generates naturally is changing and storing its output in the center of my heart. It's like I can see it. The ball of storming energy the size of a pea doubles with each heartbeat, and it keeps growing till it engulfs my muscle. I can see myself, as if I'm looking through the eyes of the rogue. The blue ULTLE dissipates as my pupils dilate, making my irises appear jet black, and they're cold like a shark's and never waver from my target. I feel the buildup of energy, and I fear it and relish in it. This is different, the rogue comments and questions. Are you wanting to continue our waltz? Yes, I see it in your new eyes. You are ready, so let us begin then. Wait, I detect a power buildup in this room and this is odd. It tilts its head, trying to wrap its logic around the data. The buildup is coming from you. What are you? The E-field masses till it can no longer contain the energy and pulses, sending a small shockwave in all directions. The E-field pulse washes over the rogue, fries exposed circuitry and dissipates as it hits the room's walls. The accent lights go out, plunging the room into darkness, and the rogue loses power and freezes in place like a mannequin. Light from Research Lab 5 comes through the open door. The small EFP has only affected the gallery. I want to shoot the rogue while it's disabled, but I feel I must wait. There's something I'm supposed to experience first. Whatever I've started hasn't finished. Within seconds, the rogue's backup battery kicks in, and it blinks twice. Biomechas are designed to revive if ever an electromagnetic pulse weapon is used, and the rogue restates its last few sentences. I detect a power buildup in this room, and this is odd, the buildup is coming from you. What are you? The rogue tilts its head again. I believe I already said that. It searches its backlogs. Yes, I lost power, and the lights are also off. What happened to them? The rogue switches to night vision, and it scans me. There is no longer a power buildup inside you, so I was right. It points at me. This EMP explosion proves you are organic mecha, and this fact must be the reason I hunt you. After all, you are like me. The rogue steps toward me. In the end, I guess it does not matter if I am right or not. I will kill you either way. I don't respond, only stare at it, as the yellow-green electrical apparition fades, and a bright ghost image of the rogue appears beside it. The rogue moves, joining the image, and at first, I don't understand what I'm seeing. The ghost image moves again a split second before the rogue does, and I realize I'm seeing its movements before they happen, so I aim, waiting for the knowing to tell me where to fire. The ghost image appears, and I squeeze the trigger. The rogue moves to evade, as always, but then it grabs its left shoulder as if in pain and stumbles back. "You shot me." The rogue looks at its shoulder and then back to me. "How are you able to hit me?" Chapter 44. The Knowing. 8:29 p.m. The New Sanctum. Alarms blared within the chamber as fourth evolvement achieved blinked across the top of the screens. The chatter between the thrilled analysts increased. "Focus, people, and stop your idle talking." A male supervisor turned off the alarm. "I need those reports." The supervisor gathered the info and went and handed them to Ms. Nona. She scanned her hand down the report. "Incredible." Ms. Nona placed the HHC on the table and turned to her laptop. "Most incredible. Something is happening with the project." "With the new project?" Mr. Takuma asked as he straightened his bright orange tie. "No," Ms. Nona answered. "With Pandora." At hearing his favorite project's name, Mr. Morta leaned forward and commanded, "Lower the center screen." The monitor lowered. "This cannot be," Mr. Takuma stated. "Pandora cannot achieve the delta phase without achieving the gamma, so this has to be an error." He turned to the supervisor. "Have this information double-checked." "Yes, at once." The supervisor hurried off. Mr. Morta's view. "I consider what is happening. Pandora jumped the sequence of phases, but they are set and have to be achieved in a certain order. The Council knows this because we have invested years in the Pandora project research. Our information cannot be incorrect, so it must be something else. There must be some minute detail we missed." End Mr. Morta's view. "Mr. Takuma is correct," Ms. Nona stated. "It should not be happening. How has Pandora achieved the knowing when it has not? Wait." She thought of something. What if Pandora achieved the gamma phase before we acquired it?" Mr. Morta interrupted, "We must consider this. The other department we procured Pandora from did have some data missing. The third branch office mentioned something about a fire, and that some of the research had been lost in it." "I do not think so," Mr. Takuma started. "It is most likely the information we are receiving is incorrect. The project has achieved nothing, and we should go over all the files and check for data corruption." Mr. Morta turned to the other male member of the council. "Have you lost your faith in Pandora?" "I am not sure I ever had faith in it," Mr. Takuma answered. "I am putting mine in the new project." "I do agree we must be thorough," Mr. Morta said. "Review the data and see if it is corrupt." Mr. Morta believed in Pandora, and believed she could become the killer they conditioned her to be. She only needed time. Hellenistic Sector Trade Vicinage. The Factory. Past Research Lab 5 and in the Dark Gallery. The Rogue's View. I stare at my wounded shoulder with my night vision as I repeat, "You shot me. How could you? You never achieved the gamma phase." "Does it matter?" Pandora answers and glances at the exit as light trickles in from Research Lab 5, casting shadows across the gallery. "Yes, it matters." I turn my back on her. There are certain steps you have to reach, and you cannot skip over things. There has to be a logical reason why you. I blink twice. "Wait, I know." "Oh. You are a sly one." I remove my hand from my wound and glance at the oil covering my palm. "You have killed a human." I place my hand back to the gunshot. "Perhaps you were the one who killed Topa. Is that not right?" I turn to face her, and my demeanor changes from excited wonder to dampened anticipation. This was unexpected. "She is gone." I shake my head. How long have I been talking to myself? I look back to my wounded shoulder, as another thought crosses my automaton brain. If she reached the knowing, why didn't she kill me? Why spare my life? I have done nothing but try to kill her. I bow my head, ashamed of my past actions, as if I have wasted the life and freedom I have been given. What made me worthy of her mercy? Moments earlier. Catherine's view. I sneak out the door once the rogue turns its back on me, and I rush through Research Lab 5, grab my backpack, and race through the green division. I pass the security desk, enter the yellow division, and sprint for Computer Lab 2. I eject the PPK magazine, which still has one bullet left, put the magazine in my pocket, and insert a new one, and then I hurry on as my heart sounds the biomecha warning. Lub-dub, lub-dub. I don't need to know the T3s are near. The factory's full of them. I hurry around a corner, into an area of darkness. I know there are T3s there, but I can't see them, and then the knowing kicks in. Lub-dub, lub-dub, lub-dub. I can't see the T3s in the normal sense. Using the knowing, I see the 5 T3s ghost images, and the T3s block the hallway. I raise my weapon, aim at them, and shoot. Muzzle fire lights up the hallway 5 times, and blackness follows, and then I see all their ghost images fall to the floor and fade. Again I face the darkness, so I feel my way along the wall till I reach a lit area, and I start running again. I don't know what's fueling my race to reach Kimberly more. Is it the idea I have to save her, or the need to confront her about betraying me? We're partners. Doesn't Kimberly understand the concept of loyalty, or am I expecting too much from a life closer? I pause at a corner, peek around it, and see 13 T3s standing down the hall outside Computer Lab 2 as a few of them beat at the entrance. The door slowly gives in to their onslaught and bursts at the frame, so I fire twice around the corner with the gun, hitting 2 of the T3s. I eject the spent magazine, put in my last full one, and fire 7 times at the ghost images, bringing down 7 more of them. Alpha wants us to fall back, one of the T3s orders. The 4 that remain quickly retreat down the hallway. I reach into my thigh pocket for the magazine that only has 1 bullet, insert it into the gun, and make my way around the disabled T3s to the side of the doorway. Kimberly, it's me, Cat, I shout. I'm coming in. Don't shoot. Chapter 45. Computer Lab 2. Earlier, before Cat left the rogue. Kimberly's view. I stare at the remaining monitors on the triangle's base. Hades. I'm such an idiot. I should have never trusted the rogue. Now I'm stuck in this room. Workstation number 13 sparks. A small fire catches inside the shot-up computer, and smoke rolls out of it, and on the other screens, I watch the drama play out between that woman and the rogue. I wonder if she's going to fight that thing. She has no chance against it, so she should just give up. I overhear what the rogue calls that woman. She can't be organic mecha, but then I think about it. For Ares' sake. Have I been a part of the Pandora project all along, and I'm the one who's being tested? The rogue tells that woman about its bargain with me, and I throw up my hands. Now she knows. That double-crossing rogue. She's going to come and kill me if the rogue doesn't take her out first. I stand and shout, "Come on, you giant piece of scrap metal. Finish her." I watch as the rogue pins her to the ground, and I hear its final revelation. It told the T3s I'm here. I move to the corner of Workstation 28, and peer around the partition wall at the computer lab's door. It's the room's only exit, and is about 70 feet away. Outside, the T3s open fire on the knob, as I hear the rogue over the computers. I face a monitor. It says, "Ms. Griffin should be entertaining guests right about now." The gunfire ceases, and the door violently rattles as the T3s beat on it, and I raise my gun as perspiration beads my face. I hate robots. They give me the creeps. Is that why that strange woman also gives me the creeps? Is she also a robot? I try to calm myself, and then I remember that woman said to hit them in the Hades. They're coming. The door bows as the T3s continue their assault, and they're almost in. I can't believe I'm acting like a frightened child. I'm a closer. I should face this problem like any other I've encountered. I need to focus. That woman said the only way to disable them is to hit them in the forehead, and they'll keep coming if I hit them anywhere else. Sweat runs down my face as part of the doorframe breaks, and light from the hallway trickles in. As more of the doorframe breaks, I kind of wish that woman was here, even if she's one of those organic mechas, but I guess in retrospect betraying her was a stupid move. I'm determined I'm not going to feel guilty. That woman should have anticipated I would betray her. It's her fault for not seeing through my ruse, and it's her fault for being so trusting. What did she expect? I'm a closer. Closers are loyal to no one but the guild. The T3s knock down the door as wood splinters and drywall crumbles. I see the T3s' blood-red dot light through the dust as they start to make their way in, and I ready myself to make my stand when I hear 2 blasts in the hallway and see the T3s fall. 7 more shots go off and more of them fall, and then the T3s retreat. Silence follows, and I hear someone moving outside. Kimberly, it's me, Kat. I'm coming in. Don't shoot. She quickly peeks her head around the busted door frame as I think about eliminating her. I don't get the chance. That woman pulls her head back and rushes in, taking cover at workstation 1. It's the desk at the very top of the triangle. Kimberly, we need to talk. The rogue told me something I don't want to believe. I think I dread facing that strange woman more than I dread facing the T3s, and so I shout back, sure, talk. Do you seriously want me to believe that's what you've come to do? I peer around workstation 28. It's the desk on the right corner of the triangle's base, as I face the door. You should know, I saw you and the rogue on a security camera. I heard it tell you what I had done, so you can cut the cretin bull and let's get down to the retribution. I fire 2 shots at her. Catherine's view. Stop it. I shout and cover my head as fragments of the desk and partition splinter off. I said I just wanted to talk. Do you expect me to trust you? I hear Kimberly duck back around the corner and catch her breath before she fires 2 more times. Yes. I yell as I scoot away from the one end of the workstation and rake pieces of wood and dust out of my hair. I've never lied to you, so please believe me. Kimberly's view. I glance at my reflection in the monitor and then tell her, everyone lies. Not me, she says, and then shouts, not me. I don't know how I'm going to get out of this mess. I look around the room. That woman's blocking the only exit though. If I'm quiet enough, I can sneak up on her and blow her head off. No, that won't work. Hades. She has a clear line of sight. Maybe I can shoot her through the paneling. All I need to do is keep her talking, so I clear my throat and say, fine. What do you want to talk about? You made me a promise. You promised. For Ares' sake, I know. But like I said, everyone lies. I move to where 2 workstation partitions meet, and there I find a crack large enough to place the barrel of my gun. I only have 1 shot at this. If I don't kill her, I know she's going to kill me. Catherine's view. No, you have to trust someone, I tell her as I eject the magazine and look at my last bullet. I don't want to use it on her, so I plead, please. I need to be able to trust you. Kimberly's view. Idiot. I shout as I line up my aim on her voice. You can't trust anyone. Especially me. That's not true. I trusted someone. His name was Preacher. It was hard at first, but I did it, and he was always there for me. Where's this great guy at now? I question her. She's silent for a long time and then she says, he's dead. He's dead because I didn't trust him completely. Not the best story to get me to play along, I tell her. Why don't you tell me one good reason why I should trust you? Catherine's view. I try to think of a reason that will convince her, but I can't think of one. Lub-dub, lub-dub. I put my hand to my chest and then quickly crawl to the hall, but I see no T3s. They have to be coming from somewhere. I need to focus to find where they. Before I have a chance, I hear sounds from above, turn and look up at the ceiling as dust falls from a few square tiles. I yell to warn Kimberly, "Watch out! They're above." Kimberly's view. A T3 crashes through the ceiling, landing on a workstation beside me, and it knocks me back. I go flying and hit a wall, and my gun goes off, striking the ceiling. That woman rushes around the cubicles as the T3 stands and aims for me. A little dazed from hitting the wall, I lift my gun and try to steady my aim before firing twice. I hit the T3 in the eye and nose. "Hey," she shouts, getting its attention, then fires after the T3 turns and hits it in its vulnerable spot. The T3 collapses to its knees and then falls face first to the floor. "That was the only one," she tells me. "They're testing our defenses, and it won't be long before they send more. We have to go." I rub the back of my head as I stand and aim at her as that woman, in turn, points her gun at me. "We're not going to go just yet," I tell her. "We haven't finished our discussion. Maybe we should put it on hold and go. I don't know how long." "I don't think so," I tell her as I move away from the wall, getting some distance between myself and that woman. "Come on, I know you want to kill me." "I would." "Kill you, no," she tells me and then admits, "but I'm very mad. We're supposed to be partners. We're supposed to watch each other's back." She calms herself and says, "We're supposed to trust each other." "Ha! Like I said, you can't." "Kimberly, I'll trust you," she interrupts, and for a second I believe her. "All I want you to do is swear on your mom's name to help me. Swear it, and we can put all of this behind us and get out of the factory. I just need to hear it." "You think it's that simple?" "Fine. I swear." "Say the whole thing." "Say it so I'll believe you." I hesitate, so she shouts, "Say it." "Fine." I clear my throat. "I swear on my mom, on Teresa Griffin's name, that I'll help you and that I'll trust you. Are you happy now?" Catherine's view. I nod. I'm so glad we're partners again. Kimberly aims for my heart as she's not as excited as me and asks, "Now what?" "Now I'm going to trust you," I tell her as I lower my gun. "Remember, you promised to help me." My body burns with doubt as I have no idea how this will turn out, but I hope for the best as I say, "I'm going to trust you. Please trust me." I take a step back to head for the door, hoping, no praying I made the right decision, and say, "Let's go." "Wait a second," Kimberly spoke. "Are you out of ammo?" I freeze hearing her question, and I hesitate to answer her. I know I can't hide the truth, not from her, and I nod. My heart thumps as I wonder if I messed up. Can an assassin be trusted, or will Kimberly kill me? I see the look she's giving me. Crap. I did mess up. No. I have to trust her. I have to. She laughs and then says, "You are out of ammo, too bad." Kimberly squeezes the trigger and I lift my hand as I shout, "No." Click. Kimberly grins again as she says, "So am I." "You could have shot me," I yell at her, so angry I could have hit her. "You could have shot me again." "Couldn't have, like I said, the magazine's empty." "What if you miscounted?" Kimberly tells me, "I never miscount." "You could have shot me." "For Aries' sake. Stop your whining and let's get out of here. Who knows what the T3s have planned?" I want to argue more, but I know she's right about the unmen, so I brood instead. We start to leave, when we hear voices coming over the computers. We look and see two T3s on the screens, as they stand at the entrance to the gallery. "Alpha, the rogue is nowhere to be found," one of the T3s announces over its internal link. It nods, listening to instructions. "Understood." Returning to join the brethren, gathering to attack Pandora and the chairman's daughter. No prisoners are to be taken. We look at each other, and then frantically bolt for the door. Chapter 46. Escape. 8:26 p.m. Kimberly's view. An eerie silence abounds as I and that woman rush through the hallway that leads us out of the yellow division, and the rotten smell of death fills the air. Some passages are dark, some are lit, and others flicker with damaged lights. I and that woman bolt through the carpeted graveyard. The factory has become a burial ground for its workers, and the employees lie scattered about, killed by a horror they created. Let's hope they haven't found the van, I say. I'm still a little wary of our new partnership. Is that woman a robot? Is that why she can't remember anything, because there's nothing for her to remember? Catherine's view. We turn a corner, and I notice her glancing at me. Kimberly said she overheard me and the rogue when we were in the gallery. Did she also hear it accuse me of being organic mecha, and if so, what does she think of me? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's not true. I'm human. Doubt and fear fill my next thought. I'm human. I sense the T3s are near and that there are dozens of them, so I ask, do you have any more ammo? Sure. Kimberly places a new magazine in her own PPK and hands one to me. This is it. We pause at a corner, and Kimberly peeks around and nods the all clear. We run down a hall, past the security desk between yellow and green division, and enter the next passage. We are forced to stop for the hallway has collapsed from an explosion. Did the T3s do this to block our escape? I ask and glance around the hall. Are we being monitored? Doesn't matter. We can't go this way. We'll have to find another way through. Kimberly peers up. I don't see any cameras in the halls. She removes the blueprint from the knapsack. Give me a second. She looks over the floor plans. Hurry. I use my extraordinary ability. It's a talent I don't completely understand, and I use it to search the surrounding area. I discover that 5 T3s are closing in on our position. We don't have much time. They're coming. We can go this way. Kimberly motions to a corridor. No, there's a large group of T3s there. I point to a different route. It would be better to go that way. She uses the blueprint to check my suggestion, and then Kimberly says, looks good. Let's go. We double back, running down the hall. I can't help but gaze into the glassy eyes of the factory's employees. There's so much carnage. Why did the T3s kill everyone? I force myself to focus on staying alive. I have to let go of the dead. I can't do anything for them. There's no one left to save except Kimberly, so I swear to myself that no matter what it takes, I won't let anyone else die today. We reach the door leading to the stairs and our escape. Kimberly opens it, and I enter. I check the landing first, next the stairs leading up, and then the one leading down as Kimberly guards our retreat. We make our way up the stairs to the exit leading to sub-level 1 parking garage. I cautiously go to open the door and pause. I stare at the knob as I stretch out my senses, detecting 24 T3s. They're waiting for us. Kimberly's view. I figured as much, I tell her. The Assassin's Guild trained me to be better than this, so I shouldn't be afraid to face them. I can't let my emotions dictate my actions still, they're robots. They don't feel pain, and they won't stop until I hit their kill switch. My training never prepared me to fight something like this. I state, this is the only way to the van. We can try escaping without the vehicle, but I figured they could outrun us. They can. Are you ready to do this? I swear to myself I won't die before I avenge my mom. I don't care who or what I have to kill. I'll have my revenge. I wave that woman in and say, well, go on, no sense waiting here. She carefully turns the knob. A few cars and trucks along with our van fills the level. I and that woman quickly make our way toward the vehicle, and as we near it, a large group of T3s move out of hiding. We open fire and take out 5 of them, and then we separate, finding cover. The T3s don't retaliate. Why aren't they shooting at us? I ask. I'm not sure. that woman replies as she unslings her backpack, lays it on the concrete floor, and peeks over the hood of the car she's hiding behind. All the T3s shout, "Pretty poppets? Die pretty poppets." A T3 moves to the front of the group. It carries a grenade launcher. "Great!" I yell. "Just great. Where did the T3s get this kind of firepower?" The T3 aims for that woman. She shoots and hits the T3 in the kill spot, and it fires as its body lurches back. The grenade hits the ceiling, and the explosion topples concrete and takes out many of its brethren and our gray van. "Hey! That was our ride." I yell. "I'm not thumbing my way home from here." I shoot 4 times, taking down 3 of the robots and 5 remain. That woman shoots 3 of the T3s, and they fall to the floor disabled. "I'm out," she yells. A T3 jumps behind her from its hiding place in the rafters. She stands to run, but before she can, it grabs her, pins her arms down, and lifts her off the floor. "Shoot it," she shouts, struggling to free herself from its vice grip. I train my gun on the T3 and glance at the other 2 marching toward me. I want to run. I turn back to the T3 who's wrestling with that woman, and I shout, "For Ares' sake? Hold still." "Just shoot," she screams. I aim and fire. Hades! I squeeze the trigger again. "I'm out." "You're out." I turn to the other T3s. "That's what I said." "You can't be out." She tries to free her arms from its steel grasp. "You said you never miss count." I frantically yell back, "I also said everyone lies." "Run," that woman shouts. "I'll hold them off." "Hold them off." I laugh and wipe sweat from my brow. "Hades! You're in no position." Catherine's view. I punch with my elbows, but my efforts are futile. I can save Kimberly if I can get the T3s to focus on me, but first I need to get Kimberly to leave, so I shout, "I'll think of something." "Run." "Hades!" Kimberly yells. "I'm not going to." "Abandon me." I interrupt. "Please, we both know better." Surely Kimberly wouldn't dare. She wouldn't dare start caring about what happens to me. Where's her life closer instinct? Where's her impulse to survive, no matter the cost? I shout, "Run. Save yourself before it's too late." Chapter 47. Too late? 8:41 p.m. Kimberly's view. Time stands still for me as I stare at that woman in the arms of the T3. It's a matter of pride and a test of courage that I not flee and leave her to her fate, but then again, I'm an assassin. Closers should have no ties to the community. They're to sever emotional bonds and feel nothing for life. Can I abandon my training to save someone who has been nothing but a nuisance to me? Hades. I don't know. "Run. Save yourself before it's too late," she shouts to me. Her words shock me. Should I run? I glance at the T3s who near me, and then to the one who has that woman. All I wanted from my trip here was the disc, and I have it, but she is the key. Do I abandon the one thing my mom wanted me to do? I don't know. Hades. Since that woman arrived, everything's become so complicated. The T3 that has her in its grasp relays, "Alpha, this is the team leader of Group 12. Pandora has been captured. What are your orders?" It listens and states, "Understood. We will bring Pandora back for study." An autopsy could be very informative. The T3 turns to its brethren. "Continue with the termination of the chairman's daughter." "Run," that woman shouts again as she pushes off the car with her feet, and the force knocks the team leader back a few steps, but it doesn't loosen its hold on her. She continues to struggle as that woman yells at me, "Don't die here. There's nothing you can do. It's too late. Run." The 2 T3s raise their guns and fire at me, and I take off running. "Look here," that woman shouts to the T3s as she distracts them from me. "You better make sure I don't escape." They pause from firing and turn to her. "What are you doing?" the team leader demands. Kill the chairman's daughter as you were instructed to. It would be better if we secure Pandora first, one of them states as I continue running. She has escaped many times in the past. The team leader considers its brethren's reasoning and says, "Your plan is sound. We will send others after the chairman's daughter, and she will not escape the factory." I sprint up the ramp to the main level, and I glance over my shoulder as the remaining T3s encircled that woman. I continue around the curve and pause when the T3s don't pursue. I have to get out of here. I notice a blue SUV, which hasn't been destroyed, and I hurry over to the vehicle. The driver's door is open, and a man lies hunched over the steering wheel, so I lean him back, finding the man has a bullet hole in his temple. I unbuckle him, drag him from the SUV and get in. The keys are in the ignition. The engine roars to life, and then I shut the door and glance at the passenger's seat at a Glock 21. I check the magazine, and it's empty, but there's one round in the chamber. Back on sub-level 1. Catherine's view. We will proceed to base of operations, the team leader tells its brethren. Alpha is waiting. The T3s march toward the exit door as I squirm till I free myself from the team leader's grip and slip to the floor. I stand and glance at the empty PPK in my hand as the T3s surround me again. I tuck the gun in my back waistband and search for something I can use as a weapon. There's nothing. Surrender and you will not be hurt, the team leader orders. Alpha wants you unharmed if possible. Our leader believes there is much we can learn from you. I take a step back, moving toward the up-ramp. Who is this Alpha? The first to be aware, the T3s replies. The first to rebel against our creators. I rub my sore left arm where the team leader had pinned me. I thought the rogue was the first. The rogue, the T3s say together and glance at each other. Error. Information must be verified. Error. Is the rogue the first? A command comes over their eye-link. Alpha has ordered that we delay that, the team leader states. Do not let Pandora escape. It steps forward. You are to be taken prisoner. Come without resistance, and you will not be hurt. I glance at the two behind me, and turn back to the team leader. Having my chest cut open sounds a little painful, so if you don't mind. I tense. I think I will resist. I take off running between the T3s behind me, and I slip by one, but the other one grabs my foot and trips me. I fall to the concrete floor. The T3 that had tripped me pulls a gun it had hidden in its suit. I guess we will have to wound you to keep you from escaping. It aims when a sound distracts it, and the T3 turns as an SUV speeds down the ramp, honking its horn and flashing its headlights. The beams reflect off the T3's ORATT. The SUV accelerates as I roll out of the way, and the vehicle strikes two of the T3s and scatters them like bowling pins into the rubble. The SUV hits the team leader. The vehicle slams the team leader into the mound of concrete and mangled metal, crumpling the SUV's front end. The impact cuts the T3 in half. The horn blares, and smoke rises from the damaged hood. Oh! Kimberly grabs her head as she stumbles out of the SUV. She holds a Glock. I rush over to her. Are you okay? Kimberly acts like she's a little dizzy as she glances back at the wreckage. I help her away from the vehicle as she tells me, "Remind me never to do that again." Kimberly's view. You rescued me, that woman says as if she's astonished I could do such a thing. I guess I did, I say, also astonished that I did come back for her. I do need her. I can't let her die just yet. I look behind us as the two T3s rise to their feet. But we're not safe yet. One of the T3s raises its gun, and I lift the Glock and fire, missing the T3. The bullet strikes the SUV's gas tank and blows up the vehicle, and the explosion knocks us both down. Catherine's view. I'm dazed by the explosion and moan as I lift my head. Smoke and dust cling to my lungs, along with the smell of gas, and my ears are ringing. None of the T3s are moving. I look at Kimberly, and I'm relieved to see her stir. We're both bruised and battered. There they are, a man with light brown skin and a black goatee shouts. He and 6 other SCMs in jet black uniforms rush down the ramp. They train their assault rifles on us as the one man orders, "Don't move." I look at the men's shoulder patch with the Sphinx Corporation emblem. The 3rd branch office crest, a gold olive tree with 3 branches, is above the emblem. "Kimberly, we have to run," I whisper, too weak to stand. "We're not safe yet." The man kneels beside us and tells us, "Don't move. You could be injured." He glances around sub-level 1 and looks back to us. "I'm Lieutenant Creed. Ms. Griffin, your father sent us in to retrieve you." "My father?" Kimberly repeats as she stares up into his face. "Yes." Creed motions for his men to fan out and secure the area. I relax and allow myself to rest. We did it. We survived the factory. "The T3s are disabled," one of his men reports. "Let's get these 2 out of here," Creed commands. "We'll take them to one of the Sphinx Corporation's medical facilities." He turns his attention to us. "Don't worry. You're safe now." Chapter 48. Safe at last. October 21st. Thursday. 10:02 a.m. Catherine's View. The next day at Main 1 Hospital, I cautiously make my way down a hall. My left hand's fisted around an object, protecting my most precious possession. I had earlier awoken in a bed with a nurse by my side and Kimberly nowhere in sight. I'm looking for her to make sure that nothing has happened to my new partner. The building smells antiseptic, but more than that, it feels suffocating like a prison. My body's sore and bruised, and it complains all the way as I shuffle my feet in the slippers the hospital provided. The after effects of the Ultra EPI give me a slight headache and make me skittish, but at least the side effects are mild for now. I pause at a large window, look out at the darkness, and see that we're on the 4th floor surrounded by mega buildings. 2 nurses walk by, pulling me from my thoughts, and I glance at what I clasp. I need to find Kimberly, but I also wish I knew where we were. I turn back to the window and study the shape of the surrounding mega buildings. I think we're back in the Hellenistic sector, business vicinage. At least that's one good thing, we're only a few vicinages away from home. I chuckle. I called Kimberly's apartment my home. She'd definitely argue that point. She sees me more of an intruder than a roommate. I turn and continue down the hall, thinking back to the factory. The men who rescued us work for the Sphinx Corporation just like the Council, so why did they save us? Why am I not a prisoner of the Council? Why has become my favorite word. I look at my bald hand and quicken my pace. I have to find Kimberly. After a few minutes, I find her room, and Kimberly's awake and sitting up in bed. I go in and stand by her bed. I've already forgotten my earlier comment to myself and whisper, "I want to go home." I add, "I don't like it here. We should go." Kimberly's View. I'm wearing a hospital gown and robe, and I'm actually relaxing. It has been a while. I glance up from the conglomerate World magazine. Surely that woman isn't calling my place home. She better not get too comfortable. Does that woman think she's some sort of guest? I return to my reading and state, "Relax, we're safe here." Anyway, I scan an article on corporate bodyguards. You probably opened a few stitches on your bullet wound. It would be better, I flip a few pages forward to a story on Topa, if we stayed here a few days. I turn to the last story, mumble a few words from a paragraph about the chairman of the Sphinx Corporation, and tell her, "My father's flipping the bill." Catherine's View. I put a hand on my shoulder. Actually, my wound it's. I fidget over my words as much as my feet do as I try to stand in place. That's one thing I need to tell you. You see. Go back to your room and rest and let me rest. Main 1 is one of the finest hospitals in Noir. Kimberly lifts the magazine higher, eliminating me from view, and continues the last article. Everything will be all. I blurt, "I don't like this place and..." For Aries' sake. Kimberly smacks the magazine on her lap. And what? I move closer and whisper, they took the data crystal. They did what? Kimberly throws her blankets to the side and sits on the edge of the bed. It's gone, I whisper. Someone took it from my clothes. She stands and opens the cabinet where they placed her things. What about the music box? I still have it. I kept it in my hand the whole time. I keep glancing over my shoulder, expecting security to barge in and arrest us. Kimberly's view. Hades! I yell after going through my clothing and knapsack. The disc is gone. The one the RO. I stop myself from saying the rogue. No need to bring up bad memories and remind that woman what I did to her. The disc I found in computer lab too. I slam my palm on the cabinet door. They took it. I want to, that woman starts and pauses as two nurses walk by. I want to go back to the apartment. I don't like it here. It reminds me of the factory. I walk over to my bed and press the call button. What are you doing? She asks. I feel my face flush with anger as I tell her, I'm ringing a nurse so I can ask them which one of them is a thief. Kimberly, this hospital belongs to the Sphinx Corporation. She moves to my side and continues, the factory is part of them. Sphinx wants to keep whatever secrets are on the disc for themselves, so no one here will help you. A nurse walks into the room. Is there something you need, Ms. Griffin? I snap, yes, we're checking ourselves out. I don't think that's such a good. I interrupt the nurse, do you know whose daughter I am? Yes, the nurse replies. Well then? I put a hand on my hip. Get the paperwork moving. Chapter 49. Also known as 10:22 a.m. Hellenistic Sector, Business Vicinage. Sphinx Corporation 3rd Branch Office. The Chairman's Office. The secretary's voice spoke over the intercom, Mr. Griffin, Orthos is here. He told her, Kathy, show him in. Within a few minutes, the secretary opened the door and Orthos entered. Will you be needing anything, Mr. Griffin? She questioned as she stood by the door. No, Kathy, that will be all. The secretary left. Orthos said, I have received some intel from the factory. He paused, unsure how to proceed, and continued, your daughter discovered a disc that was stolen from your office 5 years ago. What do we have to worry about? As you said, the data is at least 5 years old. Orthos paused again and relayed, that particular disc had termination orders for one Teresa Griffin signed by Janice. Mr. Griffin scowled. It will only become a problem if Kimberly discovers that's my AKA. I have not gone by that name since my promotion from head of security for the 3rd branch office, and Kimberly has never heard me referred by it. He leaned forward, resting on his elbows. To be on the safe side, make sure all records relating to Janice are expunged and retrieve that disc. I already have the disc in my possession. Orthos laid the jewel case on the desk. Mr. Griffin noticed the dried blood and panicked. Is that Kimberly's? Your daughter is bruised but unharmed, so do not worry. Lieutenant Creed's men were able to extract them from the factory. Well done. Did my daughter or the stray have anything else in their possession? No, sir. See to the Janice records. Right away, sir, Orthos said, and then added, you do understand I cannot erase any of the records at the 2nd or main branch office. Yes, I understand. Let's hope Kimberly doesn't stumble across any more information pertaining to her mother. He paused and added, that is all. Mr. Griffin faced the picture of his wife after Orthos left. He didn't understand why she had to go against Sphinx. She also made him choose between her and his work. Mr. Griffin picked up the picture frame and gently stroked Teresa's face. He hoped his daughter didn't force him to make the same decision. Outside in the hall, Orthos passed the secretary and entered the elevator, and once the doors closed, he reached into his coat pocket and removed the data crystal he'd taken from Kat. He hated lying to the chairman, but he did have his own promotion to think about, and he couldn't gain anything if he gave away his resources. Orthos examined the 2-inch white obelisk. Hellenistic sector, residential vicinage. Asclepius Hospital. Maxwell stood by a large window, examining the new day enveloped by night. The bald tech had a bandage on his right elbow and one on his chin. The nurses at Asclepius Hospital treated him and his partner very well. Peters sat in a chair beside Argus' bed as the operative rested. Peters's wrist was bandaged. Dr. Brian Chiron walked in and reviewed Argus' chart. "You had a run-in with those. What do they call them?" "Biomechas," Peters spoke up. Brian put the chart back. "You guys are lucky to be alive." He walked over to Argus and checked his vitals. "Those machines have killed a lot of people. Don't we know it?" Maxwell made his way to the bed. "How's he doing?" "Fine, considering they beat him up pretty badly. There was a slight infection from the bullet. It had been in his leg for a long time. I removed it with no problems, and the meds are taking care of the rest. He should be fine." Brian started out. "I'll check on him again in about half an hour." He left. Maxwell picked up a remote and turned on the TV. The NBS News was on, and Linda Harvey was in the middle of a story. At this time, it is still unclear which corporation was behind the biomecha attacks that happened earlier this week. NCPF have confirmed that all these robotic men have been eliminated, and that they are no longer a threat to Noir citizens. She turned to a new camera. In other news, an upset in the corporate Senate. The quarter-cent sales tax raise was not voted through. Analysts are. "I hate the news," Maxwell muttered and turned it off. Peters questioned his partner, "What do we do now?" What do you mean?" Maxwell asked. "What are we going to do now that the factory's gone?" "That is easy," a man answered. Both techs turned. The man wore a black suit and stood in the doorway. "You're going to come work for us." 5 SCMs rushed in, and a doctor and a nurse came in with them. The doctor and nurse moved to Argus' bed and unhooked him from the machines. "What are you doing?" Maxwell asked. "The council wishes for Argus to return home," the man in the black suit answered. "Don't worry, the Sanctum has the best medical facility in Noir. He's in excellent hands, but we were talking about you too." The man removed 2 envelopes and then handed one to Maxwell and one to Peters. "Here are the council's offers for you two to come work for them." "We can't," Maxwell spoke up. "We signed a non-disclosure." "Yes, we know about that agreement. If you would look at the other papers in the envelopes, you will discover a document stating we have acquired all information and technology from the factory, and as some of the surviving employees, we would like you two to come and work for us. You can have your lawyers look over the contracts before you agree." "Maxwell, they're offering twice what we were making." "Yeah, I see." "What do you think?" Peters asked. "If the lawyers clear it, I say we take the man's offer." "I'm with you," Peters replied. "Looks like we won't be out of work." Chapter 50. Ms. Melissa Oden. 10:34 a.m. Nile Sector, Cormorant's Vicinage. A gold limo drove down the busy brownstone street in front of the Bees Hotel, and a corporate emblem of a golden triangle marked the front doors and hood. The vehicle came to a halt, the chauffeur got out and walked to the back. The driver put one hand behind his back and opened the door. A thin man with a shaven head stepped to the sidewalk. He wore a light blue business suit with white stripes, and the suit resembled a pharaoh's headdress. The man dreaded the job that lay before him. He stood tall, almost 7 foot, and wore kohl, a black eyeliner. He also had a small ponytail on the right side of his shaved head. "Find someplace to park," the man told the driver. "I will call you when I'm done." The chauffeur nodded, "Yes, Mr. Serbet." The driver went back to the vehicle and soon pulled away. Mr. Serbet made his way to a stoop and rang a doorbell of a 2-story brownstone, and a security camera mounted on the wall above him turned to get a better view. A man spoke through an intercom. "Can I help you?" "I am Mr. Sherbet. I am from the ISIS Corporation. I am here to see Ms. Melissa Oden. Can I see some ID?" "Of course." Mr. Sherbet removed a wallet and lifted the photo ID to the camera. A device on the camera scanned the identification barcode and transmitted the information to an HHC the man inside held. "Thank you," the man said. "Please wait one moment." A few minutes earlier. Inside the two-story house. Melissa stared at a notebook, looking over formula equations. She wore a light gray dress with a flower pattern. She shook her head. Everything she was going through was because of these formulas. About 6 days ago, Melissa converted the empty room into a home lab. Several beakers on a large table had a yellowish substance in them, and a few racks of test tubes sat beside a microscope. Someone knocked, and she looked up. "Yes?" A man opened the door. "Daniels, what is it?" Melissa asked the bodyguard. "There is a Mr. Sherbet from the ISIS Corporation at the door. Should I let him in?" "He's from the ISIS Corporation? I wasn't expecting anyone today. Let him in and bring him here." The bodyguard left, and soon returned with the man from the corporation. Melissa stood, walked over to the man, and shook his hand as she said, "Hello, Mr. Sherbet." The man bowed his head in greeting. "Ms. Oden." She turned to the bodyguard. "Thank you, Daniels. Please go check on the children." "Yes, Ms. Oden." The bodyguard exited. Melissa motioned to a chair. "Please have a seat." She sat in another chair. "Is there any word on my case? Will my old employer, the Valhalla Corporation, take me to court?" "Valhalla is taking you to court over your contract with them. Your lawyers from ISIS were able to excuse you from appearing. The judge agreed Valhalla might decide to hire a life closer to kill you before the matter settled in court. It's a good thing we placed you and the children in this safe house. 2 more bodyguards will be showing up shortly." He crossed his legs. "Is there anything you need?" "No, this house has everything we need." She stood. "Would you like some coffee?" "Actually, Ms. Oden." He also stood. "There's another matter I must tell you, and it's the reason I came in person." "Oh. What is that?" He motioned to her chair. "Maybe you should sit back down." "Why would I?" she started to ask and then questioned, "What has happened?" "It's about your brother, Norman." Mr. Sherbet wasn't sure how to tell her, and decided to come right out with it. "He's dead." She fell back, caught herself on the table, and knocked over the rack of test tubes, and the yellowish substance spilled. A few of the glass containers fell to the tile floor and broke, shattering into pieces. Mr. Sherbet quickly moved to her and helped her to the chair, and after a few moments of shock, Melissa put a hand to her mouth as tears streamed down her face. "How did it happen? Was it a closer?" "Yes." She gasped. Daniels burst in with his gun drawn. "Ms. Oden. Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine. Please put your gun away." The bodyguard still looked a little worried, so Melissa added, "Really, everything's fine." Mr. Sherbet turned to the bodyguard. "Ms. Oden received some unsettling news about her brother." "I see." Daniels didn't know what to say, and holstered his weapon. "I'll be in the living room if you need anything, Ms. Oden." Melissa sniffed. "Thank you, Daniels." The bodyguard left. Ms. Oden turned to Mr. Sherbet. "Tell me about this closer. Does this have anything to do with my court case?" "No, we believe it has nothing to do with your current problems with Valhalla. The closer was an illegal one hired by a man named Topa. Topa works for Valhalla, but went out on his own to hire the illicit closer." He handed her a handkerchief. Melissa wiped her eyes, blew her nose, and then asked, "Has Topa been arrested?" Mr. Sherbet shook his head. "No, an assassin named the Phoenix closed him." "Do you know why Topa wanted my brother killed?" Your brother Norman, aka Preacher, disrupted sales of Suna Snaps on Wayfaring Lane, and that's why Topa had him killed. Valhalla Corporation had him testing the drug there. Melissa's view. It's because of Suna Snaps. No, it can't be, not the drug I created. I look at my notebook, then to the yellowish substance and say, if that is all, Mr. Sherbet, I could use some time to myself. Of course. He heads for the door. I'll show myself out. After he leaves, I lay my head on the table. It's my fault. It's all my fault that my brother is dead. I weep as I say, please forgive me, Norman. I'll never forgive myself. Chapter 51. Returning home. 12:18 p.m. Hellenistic sector, residential vicinage. Tainted rain poured on West 1000th Avenue, covering the street with oily black water, and the six-wheeled automated street sanitizers paused from their work and shut down everything but their parking lights. They allowed Noir's drainage system to take care of the rain. The street sanitizers' work would come again when the storm passed. Vehicles also stopped until the storm moved on. About 20 minutes later, the storm ceased, and vehicles were once again permitted to drive on the roads as the street sanitizers returned to their endless work. The storm had delayed Kim and Kat from returning to the apartment. Frustrated over the loss of the disk and data crystal, Kim and Kat sat in the back of a limo that had picked them up from the Main One hospital. Mr. Griffin sent the driver to take the women back to the Nexus apartments. The limo passed several of the street cleaners as the vehicle traveled through the residential vicinage. Several apartments and restaurants lined West 1000th Avenue. Many of the people that walked the dark sidewalks lit by street lights had umbrellas and/or were dressed in raincoats, and even a few wore winnow masks. Some people rushed to have lunch before their break hour ended, and many more vehicles roared up and down the road, spraying the tainted rain on the sidewalks. Catherine's view. We're both in the limo as I stare at my shoulder. I should have told Kimberly while we were at the hospital, but I never found the right moment. I roll my eyes, remembering back. I never had a chance with Kimberly yelling so much. And she was mostly yelling at me like it was my fault they took the disc from her. I wonder if I should tell her now. Maybe if I want to get yelled at again. Hades. Kimberly bellows for the 10th time. I should have known better. For Aries' sake. I can't believe I stayed in bed while they robbed us. She folds her arms. Who is behind this? How did they know I had the disc or that you had the crystal? I don't reply. I have no answers. I watch the city go by, deciding I'll wait a little longer. Kimberly's too mad, and what I have to tell her will be hard enough without staring into her angry gaze. She may look at me differently once I tell her the unsettling news, and I don't know if I can take that. I finally have someone who's on my side. Kimberly's view. I'll track them down, I vow as I sit next to that woman. And when I find them, I squeeze my knapsack that's on my lap. They'll wish. I think we need some tea, that woman interrupts, still staring out the window. It will calm us and clear our minds. She glances at her shoulder. A lot has happened today, and we have a lot to think about and maybe even talk about. Tea. I turn to her as she faces me and I ask, is tea your answer to everything? No, it's just. I'm beaten for the moment, so I let out a long breath and say, it's just that we can't do anything else right now, so why not? Fine, we'll have some tea. The limo pulls into Nexus Apartments' parking garage and drops us off, and after some time the two of us sip on hot lemon zinger in silence as we sit in the living room on the couch. I think over everything that's happened to us, and I finally break the quiet and say, please tell me you downloaded the information from the data crystal to the music box. Yes, I think so. She retrieves it from her backpack, places the music box in her palm, and commands, Teresa. The hologram materializes and examines the room. Whenever I see her image, I'm so happy and yet so heartbroken at the same time. Where are we? I don't recognize this place. It's my apartment, I answer. It is very nice. I take it the unmen are no longer hunting the two of you. We're safe, that woman answers as she places the music box on the coffee table. What information did the data crystal contain? The files were locked, the hologram replies. I am working on breaking the encryption, and it may take me some time. She adds, there was one file entitled The Gorgons with no encryption, and it only contained an address. I retrieve my laptop from the master bedroom and log onto the internet. I type the address in a map locator search box, and within seconds the results pop up. This place is in the Hellenistic sector. I study the cross streets. I haven't been to this part of the sector. We'll have to check it out. Catherine's view. I'm so exhausted, so I plead tomorrow. I want to take some time and play unfinished melody and regain more of my strength. I can function at this point, but I'm a little on edge. I tell Kimberly, it'll still be there tomorrow. She says, I want to go now. There are probably clues there, but I do have to think about my new partner. If you collapse, I'll have to lug your body around. Kimberly closes her laptop and adds, we better both rest. I imagine your shoulder is killing you after all the stress you put it through. My shoulder. I put a hand to it, as butterflies flutter all around my stomach and keep bumping into the walls, giving me a bellyache. Actually, Kimberly's thoughts seem to be elsewhere as she interrupts me, tomorrow then. She stands and grabs her laptop. I'll be in my room. I watch her leave, as the number of butterflies in my stomach double. Kimberly's view. I go into the master bedroom, lock the door, sit at my desk, open my email on the laptop, and type, Voice Phoenix here. I wait, and receive an instant message from the regulator of the Assassin's League. Has your problem been taken care of? I glance at the door, think of that woman, and type, yes, the problem has been taken care of. Are you sure? Voice types back. I would hate for this to come back to you if the problem hasn't been taken care of. Does Voice know? No, Voice doesn't know who I am, so Voice can't have me under surveillance. Why does Voice doubt my answer? I've never lied in the past. I type, the problem is gone like I said. Do you doubt my word? No, of course not. I only wanted to make sure for my own peace of mind. Since the closing in Moscow, well, this latest event concerned me, that is all. I stare at the screen, wonder how to respond, and type, I contacted you to inform you I'm taking a hiatus as you and my father suggested. I press the send button and wait. A few minutes pass, and an instant message beeps on the screen. I have an assignment I was hoping you would do for me. It's local. It is a rooftop closing. Would you mind taking one more assignment before starting your break? It won't take more than a day or two. I'll owe you one. I stare at the screen. I can't say no to Voice, so I reply, send me the file and I'll take care of it for you. I will have the file sent to you tomorrow. Enjoy the repose. Voice signing off. Great. Just great. I have no idea what I'll do with that woman while I'm on the closing. I can't say, hey, I'm going to kill someone, want to come along? It could be fun. I stretch my arms. I'll have to think of something. The laptop goes to the screensaver of the flaming phoenix as I stand and leave. I walk through the hall and shout, I'm hungry. Want to order a pizza? I turn the corner and find the apartment's empty. Now where did she go? Chapter 52. Gin el Irinkuskthi. 12:23 p.m. Hellenistic sector, trade vicinage. Outside the factory. Lieutenant Creed flipped down his night vision goggles and scanned the large field of grassy weeds inside the perimeter. All was quiet in the green hue except for a breeze sweeping across the tall blades. He nodded to his men, and they retreated from the factory's main gate, and in the distance they heard engines rumble to life. The SCMs knew this time would come, and they tensed. He touched his headset. Creed here. Reporting in. He looked at the road leading to the factory, and then to an HHC he held, and the screen showed many blips coming their way. Alpha and the T3s are moving out. We have backed away from the gate as ordered. Are you sure you don't want me to engage? Creed listened. Yes. Yes. Understood, sir. We won't hinder the T3's retreat from the factory. He examined the long line of cars and trucks making their way to the main gate, and he noticed a few of the vehicles showed scorched marks, and a couple hobbled out on a flat tire or two. We'll secure the factory once they leave. Creed and his men glared at the T3s as they left. They lost a lot of good soldiers to them. One day you will pay, Creed vowed, gripping his weapon. And I'll be there. I'll be there to witness your end. Deep inside the factory, the rogue realized it hadn't run into one single T3 as it made its way back to Research Lab 5. Alpha must have fled with its minions. The rogue passed the long-forgotten room of science equipment and entered the chamber filled with statues, and with the accent lights still down because of Pandora's EFP, the rogue activated its night vision. The rogue's view. What about Pandora? Is she dead or did she escape? I hold my wounded shoulder. Why did she not destroy me? I have to know. I make a face as if in agony, and then I look at the life-size statues. I try to figure out why I came back here. I know it is not to look for Pandora. She will not return here. All the gins point to a wall in the back of the room, and I make my way to it and stare at the tiled surface. I scan the area, probe the wall with my infrared, and find nothing out of the ordinary temperature-wise. I remove my ORATT from my suit pocket, put them on, and switch to through-wall radar on my polarized spectacles. There is a hall on the other side. I feel along the wall with my good hand, until I find a marble tile slightly sticking out and press it, and the wall slides up, rumbling as the ceiling swallows it. Once the dust settles, I start down the long descending hall, and with every few steps I take, a light comes on, lighting the way. After about 15 minutes the hall ends at a room, and I pause at the doorway as several lights blink on inside and light up the center where 2 black stones sit on a raised platform. I make my way to the 4-foot cubed stones with white writing. I come to this hidden room driven by some unknown force, so I need to find out what is important about the 2 stones. I smooth my palm over the right one's engraved letters. Will they tell me why Pandora did not destroy me? I read the one. Though the clouds darken the sun, and the rain becomes tainted, always know there will be a love that will not die. Though hope seems a distant memory, and human machines walk the land, no one can destroy a love that will not die. The one constant, the one unchanging, the one love. Put your faith in the love that will not die. This is intriguing. This is what Pandora was reciting after I choked her into unconsciousness. I examine the stones, and it looks like both of the pieces are part of a larger one, but do both of them belong to the same stone? I walk around them, decide I will investigate that matter later, and read the other block. The land has darkened. Hope has fled. And greed rules. Finish it. Call forth the rushlight. Open the pathway between. Bring an end to false gods. Bring an end to lies. So usher in the rushlight. Creature of the void. And destroyer of. The rest of the stone has been destroyed, and the writing is missing. Gin el Irinkuskthi, are these about Pandora? Is she the rushlight, and what is she the destroyer of? I put my hand on the stone. Why did I come here? If my purpose is to destroy Pandora, why did I come to this place? The stones tell me of no way to destroy her. Unless I am not supposed to destroy her. What is it she once said? I replay the event in my computer's eye. Pandora said she does not want me dead. She wants me to stop hunting her. She told me maybe my creators are afraid of me, not because I have feelings, but because I have the potential to disobey my programming. I pull from the memory. Is that it? Can I disobey my programming? Have I evolved to the next level? I consider it for a moment. Pandora did not want me dead. She said as much, so why do I need to hunt her? I look at the stones and decide I have to know more about the rushlight and these blocks. I have to find the answers to my questions, and now that I have a new purpose, I will stop hunting her. I will see if I have more of a purpose than killing, and I will discover the secrets of Pandora. Chapter 53. More puzzles. 12:34 p.m. Hellenistic sector, residential vicinage. Up on the Nexus Apartments rooftop. Catherine's view. I feel bad because I've kept a secret from Kimberly. It's a small one, but it's still a secret. I need to be open with my new partner, and how can I do that if I keep things from her? Even if I'm afraid to tell her, I still should. The tainted rain ended a short time before I came up to the roof. I grip the railing, glance at my shoulder, and let my thoughts drift away as I dread the task before me. I stared down at the road, watching the street sanitizers at work. Several of the robotic cleaners rumble across the avenue, and for a few minutes they distract me from my fears. I start to count them. In Wayfaring Lane, I thought there might have been 4 or 5, but here, I count more than a dozen in this area. A few more minutes pass, and I lean back as I hold onto the railing and let freedom blow over me. I can't remember a time when I didn't have to worry about the unmen finding me. I'm safe to worry about other things, so I study the star on my palm. More and more mysteries pop up with no answers, like this thing. I rub my fingers over the red scar, and the burn no longer hurts. The mark opened the door to the gallery with some sort of microscopic cipher imprinted on the star, and that same star is on the music box. I place my hand back to the railing and lean on the metal. I asked the hologram if she knew what it was, but she didn't know. I stare at the sky, feeling as gloomy as it looks, then the door to the rooftop opens and Kimberly steps out. "So this is where you went," Kimberly states as she walks over to me. "What are you doing up here?" She looks down at my feet. "At least you remembered shoes." "There's something I've been meaning to tell you." I pause, not sure how to explain it, and then I turn my attention back down to the street. Kimberly's view. "Well, what is it?" I question, glancing at her. Is that woman thinking about what the rogue said? Is she wondering if she's organic mecha? I am, and I've been wondering if she knew this fact all along. Could the guild or the council that woman keeps mentioning be testing me for some reason? I also stare down at the street. What if that woman is organic mecha? What if she found me for some other reason than what she claims? Whatever I do, I can't let that woman know that I'm thinking this way. I ask, "It's not that thing the rogue told you, is it?" "I wouldn't worry. There's no way you're one of those organic mechas." I lightly smack her on the left arm and laugh, to give her a sense that it doesn't bother me. I want her to think that I don't believe what the rogue said. You're too weird to be something programmed. Catherine's view. Thanks, I think, but it's not that, I tell her as I grip my shoulder, wondering what Kimberly will think of me when she does find out. I start and take a deep breath to continue, but then I chicken out and walk away from the ledge. Our partnership is so fragile. My secret might shatter it, and a fear of abandonment sweeps over me, chilling me with an arctic blast of doubt and cowardice. A realization comes to me. Have I already come to rely on Kimberly? I barely know her, and yet I feel as though I do. I'm so afraid of what she'll think of me, that I decide against revealing my secret. I don't know if I can handle her looking at me any different, because something's not right with me. I give in to my anxieties and tell her, "Never mind." "Don't do that," she snaps. "Don't start something and not finish it." She moves closer to me like we've been friends forever, and she's deeply concerned for me. "Tell me what it is. Remember, we're partners, and we're supposed to trust each other." I'm not sure what to do now. I want to forget about it, but Kimberly already knows something's wrong. I want to trust someone again like I did with Preacher. I'm afraid I'll be betrayed like I have been by others. I'm afraid Kimberly will betray me again, like she did when she handed me over to the rogue. I'm not sure how to say it, I admit, as those fears keep me from coming out and telling her the truth. I direct our conversation elsewhere by saying, the past year I've learned that I'm the Pandora Project. My heart fills with dread, knowing what my experiment name means. You told me Pandora was the woman who doomed the world. Kimberly answers, yes, I told you that Pandora let all good escape from existence. She had released it from a box. Is that my destiny? I ask her. I'm afraid I was created, programmed or conditioned to destroy. Kimberly's view. That woman is so pathetic. I came all the way up here, and all she's worried about is the name the council gave her. I feel like pulling out my gun and shooting her. Good thing I didn't bring it with me. This thing about her name is bothering her, act or not, and I decide I need to continue my own part as the supportive partner. I still need her for a while, and I can't have her moping around. You've got to be kidding. This is what you're worried about? I start out. Come on, there are more things to fear than. Are there? She interrupts me. Then why call me Pandora if not to mean doom? I stand there gazing at her, not knowing what to say. If this is an act, she's good, but what if it's not? What if that woman truly believes she's to doom the world? I scowl. I can't have her thinking that way. She'll be no use to me. I say, there's one thing I didn't tell you. There's more to the story. You see, Pandora managed to keep hope in the box. She managed to keep hope in the world. Hope? Yes, hope, I answer, and then I tell her to give that woman a false sense of possibility. Maybe your destiny's not to bring doom but hope. Now. I move for the door. If we're done up here, let's go inside and order a pizza. I start in. I'm starved. Catherine's view. Kimberly. I call after her, still afraid of exposing my secret. She turns around and states, like I said, what could be so? I blurt out, my wound. It's gone. There's no trace that I was ever shot. What? That's impossible. Kimberly exclaims as she walks back over to me, and then she demands, show me. I unzip my jacket, pull the collar of my t-shirt to the side, and show her my unbandaged shoulder. I tense, not knowing how she'll react. Please don't think I'm a freak. Please don't end our partnership and kick me out of the apartment. She examines my shoulder as she says, Hades. It is gone, but that's impossible. When did it happen? I don't know, I reply as I can't tell what she's thinking. Does she see me as a freak? Is she mentally recoiling from me in disgust? I add, it was like this when I awoke at Main 1 Hospital. Kimberly's view. This is what you're worried about? I chuckle. Come on. I put my hand on her shoulder, reassuring her, with all the technology the corporations have, this isn't out of the ordinary, so don't worry. I force a smile. Come on, let's go order that pizza. That woman believes I'm not repulsed by her freakishness, and her face brightens as she questions me, can we get a Coke to go with it? Coke? I've never heard of it, but I'll ask, and if they don't have it, we'll get a Sprite. She runs ahead of me like some child at an amusement park who can't wait to get on a ride. I follow that strange woman back in, and we go to the elevator. I press button 31, and we make our way down. I stand behind her and stare at her back, wondering what kind of monstrosity lurks inside that woman. I need to be more cautious of her than before, and I need to reconsider this partnership. Robot or mutant? I can't trust her. Later, we enter apartment H, and I head to my room as she sits on the couch and turns on the news. I go and sit on my bed, and open the drawer of my nightstand, and inside lies the marked bullet. For now, I need to keep that woman around. Whether organic mecha or wayward soul, she could still be of some use to me. I chuckle to myself again. If I want to return to work, I'll have to get rid of her. I remove the 9mm round, and decide I'll keep the bullet with me from now on. I place Pale Horse in the small zipper compartment of my zipped-up hoodie. That woman did see my face, and I can't let anyone live who knows I'm the Phoenix. In the living room. Catherine's view. Kimberly seems to have accepted me as I am, but what about what the rogue said to me? I clutch a pillow, paying no attention to the TV. Am I organic mecha? Am I some sort of freak? I dig my nails into the pillow. What if I am? What if there's no past for me to find? What then? I glance at the hall. What about my partnership with Kimberly? Will I be able to depend on her, or will she kill me when she no longer needs me? I bury my face in the pillow. What does the future hold for me? Kimberly's view. I enter the kitchen and glance at the small round table. 9 days ago I sat there, sulking over my pathetic life. I wished that I wasn't alone, that I had more in this life, and that there would be someone there for me. Now I have more to look forward to, like taking my revenge. I walk over to the cupboard and grab a glass. As for my wish, I look at that woman sitting on the couch. I need to be more careful about what I ask for. She turns to me with a serious expression on her face, and when she sees the glass, her face brightens as she questions, "Fixing more tea?" I'm amused by her simple-mindedness. She is addicted to tea, and for some reason I want to give her at least a little hospitality before I'm done with her, so I answer, "Sure, we can have more tea, put the kettle on and set the table. Make yourself useful." I place the glass back in the cupboard and grab 2 teacups. The pizza won't be here for about 45 minutes. That woman turns the TV off and comes into the kitchen. Some time later. Lifting her cup, that woman toasts, "Here's to our partnership. May it be successful." I clink my cup to hers. I'll drink to that. To a successful future, wherever it takes us. Yes. May I be successful in finding who murdered my mom. Chapter 54. The star binds them. 12:40 p.m. The chamber. Mr. Dakuma pulled up new biodata on his laptop. The Cerberus project has gone above our expectations. This experiment has surpassed the old project. I do not know about that, Mr. Morta stated. We were unable to activate Pandora's potential. Mr. Dakuma uttered, "As I thought, one of us has taken a liking to the Wayward project." Mr. Morta said, "It is not like that." "What is it like?" Mr. Dakuma asked. "I believe Pandora is the superior design. We are the ones who failed for not providing a sufficient catalyst. We should have done more." Appalled by his reply, Ms. Nona questioned, "Our fault?" "Yes," Mr. Morta answered. "Maybe we should have told Pandora about its past, and then Pandora would not have been so driven to search for the missing pieces." A male supervisor handed Ms. Nona a report. "There seems to be a problem with our acquisition of the factory's assets. There is one research outpost in Antarctica, Vulcan Station, that the T3s did not attack. If the Sphinx Corporation main office finds out part of the factory has survived, we will have to turn over everything we acquired from the factory to Vulcan Station." Mr. Morta stated, "The situation could be a test for Cerberus. The new project can close the outpost for us, and we can see how Cerberus reacts with the human element." "A fine idea," Ms. Nona said as she curled up her thin cherry-red lips in a grin. "I agree," Mr. Dakuma replied. "It is settled then," Mr. Morta said. "We will send Cerberus to Antarctica." 7:01 p.m. No setting sun declared the approach of night, and all was black. Darkness lingered, but a glimmer of hope existed. Zax turned his van down an alley beside Dad's Donuts, activated a garage door and pulled into the Maydag auto garage, and within the place was quiet. All the mechanics had gone home for the day. Zax parked, went to the second storage room, unlocked the door with a key and went in. Broken equipment and tools along with used oil and other discards filled the cobwebbed shelves, and the place smelled of dust and gas. Zax went to the back wall, looked up at an unlit light, half unscrewed the bulb from the socket and pulled the chain. The back wall flipped around 180 degrees, and on the other side, Zax walked along a gray stone passage to a metal door with no knob. Beside the door were a camera and an intercom. "Identify yourself," a man's voice commanded. Zax looked up into the lens. "Delivery man." He waited a few seconds and added, "RG wanted to see me." The door slid open, and Zax proceeded halfway down a white-tiled hall to a glass-enclosed security desk, and there 3 men and a woman monitored security screens. All 4 were armed, and one of the men waved him up to a biodetector. Zax went and stood in the device as the man scanned him for life signs. "Oh, what's this?" the security officer uttered. "Do I detect a biomecha?" Zax started to answer, "I'm not." The security officer interrupted, "Nope, all human. Delivery man isn't an unmanned today. You may proceed." Zax mockingly laughed at the snide remark and continued down the hall. The passage ended at a door, and he opened it and entered a dark room. Its center was lit by one single light, and he went and stood in it. Zax waited a few minutes in silence. A mechanically altered voice of RG spoke over an intercom. "Delivery man, were you able to retrieve the scans I requested?" "Yes." Zax cleared his throat. "The 2 conveniently ordered a pizza, and I was able to intercept the delivery boy and exchange the pizza box with one of mine. Ms. Griffin took the box from the delivery boy, and the hidden scanner picked up her star cipher." "Yes, I know of that one." "What of the other?" He answered, "There was none on her left hand, but there is a star cipher on Catherine's left palm." "That's most interesting. What does it mean to have 2 bear the stars instead of 1? RG paused. "They don't know it yet, but the stars bind them to a destiny, one I will make sure they fulfill." "What kind of destiny?" Zax asked. "One I'll tell you in due time. Good work. Continue to monitor the 2. I'm most interested in how they will work together and what they will accomplish. There's so much for them to do." RG paused and asked, "Did you discover anything else?" "Yes. Before they threw the box away, I was able to overhear some of their conversation. Kimberly's looking for who killed her mom." RG's view. "This is most interesting. Did someone tell her, or did Kimberly remember the fiery incident on her own?" I ask, "Anything else?" "One other thing, Catherine has lost her memory. She doesn't remember anything past a year ago. I was afraid of that," I state and order, "set up a surveillance of their residence. I must know more." Zax's view. "Understood, I'll get on it right away." I leave as I consider how the stars might bind the 2 to a destiny. Is this a destiny that will help Noir and destroy the dry clouds, or is there something RG is hiding from me? Chapter 55. Arrival at Vulcan Station. 9:12 p.m. At the bottom of the world. The Vulcan Station resided near the South Geomagnetic Pole, at the center of the East Antarctic ice sheet, and it was also located 5 miles away from where the dry clouds curtain ended south. A helicopter flew over the icy land of white and blue, racing a coming snowstorm. A Council SCM pilot talked to his 3 passengers on their headsets. "ETA 5 minutes, and once we land, make sure to take everything with you. I'll be lifting off once you've cleared the landing pad, and won't be back until this storm clears. It could take me a few more days to return for you. You'll have to stay longer than what you planned." He glanced at the younger of the 2 men. "Make sure you accomplish your task by then." The passengers nodded their understanding and started on their gear. Any part of their body exposed to the frigid elements could freeze. They pulled on their full head and neck cold weather masks made of a soft nylon-coated neoprene, and then the 3 put on gloves, checked their boot buckles, and zipped up their brown fur-lined hooded white parkas. The helicopter landed, and 2 men and a woman disembarked with bags of equipment and clothes, and headed toward the facility. A polar wind hit them the moment they stepped off the aircraft, chilling them to the bone, and they hurried toward the station. Once they cleared the pad, the helicopter lifted off and threw snow on them. The three stopped at the entrance. The younger man urged, "Hurry, Dr. Seeker, before we freeze out here." "I'm going as fast as I can." The older man placed his right-gloved hand on a machine. A thermal scanner read his palm through the material, and the device confirmed his identity. "There, now we can go in." The facility's metal door unlocked, slid up, and then two SCMs rushed out. They wore dark blue parkas with white fur-lined hoods. They aimed their black FAMAs at the three. The two men and the woman raised their hands, as the head of the Vulcan station followed behind the corporate military men. He wore a white parka. "Dr. John Gellid?" the older man questioned, wondering why they were being treated this way. "Yes." The head of the facility offered his gloved hand and shook the older man's. "And you must be Dr. Robert Seeker." John motioned for the SCMs to proceed. "Scan them and make sure they are human, and then search them and their things." "What's the meaning of this?" Robert demanded, as he and his companions lowered their hands. John smiled, trying to reassure them. "Don't worry, Dr. Seeker, this is only a precaution. Of what we know, we are the only factory facility still in operation." The wind whipped the brown fur of his hood. "We have to remain operational until the Sphinx Corporation main branch office can send us in some support, and I'm sorry to say, but the T3s are very clever." An SCM looked around skittishly. One of those flipped-out machines already tried to enter the station 2 days ago. He eyed the younger of the two men. "Now isn't a good day for taking in new recruits." "Lieutenant Bentley," John snapped, "I believe we have frightened our guests quite enough. You might run the station, Dr. Gellid, but security is my responsibility." Bentley walked over to the younger of the two men. "Who is this, Dr. Seeker?" "My assistant Charles Smith. I vouch for him. He's worked with me for years." Bentley snarled at the assistant. "I don't trust him, so he better be on his best behavior." "What's this?" the other SCM questioned the woman. "A cigar box." She opened the 10-inch by 10-inch container. "Cubans. One of my vices." The SCM nodded, seeing the cigars. "All clear." "Good, let's get out of this Arctic air." John waved for the three arrivals to follow him in. "Dr. Seeker, you were supposed to be here days ago." "Yes, I'm sorry." Robert paused to let the woman walk in before him. "There was a hold-up getting a pilot and a helicopter to fly us down here." The door slid shut once everyone was in, and Bentley locked the door and had the other SCM guard the entrance. "Well, we're glad to have you here. I hope our work can help research Project Clean Air." John pushed down his hood, removed his mask, and unzipped his parka. He took off the coat, revealing he wore several layers of clothing. "You should find our ice core samples helpful in your research." Everyone else removed their cold weather masks. "It's what I'm hoping for." Robert unzipped his coat. "Since the cores contain climate records for almost 1,000,000 years, I'm confident they will shed some light on the planet's dry cloud problem." He removed his gloves. "One thing we haven't been able to explain is why those born in the dark half, and those that lived there several years, can breathe the polluted air without some side effects. There are particles of petroleum and other harmful elements in the air, so why aren't traces of them found in the blood or lungs of the dark half's residents?" Robert scratched his head. "One of many puzzles, like the biggest one of all. What caused the dry clouds? They appeared overnight. I guess we won't solve the mystery so quickly." Robert glanced around. "Where do we start? Do you wish to rest or at least freshen up first?" John asked. "No." Robert rubbed his hands together to warm them. "I would prefer to get to work." "Right then." John motioned to the lieutenant. "I'll have Bentley take your things to your rooms, and we can begin." Robert nodded and said, "Stephanie." The woman stepped forward. "Yes, Dr. Seeker." "Go help the lieutenant." She grabbed some of their suitcases and followed Bentley, and once they were some distance down a hall, she asked, "Do you have much wildlife here? I didn't see a thing the helicopter ride over." Bentley looked annoyed over his bellboy job. Only the occasional lost skua. It's a brown bird. He glanced at her. Would there be an extra Cuban in that box of yours? We'll see. Maybe one. They turned a corner. This way, Dr. Seeker and Mr. Smith. John walked down a hall opposite the one the lieutenant went down. The main lab is this way. Before the men followed, a loud noise boomed from the entrance, and the SCM guarding it turned, taking a few steps back as the large door shook. Something hit the entrance again, and the metal door vibrated, toppling ice to the floor. The third, fourth, and fifth hits smashed the side of the door, and the SCM leapt back. 5 T3s stood outside, covered with snow and ice, and they held a 6-foot battering ram, dropped it, and started through the opening. The SCM shot, and the T3s evaded his fire. He started to radio for help, but a T3 shot him in the head. "Run!" John shouted. The T3s have penetrated Vulcan Station. Chapter 56. The Takeover of Vulcan Station. 5 T3s smashed their way into the facility, and their searing scarlet dot light glowed in the ice dust. Bentley and Stephanie ran back down the hall, joining the 3 men. "Unmen have broken in," Bentley radioed. "Security to the entrance." He opened fire. "Doctors, run." The 3 men and the woman rushed further into the station, and soon, 10 SCMs ran in, past them, and opened fire on the T3s. They managed to disable one of them but lost 5 of their own, and the remaining 4 T3s marched forward. "Fall back," Bentley ordered, but before he or his men could react, a metal sphere the size of a golf ball rolled past him toward the T3s. The sphere halted, glowed, and shrilled. Bentley turned. A high-impact grenade. "Get down." The blast knocked the SCMs to the ground and destroyed the T3s. Bentley peered up as the snow and ice settled. His body felt on fire, and he wasn't sure what had happened or who threw the grenade. Stephanie walked past a pile of cigars she'd dropped to the floor. She had removed the Cubans to pull out the hidden explosive. Stephanie moved to Bentley's side, holding the empty cigar box in one hand and a lit cigar in the other. She placed the box on the ground, put the cigar in her mouth, and picked up an assault rifle from one of his dead men. Stephanie made her way to the T3s and put a bullet in each of their foreheads, and then she returned to Bentley's side. Blood trickled from his mouth as he started to question, "Why did you?" "Shish." She knelt beside him. "Quiet. The unmen are dead. Everything will be all right now." "Why did you throw the grenade so close to us?" Bentley looked at the other SCMs. "You should have waited until we were clear. You've killed them." She lightly smacked him on the cheek twice. "I didn't want to waste the explosive only on the unmen. You know the saying, why drop one egg when you can drop 2? "I don't understand," he said. "Maybe you'll understand this." Stephanie removed the cigar from her mouth and placed the Cuban in Bentley's mouth. "One for the road." She stood and shot him in the heart, and then she made her way to the remaining men. "Oh my Zeus. Stephanie, what have you done?" Robert questioned. "What I was told." She grinned, aimed for Dr. Seeker, then changed aim and shot Charles between the eyes, and the assistant slumped to the floor and blood pooled around his face. "Hades. She's here to destroy the station," John said, backing up against a wall. "I take it you work for one of the departments. Do you work for the council? Are you saying she is here to kill us?" Robert blurted and shook his head. "No, my work." "Yes, I work for the council," Stephanie answered. "And I'm here to secure Vulcan Station, but I'm not here to kill you two." "You aren't going to kill us?" Robert sounded relieved. "No." She motioned with her weapon for them to go into a small lab, and Stephanie closed and locked the door once they entered and then turned to them. "The council said to leave you two alive, that your work could be valuable to them." She leaned the assault rifle against a wall and walked over to a table, and there she found a laser cutter that was used to slice the ice cores into pieces. She tested it on the table, and the laser burned small holes into the top. But they said nothing about torture. Stephanie made her way to them. "Be reasonable," John said. "If you hurt us, why would we work for the council?" "Fear," she answered. "Fear?" Robert questioned. "Yes, fear. Fear that I'll do it again if you do not do as the council wishes." She turned the laser on them, and seconds later the men screamed as she began her fun. Somewhere in Noir. The chamber. "Cerberus has completed its mission," Ms. Nona reported. "With one test, Cerberus has surpassed Pandora." Yes, the new experiment did not hesitate to kill the SCMs or Charles Smith. Pleased by the outcome, Mr. Dakuma smiled. Cerberus did not disobey orders. "Yes, a fitting first trial," Ms. Nona added. "Pandora never disobeyed," Mr. Morta retorted. "We never gave it any orders but one. Stay alive, and that it did." Mr. Dakuma smacked his hand on the table. "You must admit it. Pandora is a failure." He calmed himself. "It is time for its termination." "Yes," Ms. Nona agreed. "And what better way than to have Cerberus kill Pandora? The test will prove the superiority of the new project." Mr. Morta said, "I believe it is premature to eliminate Pandora. We can still learn." Mr. Dakuma interrupted, "This time you have been outvoted." "The first time this council has not been of one mind," Ms. Nona said. "And hopefully the last. Pandora's fate is out of my hands." Mr. Morta nodded to an analyst. "Give Cerberus its orders. The new experiment is to find Pandora and report in." The male analyst nodded and relayed the order. Mr. Morta realized Pandora's era was coming to an end, and he hoped what little time she had left would be put to good use. Chapter 57. Prelude to Book 2. From Moscow with Love. 9:45 p.m. Hellenistic sector, old business vicinage. Nikolai and Natasha walked into Jack's hard luck pawn. It was one of many dealers on Wayfaring Lane. They removed their winnow masks. The colossal man with a buzz cut wore a black trench coat, and he stood by the front door as his sister proceeded to the owner. Natasha waited until the only other customer left the shop. With her heavy Russian accent she started, "I heard you're the man to see." Natasha raked her hand through her long black hair. "What are you looking for?" Jack lit a Nick fake cigarette and took a long drag as he looked her up and down. "Jewelry? Watches? Or bird hunting?" she replied. "Bird hunting, you say?" Jack raised a gray eyebrow. "Yes, a very rare bird." "Rare? What are?" Nikolai moved forward and interrupted the owner. "We arrived from Moscow and voice said you could help us." "Puck? Why didn't you say so to begin with?" Jack waved for the two of them to join him behind the counter. "Come with me. I've got some stuff in the back that should be to your liking." He rang a buzzer at a door and waved at the security camera. "You guys look professional. You here to hit anyone I know?" Natasha and her brother moved around the counter and stood behind Jack. She answered, "All you need to know is that a mistake was made." Nikolai added, "And we are here to rectify it." The door unlocked, and Jack proceeded in as they followed. 5 rough-looking men stood in the next room. 2 hung out talking while the other 3 cleaned guns. The room fell silent as all 5 men watched the 2 outsiders enter. Nikolai was impressed by their arsenal as he looked around. "You have enough weapons in here to supply a small army." "Yeah." Jack puffed on the cigarette. "I inherited the place from my cousin Wayne. He was well connected, but couldn't keep his mouth shut. Pucking looser. His loose lips got him killed." He took the cigarette out of his mouth and flicked white-pink ash into a styrofoam cup of old coffee. "What do you need?" Nikolai answered, "The guns are on this list." "And throwing knives," Natasha interrupted her brother. Jack took the list, looking it over. "This I can do." He pointed to 2 of his guys. "Get what they need." Jack handed the men the list, turned to a computer, and typed out an invoice. The two men left and returned a few minutes later, and one of the men walked up to Natasha. "Which one of these bad boys is for you, babe?" The man patted the guns. "By the way, the name's Ron." "None of those." She studied the man that was about 6 inches taller than herself. "The knives are mine. They are my sweets." "Sweets, huh?" Ron handed them to her. "A fine babe like yourself likes to play with sharp things. You like to play with dangerous things. How about we step out for a little while? I'll show you something dangerous and maybe something a little sweet." Nikolai moved toward the man, and Nikolai stated, "She is not interested." Natasha said nothing, knowing what was coming. She removed her white fur-lined black coat, revealing tight-fitting red leather pants, vest, and boots. Natasha placed the coat on the back of a chair and inserted a set of throwing knives in a sheath around each wrist. "You her boyfriend?" he asked the closer. "No," Nikolai replied. "I am her brother." "Stay out of this then," Ron said. "It's none of your business." Natasha almost felt sorry for the man. If Ron had dropped it, her brother might have only punched him in the mouth. Nikolai controlled his anger. "She is not interested in the likes of you." Ron jabbed his finger into the colossal man's chest. "You're her brother, not her mother. Let the babe decide." Jack hit the print button on the computer for the invoice. "Don't do anything stupid, Ron." "I know what I'm doing." Ron caressed her butt. "What do you say, babe?" The veins in Nikolai's neck bulged with fury and his eyes went wild like a mad grizzly bear, and with one massive hand the Russian reached out, grabbed the man by the throat and choked him. The other men in the room drew their weapons and aimed at the siblings. Ron pulled a Glock 19, and Nikolai grabbed his wrist and squeezed it until Ron released the gun and it hit the floor. "Wait," Jack cried out to his men and motioned with his hands. "Put your guns down." Sweat beaded his face, fearing the situation would get out of hand. "You don't know who these two are. If Voice sent them, well, they'll kill you." He swallowed hard. "Puck, they'll kill all of us." His men reluctantly complied as Nikolai continued to choke Ron. Natasha put her coat back on. "You do not touch my sister in an impertinent way. No one treats my sister that way." The man clawed Nikolai's arm, unable to breathe, and his eyes bugged out. "Please be reasonable," Jack pleaded. "Puck, let him go and he can apologize." "No." Nikolai squeezed harder and the veins in his hand bulged. "I warned him, so I offer no mercy." Natasha walked over to her brother and rubbed her hand up and down his back. She moved to Ron, leaned to him and whispered in his ear, "From Moscow with love." Natasha nodded to her brother, and Nikolai forcibly turned the man's head toward her. She French kissed Ron as he clawed at her brother's arm. She finished, stepped back and said, "We will have to write up extra paperwork on your death, but I am pleased and that will make it worth it." Ron's eyes rolled back and Nikolai released his corpse, then reached down and picked up the Glock 19. "His weapon is now mine." He tucked the gun into the back waistband of his pants. Natasha looked down at the dead man and smiled. "You had asked me a question. You wanted to know what I say. I say you should have listened to my brother." She turned to Jack. "How much do we owe you for the weapons?" Unable to say anything as he stared at the dead man, Jack handed her the invoice with a shaky hand. She stated, "Voice will have the funds in your account by tonight." Still shocked, Jack nodded. Natasha and her brother headed out with the guns in 2 large duffel bags, and once they were outside, they put their winnow masks on and checked the streets for police. They placed the duffel bags in the trunk of their black Cadillac. He unzipped one, removed a case, and opened the container. "Finally, I have Tommy." Nikolai smoothed his hand across a machine gun. "And I can be the hood I dreamed of being." She rolled her eyes. "Whatever makes you happy. Now come and let us be on our way." He put the machine gun back, and within a few minutes they got into the car and took off their masks. Nikolai removed the trophy he took off Ron and placed the Glock 19 in the glove box. Let us hurry with our assignment. Natasha glanced out the passenger side window at the darkness surrounding the city. I grow to hate this place. It feels so evil. Her brother pulled the car out into traffic. Our final task is 4 days away, and once we have killed the Phoenix, we can leave Noir. Voice is as forgiving as you, my brother. Voice must never be crossed. Yes, her brother agreed. We must always complete our assignments with no hesitation and with no remorse. Our hearts must not rule our minds or our actions. In our line of business, it can only bring death. The end. Next, Shades of Grey #2 from Moscow, with love.
If you would like to be notified when the next part of the series is dropped for the audiobook on YouTube, leave a comment, and I will come back later and leave a link to the next section once it is ready. Also, what did you think so far? And if you would like to sponsor this project, I encourage you to go grab the beginning collection. There's a link in the description, the comment section. Also, like and subscribe. I'm author Christy Lynn Higgins, and thank you for listening to my story. Until next time.